Chapter 001 Reborn as a Blackfish, bound to blessing soft mini offspring. In the village awfully, within a humble farmus, the moonlight descended. Insideth a dwelling, there is not a flicker o' flight. Only the hushed whisper sofa parofogults. Dear, have you secured the fish tank? After all the for to catch that blackfish, we must note the tightscape. The fierce voice is that of a woman, raspy detergent. Rest assured, e heavy 5-pound stone weigh in jit down. Unless a supernatural being can me so long, it will not get away. Tomorrow, we shall slaughter the blackfish and burn one nourishing soup for ye perhaps it will help I conceive. The man's voice was deep, tinged with confidence and concern. Ugh, don't even mention supernatural beings, they might hear you. Upon hearing the term supernatural beings, woman instinctive lie place seed a hand over the man's mouth. Herriction slight lie play fuel eternist. What is there to fear? Our villages near Mount Lu, where Etheruri immortal masters in Thikavi and Hai Li Skeletlamus in Huanglong Temple, exorcising demonicism irretrievable. Theman dismissed her concerns with nonchalance. Summoning an immortal master or a lamasan expensive endeavor, far beyond Themene's Sephirumbla abode. Dear, please refrain from such talk, or shall ignore you out night. Woman's voice held in tow for irritation. My love, please, Ivianla just begun toundress. Ho told thou to speak so insensitively? Go mumble to yourself. Please, Midir, I was wrong. I shall never mention it again. Is the tapromise? Indeed, itis. Then mind Dorton after working the files for so long, you still fumble with the tools. What do see is that? I heard it from old Libby the village learned it in town. This method is said to increase each in soft conception. Rubbish. What do an old bachelor know? Isn't it just a dog's position? Do you wish to be chemiasted? Asked the couple bickered. Occasionally a murmur of sleep could be heard. Humane for scansome at times be in vain. After a long day of labor, the couple soon fell into adiep slumber. There's Norris gradually filling the room. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the sound of splashing water echoed from the water tank. Within the tank, a large blackfish swayed its tail. Elia could hardly fathom the had become a 30-centimeter long blackfish, facing the Lefan death predicament in the tank. Just moments after its transmigration, had whiteness aderatherintimitasine. What a misfortune. Theon Lai ooze fuel information possessed wasp the legend of supernatural beings, leaving high mung curtain of their existence. If the were fictitious, he hoped the were real. A salarge blackfish has to larboard hope he soft cultivation and transformation into a human. Yet no was not the time for such thoughts and he did to focus on escaping the water tank. Fortunately, the hard-working couple was not like Latokian enemy soon, granting high meglamour of hope for escape. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated. Detecting host serval, binding blessing soft mini offspring system. System binding successful. Notas this is axianxia world, their words will barrelate ta cultivation. Themari spring the host hasan the higher their quality, themari bundant the words. The host is encouraged to produce and create a brilliance. Newbie gift package talent 1 Shotentoth soul. 1 Shotentoth soul your seeds are exceptionally potent, with a pregnancy rate of 100%. I fail to conceive, you need on like consider impotence at a concern. You listen to the motionless mechanical voice, confusion etched across his face. A thismament, a system that required him to produce a offspring semi-absurd. His life was shanging be a thread, and they wanted it of children? Was this a joke? Furthermore, what was this newbie gift package about? Died hetrally need that? Watha needed was the ability to survive. Washida's teen tope the fierce transmigrator toperish after acquiring a system. Histum stonewall dread. This transmigrator met hirindueto an incompatible system. Themere thoughts and tackle thruffum. Moreover, from the system's notes, he gathered that this realm indeed contained full beings. The couple stally oaf to supernatural was not mer fantasy. The future appeared bleak. As Elu pondered his fate, the system spinel displayed its attributes. Namely you. Identity blackfish. Talent 1 Shotentoth soul. Number of offspring 0. Thesis stempen elven a sheet after minute, clear line different to his plight. It seemed that the had torely on himself to navigate this critical situation. Elu had no version to finding a fishwife. After all, more fish meant Marif spring, perfect aligning with these blessing soft mini offspring system. For now, that was all that mattered. Clearly, escaping was paramount for survival, providing gas and sea totalize a the system. Otherwise, possessing a system would be of little consequence. There was neither blackfish in the tank, and the farmer swould not come around to breed. After the system panel disappeared, Elyer directed his focused water tank. Through the narrow slit soft wooden lid, he could discern the moonlight illuminating the top of the tank, where a heavy stone lay. Toes cape, had options. Either push up and wooden ladorsha tur the tank. Yet, he could not alert the occupants inside. He needed to achieve this before dawn, accounting for the timito leap out afterward. One misstep, and would become the most unfortunate transmigrator in history. Elya doubted he could bring a wooden lid with this badarsha tur the tank itself. Essentially, he was merely an ordinary 4-pound blockfish. Henny dead to lazy tools. iPhone lither were a wooden stick. Perhaps she could leverage to pre-open the lid. What could possibly be found in the tank? A ladle? Yes, there was saladly used for scooping water. Elya kikli zero edinot a ladle. Unfortunately, the teeth of a blackfish were sharp yet minuscule despite their abundance, they lacked the strength to bite through to ladle. After several futile attempts, he abandoned the notion of splitting the gourd-shaped ladline off. Time wastes off decence, and felt no inclination to osteate. With determination, Elya clutched the larger end off to ladle, using the smaller end tauja between Tuden Ladan the tank. Fortunately, the farmer appeared diligent, and the tank was filled with water. This provided him with a better opportunity to swim and gain leverage. Elya repeatedly pushed but sank beneath water, then swam back up. The gap, once he arrest liver, gradually witty netoa fingers bred thuntil the upper half off he ladle wedgedite self in the crevice off lid. No wasthament. Elya felt as if he would be sweating profusely if he could perspire. Moreover, the oxygen in the tank was limit after such vigorous movements, he was running low. I fed nothery, he might faint from oxygen deprivation. Once more, he submerged, targeting the lower half off he ladle, and leaped dupward with Elya's might. Smack! Whoosh! The kitchen resonated with sharp sounds. One was Elya's successful impact to Sherrilid in toth water theater was lid sliding off. Through te crescent-shaped depeening, the moonlight from the window was visible. The next step was to inhale sufficient oxygen and leap out of the tank. To escapeth his room and find upon door iver. Elya rapidly fanned his skills, absorbing oxygen. Then, he divided the bottom of the tank, calculating the angio fly tree fraction between the surface and the bottom. He amid forth a fist-sized crescent-shaped depeening had just create Dan leaped out. Chapter 002 A Leap for Survival, An Extraordinary Escape. Bang! The sound off scales crashing against the hard coping board he chode. The third immensely. The chipping board stood nearly amateur eye. From the tongue to the chipping board way say daunting half-meter drop, akin to a fish taking Elya paw faith. Elya lay matution less on the chipping board, to kingdom interest, were yo failarding the farmers with on a noise. Fortunately, they had exerted themselves hatevening and were fast asleep. After a moment of silence, the inly sound was their hithe ignoring. Elya then surveyed the layout of the kitchen. The chipping board was connected to ves with iron pots, and the pots were still covered with wooden lids. The wooden door was tightly shut. Aside from escaping through the narrow window beside the iron pot, there was neither means of exit. He would have a toe jump several to miss without making a single mistake. Silver moonlight streamed through the narrow window, casting a cold beam of light. With Thalia panda bound. He'd jump a dagon and again. Elya squeezed through Tekrevisoft wooden window. The high office full was nearly amateur. Elya felt as if his internal organs had shifted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, with a had medit. Beyond the kitchen was a vast expanse off-world. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse, as scrows flew southward. On the ground, Elya felt Thegrity dust cling to his scales, uncomfortably until vaginal breeze passed, bringing a touch of moisture at the toffert in relief. However, their journey for survival was for fromover. Fish air inherent lies sensitive to humidity. Elya attuned himself to thievery and concentration soft moisture in the air, discerning the direction of the water source. Tohis right ahead. 200 meters away, there stood a thought shed cottage. This dwelling appeared to Vinmer dilapidated in thirthen walled huts off loca farmers. Its entrance was fashioned from reeds. Before a Theodore, a jujube tree stood tall. Yet, what captivated him of Vinmer was a tranquil pond adjacent to the shed cottage. Having just established the direction, he continues leaps. The black ficood breed hind the air as well. Lu felt fortunatito have transformed into a blackfish had he been in other species, navigating thys obstacle would have proven exceeding. Meow. As Lubo unded near the cottage, a sound sent shivers across with scales. Goodness gracious! What a jest! Lu glanced to pat the jujube tree, where paraphemeral dies glimmered, moistenings. It was a tabby cat. Is coloration ear limmerjed with the night, camouflaging itself against the trunk. Were it not for its meal on those survivage reenies, one might never have discerned its presence. The tabby cat, perked in a branch, appeared perplexed, swish in its day lasive questioning, the reality of its dream. Had it just awakened to fin daffish before it sees? On the ground. Lu abruptly ceased his jumping, feigning death, hoping the cat hadn't noticed Hamand would simply depart. Yet, luck was not in his side. The cat's no swassa stood. Theta bisna fed theer, confirming Thetrith, before leaping down to circle him. After a few laps of investigation, sensing Hughes indeed alive, it seized him be the back and began to ascend the jujube tree. It climbed until a tree ched the roof oft hate hatched cottage, seemingly intent on enjoying lavish meal under the moonlight filtering through her reeds. Elya found himself enclosed proximate to the tabby cat, paralyzed with fear. The cat's teeth and claws were sharp hand formed to ban a struggle wooden lehast in his demise. Elyer solved to conserve his strength for Raphael counterattack. He had not coist butter retaliate. Having just escaped from thwater tang con fought for so long, he was determined to survive. With a pond within reach, he was poised to utilize a thesis demand akivith pinnacleophys existence. How cold has render? Heaven, grant me strokio fluck. His current agony weighs a cantata despair dying before spending ease wealth. Meow meow. The tabby, indulgent in its feast, even paused to bota the round moon above, as if express a gratitude for the bounty. An opportunity had arisen. In the moment the cat bowed, Luz eyes thickens. With a swift motion, he clamped down in the cat's right front paw. With all his might, Lu's strategy was simplificood inflicting a pain in the tabby, he might be able to break free and plunge into thepend. Meow. The tabby, infuriated by the attack, aimed to betet the fish shed a loss. The blackfish shed wash both hard and slippery. Ultimately, it failed. Unable to injure Epin, Thetabai began to thrashel you about. This was theme until you had awaited. As the cat flailed, Harrely set his grip. In an instant, he was flung outwards, soaring twimeter shy. Lu felt as though he were flying. Flying without wings. Thud. Had the ground no been cushioned bithagrass, that leap would have indeed disister. A this moment, he was list hand 5 meters from the pond. A single leap from the roof to fad halved the distance from the meters to 5. Hasten to thepend. Enduring the pain, Elulia pedance more. The tabby cat, clearly quicker, leaped down from the rooftop. Its CS glinted with malicisa taproched step by step. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. It was almost upon him the tabby cat was mere moments away. Spareem. Unwilling to concede, Lu prepared for an other leap. Little kitty, pleased and belithe fish. At that moment, a little girl later ned in a koi patter ned apern appeared betheep in sedge, scooping him upanjang with the tabby cat. Thajir lex sudi daffer grant sento fearth. However, what weighs a little girl doing wandering gabutatha shower? Lu felt compelled to widen his eyes, as if they could open any further. Meow. They tabby seemed kid aggrieved at thistern events. Yet the little girl mere lyriaced out to stroke the cat, soothingly saying, "It's been a long journey forth a fish, please let it go." With those words, Shep lay Stelu back into theater. Plop. With a splash, Elias lapidin to the depths. Of course. Hepoked is shade above the surface, casting gas spray of water towards the lit gerlassidish reef gratitude. Then, suddenly as heaped, Thay Jiril vanished without a trace, as Thofshi Hodnavir existed. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu's eyes. Yet hot soft he whispered secret soft he villager caprichoed in his mind. This world harbor demons. Had he encountered so soon after arriving? And in a criticalment, had it saved his life? Fortune favored him. Meow. On the pond's edge, the tabby cat cursed in frustration after the girl's departure. Lu casted a glance at the clever tabby, since injit was an ordinary feline. He resolved to keep his distance. Hanid eto findave male blackfish kikli, to spanandrup the systems ruards. It felt as though navigating this world without some power would be exceedingly arduous. Exerting gaulish strength kusalili to swift demise. Lu pondered for rament, then shifted his gaze from the tabby towards center of the pond, swimming away. After a night of turmoil, Huays and irony at a fresto emerald, Hu'd search for a female blackfish. Chapter 003. Exploring new territories, the warmth breeds desire. On the following dawn, before the sun had risen, the farmers were already awake. Wang Tsuehua was the first to rise, making her way to the kitchen with the intention of preparing porridge for her husband. However, she was puzzled to find that the water tank had been opened, despite the wooden lid being secured with a stone. How could there be a gap? With curiosity, she moved the stone aside and lifted the lid. To her dismay, the tank held no trace of the black fish, nor any soup, only the remnants of what could be the fish's bathwater. This was utterly useless. She had been assured that the black fish was secured within the tank. Yet now it had vanished. Wang Tsuehua muttered a curse at her husband, hastily setting down the rice before retreating to the side room to sleep. Discovering her husband still asleep only fueled her frustration further. With a palm as wide as a fan, she struck his bare backside, exclaiming, "Get up and see where the fish has gone." She flung her clothes onto his face. What happened to the fish? Li San, still in a daze, had not fully awakened. Only under Wang Tsuehua's prodding did he stumble into the kitchen, where he was met with the sight of an empty water tank. It dawned on him. The black fish was gone. In disbelief, he questioned, "The black fish has disappeared?" This morning, he had noticed a fist-sized gap, and the 4-pound fish was nowhere to be found. Wang Tsuehua struck her husband a few more times, aware of his guilt. Li Shursen refrained from retaliating. Could it be that wretched cat came in and snatched the fish away? Wang Tsuehua's gaze fell upon the fish scales on the stove, her confidence wavering. It shouldn't be. It seems the fish might have jumped away on its own. Is it possible that the fish has become a spirit? Li Shursen speculated, observing the traces left behind with uncertainty. Curse your crow's mouth. Yesterday, whether it was a spirit or a creature, it surely has become a spirit now. What shall we do? Wang Tsuehua's anxiety escalated with this notion. 5 years prior, the village's second master had caught a fox, which begged for mercy, yet he still skinned it, only for its innards to be consumed by a vengeful spirit the next day. It was rumored that another spirit fox had come to exact revenge, ultimately resolved by the immortal from the immortal cave. Wang Tsuehua, a keen observer of village gossip, felt her panic rising with each thought. If a cat spirit had taken the fish, we would let it go. If that fish has escaped, we must bid it farewell. Ultimately, Li Shursen, being a man, regained his composure and resolved, "All right, I shall check by the house." Wang Tsuehua, reluctant to accept defeat, searched around the front and back of the house, but indeed found no trace of the black fish, and with a heavy heart, she surrendered to her anxiety. Shortly after, she and her husband, Li Shursen, invoked the name of the Black Fish Lord and set a stick of incense before their home. They had no intention of spreading the word about this incident. To provoke a spirit would only invite ostracism from their neighbors, leaving them in a state of trepidation for a time. Meanwhile, beside the dilapidated thatched cottage, in the pond, as dawn broke, Lu awoke, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he felt a strange essence enter his body, accompanied by a refreshing aura permeating the air and entering his mind. He sensed that his injuries were healing more rapidly. What is this? Lu seemed to recall the couple from last night, performing a ritual in his honor, with the Black Fish Lord in their possession. Incense? The thought quickly crossed his mind. This serendipitous encounter was indeed fortuitous. Having witnessed his escape, they suspected he was a spirit. However, Lu did not dwell on the incense. It was not replicable, and he still needed to rely on the blessings of the many offspring. Many fortune system.at that moment, several small white fish appeared in his line of sight. Feeling hungry, Lu pursued them, intending to satiate his hunger before searching for a mate. The black fish was a predatory species. With a streamlined body and sharp teeth, aside from larger catfish, it found no competitors in the water. With a speed advantage, Lu swiftly devoured a small white fish. It was hard to savor the taste. His only desire was to fill his belly, and compared to his past life, his approach was rather crude and unrefined. Transforming into a fish, he could not afford to be overly particular. The small white fish were clearly insufficient. So Lu caught a slightly larger crucian carp and carp. Only after consuming a quantity of fish meat comparable to his own size did he finally feel satiated. As the saying goes, warmth breeds desire. Lu began to explore around the pond, searching for female black fish. The grasses and trees by the pond were vibrantly green, and with the temperature around 20 degrees, it appeared to be early spring, the season of mating and reproduction. What a coincidence! During this exploration, Lu came to a general understanding of the current season. This was good news for him, as all fish had their breeding periods, and he was no exception. To achieve abundance, he too had to align with the natural order. After some time spent exploring, he gained a basic knowledge of the pond's fish species. The upper layer of the pond was populated by white fish and other small species, while the middle layer primarily hosted silver carp and grass carp. The lower layer contained crucian carp, catfish, and blackfish, all omnivorous. Additionally, there were aquatic plants, algae, and various crustaceans on the opposite side of the thatched cottage. 5 meters from the pond's edge, Lu discovered the female blackfish he had been longing for. However, she was not alone. Accompanying her was a male blackfish. The female blackfish measured about 40 centimeters, significantly larger than him, while the male was 35 centimeters, slightly bigger as well. They seemed to be in a bonded relationship. Why did he think so? Blackfish had a nesting habit, and now, with one female and one male, they were constructing a breeding nest from the surrounding vegetation. It was easy to imagine that once the nest was completed, they would surely mate and reproduce. That was close. He almost arrived too late. After searching thoroughly, he finally found a female blackfish. It was likely that there were no other blackfish in the pond. This made sense. The pond was for raising fish, and having a single blackfish would cause havoc among the other fish. The 2 blackfish that had entered the pond might have been an accident. Lu observed for a while before deciding to approach the fish. Since he had transformed into a fish, there was no need for reason. If he missed this blackfish, who knew when the next opportunity would arise? Thus, he was determined to claim the blackfish as his own. Without hesitation, Lu charged toward the male blackfish. He was unaware of how other fish fought, but he aimed for the fish's tail. If he could break it, he could incapacitate his opponent. The male blackfish was preoccupied with the female and had not sensed the impending danger. Lu seized the opportunity, biting down on the male's tail in response to the pain. The male instinctively thrashed its tail, while Lu swam in the opposite direction, leveraging the momentum to break the tail. This was wisdom gleaned from his previous life. With a sharp crack, the male blackfish's tail was broken before it even fully grasped the situation. Now, it could no longer use its tail effectively. This presented Lu with a greater opportunity. He exploited his speed to launch surprise attacks on the male blackfish. Before long, the male's belly was bloodied. Its innards exposed. Lu intentionally avoided the hard back and targeted the softer underbelly. Even as the male blackfish suffered injuries, it attempted to retaliate, but such efforts were in vain. Lu's strategy focused on guerrilla tactics, tugging at the male until it was completely exhausted, eventually devouring it. The female blackfish initially intended to drive Lu away alongside the male, but upon witnessing the male's broken tail, she hesitated. The female circled the nest, observing the battle between the 2 males. Naturally, as a female, she was more discerning when it came to choosing a mate. And why, lady, you wouldn't want a crippled husband, would you? This thought echoed instinctively in the female blackfish's mind. Ultimately, under Lu's relentless assault, the male blackfish lost flesh around its tail, belly, and dorsal fin, until only its head remained, sinking to the pond's bottom, buried in the silt. Numerous shrimp and insects swarmed around. Lu devoured the male blackfish. He kept a watchful eye on the female. She, the lady of the black fish, could potentially inflict harm on him with the surprise attack, especially considering his injuries from the previous night had yet to heal completely. Fortunately, she did not intervene. Seeing the female black fish still guarding the nest, Lu casually bit a nearby white fish, eye in his past life. One would traditionally present gifts as part of a marriage proposal. Yet in his current form as a fish, such formalities were unnecessary. He simply offered a fish. Lu swam over to the female black fish, dropping the dead white fish beside her. The female seemed to understand his intentions, swallowing it whole and nudging him in acknowledgement of his offering. What a delightful connection! There was no need for such convoluted deliberation. Lu had never anticipated that the true resolution to his solitude would come in the form of a fish. He promptly began to hypnotize himself, immersing into the identity of a fish. Perhaps it was due to the mating season of the black fish matron, which filled the water with similar hormones. Lu caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance as the black fish matron transformed into an elegant figure draped in dark attire. Where it ought to have flesh, it was ample. Where it should be fair, it was sewed out a vision of the great beauty from his previous life. The black fish matron even took the initiative, gracefully dancing in the water. He felt as though a stunning beauty had reserved a room for him, donning an alluring ensemble, a rather exhilarating notion. As Lu soaked in this ambience, his heart surged with excitement, his spirit soaring. The darker aspects of his nature seemed to find release. Just moments ago, he had slain another's fiancée, usurping both their property and spouse. The term bullying the weak aptly described his actions. Although the black fish matron was far from helpless, actively flattering him instead, it ultimately reflected the narrative of a script. Stimulating. Had he been a man rather than a fish, he would undoubtedly be condemned. The black fish matron seemed to sense Lu's lack of initiative and, in turn, seized a white fish, presenting it to him as a gesture of reciprocity. Their flirtations continued unabated. The deceased male black fish appeared to be a mere figment of the past. Lu ultimately accepted the invitation from the black fish matron, consuming the small fish and engaging in a more fervent dance with her. As evening approached, the fish eggs were laid. Fish reproduction is less intricate than that of mammals. It involves mere union, with the eggs released directly into the water, fertilized by the male, thereby completing the reproductive cycle. The eggs began to cluster upon the aquatic vegetation that they had constructed earlier, each one a precious pearl. Lu gazed upon his achievements, filled with satisfaction. Now, he merely awaited the hatching of the eggs to receive the system's rewards. He estimated the count: units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. The number of fish eggs approached nearly 10,000. This is the beauty of being a fish. Progeny are counted in the thousands. Other blackfish, after fertilization and spawning, certainly did not yield such numbers. His unique talent should ensure a significant quantity. The system indicated that the more offspring there are, the greater the rewards. What kind of rewards would await him? At this moment, the black fish matron, having laid her eggs, remained vigilantly by their side, as blackfish are among the few species that protect their spawn after laying eggs in his past life. Lu had been more concerned with the welfare of the blackfish matron post-laying, turning to hunt in the pond instead. Utilizing the same tail-biting strategy, he targeted a carp this time. After dispatching a carp weighing over a pound, he dragged it before the blackfish matron. The blackfish matron, having expended considerable energy during her spawning, eagerly consumed it. Her new husband appeared impressively strong. As she feasted on the carp, the blackfish matron was exceedingly pleased with her new mate. Meanwhile, Lu maintained a vigilant watch near the eggs, driving away any potential threats from other fish. To secure the system's rewards, he must remain steadfast until the eggs hatched. There could be no relaxation. Meanwhile, on the thatched roof, a tabby cat was grooming its fur, its gaze occasionally drifting towards the pond. The water's surface shimmered, with numerous fish swimming about. Observing the recent conflict, the tabby noted that the blackfish, which had escaped its grasp the previous night, had emerged victorious. The cat's whiskers twitched uncontrollably, emitting soft murmurs of discontent. Meow Gao Gao felt quite irked. Had it not been for that peculiar little girl last night, she would have surely devoured the black fish that had nearly entered her mouth. Alas, she had been injured during her tribulation and then ambushed by a foundational serpent. Otherwise, she would not have feared that little girl. In the realm of animal cultivation, 10 years yield spiritual awareness, allowing for chi refinement. After a century, one may solidify their foundation and take form, but must endure the first lightning tribulation. After a millennium, one becomes a demon, condensing a demon core into a golden core. Despite having cultivated for a century and barely succeeding in her tribulation, she now found herself no different from an ordinary cat. Her innate abilities lay dormant, her demonic aura concealed by mere popularity. Presently, she dared not provoke any beings of power. Surely, she could not be bested by an ordinary black fish. Past experiences weighed heavily upon her. The more she thought, the angrier she became, her heart growing increasingly unsettled. Hence, after observing the black fish's movements in the pond, she discerned that it occasionally ventured near the shore. She resolved to attempt a pouncing strike for fish. Meow Gao Gao gracefully leapt down from the thatched roof, slipping into the verdant grasses by the pond's edge. Her gray, black, and white patterns melded seamlessly with the foliage, lying in wait amidst the grass. She remained utterly still, her eyes fixated on the water's surface. The moment the black fish drew near the shore, it would meet its demise. That peculiar little girl was unlikely to return. Chapter 005. The tabby cat seeks revenge. The fish eggs hatch as the sun rose and set. 5 days swiftly passed. The hatching of the fish eggs typically requires 5 to 7 days, and today, the first eggs were poised to hatch. Lu Yu remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of a feline predator. Who would expect a domestic cat to contemplate fishing? In his collaboration with the black fish matron to safeguard the hatching of the eggs, Lu Yu had not strayed far from their nest. However, it was impossible to abstain from sustenance. He still needed to hunt. In the preceding days, fish had lingered near the nest, but after 3 or 4 days, they had learned their lesson and avoided the area altogether. Lu was left with no choice but to fish at a greater distance from the nest. Chasing after a fish, he inadvertently drew closer to the shore. Unbeknownst to him, danger lurked nearby. What a surprise! Green eyes! Lu Yu suddenly noticed 2 enormous green eyes peering from the grass, and he was taken aback. Instinctively, he abandoned his prey and flicked his tail to retreat. At the same moment, a shadowy paw emerged from the bank, extending its claws and skimming across the water's surface. The paw grazed against his scales, leaving ripples in its wake. The fish was terrified. Lu Yu could hardly fathom that the tabby cat he had encountered days earlier was lying in wait among the grass. The cat's paw was akin to a fishhook. If he were to inadvertently be caught by the tabby's claws, it would spell disaster. This would be a humiliation for a transmigrator. Just at the right angle, he glimpsed the cat's eyes. His heart raced. Lu quickly distanced himself from the shore, plunging into deeper waters. On the pond's bank, Meow Gao Gao, tasting the fishy scent upon her paw, licked it with a hint of dissatisfaction. So close. Her paw had almost snagged the fish's gills, allowing her to take a bite and eliminate the black fish. She had waited 4 long days for such an opportunity. Regrettably, that black fish had just chased a small crucian carp, essentially serving itself as her meal. Meow Gao Gao seized the small crucian carp that had leapt onto the shore, intending to reward herself with a snack. After waiting 4 days, she was unwilling to prolong her patience, resolving to employ other means to deal with the black fish in the pond. Lu Yu watched as the tabby cat departed. Breathing a sigh of relief, the tabby was indeed an exceptional creature, capable of catching fish from the pond. Truly, it had become a spirit. Lu Yu decided to deny the tabby any opportunity, ensuring he remained far from the shore and preventing the black fish matron from approaching it as well. Was it merely a contest of patience? Having been reborn as a fish, could he not surpass a mere cat? Lu Yu resolved to outlast the tabby, believing that a gentleman's vengeance is never late. Once the fish eggs hatched and he utilized the rewards from the system, he would surely triumph over a cat. Meanwhile, Meow Gao Gao turned back towards the thatched cottage, intending to enlist the aid of the villager. Oldly was a lonely old bachelor, yet of kind disposition. After all, how could he possibly allow a cat to linger in his dilapidated home? Keeping a cat to catch mice? Absurd. The thatched cottage was so bare that even mice would disdain it. Living by the pond, Oldly naturally enjoyed fishing. Meow Gao Gao, lacking her full powers, could not wield a fishing rod, so she decided to entice the old man into doing so. After returning to the cottage, she swatted the fishing rod onto the floor with her paw, A fishing enthusiast could hardly ignore a rod lying before him, just as a cat could not resist the sight of mice and birds. At that moment, Oldley was weaving straw sandals. Hearing the ruckus from inside the cottage, he promptly stood to investigate. "That mischievous cat is at it again," Oldley exclaimed. Upon seeing the rod on the ground, he quickly picked it up. Originally intending to chase after the cat to scold it, he found himself momentarily immobilized with the fishing rod in hand. It had been ages since he last fished. Perhaps he should indulge himself for a while? Holding the rod, Oldley hesitated. He had woven enough straw sandals recently to sustain himself. Catching a fish could allow for a delightful fish soup or a porridge. Oldley muttered to himself, crafting an excuse. Soon after, he grabbed a gourd ladle and stepped outside. Oldley first rummaged beneath the jujube tree for stones, unearthing worms to fill his ladle. Once he gathered enough worms, he took his bamboo fishing rod and headed towards the pond. Meow, meow, gow gow meowed, leisurely licking her paws. Everything was unfolding precisely as she had planned. The old man was utterly unable to resist the allure of fishing. Upon reaching the pond, Oldley chose a sheltered spot, skillfully baiting his hook with earthworms before casting his line into the water. His fishing rod was crafted from meticulously selected slender bamboo, adorned with a reed float, silkworm thread for fishing line, and a delicately fashioned copper hook, rendering it quite exquisite. In the pond, Luyu also noticed the commotion on the bank. Fishing? Fortunately, it was a good distance from the fish nest. After realizing that the elderly fisherman was not too close, Luyu dismissed the concern. Having been reborn as a fish, surely he could not be deceived by a fish hook, could he? Meow gow gow. Observing from the thatched roof, frowned in displeasure at Oldley's choice of fishing spot. It was not in line with her expectations. She had initially believed that Oldley would have a chance to catch the black fish. Yet the distance was too great. This made it seem impossible. After waiting for a while without seeing Oldley make a catch or change his position, she was exasperated. What a vexing situation. After some reflection, Meow Gow Gow decided to guide Oldley to a more suitable fishing location, which would also facilitate the discovery of the black fish. The presence of a black fish in the pond would be met with disdain. Oldley would undoubtedly seek to eliminate it with this thought in mind. She jumped down from the thatched roof. Meow, meow, meow. Meow Gow Gow ran up to Oldley, calling out insistently, glancing back to beckon him to follow. Oldley was intently focused on fishing. It is well known that a larger hook tends to catch larger fish. The hook he had fashioned was nearly the size of his pinky finger, designed specifically for catching big fish. After several casts, the bait had been devoured by smaller fish, yet no sign of larger ones had appeared. Feeling somewhat irritable, Oldley was further perturbed by the cat's incessant cries. He assumed the cat was merely interested in the fish and muttered a disdainful remark. However, the cat showed no intention of leaving. In frustration, Oldley picked up a clod of dirt and threw it at the cat in an attempt to shoo it away. Meanwhile, in the water, Luyu swayed his tail, observing the situation above the surface. When the tabby cat leapt from the thatched roof and approached the old man, he felt a sudden jolt of concern. Was the cat really disrupting the old man's fishing? Luyu found this puzzling. True to form, Oldley soon picked up a clod of dirt to drive the tabby away. Yet, the cat remained, continuing to distract the old fisherman. This cat was peculiar. It seemed to be leading the old man to another fishing spot, precisely towards Luyu's nest. Confounded, Luyu thought, this cat is certainly acting strangely. Could it be a spirit? At that moment, he heard the system's notification. Detected 1 offspring of the host, reward. 1 day's worth of cultivation. Detected 2 offspring of the host, reward. 1 day's worth of cultivation. Detected 3 offspring of the host, reward. 1 day's worth of cultivation. Chapter 006. Delaying time to protect the fish eggs. The fish eggs had finally hatched. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Luyu felt a sense of calm wash over him. A cool sensation spread over his crown as a stream of energy materialized within him, merging with his limbs and organs. Cultivation. He recalled the system's notification and quickly associated it with traditional practices of immortality, realizing that this energy was akin to qi. Simultaneously, a memory regarding cultivation surfaced in his mind. Could this be the memory of inheritance? Luyu remembered reading about inherited memories in animals, while humans, being mostly premature, lacked such memories. To his surprise, cultivation also possessed a form of inherited memory. The energy entering his body was likely spiritual energy, and upon merging with his body, it would form what was known as magical power. Cultivation was a unique measure of magical power. The first realm was the chi refinement stage. Refining essence into chi, magical power would gradually fill the ACU points, by utilizing this magical power through various acupoints. One could perform spells. However, most animals that cultivated into spirits gain some memories from their bloodlines, instinctively learning abilities related to their species. For instance, the fox spirit's charm technique or the ox spirit's strength technique. Humans, however, did not enjoy this benefit, primarily due to their premature nature and lack of bloodline strength. The blackfish's ability was spiritual awareness, allowing it to perceive the differences in spiritual energy from various locations, making it adept at finding treasures and prey. This was quite practical. As for the next realm, once the acupoints were filled with magical power, they would open the dantian, leading to foundation establishment. After utilizing magical power, the body would autonomously absorb spiritual energy to replenish it. Magical power also served a protective function, forming a barrier around the body, akin to the ion shields of mechs in his previous life. Possessing magical power made it difficult to sustain injuries. Generally speaking, ordinary individuals would find it challenging to contend with spirits. As Luyu felt the cultivation enhancing his being, he also sensed subtle changes in his physique and strength. Although the daily cultivation was modest, he had over 10,000 fish eggs. A smile appeared on Luyu's face. If only fish could smile. Before anything else, he needed to prevent that cat from destroying the fish eggs, as well as thwarting the old fisherman from being lured into ruining them. Should his nest be compromised, all would be in vain, and the system's rewards for numerous offspring would be moot. Gazing at the troublesome cat, Luyu recalled his earlier suspicion that it had become a spirit, an opportune moment to test its abilities. Spiritual awareness. Luyu sensed clearly that the tabby cat possessed magical power within it. Had the tabby truly become a spirit? Thus, it could no longer be regarded as an ordinary cat. Perhaps it was akin to a human. Luyu increasingly felt the cat's cunning nature. However, the system provided him with confidence. All he needed to do was delay time. Surely he would surpass the tabby cat. A local spirit could not possibly outpace his cultivation speed. Bolstered by the system, could it? Luyu focused on the tabby cat through the water surface, observing it as it taunted the old fisherman, pridefully flicking its tail. What a scheming creature! At that moment, a brilliant idea struck Luyu. Yes, if he could prevent the old man from changing his fishing spot, then all would be well. He would only need to avoid catching a fish. With that thought, Luyu targeted the fishing float bobbing on the water's surface. He swiftly maneuvered in the water, biting onto the float, and pulled it down on Old Lee's end. The clod of dirt he had thrown failed to deter the cat. Instead, it only amplified the cat's cries. Consequently, fishing became impossible as the fish fled from the sound. Frustrated, Old Lee stood up, intent on chasing the cat away, muttering under his breath, "This beast must be cursed." At that moment, the float suddenly submerged the bite. Judging by the float's descent, it could very well be a large fish. Old Lee's attention swiftly shifted from the cat as he attempted to reel in his line. After a struggle, he finally pulled the rod up, only to find the bait intact and no fish on the hook. Alas! Old Lee slapped his thigh, glaring at the cat. Ultimately, he had been influenced by the feline. The failure to catch fish had nothing to do with the fish themselves or his own skills. It was solely the cat's fault. Unwilling to concede, Old Lee cast his line once more, yet the tabby cat began its raucous meowing again. Infuriated, Old Lee lost his temper entirely, grabbing his fishing rod and charging towards the cat. The agile tabby easily dodged his attempts to swat it with the rod as he approached the cat. It would quiet down, but the moment he turned his back, it resumed its cries. This exasperated Old Lee. Shattering his fishing spirit, he turned around, ready to abandon his fishing endeavor. Today was simply not a good day for fishing. Meow Gao Gao was momentarily dumbfounded. This human was astonishingly foolish. No wonder he remained a bachelor. Hadn't she made her intentions abundantly clear? She nearly spoke out loud in frustration. With no other option, Meow Gao Gao circumvented Old Lee, seizing the gourd filled with earthworms. Holding the gourd in her mouth, she relocated to a new spot, meowing several times at Old Lee. Such actions nearly exposed her identity as a spirit. However, it was preferable to speaking outright. She could not afford to be complacent regarding the black fish. "Are you suggesting I fish here?" Oldley finally discerned the tabby cat's unusual behavior, albeit with lingering doubts. Why was it insistent on this particular fishing spot? This cat was too peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to give it a try, moving to the new location to fish. At this point, his attention was divided. Half of it remained on the cat. Once he had changed spots, the cat indeed ceased its relentless meowing, instead settling in the grass to groom itself. Oldley felt increasingly perplexed. With suspicion brewing, he baited his hook and cast it once more. "What a troublesome situation," Luyu observed the elderly man shifting his fishing position. Increasingly convinced of his previous whimsical speculation, he could not allow the other party to succeed. After the old man changed his location, Luyu began to contemplate his response. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The float on Oldley's fishing rod sank once more. Oldley did not anticipate catching a fish so swiftly, and his rod was nearly yanked into the water. A catch! Upon seeing the fish, Oldley immediately commenced reeling in the rod. What fisherman would willingly let a fish escape? With a vigorous tug, a shadow darted through the air. Was a black fish entering the pond? Oldley was somewhat taken aback by the presence of a troublesome fish. Yet he felt exhilarated at having hooked one. A surge of strength erupted from his aged body as he exerted himself to pull the fish in. Meow, meow gao gao, witnessing this unexpected delight, was momentarily stunned. A black fish? Was it truly ensnared? Meanwhile, in the pond, Luyu was equally astonished. How had the black fish matron been caught? Perhaps the hook had fortuitously appeared beside the fish nest, and, in a protective instinct against potential destruction, the black fish matron bit down. Consequently, the hook had snagged her. The couple, even in the aquatic realm, should one not attempt to rescue? Luyu hesitated, when suddenly, a peculiar notification from the system chimed in. Detected host offspring count, 9, reward, 1 day's cultivation. Detected host offspring count, 10, reward, mighty strength technique. Detected host offspring count, 11, reward, 1 day's cultivation. Mighty strength technique, a spell, to enhance strength through magical means, thereby achieving extraordinary power? Luyu absorbed the information regarding the spell in his mind, and promptly activated it within his acupoints. Even with his currently meager magical energy, he could amplify his strength tenfold. At present, his strength equated to 20 gene. This would enable him to rescue the black fish matron. Luyu promptly cast the spell, targeting the fish float, and bit down once more, beginning to pull the rod back into the water. Chapter 007. A Battle of Wits and Bravery. The elder falls first. On the shore, Oldley exerted a strong pull and discovered, to his astonishment, that there was indeed another fish on the line. Had he managed to catch 2 fish at once? To have caught 2 fish in one go would certainly provide ample bragging rights in the village for years to come. Simultaneously, Meow Gao Gao noticed the line bore 2 fish and immediately deduced that the black fish sought to rescue the other. "Fool!" Meow Gao Gao scoffed inwardly, deriding the fish for its emotional attachment. Clearly, it was not the sharpest of creatures. Were they both to be brought ashore together? However, before Meow Gao Gao could revel in this realization for long, Oldley was suddenly yanked into the water. Oh dear. As an elderly man, Oldley lost his footing and fell to the ground, unable to rise for a short while. The fishing rod was promptly dragged into the depths. Meow Gao Gao wished to assist but found it impossible, merely watching as the black fish made its escape. Could a fish possess such strength? Meow Gao Gao expressed confusion. After resting for a moment on the ground, Oldley managed to stand once more. He ventured back into the water to retrieve his rod and was dismayed to find a broken fishing line. Damn that black fish! Oldley cursed as he gazed at the severed hook. Fishing was no longer an option. 2 Black fish. Could it be that they had come to spawn in my pond? The thought struck Oldley, prompting him to carefully inspect the pond's condition. Soon, he noticed clusters of dark spots amid the aquatic plants. A black fish nest? Oldley recalled the peculiar circumstances of having hooked both fish. He had thought himself a skilled angler, yet it turned out there was a nest. If the nest were not destroyed, once the eggs hatched, the pond would be overrun with fish. Concerned, Oldley, holding the damaged rod, turned back toward his thatched hut. intending to find a bamboo pole to dismantle the nest today. As for the black fish, he would devise a plan to deal with them later. Meow Gao Gao, upon noticing Old Lee's discovery of the nest, wagged her tail and smugly glanced at the pond's surface. After such a commotion, both fish were likely injured. Now that the nest had been discovered, the two black fish had effectively been sentenced to death. Old Lee would undoubtedly seek a solution for both the nest and the black fish. All that was left for her was to await the outcome in the pond. Lu Yu observed the black fish matron, with a hook still lodged in her lip, gently biting to remove it. The black fish matron recognized Lu Yu as her savior and affectionately nuzzled him. However, recalling the fish eggs hidden among the aquatic plants, she swam anxiously nearby. The recent ordeal had left her worried for the safety of the eggs. Instinctively, the black fish matron began to swallow the eggs, not for consumption, but to protect them within her mouth, though she could only safeguard a limited number. In the ruthless arena of nature, survival of the fittest prevailed. And fortune played a significant role. Without luck, one might not have the opportunity to thrive. Lu, witnessing the black fish matron consuming the eggs, did not misunderstand her actions. He too was concerned for the eggs. With 10,000 eggs on the verge of hatching, relinquishing even a single one felt like a heart-wrenching loss, as it directly impacted his system rewards, since the fishing elder had discovered the nest. He would not easily overlook it.at that moment. Lu Yu noted that the number of offspring had already reached 30. As 30 black fish fry emerged, they clustered around the black fish matron, who joyfully swayed her tail. Lu Yu glanced at the system, and indeed, there was a reward. Detected host offspring count, 19. Reward, 1 day's cultivation. Detected host offspring count, 20. Reward, 1 month's cultivation. Detected host offspring count, 29. Reward, 1 day's cultivation. Detected host offspring count, 30. Reward, water manipulation technique. 1 month's cultivation. Water manipulation technique. Similar to the previously manifested magical energy, the information related to the spell flooded into his mind as if it were divine knowledge. In an instant, Lu Yu grasped the application of the spell, activating specific acupoints throughout his body. Upon acquiring the water manipulation technique, he promptly attempted to wield it. The magical energy coursed through him, and to his astonishment, the water mass before him began to move at his command, even allowing him to separate a water sphere from the pond's surface. He now possessed nearly 2 months' worth of cultivation. However, his power still felt somewhat insufficient. With the water manipulation technique at his disposal, Lu Yu formulated a plan regarding the fish eggs. He directly bit through the connection to the nest and utilized the technique to relocate it. Thus, he transferred the nest to a more concealed area among the aquatic plants. The black fish matron instinctively followed close to the nest, unaware that this was Lu Yu's doing. With the water manipulation technique, the 10,000 fish eggs were swiftly moved. Upon discovering numerous frog eggs nearby, Lu Yu contemplated using them to replace the black fish eggs, effectively executing a clever ruse. Frog eggs, being smaller and less densely packed, would be more challenging to detect when gathered together. Utilizing the water manipulation technique, he effortlessly maneuvered the frog eggs into a disguised formation. This feat was indeed unique among fish. After all, one would not expect a fish to possess the capability to create a false nest. After completing this task, Lu Yu happened to spot Old Lee returning to the pond's edge, brandishing a long bamboo pole and a pitchfork. Nearby, a proud and spirited tabby cat observed. Meow Gao Gao, upon seeing Old Lee prepare the bamboo pole and pitchfork, understood that he intended to eradicate the black fish entirely, feeling quite satisfied. Upon returning to the pond's edge, he first surveyed the fish nest. Indeed, the black fish remained vigilant over it. How foolish the black fish was. Meow Gao Gao mused, entirely oblivious to the fact that the eggs had been swapped for frog eggs. After returning to the pond, Old Lee bound the pitchfork to the fishing rod with a piece of twine. "Stinky fish, I won't let you escape," he exclaimed, aiming the pitchfork at the black fish before thrusting it forward. Lu, remaining by the foe nest, intended to avoid drawing Old Lee and the tabby cat's suspicion. When the old man's pitchfork lunged forward, rather than evading, he bit down and activated his spell. In an instant, the old man was sent tumbling once more. This time, he plunged directly into the pond. Oh dear! The old man had not anticipated such misfortune. It took him a while to clamber back onto the shore. After such exertion, he found himself utterly drained. First, I'll deal with the black fish eggs. The black fish can wait for a few days before I call for help. Oldley was left with no choice but to use the bamboo pole to retrieve the black fish eggs from the nest. The eggs were crushed and shattered into the pond. I'm exhausted, he lamented. After falling twice, his back ached, and he needed to find some herbs to soothe his injuries. Oldley sighed, supporting his back as he disassembled the pitchfork. Subsequently, he organized his fishing gear and scattered the worms from his gourd into the pond. With great difficulty, he rose and prepared to return to his thatched hut for a rest. Utterly futile. Meow Gao Gao, as a tabby cat, expressed disdain for Oldley. After all that effort, he had only managed to destroy a few fish eggs. It seemed she would have to rely on herself. Meow Gao Gao once again turned her gaze towards the pond. Observing the long bamboo pole left by Oldley, she raised her paw and pushed the pole into the water. This created a pathway across the surface of the water and towards the fish nests. By tonight, as her strength gradually returned, she planned to employ a certain magical ability to exploit this bamboo pole for a surprise attack. However, the tabby cat Meow Gao Gao remained unaware that the black fish's power was undergoing a transformation every passing moment. Chapter 008 Consecutive Rewards, the Spell Gift Pack. As the sun set and the moon rose, the stars shifted in the sky. With the daytime antics behind, night descended. Luu, by the pond, focused intently on the hatching of the fish eggs. At this moment, it was far too early for a widespread hatching. He could only watch as the offspring emerged one by one. Simultaneously, he could hear the system's notifications. Most of the offspring merely provided a day's worth of cultivation. Only upon encountering whole numbers of offspring would rewards be triggered. Perhaps this was due to the offspring's inherent frailty. Nonetheless, Liu was quite content with the abundance, as he sought quantity over quality. Detected 39 offspring born, rewarded with 1 day of cultivation. Detected 40 offspring born, rewarded with mud control technique. Detected 50 offspring born, rewarded with earth control technique. Detected 60 offspring born, rewarded with metal absorption technique. Detected 70 offspring born, rewarded with 1 month of cultivation. Detected 80 offspring born, rewarded with 1 month of cultivation. Detected 90 offspring born, rewarded with fire creation technique. Detected 100 offspring born, rewarded with refinement technique. Detected 200 offspring born, rewarded with 1 year of cultivation. Detected 300 offspring born, rewarded with mist creation technique, 72 earthly fiends technique. During this interval, Liu also absorbed the corresponding spell information. Most spells were aptly named, with their titles closely reflecting their effects. The mud control technique referred to the manipulation of water-saturated soil, such as the silt at the bottom of the pond. Within the pond, Liu could directly form a hand of mud. Capable of dragging anyone who approached into the depth, he could barely mimic the legendary water ghost. The earth control technique, while similar to the mud control technique, posed a greater challenge as it allowed mastery over dry soil. This spell could be employed to excavate embankments. The pond would find it rather difficult to impede him. Once his cultivation reached a sufficient level, he could plow the land, create ditches, and establish waterways, truly a transformative spell. The metal absorption technique enabled the extraction of metals from the water, such as iron, sand, and gold. Had he possessed this technique in his previous life, he would have amassed great wealth by now. However, as a fish, money held little significance in the future. It could be utilized for mining, crafting weapons, or even forging magical artifacts in his past life. A renowned sword, Longquan, was said to be forged from iron sand found in rivers. Such a technique would be less applicable in the pond, but might yield treasures in larger bodies of water. After experimenting with the spells, Liu also came across the fishing hook belonging to the old fisherman. He transformed the hook into a needle, which he could hold in his mouth and use as a weapon. As for the fire creation technique, Liu found it somewhat amusing. When he activated it, a small flame appeared at the tip of his tail, offering little warmth in the water. If the magical energy supply ceased, the flame would extinguish. It could serve as a light source, yet prolonged use would result in a burning sensation on his skin. Truly a rather useless spell acquired through the system. The refinement technique was a delightful surprise. It was a spell for refining magical artifacts, forging a connection between weapons and one's magical energy. Liu performed a slight refinement on the copper needle made from the fishing hook, and upon shooting it from his mouth, it seemed to accelerate, becoming even more elusive. He could also recall it using magical energy. Compared to magical energy, magical artifacts thrived, providing an excellent means of utilization. However, to create powerful artifacts with unique abilities, the requirements were rather stringent, necessitating the remains of extraordinary creatures or rare materials. Such artifacts could possess distinct capabilities, akin to the golden staff from Journey to the West, which could alter its size at will. The Mist Creation Technique. The 72 Earthly Fiends Technique. Upon learning about this spell, Lu Yu was somewhat astonished. He had previously studied the 72 Earthly Fiends Technique and did not expect the system to reward him with it now. Lu Yu quickly grasped the effects of the Mist Creation Technique, which allowed for the immediate summoning of dense fog. Compared to ordinary spells, the 72 Earthly Fiends Technique offered even greater effects. In addition to summoning fog with his magical energy, he could also manipulate the surrounding mist. Even with his meager magical energy, he could envelop the entire pond in fog. This mist would also enhance his perception, allowing him to detect any creature entering his vicinity, much like a spider's web. Quite impressive, Lu Yu promptly cast the Mist Creation Technique, not seeking a thick fog but rather a light mist that would enable him to sense his surroundings. He felt an inexplicable premonition that the cat would return tonight. Having just digested the spells he had acquired, he was soon inundated with further rewards from the system, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. Truly, a delightful dilemma. Detected 400 offspring born, rewarded with 1 year of cultivation. Detected 500 offspring born, rewarded with Ice Formation Technique. Ice Formation Technique solidifies water into ice. The stronger the magical energy, the larger the area of ice formed. The higher the quality of magical energy, the harder the ice. Detected 600 offspring born, rewarded with Wind Borrowing Technique. 72 Earthly Fiends Technique. Wind Borrowing Technique. Utter the command wind come, to summon a gust of wind. The direction is arbitrary, and the wind's intensity is related to the strength of the magical energy. Detected 700 offspring born, rewarded with Turtle Breath Technique. Turtle Breath Technique reduces breathing to negligible levels, making vital signs almost imperceptible. Can be used for hibernation or feigning death, as well as concealing one's presence in silt. Detected 800 offspring born, rewarded with Growth Technique. Growth Technique applies to plants, accelerating their growth and enabling flowering and fruiting. Lu Yu continued to absorb the spell information while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. For the fish eggs were still hatching. Meanwhile, atop the thatched roof, the tabby cat Meow Gao Gao inhaled some moonlight, causing her internal orifices to begin to glow anew. Moonlight and incense were both accelerants for cultivation. In truth, sunlight could also serve this purpose, but it often burned the orifices, making it difficult for most extraordinary beings to endure. Even for humans, they generally only dared to absorb the primordial purple energy that appeared at dawn to aid in their cultivation. Meow Gao Gao stretched her body. After sustaining injuries, her recovery was undeniably challenging, particularly due to the damage inflicted by the lightning tribulation. Her internal magical energy felt scant, as if she had just entered the chi refining stage a few years prior. Nevertheless, she was now capable of using spells. With the protection of magical energy, her body would grow incrementally stronger, distinguishing her from ordinary cats. Meow Gao Gao narrowed her eyes, her form seeming to fade into transparency as she vanished from the rooftop. This was one of her magical abilities. Invisibility IT allowed her to conceal her figure, mask her presence, and obscure her intentions, also known as a terrestrial divine ability, a lesser divine ability, distinguishing it from general magical abilities. Now invisible, Meow Gao Gao cast a glance at the pond. The black fish, lacking in intelligence, lingered near a cluster of destroyed fish eggs. As she stepped onto the bamboo pole, her concealed form would easily allow her to eliminate the black fish. This clearly presented her an opportunity. With this thought, Meow Gao Gao stealthily approached the pond, unknowingly becoming slightly shrouded in mist. Chapter 009. The Catfish Game. Luring the cat into the water, home field advantage, a thieving cat. In the pond, Lu Yu was immersed in digesting the spell information when suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Within the range of the Mist Creation Technique, a cat appeared. Yet, how could this cat be unseen? Lu Yu peered through the water's surface, trying to discern the movements along the shore. Clearly, he sensed the outline of a cat, yet his eyes revealed nothing, as if the cat were but an illusion. Extraordinary being, divine ability. Luyu quickly pieced together the situation, realizing that he had sensed something amiss with this cat earlier. Now, it was confirmed that the cat was indeed employing some form of invisibility spell. Utilizing his spiritual sense, Luyu attempted to perceive the surroundings but still found nothing. Without the countermeasure of the mist creation technique, he would have been at a disadvantage. Luyu narrowed his eyes. Feeling grateful for his offspring, who had unwittingly alleviated his peril from the very moment of their birth, children are indeed blessed by the heavens. With the aid of the mist creation technique, Luyu could clearly sense the tabby cat cautiously traversing the bamboo pole. The tabby cat advanced step by step, gingerly making her way, without causing even the slightest ripple on the pole. Truly astonishing. Luyu was acutely aware that engaging in combat within the water would undoubtedly be more suited to him. Cats harbor a natural aversion to water. To this end, he had mustered considerable patience and feigned slumber. When the tabby cat had traversed 4/5 of the bamboo pole, he finally made his move. With a sudden lunge, he collided forcefully against the bamboo, sending a cascade of water splashing into the air. Even though felines possess remarkable balance, they are not impervious to surprise, and thus, the cat was sent hurtling into the water with a resounding splash. Since this was a battle, it was only natural to employ spells. Strengthening spells, water manipulation, mud control, earth manipulation, gold absorption, fire creation, ritual crafting, fog weaving, ice formation, wind borrowing, turtle breathing, and growth spells. Luyu mentally reviewed the array of spells at his disposal. Without delay, he invoked the strength spell, crashing down upon the bamboo pole and sending it flying towards the shore. To deter the tabby cat from returning to the pole, he sought to establish a formidable presence. His primary objective was to submerge the tabby cat, exhausting its physical and magical stamina, before dispatching it with a single copper needle. Water manipulation? Luyu exclaimed, casting his second spell immediately after the tabby cat plunged into the water. This spell tugged the feline downwards. Meanwhile, the tabby cat, Meow Gao Gao, instinctively extended her claws after feeling an unseen force on the bamboo pole. However, all she managed to do was leave a few scratches behind. Meow Gao Gao was struck with astonishment. How could that black fish possibly remain awake? How had it detected her invisible presence, especially since she had not made a sound? The bamboo pole had not even trembled and a wave of unexpected panic surged within Meow Gao Gao. Upon entering the water, she began to swim. Though she disliked water, she was not truly afraid of it. During this process, she dispelled her invisibility and paddled vigorously, striving to keep herself afloat. Soon, Meow Gao Gao felt the downward pull of the current. Was this a spell? That fish was actually a fish spirit, which she had failed to recognize previously. Fortunately, she had regained some of her magical energy. As a being that had endured the tribulation of foundational cultivation, her strength was diminished due to her injuries. Yet her magical energy could still flow unceasingly to some extent. At the very least, it could serve to protect her while she sought to drain the black fish spirit of its energy. Meow Gao Gao awaited the black fish's attack. As long as the fish approached her, she was confident she could crush its head with her bite. Luyu, of course, had discerned the tabby cat's intentions and would not easily fall into its trap. Lacking limbs, he found it challenging to struggle against the tabby cat. Hence, he resolved to continuously expend his magical energy. However, the efficacy of the water manipulation spell seemed insufficient and required bolstering. Mud control. A massive hand made of mud emerged from the depths, intending to assist the water manipulation spell in dragging the tabby cat below the surface. Simultaneously, Luyu took note of the diverse aquatic plants flourishing in the pond. The underwater realm resembled another world, adorned with plants that thrived on the bottom, akin to lotus flowers, blooming with delicate blossoms. The water plants that floated to the surface were slender and fragile. Luyu's target was the iron wire grass, segmented like bamboo, resilient and difficult to break. If combined with mud and complemented by the ice formation spell, it could effectively ensnare the tabby cat indefinitely. Akin to the cement of his past life, growth spell, Luyu seized the opportunity to cast another spell, causing the iron wire grass to proliferate wildly, entwining the tabby cat. The simultaneous use of 3 spells rapidly drained his already limited magical energy. Yet, if he could eliminate the tabby cat, it would all be worthwhile. Meow Gao Gao deliberately reduced her struggles, attempting to appear harmless, yet Lu seized this moment. She was swiftly pulled to the bottom of the pond by the mud hand and ensnared by a multitude of water plants. Never had she felt so helpless. Was this an attempt to drown her? Miao Gaogao quickly grasped the black fish's intentions. Indeed, it was a real possibility. Refining qi and foundational cultivation had granted her magical energy and altered her body, enhancing her physical form, allowing her to hold her breath longer, and even reducing her vitality to its minimum. The notion of not breathing at all seemed unreasonable. That fish was quite malicious, Miao Gaogao mentally criticized. It was a double standard. While she intended to strike the black fish, she had not considered her own cruelty, yet now she found herself critiquing the black fish's ruthlessness. Miao Gaogao understood that she could not remain trapped at the bottom of the water. Perhaps it was the pressure of crisis that unveiled her latent potential. She sensed that a previously injured acupoint in her body had been unblocked once more, indicating that she could now utilize a new divine ability. With newfound composure, Miao Gaogao allowed the black fish to bind her, continuing to feign helplessness, and resolved to strike back at the opportune moment. Ice formation. Upon realizing that the tabby cat was ensnared at the bottom, Lu promptly employed a new spell. In an instant, the mud hand, entwined with water plants, became solid as ice, trapping the tabby cat within its grasp. A thin layer of ice began to form on the tabby cat's body. At this moment, it was time to eliminate the cat. Lu aimed directly at the tabby cat and unleashed the copper needle hidden beneath his tongue. After undergoing ritual crafting, this needle had acquired magical energy. It should have been a straightforward task to pierce the tabby cat's skull. However, Lu had underestimated the creature's prowess. The needle penetrated only partially before halting, and astonishingly, the cat's size diminished drastically. Bone shrinking technique. Upon witnessing this, Lu realized where he had gone awry. Yet, it was too late. The distance between them had closed sufficiently, and the magical artifact was swatted away by the cat's paw, which now gripped it in its hind claws. The entire tabby cat suddenly charged at him like a cannonball. Spell. What spell could possibly withstand a cat poised to pounce? Lu's mind raced. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Detected the birth of 1,000 offspring of the host. Reward. Golden light spell. Golden light spell. A cultivation method of breath and energy that can develop the innate spiritual roots within, elevating one's essence, spirit, and energy, coalescing into external golden light. This golden light aligns with the utmost yang of the Tao, capable of dispelling demonic obstacles and karma, serving as a protective charm against evil. Upon hearing the name of the golden light spell, Lu's eyes lit up. What a splendid reward! Heaven and earth, mystical origins, cultivating through countless calamities, I attain my divine abilities. Lu had heard tales of the golden light spell in his past life. This was a fundamental spell for entering the Tao, essential for practitioners. When cultivated to its deepest level, the body becomes indestructible, and the protective golden light generated is even more effective than magical energy. Within the 72 earthly fiend spells, there existed one called Radiance, which could emit a protective divine light. It was impervious to all forms of attack, repelling all evils, and its applications were boundless. The golden light spell was akin to this. Yet it was not merely a spell but also a method of cultivation, and no matter how one viewed it, the golden light spell was an exceptional reward, especially now that he possessed the golden light spell. Perhaps he could engage in a contest of wits with the tabby cat. His greatest fear had always been the cat's teeth and claws, which could easily shred his scales. With the golden light spell, he should no longer be afraid. Golden light spell. Upon casting the golden light spell, a radiant glow enveloped his body. At this moment, the tabby cat had closed the distance and struck out with its claws. The impact resonated with a sound akin to metal clashing, yet he sustained minimal injury. The only unexpected consequence was a slight pain in his abdomen. It is well known that fish rely on a cavity to store their reproductive essence, akin to the vital organs of humans. Though he was not seriously injured, some essence had been expelled. He had nearly lost control of himself. After all, for a fish in its breeding season, it was often well stocked in this regard. Fortunately, with the golden light spell, the impact was not overly significant, and the claws did not inflict severe damage. This was a promising beginning. Strengthening spell. upon realizing that the opponent's attack was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Lu immediately launched a counterattack. Was this not a brawl? As a fish in the water, the cat could not breach his defenses. Was he not capable of besting a mere cat? Lu flicked his tail and delivered a hefty blow to the tabby cat. Dazed, the cat spun in the water a few times. Meow Gao Gao, who had initially succeeded in a surprise attack, felt a twinge of excitement, only to find that despite the golden light emanating from the black fish, her attacks were futile, leaving her somewhat dissatisfied. Undeterred, she lunged once more, her claws and teeth imbued with magical energy, aiming to breach the black fish's defenses. However, the layer of golden light on its surface proved impervious to her efforts. Meow Gao Gao resolved to maintain a stalemate, relying on her greater reservoir of magic to eventually drag the fish ashore, waiting for it to exhaust its power before she would claim victory. With clarity of thought, Meow Gao Gao swiftly devised a plan. Meanwhile, Lu was also contemplating how to deal with the tabby cat. With its sharp claws and teeth, the cat could easily deplete Lu's magical energy if the struggle persisted. Although his tail could deliver a significant blow, it was more of an insult than a serious threat. True harm would require the use of teeth. After a period of stalemate, Lu deemed his tail a viable option, as it lacked claws and could still inflict injury, teaching the cat a lesson. Once again breaking free from the cat's grip, he swiftly swam near its tail and clamped down with his jaws. Observing the cat swimming towards the shore, Lu realized that if the tabby succeeded, it would spell doom for him. Thus, he acted preemptively. Meow. The cat's tail was indeed highly sensitive, emitting a squeak as Lu bit down. Instinctively, it attempted to shake free. However, Lu would not relinquish his grip, holding on tightly despite the cat's vigorous thrashing. Only by instilling a sense of caution in the tabby could he ensure his safety for the time being. The two remained locked in this struggle for some time. Meow Gao Gao, unable to withstand the pain any longer, felt her magical energy rapidly depleting. In desperation, she invoked a spell to shrink her body, freeing her tail from the black fish's jaws. After escaping, she felt water surging into her body from her mouth, nose, and ears, rendering her incapable of further combat. Recognizing the need to retreat, Meow Gao Gao decided to return to shore, planning to recover her strength before confronting the black fish again. She had discerned that the fish possessed a plethora of abilities, yet its magical energy seemed to be at the initial stage of chi refinement, indicating it had not yet transcended the foundational stage. Once she regained her strength, vanquishing the black fish would be a trivial matter. With that resolve, she swam towards the shore. Lu chose not to pursue her. The recent encounter had imparted enough of a lesson to the tabby cat. His primary concern remained the hatching of the fish eggs. The more eggs that hatched, the stronger he would become. Once all the eggs had hatched, confronting the tabby cat head-on would be a more sensible course of action. Unbeknownst to both Lu and the tabby cat, the battle had brought about unforeseen developments. The tabby cat was in heat, at a time ripe for reproduction, and Lu was similarly situated. Given that both were entities of the chi refinement stage, their life forces had undergone significant changes. During the recent conflict, Lu had been struck, leaving some seeds in the water, while the tabby cat had absorbed some water into its body, inadvertently allowing the seeds to enter as well. However, such a circumstance alone would not guarantee success. Yet Lu possessed a unique talent for spirit conception. By a twist of fate, the rumor that swimming could lead to pregnancy had indeed come to fruition. Astonishingly, mere combat had resulted in the potential for offspring. After returning to shore, the tabby cat climbed back onto the thatched roof, continuing to absorb the moonlight. After such a frustrating encounter, she knew she had to focus on enhancing her strength. Once she restored her foundational cultivation, the outcome would be drastically different. Simultaneously, Lu returned to the side of the black fish matron, eagerly anticipating the hatching of the fish eggs. Hundreds of fry appeared, forming a dense mass, a veritable swarm. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the hatching rate had significantly increased. Previously, only a few fry would emerge at a time, but now dozens could break free simultaneously. As Lu observed the system interface, calculations were underway. Detected the birth of 2,000 offspring. Reward: Swift water technique. Swift water technique enables rapid movement in water, greatly enhancing swimming speed. The stronger the magical energy, the greater the speed increase. Host has broken through to the first level of Qi refinement. The revelation of attaining the first level of Qi refinement left Lu puzzled. With over 3,000 offspring, he had amassed nearly 3,000 days of cultivation. Surely, this should equate to at least a decade's worth of spiritual progress. Why was he only at the first level? Wasn't that a bit weak? Just as doubts surfaced in his mind, information regarding the realms of cultivation flooded into his consciousness. 10 years to become a spirit, 100 years to transform into a monster, 1,000 years to become a demon. Lu then understood that the first level of Qi refinement genuinely marked the threshold of becoming a fish spirit, aligning with a decade's worth of cultivation. At this stage, his magical range could accurately reach 10 meters, extending to 50 meters at most. In his past life, a handgun's effective range was merely 50 meters. Generally, ordinary people stood little chance against an animal that had become a spirit. It was rare for an entire village to encounter such a being. In this village, he had already achieved a level of mastery. The once adversarial tabby cat was likely his only source of apprehension. As for monsters, they typically belong to the foundational stage, capable of launching attacks across vast distances and wielding spells with a range of 1,000 meters. Able to ride the clouds and claim dominion over the mountains, a single county would be fortunate to have even one such creature. On the other hand, demons, having lived for over 1,000 years, were formidable beings of the golden core stage, capable of flight and swift movement over vast distances, with spells that could reach 10 miles. Thus, having reached the second level of Qi refinement was already a commendable achievement. Akin to being a notable figure in his previous life, someone who could easily secure a place in a prestigious university, garnering admiration and gifts from the local villagers. With a clearer understanding of the Qi refinement stage, Lu felt considerably at ease. Not too shabby. The system continued its notifications. Detected the birth of 3,000 offspring. Reward. Levitation technique. Levitation technique allows one to hover in the air, light as a feather. Speed is limited, and one is vulnerable to attacks while airborne. Detected the birth of 4,000 offspring. Reward. Dream infiltration technique. Dream infiltration technique enables entry into another's dream, allowing one to witness their dreamscape and convey messages. Due to the unique nature of dreams, it poses minimal risk to the soul. The levitation technique struck Lu as quite impressive. In battles, mastery of land, sea, and air was paramount. Acquiring a levitation technique would bestow a novel approach to combat. Aside from naturally flying creatures and insects, few spirits in the Qi refinement stage could achieve flight, thus mitigating his vulnerabilities. The emergence of the dream infiltration technique suddenly illuminated Lu's thoughts. The old fisherman he encountered earlier was undoubtedly motivated by the tabby cat to meddle with his nest. It would be prudent to intimidate him, ensuring the fisherman thought twice before acting recklessly. With this in mind, Lu enacted the dream infiltration technique. By the pond, he immediately felt himself connecting to a dreamscape. The old man was still lost in dreams of fishing. Lu transformed into a figure clad in black. Seated beside the old man, startled by the sudden presence, the old man inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the black fish residing in your pond, borrowing it to nurture my offspring in due time. I shall reward you with great fortune. Today, I merely delivered a minor reprimand. Had I desired, you would have already drowned in your own pond. Do you understand?" Lu rose languidly, casting a gaze upon the seated fisherman. Oldly, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of reverence. He could no longer remain seated, hastily retreating a couple of steps. The villagers, after all, were not accustomed to facing such formidable beings. Survival was their priority. Now that a spirit had sought him out, how could he not be afraid? "I apologize for disturbing the black fish. Had it not been for the tabby cat's enticement, I would never have dared to interfere." Oldly bowed his head in respect, revealing the cat's influence over his actions. The tabby cat was indeed a spirit, and it was under her urging that he had acted so recklessly. "I entered your dream to bring this matter to your attention." Lu candidly revealed the matter concerning the tabby cat. The old man was undoubtedly unaware that the tabby cat was also a spirit. Upon hearing this, Old Lee's face exhibited a look of shock. As he was somewhat frightened, upon reflection, there was indeed something peculiar about that cat. Yet, to involve oneself in the conflict between two spirits would be tantamount to courting death. A mere mortal should not meddle in the affairs of the esteemed. Without hesitation, Oldly knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Do not involve yourself. Simply ignore the pond today, and moreover, do not let the tabby cat know that you have discovered her true nature as a spirit. In a few days, I shall naturally confront her. Lu readily acquiesced to the elder's request. Thank you, my lord, the old man sighed in relief, bowing deeply. When he raised his head again, he realized that the great black fish had vanished. Alas, Oldly tumbled off his bamboo bed in surprise. It had all been but a dream. At that moment, he found sleep eluding him. He pondered over his encounter with the tabby cat and their time spent together, which indeed seemed rather extraordinary. The tabby cat was truly a spirit, a cat engaging in a struggle with a fish. Logically, since the tabby resided in his home, he should have supported her in capturing the fish spirit. As an elderly man, he could afford to offend no one, thus, he resolved to feign ignorance. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within Oldly. Upon discovering the tabby cat absent from the dwelling, he rummaged through his belongings and unearthed some incense candles. He lit them and whispered a prayer. Great black fish, I understand the dream you bestowed upon me. I shall not involve myself in your affairs. I implore you to spare me. He hoped that once the incense was lit, the black fish would receive his message. Meanwhile, Lu sensed a wisp of incense permeating his mind, along with the old man's wish. This was indeed a successful dream communication. Lu did not desire any additional adverse elements complicating his relationship with the tabby cat, such as today's interference with the fish eggs, or the potential arrival of Taoists and monks, which could incite new calamities. Lu was also taking a gamble. This elderly man was impoverished. He was of a type that would attract little attention. A slight intimidation would suffice to control part of the unfolding situation. Such an endeavor was worthwhile. As time passed, dawn arrived. The offspring continued to be born, finally hatching halfway through. At this moment, the rate of hatching fish eggs had noticeably increased. In the blink of an eye, some fish eggs began to hatch. Detected, 5,000 offspring born. Reward, rain prayer technique, 72 earthly fiends technique. Rain prayer technique, a method to pray for rain, requiring a suitable environment. If the conditions are right, the chances of success are significantly high. Host has broken through to the second layer of chi refinement. Lu received 2 gratifying pieces of news in quick succession. This indicated that he had already acquired 3 of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. This was a substantial advantage. Simultaneously, his strength had once again surged, reaching the second layer of chi refinement. His magical power had doubled, and his physical prowess had also doubled. At that moment, as the number of hatching fry increased, Madame Blackfish appeared utterly astonished, seemingly unable to believe that so many fish eggs could hatch. Chapter 012. Rewards gradually upgrade. Heavenly Eye. This was a revelation that left Madame Blackfish in disbelief. The survival rate of fish eggs was typically low. From 10,000 eggs, it was fortunate if 100 survived, yielding a success rate of only a few percent. Yet now, the survival rate of the fish eggs was exceedingly high, almost resembling a dense cloud of tiny black dots. Madame Blackfish was somewhat flustered. Lu employed his magic to shield these fry. Ordinarily, after fish eggs hatch, it would be a matter of survival of the fittest, allowing nature to take its course. Regardless, he had already received his rewards. After some deliberation, Lu ultimately chose to protect them. If the black fry were to grow, it would potentially yield further rewards. Utilizing the water control technique he had recently learned, Lu created a water barrier around the area where the black fry were located. This barrier could fend off certain fish and shrimp in the struggle for survival. The weak were devoured by the strong. The black fry were still small, and various fish and shrimp could easily consider them as prey. With the water control technique, he had previously only been able to manipulate a small water sphere. Now, having reached the second layer of chi refinement, he could command a water sphere with a diameter of 2 meters. By enveloping the sphere in a layer of magical power, it became nearly impossible for fish and shrimp to breach the barrier and capture the black fry. Initially, Madame Blackfish had been somewhat anxious, but upon discovering the spherical barrier encasing the fry, she quickly comprehended that it was Lu's doing. Madame Blackfish affectionately rubbed against him, expressing her approval. Marvelous! Not only can you produce offspring, but you can also nurture them. As a female blackfish, Madame Blackfish grew increasingly satisfied with Lu. She took the initiative to fish in the pond, wishing to reward him. After successfully catching prey, Lu graciously accepted her offering. Alas, the precious magical needle had been taken by the tabby cat. Otherwise, he could have also hunted while protecting the fish eggs. After her hunt, Madame Blackfish began to nurture the black fry. She consumed some fish and shrimp, digesting them for a while before regurgitating them for the fry to compete over, of course. There were still remaining fish eggs yet to hatch. Detected. 6,000 offspring born. Reward. Spirit Gathering Array. Spirit Gathering Array. An array that gathers spiritual energy, requiring materials from the 5 elements. The more abundant and higher quality the materials, the better the gathering effect. Detected. 7,000 offspring born. Reward. Water Realm Array. Water Realm Array. An array arranged with water-based materials, forming a water realm protected by magical power. Entry and exit can only be achieved through special methods or by breaking through with magical power. If there is no magical power supply, it must be combined with the Spirit Gathering Array to activate. Spirit Gathering Array? Water Realm Array? Such treasures. Lu gazed at the arrays that appeared next, feeling quite elated. The arrays were indeed a timely boon. With the Spirit Gathering Array and Water Realm Array, he could protect the black fry far more effectively. Lu swiftly absorbed the information related to the arrays. First, the Spirit Gathering Array could be arranged using any of the 5 elemental materials, but if one could achieve a cycle of the 5 elements, the array would last even longer. The method to identify 5 elemental materials was quite straightforward. It involved using the corresponding control technique to test them. His repertoire included water control, gold attraction, earth manipulation, fire creation, and growth techniques. This could be considered a set of 5 elemental control techniques, capable of verifying materials. As long as he activated the techniques and observed any movement, it indicated good materials. The Water Realm Array bore some similarities to the magical barrier he had created. It could isolate and protect the creatures within the water realm. With the Water Realm Array, there would be no need to continuously employ the water control technique and magical barrier, allowing for a more effective protection of the black fry while easing his efforts. However, the Spirit Gathering Array was the source of all arrays. Without it, the other arrays would be akin to a car without fuel, lacking the momentum to move forward. Consequently, Lu began to scour the bottom of the pond. To his surprise, he did indeed discover some 5 elemental materials, a piece of wood that had been buried for an unknown number of years, along with various shells. The silt also seemed to be of use. While these materials were not a complete set of 5 elemental materials, they could at least be tested for array arrangement. Lu first set up the Spirit Gathering Array. He could distinctly feel the fine bubbles emerging from the circle represented by the array, indicating a significant increase in the oxygen and spiritual energy present. This was a success. Building upon this foundation, Lu then arranged the Water Realm Array. Indeed, a bubble-like formation appeared at the bottom of the pond. This was the Water Realm Array. The Water Realm Array also had a concealing effect, rendering the situation within invisible. From a glance, it appeared to be merely the ordinary bottom of the pond. Once Lu completed the arrangement of the Water Realm, he transferred the black fry, Madame Blackfish, and the unhatched fish eggs into the realm. He understood that these materials would not last long. They would likely need to be replaced in a few days. For now, this would have to suffice. Though he had ascended to the status of a black fish spirit, he still could not survive outside the water and had no means to venture ashore in search of more suitable materials. After placing the fish eggs into the water realm, their hatching speed seemed to accelerate somewhat, likely due to the more suitable environment. After completing the arrangements for the Spirit Gathering Array and Water Realm Array, over a day had passed. The hatching speed of the fish eggs, however, began to slow down. After all, the number of eggs was dwindling, nearing completion. Lu estimated that this was likely the final wave of rewards. He opened the system to check. Detected. 8,000 offspring born. Reward. Water Escape Technique. Water Escape Technique. A method of escape using water as a medium. The body transforms into water, randomly appearing within the surrounding liquid in the range of magical power, allowing for a 100-fold speed of movement through water, evading most attacks. Host has broken through to the 3rd layer of Chi refinement. Detected. 9,000 offspring born. Reward. Healing Technique. Healing Technique. A spell that accelerates the healing of the body, capable of exerting some effect after sustaining injuries. Water Escape Technique. Lu was exceedingly pleased with the newly acquired spells, as they would enhance his life-saving capabilities to a notable extent. The techniques of water manipulation, swift water, and water escape, when combined, rendered him nearly invincible in aquatic environments. The third layer of chi refinement? Lu felt his power surge once again as he tested his strength, discovering that a black fish could exert an astonishing 300 pounds of force underwater. Such a feat was indeed remarkable. Furthermore, the range of his spells had expanded to over 30 meters, significantly amplifying his offensive capabilities when paired with his diverse array of techniques. Healing technique? Lu recalled that the wound inflicted upon Madame Blackfish by a fishing hook had yet to fully mend. Without hesitation, he directed the spell towards her, and the gaping wound swiftly healed, rendering it indistinguishable from its original state. Lu had long observed that the frequency of spell occurrences had diminished compared to before. However, the spells themselves appeared to grow increasingly formidable, which was acceptable to him. Just as he believed the rewards had reached their conclusion, another transformation took place. The detection of the host's offspring count at 10,000 triggered the reward of the Celestial Eye. Celestial Eye, the eye of celestial beings capable of perceiving past and future, above and below, near and far, day and night, discerning the depth of magical power, understanding the strength of others, observing the flow of magical energy, unraveling the mysteries of spells, dispelling illusions, and revealing the true form of objects. Chapter 013. Witnessing the tabby cat's cultivation. Let's begin. At this moment, another day had passed, as night fell, the full moon hung high above the pond. After receiving the reward of the Celestial Eye, Lu felt an itch on his forehead, as if something were about to emerge. Indeed, a new eye had sprouted there, a slit appearing as a fish grew a vertical eye. The Celestial Eye? Oh my goodness! Is such a reward truly attainable? Lu touched the slit of the vertical eye. Hardly able to believe his own fortuned eye in his previous life, he had heard tales of celestial beings with such eyes, namely Erlang Shen, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Wang Lingguan, the heavenly master of thunder, and Lord Ma. Each was a titan among titans. If this world indeed harbored celestial beings, the Celestial Eye could be deemed a treasure of their caliber. This meant he had effectively drawn a rare SSS-grade card. Immediately, Lu decided to test it out. Just then, a dark cloud obscured the full moon, casting a shadow over the surroundings. Night. The depths of the water became even murkier. Lu utilized the Celestial Eye to peer into the depths. In an instant, he was aware of everything around him. The entire pond laid bare before his eyes, visibility nearly indistinguishable from daylight, with fish and shrimp clearly visible. Moreover, he discovered the ability to see far and through objects. His eyes acted as both a telescope and a microscope, allowing him to pierce through flesh to observe bones. He could even introspect, identifying the condition of his own meridians and ACU points. In that brief moment, he expended a considerable amount of magical energy. Lu promptly closed the Celestial Eye, processing the information in his mind. He realized that souls and spirits, invisible to ordinary people, fell within the observation range of the Celestial Eye. Monsters could not escape its gaze, their true forms laid bare before him. He could perceive their internal magical energy and discern their realms of power. Once the Celestial Eye was activated, it would be an effortless task to unveil an enemy's vulnerabilities before engaging in battle. In combat, activating the Celestial Eye would compel foes to reconsider any plans for ambush. This eye was an unparalleled weapon among weapons. However, the power and duration of the Celestial Eye's use were tied to one's own realm and magical energy. The greater the power, the longer the duration, the more magical energy consumed. Thus, it could only serve as a trump card. Lu accessed the system panel and reviewed his overall gains. Name. Lu Identity. Black Fish Realm. Chi Refinement. 3 layers. 9 levels. Talent. Soul Entry. Spiritual Awareness. Celestial Eye Techniques. Golden Light Spells. Great Strength Spell. Water Manipulation. Mud Control. Earth Control. Fire Creation. Gold Absorption. Ritual Refinement. Ice Formation. Turtle Breathing. Growth. Levitation. Swift Water. Dream Entry. Water Escape. Healing Technique. 72 Earthly Fiends Technique. 372 Mist Creation. Wind Borrowing. Rain Invocation Formation. Spirit Gathering Formation. Water Boundary Formation Treasures. Nundao Partner. Madame Blackfish Offspring Count. 10,012 10 012. Lu gazed at the multitude of juvenile fish surrounding him, astonished by the sheer numbered initial spawn of 10,000. Yet, considering the system's harvest, he felt quite elated. With such a plethora of spells and his elevated realm, this marked a commendable beginning. The entire process had taken roughly a week. Were he to cultivate on his own, it would have required no less than 30 years to achieve this level. For now, his cultivation had reached its limit unless he sought out other black fish to continue procreating. Before that, however, he needed to address the matter of the tabby cat. As 2 more days elapsed, Lu recognized that his power would be difficult to enhance in such a short time and resolved to seek revenge against the tabby cat. Previously, during their encounter, the tabby cat had not seemed overly powerful. To ensure his safety, Lu decided to employ the celestial eye to locate the tabby cat. He peered through the thatched roof of the cottage. Spotting the feline facing the moon, eyes closed, maintaining a rhythmic breath. What a peculiar action! Was it meditating while absorbing the moonlight? No wonder he hadn't seen the tabby cat for 2 days. Lu quickly grasped the cat's intentions. The tabby cat had likely chosen a secluded spot to avoid detection while it practiced in secret. Lu then sought to ascertain the tabby cat's true strength. He infused additional magical energy into the celestial eye. Instantly, a golden sheen enveloped its surface. Lu glimpsed the tabby cat's acupoints, observing faint golden magical energy coursing through them. However, the golden threads connecting the acupoints, akin to meridians, appeared fragmented. He also detected a golden portal situated in the abdominal area. Presumably its dantian. This indicated a foundation building realm. Foundation building? The tabby cat was actually at the foundation building level? Lu was taken aback by this revelation. For a foundation building practitioner to contend with his chi refinement level 3, it would be tantamount to a massacre. But wait. The tabby cat had exhibited weakness earlier. If it were truly at the foundation building level, a mere swipe would obliterate him. It seemed unlikely that it could engage in a fair fight. Was it possible that the golden threads were severed? Had the tabby cat sustained severe injuries? As Lu quickly processed this information, relief washed over him. There was still time. He was only at chi refinement level 3. If the tabby cat regained its foundation building strength, it could easily end his life. Thus, it was imperative to strike first. The number of injured acupoints and the extent of damage the tabby cat had endured were evidently less than his own chi refinement level 3. With his level 3 strength and arsenal of spells, pursuing and overpowering an injured cat seemed entirely reasonable, wouldn't it? Defeating the cat would render any thoughts of revenge on its part utterly absurd. Lu felt a surge of excitement. The celestial eye had unveiled the tabby cat's strength and vulnerabilities, providing him with a confidence he lacked in their previous encounters. He promptly closed the celestial eye. Aware of its significant magical energy consumption, after a brief period, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Prolonged use was not feasible. Lu examined the spells on the system panel, formulating a strategy. The mist creation spell was crucial, as it could effectively nullify the tabby cat's stealth techniques. The rain invocation spell could also prove useful. Unfortunately, using them directly might alert the tabby cat, complicating the attack. Stealth was essential. Thus, he planned to use wind borrowing to create a counter-wind, diminishing his scent, followed by turtle breathing to conceal his presence. This seemed highly feasible. The ice formation spell was undoubtedly applicable. As ice was one of the few available weapons at his disposal, water manipulation, mud control, and earth control were also viable options. Among the remaining spells, levitation was vital. At present, the tabby cat likely could not ascend into the air. Gaining aerial dominance would undoubtedly be advantageous. After much contemplation, Lu resolved to launch an aerial assault on the tabby cat. He devised a plan for how to approach and ambush it. Timing was of the essence. It was better to act sooner rather than later. The early morning hours were ideal, and he aimed to avoid delaying until the next day. Wind borrowing? Lu cast the spell. Altering the wind's direction to blow from the thatched cottage towards himself. It is widely known that cats possess an acute sense of smell. If he positioned himself upwind, the tabby cat would undoubtedly catch a whiff of him. Moments later, the wind shifted. A faint scent of cat lingered in the air. On the thatched roof, the tabby cat, sensing the change in wind, opened its eyes and scanned the surroundings. After confirming there was no danger, it closed its eyes once more to resume its moonlight meditation. Following the wind shift, Lu refrained from making any hasty movements. Only upon hearing that the tabby cat remained still did he proceed to the next step. Chapter 014. You wish to attack? You shall transform into a flying fish, turtle breathing. Lu continued to employ the turtle breathing technique, cloaking his presence. Levitation, water manipulation. Lu once again employed 2 new spells. Suddenly, a colossal water sphere emerged from the pond. Floating gracefully like a balloon, Lu found himself within this orb, maintaining its existence. The reason for carrying the water sphere was that water served as his weaponry and ammunition. The sphere began to rise slowly. Its ascent was not swift, taking nearly a quarter of an hour before it approached the thatched cottage. Lu intentionally controlled the water sphere to remain beneath the height of the cottage. The wind concealment technique masked his presence, preventing the tabby cat from detecting his approach. Fog technique? Lu invoked as he neared. In an instant, mist enveloped the surroundings of the thatched cottage, extending approximately 300 meters. Even if the tabby cat wished to escape using its invisibility technique, it would not be so simple now. After shrouding himself in fog, Lu continued to float, soaring above the cottage roof to better target the tabby cat. He could not allow the tabby cat to pounce upon him, could he? Next came the rain prayer technique. Lu was uncertain how much rain he could summon. Fortunately, between spring and summer, cumulonimbus clouds readily formed in the sky. And under the rain prayer technique, signs of an impending thunderstorm began to manifest. Thunder rumbled faintly in the sky. Upon discovering the mist that now enveloped the area, the tabby cat, meow gao gao, was startled. Just days prior, she had suffered due to the fog. Having consumed moonlight for 2 days, her strength had yet to fully restore, currently only at the 2nd level of chi refinement. Thus, upon witnessing the thick fog, she instinctively glanced at the pond's edge, cautiously considering her escape. The sound of thunder, the rumbling from the heavens, caused her to relax her guard slightly. Was the fog merely a precursor to rain? The moon had been quite bright just moments ago. Meow Gao Gao remained puzzled and bewildered. Thus, she leaped from the roof toward the jujube tree, intending to distance herself from the mist. She had forgotten about the black fish spirit. Given the strenuous nature of their previous encounter, how could it possibly seek her out just 2 days later? The rain prayer technique? Meow Gao Gao did not believe that the black fish spirit possessed such capabilities. She was utterly unaware that danger loomed directly above her. Lu, having utilized the fog technique, could clearly sense the tabby cat's position. She had left the thatched roof? Excellent, due to his prior promise to the fishing elder. He had no intention of endangering the man, nor did he wish to destroy the cottage with his attacks. Ice formation technique? Lu swiftly cast his next spell, and ice spikes began to form within the water sphere. Mighty force technique? He concentrated a multitude of ice spikes within the sphere. Then, using his tail as an arm, he flung the ice spikes outward. The shards pierced into the jujube tree with precision. Lu, possessing great strength even without the aid of magic, made quick work of the tree branches, many of which snapped under the assault of the ice spikes. Meow, meow gao gao, sensing the peril before the ice spikes reached her, instinctively leaped aside. A cat's instincts are inherently sharp. Upon seeing the ice spikes, she reacted immediately. However, the sheer number of spikes was overwhelming. The tabby cat could not evade them entirely, and one of the spikes struck her right leg. Meow! As she felt the pain radiate from her leg, she recognized that the fog was indeed the work of the black fish spirit. The approaching enemy was not a beautiful serpent, but the black fish spirit. Meow! Meow Gao Gao cried out, flicking her tail, summoning a gust of wind that swirled around her. This was her 3rd divine ability, wind summoning. Subsequently, she spotted her adversary. Above, a water sphere contained a black fish. Meow Gao Gao was taken aback by the rapid turn of events. There is a saying among humans, a soldier's worth is recognized after 3 days. Good heavens, had it truly been less than 3 days? Her astonishment was palpable. Calculating the height of the black fish and the water sphere, she realized that reaching her opponent would be quite challenging. Given these circumstances, her only option was to make a hasty retreat. Meow Gao Gao vanished from sight, determined to escape. With the fog dissipated, she could evade easily. She licked the blood from her hind leg, aware that the crimson droplets could betray her position. Meow Gao Gao darted toward the grass by the thatched cottage. Once she entered the underbrush, The black fish spirit in the air should find it difficult to locate her eye in the air, Lu observed with satisfaction as the ice spike injured the cat's leg. Finally, it was the tabby cat's turn to endure some punishment. Noticing her invisibility, he felt no urgency. After all, with the presence of his heavenly eye, she could not escape far. Lu guided the water sphere in pursuit. Once the heavenly eye was activated, he could clearly trace Miao Gao Gao's escape route, effectively sealing off her options. This was the counter to invisibility.hm. Miao Gao Gao glanced up as ice spikes continued to rain down. Her curiosity piqued by the sight of a singular eye above. Damn! What is that eye? Has my invisibility been compromised? Panic surged within her. If she continued to be assailed by the ice spikes, her fate would be sealed. Seeking refuge among the trees was her only option. Miao Gao Gao dispelled her invisibility, turning sharply toward a nearby grove. At this juncture, only the thicket could shield her from the ice spikes, providing her a chance to engage with the black fish spirit. Lu, discerning the tabby cat's intentions, wished to continue his pursuit, but was hindered by the slow speed of his levitation technique. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall from the sky. Thunder rumbled. With each resonant clap, rain began to pour. With the rain now falling, he no longer needed to conserve water. As he felt the raindrops descend, Lu's mind brimmed with new ideas. He ceased his assault with ice spikes and redirected his attacks toward the water sphere. Numerous water spheres were unleashed around the tabby cat, obstructing her escape route. One of the spheres even struck her directly. Plop! The entirety of Miao Gao Gao was drenched. Initially startled by the sudden deluge, she quickly realized it was merely water. Breathing a sigh of relief, she noted that the water sphere lacked the potency of the ice spikes. Had the black fish spirit exhausted its arsenal? Just as she believed she could safely escape into the grove, she caught sight of the black fish spirit emerging directly from a nearby water sphere. What is this? Miao Gao Gao thought, perplexed. On the other side, Lu, having unleashed the water spheres, began to cast his spells anew. Water escape technique, ice formation technique, mighty force technique. A seamless series of spells unfolded. With water already saturating her, Miao Gao Gao found her movements sluggish as the ice formation technique took effect. In this moment, Lu moved in close. His tail struck the tabby cat, sending her flying back toward the very thicket she had sought to evade. He was determined not to allow her into the grove, where his attacks would become significantly more difficult. Chapter 15. Are you saying the cat is carrying fish children? The beautiful serpent emerges. Miao Gao Gao tumbled twice upon landing, her fur bristling. Unable to contend with the black fish spirit in the air, she felt certain she could manage on the ground. Meow. Miao Gao Gao promptly invoked another hidden divine ability, enlargement technique. In an instant, her body expanded, reaching a height of 0.5 meter and a length exceeding 1 meter, akin to a small tiger. After enlarging, Miao Gao Gao felt a surge of vigor and lunged toward the black fish spirit, who was now controlling a water sphere on the ground. It was her turn to counterattack. She raised her paw, channeling her magic into it, and aimed for the black fish spirit. However, Lu, emboldened by his close proximity, was well prepared. Golden light spell. A protective golden glow enveloped him as Miao Gao Gao launched her assault, providing a solid defense. Water escape technique, mighty force technique. Lu pressed forward, reappearing beside the tabby cat as they engaged in a fierce test of strength. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as both the tabby cat and Lu were forced back 10 paces. In terms of raw power, they were nearly evenly matched. Now, the contest hinged upon the depth of their magical reserves. And he could not afford to be caught by her jaws. His current length of around 60 to 70 centimeters, being bitten by a cat of her size would make escape nearly impossible. Meow! After a collision, Miao Gao Gao raised her paw, astonished. The black fish spirit's strength was on par with her own. At that moment, she realized that the black fish spirit relied on water for its agility. Without it, the spirit would not possess such swiftness. Unfortunately, she lacked the corresponding spells to counteract it. Naturally, casting spells required magical energy. A black fish spirit at merely the 2nd or 3rd level of chi refinement could not outlast her. A tabby cat who had survived a lightning tribulation. If she could seize the black fish spirit, she could deal a severe blow. Having formulated a plan, Miao Gao Gao resolved to continue the standoff with the black fish spirit. It was raining. At this moment, she felt the raindrops falling from the heavens and shook her head. In this scenario, the rain favored the black fish spirit. It appeared she would need to persist in the fray. Lu also sensed the intensifying rain, and his mood instantly lifted. As long as it rained, he could maintain a strategic advantage. The only concern was his dwindling magical energy. Having expended so many spells moments ago, he found himself slightly drained. He needed to conclude this swiftly. Water manipulation. Lu gathered the surrounding water once more. His celestial eye remained open. Although the tabby cat had ceased using its invisibility, the celestial eye could still perceive its meridians. Lu was confident of victory. Since the cat's acupoints were injured, its strength would be diminished. If his attacks could precisely target the corresponding acupoints, he could swiftly weaken the tabby cat. This was akin to the advanced acupoint striking techniques found in martial arts tales of his past life. As the opponent's power wanes, his would rise. This would secure his invincibility. This time, Lu did not form a large ice spike. Instead, he conjured ice needles, aiming to penetrate the tabby cat's acupoints. The tabby cat played a game of hide and seek with him. Each time he drew near, it would swipe with its claws and bite with its mouth. Due to its own magical protection, the ice needles could only pierce the surface, causing no real harm. Simultaneously, Miao Gao Gao felt a prickling sensation on her skin. However, she dismissed it, intending to continue wearing down the black fish spirit. These needles inflicted only minor wounds, barely effective. With the rain falling, the downpour favored the black fish spirit's escape. Miao Gao Gao aimed to stabilize the situation and eliminate the threat once and for all. Thus, the two were locked in a stalemate. Fortunately, it was deep into the night. Otherwise, any onlookers would undoubtedly be astonished by the sight. It appeared as though a tiger was attempting to catch a fish, but the fish was too agile, darting about, making it difficult for the tiger to catch. Miao Gao Gao had begun to treat the black fish spirit as a mouse. Gradually recognizing its patterns, she started to anticipate its movements, planning to intercept it with a howl. As she opened her mouth wide, the black fish spirit seemed to leap into her jaws. Lu, however, remained unperturbed upon being caught. Ice binding. Lu unleashed his greatest spell, causing the surroundings to freeze. He primarily focused on the acupoint locations. The ice needles had penetrated the tabby cat's body, merging with its blood. Having been captured, the needles, under the spell's influence, expanded significantly. The ordinary ice needles pierced the meridians and acupoints, not completely destroying them but effectively obstructing the cat's magical output. At that moment, Miao Gao Gao was about to bite down hard on the black fish spirit when her enlargement spell abruptly ceased. The ice-binding spell caused her body to stiffen slightly. Before she could struggle, the interruption reverted her body to its original size. Meow! Miao Gao Gao instinctively let out a shriek. Despite having a black fish in her mouth, she found herself unable to bite down at all. Under the pressure of magical backlash, she fainted to Lu. Observing the tabby cat collapsed in the mud, joyfully wagged his tail. He had ultimately triumphed. Lu approached the tabby cat, manipulating a stream of water to coalesce into an ice spike, intending to slay it. Just then, a notification from the system appeared. Special offspring detected. Huh? Lu glanced at the tabby cat's belly through his celestial eye. Where 6 glowing points were visible, vaguely, there seemed to be some connection between them. Was the tabby cat truly pregnant with his fish's offspring? Lu was utterly bewildered. What on earth had gone wrong? After pondering for a while, Lu recalled a possibility. A few days prior, he had engaged in a fierce battle with the cat in the water. It was entirely plausible that the impact on its abdomen had resulted in fertilization in the water. Goodness, such a terrifying talent for impregnation? This surely wasn't solely due to innate talent. The tabby cat was also a spirit creature, having transcended the realm of ordinary life forms, rich in essence and inherently capable of pregnancy. This allowed his talent to find its purpose. After thorough analysis, Lu accepted the system's assessment. However, now that the cat bore offspring, he hesitated to deliver a fatal blow. Special offspring. These progeny were somewhat extraordinary, perhaps promising unique rewards. Ultimately, Lu decided to spare the offspring. He wondered what might be born. Surely not a cat dragon? Elu was somewhat curious about the future generation. Even the handling of the tabby cat became a dilemma for the sake of the special offspring. Should he bring it back to monitor? Elu felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, a wave of anxiety washed over him, as though some danger were approaching. Spiritual awareness. Elu activated his innate perception and soon detected something drawing near from the west. That peculiar little girl. He quickly recalled the girl who had appeared that night. Water escape. Elu immediately thought of the little girl and took the tabby cat to leave. Fortunately, it was raining, and water was abundant everywhere. He did not immediately enter the pond. Time was of the essence. Instead, he buried the tabby cat at a certain distance and employed the tortoise breathing technique to mask their scents. A moment later, a woman appeared at the site of their battle. This woman exuded an aura of seduction and allure, her body entirely unclad. Some parts of her displayed faint scales, suggesting something quite unnatural. Indeed, after observing the scene for a while, her legs transformed into a crimson tail, and a long tongue flicked from her mouth. She resembled the sirens he had heard of in tales from his past life. Another spirit creature? Wasn't it said that having one spirit creature in a village was already quite a lot? Seeing the serpent-like woman searching for something, Elu felt perplexed. The serpent creature possessed extraordinary strength. He dared not act recklessly and could only wait patiently. Chapter 016. Betting with the tabby cat. Losing means becoming a wife. Serpents use their tongues to sense scents. The siren was at the battle site. Flicking her tongue to gauge the surroundings, she moved east, then west, seemingly detecting something. Elu remained relatively calm. The water escape technique was unlikely to leave any trace, and with the rain falling, scents were considerably diminished. The siren should find it challenging to pinpoint his location. Ultimately, the siren failed to discover anything and vanished from the scene, heading south. There was a lake to the south, and the entire village lay around it. The siren swam into the lake and then disappeared. Did the siren reside in the lake? Elu speculated, yet he did not leave immediately. That siren might not have truly departed. She could merely be testing the waters. 15 minutes later, the siren unexpectedly reappeared at the scene. She resumed her exploration, possibly hoping for a second chance to uncover something. Elu had anticipated her behavior long before, knowing a third or fourth return was plausible. He decided to retreat to the pond for a time, to gather more information about the surrounding events. Conveniently, he still held the little tabby cat, which could be used for dream infiltration to communicate. Perhaps he could learn more about the village. After waiting a bit longer, Elu employed his celestial eye and spiritual awareness to monitor the siren's movements. Once he confirmed her absence, he returned to the pond. As for the tabby cat, it was isolated in a waterless domain, resembling a bubble. Elu even provided the tabby cat with a stone. Upon seeing the tabby cat, the black fish spirit appeared wary, keeping its young fish at a distance. Taking advantage of the tabby cat's unconscious state, Elu immediately cast the dream infiltration spell. Dream infiltration? Elu entered the tabby cat's dream. The moment Meow Gao Gao was struck by the backlash of magic, she instinctively sensed danger and began to have nightmares. How could she not have nightmares knowing her life was at stake? In her dream, a massive black fish soared through the air, pursuing the tabby cat, attempting to bite her, with no way to escape. Upon entering the dream, Elu's mouth twitched at the sight. Had he truly grown so large and so hideous? However, as he entered the dream in the guise of the dark-clad young master, he disrupted the dream's narrative, causing the giant black fish to dissipate. The entire dreamscape transformed into a thatched cottage. The tabby cat sat atop the cottage roof as usual. Elu cradled the tabby cat, attempting to pet her, yet the tabby cat bared her teeth, clearly unwilling to be touched. I am the black fish you battled. Named Elu, I did not kill you. What is your name? In your dream. I cannot speak, only communicate in this manner. Elu directly stated his purpose. I am not dead. Meow Gao Gao cast a few incredulous glances at the creature known as Elu, the black fish spirit. I am Meow Gao Gao. Why do you not slay me? Meow Gao Gao furrowed her brow, somewhat astonished. She could not comprehend how such a black fish spirit could rise in power so swiftly. However, she accepted her defeat, realizing that her life was now at the mercy of this black fish spirit. Even if she were not killed, the outcome would likely be similar. Upon hearing this question, Elu hesitated. He could not possibly reveal that the other party was carrying his child. Could he? He wished for no secrets to remain. Yet, disclosing it now might provoke the tabby cat into a fury. Lu contemplated trying to cultivate a bond. Perhaps fostering some feelings between them would ease their relationship before addressing this matter. Therefore, Lu decided it would be best to delay the conversation for a while. As for the reason he would provide, he quickly recalled the beautiful snake he had seen earlier. His courage to engage in battle with Miao Gao Gao stemmed from witnessing the tabby cat's injuries. He had briefly examined Miao Gao Gao's wounds, noting 3 distinct types. This suggested that the appearance of the beautiful snake was not without cause. It was quite possible that she and Miao Gao Gao had already interacted. This was promising news. If he could use the beautiful snake as a point of leverage, perhaps he could swiftly strengthen the connection between them. I recently saw a woman transform into a snake-human hybrid, complete with a red tail. I believe you should be aware of this matter, which is why I have come to inquire. After speaking, Lu observed the shift in Miao Gao Gao's expression. Roar. Upon hearing the mention of the snake woman, Miao Gao Gao could not restrain a fierce roar, her fur bristling at that beautiful snake. After I transcended the foundational thunder tribulation, she ambushed me, inflicting serious injuries. Miao Gao Gao's voice carried a hint of resentment. For without the snake's interference, she would not have been captured by the black fish spirit in the first place. It was a chain reaction. How could she not be angry? Could you elaborate on the circumstances surrounding that beautiful snake? If I understand the situation, perhaps I might avenge you. Noticing Miao Gao Gao's reaction, Lu realized he had found a suitable point of entry. He began to guide the conversation gently. As long as Miao Gao Gao posed no threat to him, everything could be negotiated. In contrast, the beautiful snake pursuing him appeared to be the greater danger. Avenge me? That would be quite difficult. She has already achieved transformation and possesses foundational strength. You might need to wait a century. Miao Gao Gao, gazing at Lu, displayed clear skepticism. She had invested nearly 50 years to reach her foundational stage, a testament to her considerable talent. Even if the black fish spirit were exceptionally powerful, it would still take over a decade, wouldn't it? By that time, the opportunity would be long gone. Under these circumstances, I must concede. Miao Gao Gao felt she had articulated her point quite tactfully. Then I shall wager. If you lose, you become my husband. Lu seized the opportunity to initiate a bet. This was an unmissable chance. As a black fish with extraordinary capabilities, no, a black fish with a system, he possessed an abundance of growth potential. The prospect of advancing to the foundational stage within a week was entirely plausible. Husband? Miao Gao Gao's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a picture of astonishment. The redness in her fur hinted at her lack of prior experience with such flirtation. Clearly, she had never encountered such a proposition before. You wouldn't dare, would you? Since you believe I cannot accomplish this, we must establish some stakes. You seem too weak to serve as my subordinate. Lu employed provocative tactics. Sensing Miao Gao Gao's naivete, making her easily manipulable, a gamble it was. Who was afraid of whom? Stung by his taunts, Miao Gao Gao raised her head defiantly and accepted Lu's wager. The proud cat would never allow herself to be deemed cowardly. Let us seal the deal. Upon seeing Miao Gao Gao take the bait, Lu's interest peaked. The two engaged in a solemn vow, establishing the wager. Where are we? And who was the little girl who appeared that night? Lu and Miao Gao Gao opened a dialogue, inquiring about the events from that evening. Had it not been for the little girl's assistance, they might not have survived, so it was essential to clarify the details. Humph, she is the land deity of this village. I truly do not understand how a little girl could serve as a deity. Miao Gao Gao began recounting the tale. Seemingly undeterred, it appeared that as long as they agreed to confront the beautiful snake together, they would stand united in their cause. Chapter 017. Exploring new territories, seeking a new female blackfish. After utilizing the dream infiltration technique to communicate with Miao Gao Gao, Lu gathered information about the surrounding area. This place was known as Li Family Village. The little girl from that night was the land deity of Li Family Village, a remarkably astute child. Despite her youth, her power was not insignificant, which explained Miao Gao Gao's previous reluctance to confront her. Li Family Village was an entirely ordinary settlement, home to a landlord named Li Dafu and a host of ordinary villagers. The elderly fisherman was affectionately referred to as Old Li. Among the farming households, a middle-aged man named Li Shursan resided. On the opposite side of the village, there was a private academy. According to the tabby cat's understanding, The beautiful snake resided within the academy and seemed to have an inappropriate relationship with one of the scholars. Miao Gaogao lingered in this vicinity, hoping to exploit the advantage of obscurity. She was already quite familiar with Li family village. The land deity's temple was nearby, making it unlikely for the beautiful snake to approach. Conversely, venturing elsewhere without sufficient strength could lead to dire consequences. The lake was named Qingshui Lake, spanning over 100 acres. The beautiful snake rarely ventured into the lake except for occasional hunting, as she generally avoided entering the water. Upon hearing this information, Liu breathed a sigh of relief. This meant he could continue seeking other black fish. After their exchange, Liu dispelled the dream infiltration technique. Miao Gaogao gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? Miao Gaogao soon realized she was submerged at the bottom of a pond, isolated within a bubble. After battling the black fish spirit, she found herself devoid of power once more. Unable to wield any magic, however, the abundant spiritual energy in this place was perfect for healing. Miao Gaogao, possessing a keen eye, quickly discerned that the bubble was part of a formation, and there was even a spirit-gathering array present. It was important to note that with a spirit-gathering array, one could cultivate and heal even during the day. Here, her injuries could mend at an accelerated pace. Miao Gaogao squinted at the black fish spirit swimming in the pond. Pondering its origins, why had it been desperately fighting for survival just days prior, yet now had reached the level of qi refining, displaying many unknown abilities? Could it be that, like her, it had also been injured by someone? If so, why would it then choose to mate with ordinary black fish? Miao Gaogao gazed intently at the densely packed black fish fry in the pond, her mind swirling with conjectures. She refrained from making any hasty moves. Having already provoked a beautiful serpent, to further offend a black fish spirit would indeed be courting death. The fact that the black fish spirit had spared her life was a rare opportunity for survival. Meanwhile, Liu also discerned that Miao Gaogao had awakened. Having previously manipulated her acupoints and meridians, Miao Gaogao was entirely under his control, akin to an ordinary cat. Through their exchange via the dream technique, he had gleaned a modicum of understanding about her. She was, after all, a rather clever cat. Indeed, without sufficient intelligence, it would be impossible for any creature to cultivate into a spirit, until the beautiful serpent resolved the matter. Both parties could maintain a semblance of harmony. As time passed, daybreak arrived, painting the horizon with a hint of purple dawn. Yet, Liu felt a peculiar sensation in his spirit, as if someone was once again offering incense. Curiosity piqued, he glanced toward the pond and was astonished to see Old Li, who had once again placed 3 sticks of incense. It turned out that after dawn, Old Li had emerged from his thatched cottage, only to be greeted by a scene of disarray before his dwelling. The jujube tree had been ravaged, its blossoms strewn across the ground. Instantly, Old Li recalled the dream imparted by the black fish spirit. He searched for the tabby cat, but it was nowhere to be found, leaving him no choice but to continue his supplications to the black fish spirit, hoping for mercy. Upon sensing this, Liu resolved to enter the dream realm once more that night. For now, he was still a neighbor to Old Li and would eventually feast upon the pond's fish. Thus, it was imperative to foster a good relationship and offer some form of reward to Old Li. With daylight upon him, Liu, after frolicking in the water for a spell, leapt from the pond into a nearby ditch, heading toward the Qingshui Lake. Between the pond and the lake lay several acres of rice paddies and numerous ditches. The rice seedlings were low, as if recently sown. Liu intended to explore Qingshui Lake, to investigate the situation before seeking other female black fish. The lake and pond were vastly different. The aquatic vegetation at the lake's bottom was far denser, and the number of fish appeared greater. Just within his sight, numerous small fish were nestled among the water plants, asleep. The oxygen levels beneath the surface were also more abundant. On the side near the village, the plants along the water's edge were primarily reed grasses, which, in later generations, would evolve into water bamboo, their spikes transforming into jobs tears. Interspersed among them were several lotus flowers, their round leaves blanketing the lake's surface. In the heart of the lake, a thicket of reeds created a unique underwater world, concealing even more fish. Liu's objective was to locate black fish, particularly pregnant ones, as it was currently their breeding season. Having entered the qi refinement stage, his sense of smell had sharpened considerably. Soon, he found himself diving into the reed thicket, where he discovered a female black fish. This fish was slightly larger than the black fish matron, measuring over 50 centimeters, roughly a foot and a half in length. Upon encountering Lu Yu, the female black fish displayed evident satisfaction, as her size had reached 2 feet, exceeding 60 centimeters. In terms of physique, different spirits varied greatly. Fish could grow indefinitely until death, as there were no size constraints for mating. In contrast, creatures like cats and dogs, even when they became spirits, did not experience significant changes in size, as their mating required specific dimensions. If growth through cultivation were possible, then only after transformation could offspring be produced. The notion of merely growing larger through cultivation seemed rather inappropriate. To the female black fish, Lu Yu's size evidently indicated his potential for reproduction. Hence, upon laying eyes on him, she immediately approached him. Lu Yu, however, had not anticipated that a wild encounter would unfold so swiftly. Nonetheless, now that he possessed strength, he opted for a different approach. Primarily, Lu Yu found the female black fish's overt eagerness somewhat off-putting, as it made him feel cornered. He promptly used his magical powers to render her unconscious, then stimulated her with his abilities, prompting her to spontaneously ovulate. Lu Yu aimed for artificial insemination, intending to experiment first. The preceding events unfolded rather smoothly. However, complications arose post-fertilization. The fish eggs inexplicably burst apart under pressure. Why could the tabby cat experience unexpected pregnancy, while the pure black fish encountered difficulties? Lu Yu felt somewhat perplexed. Utilizing his heavenly eye, which functioned like a microscope, he scrutinized the entire process. Indeed, it was a moment of profound clarity. Yet it was also a moment of dismay. The seed, upon entering the egg, had drained it completely. However, without the eggs, the seed was incomplete and gradually dissipated in the water. Essentially, the cells within the body were imbued with magical energy. And the seed was no exception, exhibiting excessive aggression. If one truly desired offspring, they would need to seek spirits of higher realms. This was quite a predicament. Lu Yu found himself compelled to continue his search in the lake. Within the waters, some fishermen and wooden boats belonging to Li family village could be seen. Moreover, beyond the lake, he spotted the direction of a private school on the opposite side of Li family village, where a small stream emerged. At the outlet, a grand banyan tree stood tall. Lu Yu was aware that the beautiful serpent resided nearby, yet he refrained from approaching, instead swimming toward the opposite side. Whether by sheer luck or not, a commotion erupted in the center of the lake, manifesting as swirling whirlpools, as if a struggle was underway. His innate spiritual perception detected fluctuations of magical energy. Lu Yu activated his heavenly eye to observe the distant scene. Chapter 018. Fish and Turtle Clash. Black fish gains. Lu Yu beheld an enormous old turtle, its shell resembling a pot lid, resting at the lake's bottom. Its carapace measured nearly a meter in diameter, indicating considerable age. This formidable creature, at the third stage of chi refinement, was engaged in a struggle with a sizable green fish over a river clam. The green fish was no small fry, stretching a full 2 meters in length, its cultivation level comparable to that of the turtle. The clam appeared somewhat feeble, measuring half a meter, and was merely at the first stage of chi refinement. Having already met its demise, its shell lay open, revealing its contents. The two were not competing for flesh. Rather, the clam had yielded a pearl upon being gutted, one that could be grasped in a fist. Upon sighting the pearl, Lu Yu recognized it as an excellent material for crafting magical artifacts, particularly those with water attributes. Acquiring such an item to enhance a spirit-gathering formation would be invaluable. As for magical artifacts, Lu Yu recalled the copper needle pilfered by the tabby cat, which he still possessed, making it difficult to retrieve. Regardless, obtaining this pearl would be a significant boon. Lu Yu refrained from confronting both the turtle and the green fish head-on. That would be sheer folly. With both the green fish and the old turtle boasting comparable strength at the third stage of chi refinement, engaging them directly would likely put him at risk of becoming their target. It was best to employ a strategy of opportunism. He decided to wait until they had sufficiently exhausted each other before intervening. Lu Yu began to use the tortoise breathing technique, concealing his presence as he edged closer. He also closed his heavenly eye, opting not to attract too much attention. Despite this, Lu Yu felt no trepidation. Compared to other spirits, he possessed his own advantages, including a diverse array of spells. Through his encounters with Miao Gao Gao, he had learned that ordinary spirits often relied on divine powers rather than the multitude of spells he wielded. Liu approached within a 50-meter radius without being detected. At this moment, the struggle between the two had reached a stalemate. The green fish found it challenging to land a blow on the old turtle, which could easily withdraw its head to evade most attacks. Naturally, the turtle's jaws could only nip at the green fish's scales, lacking sufficient power to inflict serious damage. Both combatants were not without their own divine abilities. The green fish could unleash a water arrow, capable of exploding and posing a threat, while the old turtle could create a water shield for defense. When the green fish's water arrow struck the old turtle, it merely bounced off, causing no harm. As the turtle's shell was not only shielded by the water shield, but also reinforced by its robust carapace. After entangled for a while, the old turtle began to devise a new strategy. It stirred the muddy bottom of the lake, clearly intending to murk the water for advantage. A prime opportunity. Liu recognized the moment and swiftly employed the water escape technique. Water escape technique? The body transformed into water, swirling through the murkiness, carrying away a precious pearl. Once the murk had cleared, the old turtle and the blue fish discovered that the pearl had vanished. The old turtle's beady green eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with astonishment, it immediately fixed its gaze upon the blue fish. The blue fish mirrored its posture and expression, and with a powerful flick of its tail, struck fiercely at the old turtle. Both believed that the other was responsible for the pearl's disappearance. What had previously been a restrained encounter now escalated into a fierce struggle. The old turtle, the blue fish seemed intent on seizing the opportunity to escape. Given the blue fish's superior speed, should it manage to flee, it would render the old turtle's efforts futile. It could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Thus, it attempted to grasp the blue fish's tail fin. Seeking to keep it from leaving, Liu observed the deadly confrontation between the two. Scales began to peel away from the blue fish's body, while the old turtle, clad in armor, was not entirely unscathed. Their clash was relentless, with the blue fish evidently possessing greater strength, inflicting internal injuries upon the old turtle and damaging the edges of its shell. In this primal battle of flesh, both sustained injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Liu intervened. Employing a strategy akin to that used against Miao Gao Gao, he discreetly manipulated ice needles to pierce the bodies of both creatures, precisely diminishing their strengths. Crucially, neither the old turtle nor the blue fish suspected that the ice needles embedded within them were the handiwork of a nearby black fish. Believing it to be the other's tactic, they became increasingly ruthless in their attacks. Time passed inexorably. Eventually, a large pit formed in the ground, and both the old turtle and the blue fish, fatigued from their struggle, found their powers diminished to the first level of chi refinement. Their magical energy depleted, their meridians and acupoints had also sustained injuries. Liu resolved to take action, intending to subdue the two. The blue fish was primarily an experiment to see if it could reproduce, while the old turtle was to be recruited as a subordinate. Liu materialized between them, striding towards the river clam. He took a bite of the clam's flesh, provoking both the old turtle and the blue fish. Upon witnessing the black fish steal a bite, the blue fish felt indignant and lashed out with its tail. Liu harnessed the power of the golden light spell and the great strength technique, bolstered by his magical energy, and effortlessly repelled the tail strike. The blue fish tumbled several times. The old turtle's eyes reflected a glimmer of understanding. As if it had realized that the precious pearl might lie in the possession of this black fish, it began to stir with eagerness, yet upon seeing the blue fish being flung aside, a hint of caution crept in. The blue fish, having been cast away once, felt a surge of determination. Noticing the old turtle present, it suddenly contemplated the possibility of benefiting from the conflict between the black fish and the old turtle. To that end, it feigned a departure, flicking its tail as if to leave. Liu, however, was intent on capturing both, having finally encountered a fish capable of bearing offspring. This specimen was far more capable of reproduction than the black fish. How could he let it slip away? With a swift water technique, he dashed in front of the blue fish, once more striking it with his tail and simultaneously expelling the pearl he had taken. Upon seeing the pearl, the blue fish's eyes widened in disbelief. Being a creature capable of cultivation, it had developed intelligence and realized it had been outmaneuvered, a victim in this game of advantage. The old turtle's beady eyes also expressed a dawning comprehension, accompanied by a fleeting weariness. Previously, there had been a chance to contest with the black fish, but that opportunity was now lost. The black fish, lacking the confidence to defeat both it and the blue fish, would never relinquish the pearl so easily. The old turtle refrained from acting rashly. The blue fish, seemingly less astute, upon seeing the pearl once again charged forth. Unleashing a water arrow technique, Lu disregarded the attack. The brilliance of the golden light spell effortlessly shattered the technique. When the blue fish attempted to seize the pearl, it was once again struck down by Lu's tail. After being reprimanded multiple times, the blue fish finally exhibited a modicum of wisdom, realizing the pearl was beyond its reach, and turned to flee. However, Lu had already set his sights on the blue fish's form and would not permit its escape. Another water technique sent the blue fish hurtling back, its body now a tapestry of bruises. Lu was uncertain how to subdue it, recognizing that for an animal to cultivate, it must awaken a certain level of intelligence. This indicated that both the old turtle and the blue fish had attained a degree of understanding equivalent to that of a teenager. Since they could not speak, he aimed to facilitate their comprehension. After enduring a relentless beating, the blue fish understood that the black fish intended to prevent its escape. Fear flickered in its gaze. It dared not depart nor venture too close, instead swimming cautiously nearby. The old turtle, exhibiting greater intelligence than the blue fish, appeared to grasp Lu's ambitions of dominance after observing the entire sequence of events. Consequently, it bowed its head in submission. After the old turtle's gesture, Lu nodded in acknowledgement, thus recognizing the old turtle. Chapter 019. A treasure unearthed. An ancient city discovered beneath the lake. Having witnessed the old turtle's actions, the blue fish experienced a moment of clarity. It approached Lu, nuzzling against him, particularly brushing against the area of his abdomen. A thought seemed to strike her. The blue fish then swam to the river clam, bit down, and presented it before Lu. As if offering a tribute, the old turtle, observing the blue fish's actions, was momentarily taken aback, believing the blue fish to be foolish, only to realize that she had become quite astute, leaving it one step behind. Lu was pleased with the blue fish's adaptability, healing technique. He cast a spell upon the blue fish to mend its wounds, a reward for a good deed, a sweet treat for compliance. This was the fundamental approach to taming subordinates. Indeed, the blue fish's eyes brightened, and it nuzzled against Lu a few more times, seemingly expressing affection. The old turtle, witnessing this exchange, also made a gesture of submission to its newfound leader. Lu noted the old turtle's signal to lead the way and indicated for it to proceed. Intending to follow, the old turtle guided him to another area at the lake's bottom, closer to the reed-filled pond, where the water's bed was entangled with various root systems, revealing a series of passageways. The old turtle led Lu into one such passage, with the blue fish trailing behind. He harbored resentment towards the old turtle. Had it not been for the old turtle's theft of the clam and pearl, it would not have been forced into submission. Ultimately, they arrived at a location within the muddy lake bed, where a hollow appeared to be the old turtle's den. Indeed, it was so, as the old turtle, sensing the black fish's formidable background, sought to curry favor. It then burrowed into its lair, retrieving a trove of treasures. The old turtle's collection was substantial, containing gold that had sunk to the lake's bottom, along with items resembling porcelain plates and clay pots. The old turtle recognized the value of good things. Among them were several copper coins, which intrigued Lu. Upon preliminary examination, he identified inscriptions of 5 zhu and Taihua 6 zhu, indicating they were coins from the Han dynasty. The quantity of these coins suggested that there might be more buried treasures beneath the lake, that Lu began to suspect there was a purpose behind this. Heavenly Eye. He activated his heavenly eye, peering through the sediment at the lakebed to ascertain what lay beneath. It was apparent that the old turtle's choice of lair was not without significance. Before his eyes stood an ancient structure. The eaves were slightly raised, and the grayish-blue tiles bore intricate patterns. Below lay a square brick and stone foundation, while above was a wooden palace adorned with carvings of the 4 symbols, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Qinglong, and Baihu. The structure was unmistakably ancient. Lu observed this historical relic with a touch of confusion. Upon reflection, such occurrences were not uncommon. Through the ages, many ancient buildings had been buried underground. For Lu, this was fortuitous news, as the various antiquities that might be hidden below could potentially serve as excellent materials for the 5 elements. The old turtle and the blue fish, upon witnessing Lu's heavenly eye, were struck with astonishment. Their leader was extraordinary. The old turtle, seeing the heavenly eye, felt a surge of delight. Having lived long and seen much, its mind was increasingly agile. The sight of the heavenly eye confirmed the extraordinary origins of its master. The blue fish felt a similar sensation. As a female, she was naturally drawn to strength. The blue fish was beginning to feel an impulse to regard the black fish as a mate. At this moment, she was approaching her breeding period. Once a creature gains intelligence, it can suppress certain instincts, but not entirely. Otherwise, incidents of foxes beguiling humans would not occur. For such creatures, controlling desires is no easier than for an ordinary person. Indeed, the greater the power, the greater the desires. With the enhancement of abilities, various instincts would also intensify. Thus, upon seeing Lu's heavenly eye, the blue fish began to entertain thoughts of bearing offspring with him. Believing that their progeny would emerge stronger, Lu remained unaware of the intentions of his 2 subordinates and had resolved to excavate the ancient structure. He was not accustomed to wallowing in mud. Mud control technique? Lu commanded the sediment at the lakebed to disperse outward. The old turtle observed in amazement as the soil receded, revealing a large pit, further affirming its suspicions of its master's extraordinary nature. Once the mud was cleared away, the bottom of the pit revealed a complete palace. Wangyang City. Upon the architecture, 2 characters inscribed in the Han script were observed. Upon witnessing the entirety of the structure, Lu recalled its name, Gong Quebec. How could one know the celestial palace of Gong Ke? This evening, in what year does it belong? This edifice should date back to the Han dynasty. Gong Ke typically serves as an ornamental entrance for significant buildings, including palace gates, altar thresholds, tomb shrines, and city gates. As it bears the character for city, it likely pertains to the city gate's threshold. Half of it exists in pairs, yet the remaining one signifies that the threshold remains sufficiently sturdy, enduring the tests of time. Dry for a millennium, wet for another, due to its submersion in water. Most of the structure has remarkably been preserved. Has Lu traversed back to a bygone era, or perhaps into a parallel world? Upon gazing at this familiar architecture, he was immediately enveloped by a sense of belonging. After excavating the city threshold and clearing the surrounding mud, he discovered that its base was composed of Han bricks, adorned with various intricate patterns. Without hesitation, Lu swam through the once missing entrance, eager to explore the interior of the threshold. Having been submerged for so long, the bricks and stones bore a peculiar historical patina. The first level revealed nothing but a staircase at a corner. Lu did not linger on the first floor, choosing instead to ascend further via the steps. The second level featured a resting chamber. On the ground, Lu stumbled upon a piece of blackened wood, long buried and likely a remnant of a wooden bed. Employing a growth spell upon the wood, it vibrated vigorously in response. Of course, this long dry wood could not regain life. It was merely a test to ascertain its quality as a material. If sufficient materials could be gathered from the ancient threshold, a superior spirit-gathering array could be established. Good sounds signify good materials. With the aid of his water manipulation technique, Lu ascended contentedly with the wood in tow. Now resembling a black fish spirit, devoid of traditional hands, he relied solely on his water manipulation to perform tasks. The third level revealed a wooden structure, with beams and columns still intact beneath a canopy of green tiles. Lu lamented not having retrieved suitable wood earlier, now believing he must dismantle the existing structure. However, that was no longer necessary. The city threshold primarily served as a lookout point, lacking conventional windows. With only a railing present, Lu's gaze fell upon the ground, where he discovered 3 valuable items: a rusted bronze sword fragment and a ceramic basin for holding charcoal. The bronze sword represented metal, the charcoal represented fire, and the ceramic basin symbolized earth. Lu further tested the items using his gold absorption, fire creation, and earth manipulation techniques. All 3 elemental materials proved to be of excellent quality. Coupled with the pearls and shells he had previously acquired, Lu had amassed enough elemental materials. He felt he had secured a new residence. After circling the city threshold with satisfaction, he found it sufficiently concealed amidst the reeds. With the threshold and formation in place, it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discover this location, making it an ideal new haven for him. Following this thought, Liu set about arranging the formation. In Chapter 020, the black fish spirit willingly cooperated, producing 500,000 eggs. Liu used his water manipulation to transport these 5 materials, swimming from the railing to the rooftop of the threshold. There, he positioned the 4 corners, establishing the spirit-gathering formation based on the threshold, which lent an air of sophistication. Following the principles of the 5 elements, he arranged the wood, ceramic basin, bronze sword, charcoal, and giant clam pearl atop the threshold. Each in its designated place, he then cast the corresponding spells to activate the formation. In an instant, the 5 artifacts atop the threshold began to tremble violently, gradually melting away. Once merged, they naturally entered the threshold, reinforcing its structure. With the spirit-gathering formation successfully established, spiritual energy began to converge, and the water was suddenly filled with small bubbles. The water seemed to have transformed into a sweeter essence, a remarkable enhancement. After setting up the spirit-gathering formation, Liu proceeded to arrange the water boundary formation in the pond. Previous experiments had revealed that the water boundary formation complemented the spirit-gathering formation perfectly. The water boundary formation could prevent other beings from entering while allowing spiritual energy to flow in but not out, significantly enhancing the efficacy of the spirit-gathering formation. Liu buried the giant river clam shell beside the threshold and gathered more shells, gradually burying them at the bottom of the pit. Using the spirit-gathering formation as a foundation, he established the water boundary formation. He even undertook slight expansions, excavating the lakebed into a cylinder with a diameter of 200 meters. The water boundary formation also took on a cylindrical shape, effectively preventing the pit from collapsing while simultaneously protecting and concealing the top. As long as some aquatic plants were arranged upon the water boundary formation, no one would suspect that another realm lay beneath the lakebed. The water boundary's membrane, akin to a balloon, could withstand even 300 pounds of force without yielding, akin to tempered glass. After employing his magical power, an entrance appeared in the membrane, which would rapidly repair itself once the magic dissipated. Given the transparency of the water boundary, the lakebed received ample light. Beneath the reeds, another world lay hidden. Who could have anticipated such a phenomenon? Liu was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Now, the water boundary held equal value to what he understood from the Flower and Fruit Mountain's water curtain cave in his previous life. Reflecting on Miao Gaogao's presence in the pond, Liu created a waterless space on the 3rd level of the threshold, ensuring Miao Gaogao could reside comfortably without water. For the time being, Liu had no intention of inviting Lady Blackfish and the tabby cat to this azure lake, primarily due to lingering concerns about safety. Until the beauty snake was dealt with, the lake could not be deemed secured. Liu planned to inquire about the beauty snake situation from the blackfish and old turtle. Logically, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. The beauty snake's aggressive nature towards other spirits would likely threaten both the old turtle and the blackfish. As Liu pondered over the old turtle and blackfish, both of their eyes bulged in astonishment. Particularly, the old turtle's small eyes were nearly popping out in disbelief. What was happening? The density of spiritual energy in the surroundings was gradually increasing. It was said that only the Dragon Palace possessed such remarkable formations. The old turtle increasingly believed that their leader had a formidable background. This place would be exceptionally conducive for cultivation. Nowhere else would yield such effective results. It seemed he had not misjudged his leader. The blackfish, too, shared in this sentiment, feeling inexplicably excited upon sensing the environmental changes. This locale was ideal for spawning. Blackfish required flowing water to reproduce, ensuring that the eggs would receive ample oxygen, an instinctual need. With the formation in place, both spiritual energy and oxygen were abundant, making it an obvious choice for breeding. The blackfish's mind was already preoccupied with thoughts of mating with their master. Liu remained oblivious to the musings of his 2 new subordinates. After completing the arrangements, he re-entered the threshold. Contemplating what else to do at that moment, he was taken aback to see the blackfish proactively approach him. Before he could utter a word, he witnessed numerous eggs emerging from within the blackfish. The eggs swiftly filled the threshold's chamber, merely a single spawning from the blackfish. Observing the blackfish's slightly bulging belly, Liu was rendered speechless. He had never encountered such an assertive spirit before. It was as if the encounter mirrored those who climbed to power in his past life. After laying her eggs, the black fish continued to nuzzle against Luyu, seemingly seeking his acknowledgement. Faced with the sight of the eggs in the water, Luyu realized that he could no longer remain indifferent. Initially, he had planned to subdue the large black fish first before engaging in such activities. Yet the black fish proved to be even more proactive than he had anticipated, leaving him utterly bewildered. Lu forcefully utilized his magical powers to stimulate himself and successfully completed the task. The green fish spawned in waves, and once all the eggs were released from her belly, there appeared to be hundreds of thousands densely packed. After the spawning was complete, in gratitude for Lu's efforts, the green fish affectionately brushed against him. Subsequently, to ensure the emergence of more viable eggs, she gently stirred the eggs with her tail, facilitating the process of life. Her actions indicated a commitment to safeguarding these eggs. Lu did not impede the outpouring of maternal love from the green fish. With the eggs now present, all that remained was to patiently await their hatching, which was estimated to take about a week. This time, the green fish had laid at least 500,000 eggs, a considerable contrast to the mere 10,000 laid by the black fish lady. It remained uncertain how many of these eggs would ultimately hatch. Lu felt a lack of confidence regarding the offspring with the green fish, as they belonged to different species. Although he possessed a remarkable talent for connection, unexpected outcomes could still arise. Nevertheless, it signified a promising opportunity for an increase in strength, and in due time, he would have the chance to confront the enchanting serpent. Upon exiting the city walls, Lu instructed the old turtle outside to guard the fortress. Though the old turtle had lost its home and treasures, it seemed utterly unconcerned, dutifully stationed at the entrance as if it were a sign of its importance. Subsequently, Lu ventured beyond the water realm, embarking on further explorations of the expansive lake. Spanning 1,000 acres, the lake was indeed vast, over 1,000 times larger than the pond of about 1 acre he had previously traversed. The portion he had just swum through constituted merely 1% of the entirety of the blue water lake. After observing the lake's contours, Lu deduced the reason why the green fish and old turtle had evaded the enchanting serpent. The dense reeds in between were significantly large. Even if he wished to peer through them in search of prey, it would require the opening of his spiritual eye. After navigating around the reeds, he could glimpse other villages, and even on the opposite side of the lake, a town was visible. Lu had initially intended to seek out other aquatic creatures of the Chi refinement realm, but perhaps due to his own strength, he found no such beings despite a thorough search. Ultimately, he returned to the water realm. At this moment, both the green fish and old turtle had succumbed to slumber. Perhaps the overly comfortable environment rich in spiritual energy, combined with the protective formations, lulled them into a deep, unguarded sleep. Dream invasion? Lu then invoked the technique of dream invasion, primarily seeking to acquire more information about the lake and the enchanting serpent. Meanwhile, the old turtle unexpectedly encountered its master in a dream. Momentarily bewildered and thinking it was merely a dream, Lu addressed the old turtle directly. "You may attempt to speak now." Upon hearing Lu's voice, the old turtle realized it was not merely a dream. "Indeed," the old turtle replied, a flicker of joy evident on its face, astonished that it could truly converse. It immediately bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I pay my respects, great king." Lu nodded and inquired about a matter of interest. "Have you ever encountered an enchanting serpent?" "Indeed." The old turtle promptly nodded and countered, "Are you referring to a flower-tailed serpent? A magical creature capable of transformation?" "Precisely." Lu confirmed. 3 years ago, the enchanting serpent arrived at this blue water lake. The green fish and I managed to narrowly escape a calamity, thanks to the cover of the reeds. As the old turtle recounted the situation regarding the enchanting serpent, a flash of fear crossed its eyes. Despite its interactions with the green fish, when the enchanting serpent appeared, it still retracted into its shell. Lu pondered upon hearing this. It aligned with his suspicions. Had it not been for the reeds in the blue water lake, survival for the magical creatures would have been considerably more challenging. "Are there other magical creatures residing in the lake?" Lu inquired further. The old turtle shook its head. "Aside from myself and the green fish, there are essentially none left. Magical creatures tend to devour one another. The vastness of the blue water lake has allowed a few more to persist. However, since the arrival of the enchanting serpent, some less cunning creatures have met their demise." "Very well, I shall manage this matter." How well versed are you in the surroundings of the Blue Water Lake? Lu asked about the surrounding area. Master, the nearest location is Lee Family Village. The old turtle elaborated on the nearby villages. After filling in some gaps in information, Lu concluded his exchange with the old turtle and initiated a connection through dream invasion with the green fish. I have seen my lord. Upon hearing the green fish refer to him with such a title, Lu's mouth twitched. He was nearly taken aback. Very well. He ultimately nodded. It seemed that offspring were indeed on the way, and this relationship could only be acknowledged. Afterward, Lu verified the information about the Blue Water Lake with the green fish once more. Overall, it closely matched what the old turtle had shared, with the green fish demonstrating even less knowledge than the old turtle. Having fortuitously gained sentience and the ability to articulate human speech was already a remarkable feat after completing these inquiries. Lu decided to return to the pond for a respite, as it felt significantly safer. The lake posed the risk of the enchanting serpent's proximity, while the pond, with its stronger fishy odor and greater filth, would likely be of less interest to the serpent. Lu did not forget about the black fish lady and Meow Gao Gao residing in the pond. He still had some clam meat left over from earlier. Carrying the clam meat along with some gold, he returned to the pond. The gold served not only as a reward for Oldley, but also as material for crafting additional golden needles to refine into magical artifacts. As he returned with the clam meat, the black fish lady approached him, gently bumping against him in what seemed to be a welcoming gesture. A fleeting sense of guilt washed over Lu. Being reborn as a fish indeed instilled a semblance of a home. It felt akin to the anticipation of seeking out a love affair, even though the nature of fish relationships could not possibly involve the intimate behaviors typical of cats and dogs. Nonetheless, with offspring on the way, it was impossible to dismiss the implications. Lu shared the clam meat with Meow Gao Gao. Given that the clam had previously been a chi refinement realm entity, it still contained a wealth of vital energy. Meow Gao Gao raised her tail to eat, showing no signs of refusal. Perhaps sensing Lu's gaze upon her, she exclaimed, "Delicious." This was the first time she had revealed such a sweet, delicate tone before Lu. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, she was capable of transformation and refining her bones. Naturally, she could also speak, though transformation was temporarily unachievable due to her injuries. Lu nodded, contemplating his next actions, yet found himself at an impasse. Speaking was not an option. He could only wait for the fish eggs from the green fish to hatch. Uncertain of how many eggs would successfully hatch, Lu finally shifted his gaze from the tabby cat and resolved to inquire about the private tutor. The private tutor had connections to the enchanting serpent, and it was essential to gather information. The old turtle and green fish in the lake were unlikely to possess knowledge of this, and there was no need to even mention Meow Gao Gao, who did not dare approach. Lee Family Village was a place he had previously frequented. Without a compelling reason, he would not have remained there. Just as the evening approached once more, Lu placed several golden beans at Old Lee's doorstep and once again invoked the dream invasion technique. "Lord Blackfish, what brings you here on this occasion?" Old Lee, taken aback by the return of the black fish spirit, greeted him respectfully. "Recently, I consumed fish from your household and buried some golden beans in front of your home. You may excavate them tomorrow morning." Lu explained his purpose. Upon hearing this, Old Lee immediately knelt on the ground, exclaiming, "Lord Blackfish, I dare not accept such a gift." Lu furrowed his brow and retorted, "Do you find me unworthy as a magical creature?" "And no, it's just that I have no use for gold beans," Old Lee stammered. In truth, he was filled with trepidation, fearing that such magical gifts might invite misfortune. "Even if they were made of gold, if I instruct you to accept, then accept you shall. Should you refuse, do not blame me for being impolite." Lu discerned Old Lee's thoughts and issued a subtle threat. In an instant, Old Lee dared not utter another word, merely responding, "Upon awakening, I shall ensure they are collected." After Old Lee accepted the gold, Lu continued, "How much do you know about the private tutor in the village?" Old Lee was indeed knowledgeable about the private tutor. The tutor's name is Chen Pinglei. He arrived 3 years ago and has taken in the village children as his pupils. He is a good person. "May I ask how Lord Blackfish became aware of him?" Old Lee recounted the tutor's background, expressing a positive impression of him and even asking further questions. "In no particular reason, just inquiring." Upon learning the name of the private tutor, Lu refrained from further inquiries. Old Lee was merely an ordinary man. Knowing the other's name sufficed. After concluding their communication, Lu terminated the dream-inducing technique. Moments later, Old Li awoke and immediately opened the door, only to discover 3 golden beans lying before him. These golden beans were sufficient to exchange for a substantial amount of copper coins. Old Li gritted his teeth and ultimately decided to accept them. Not out of greed for the beans, but rather from a reluctance to defy the will of a black fish spirit. However, after receiving the golden beans, his perception of the black fish spirit improved considerably. It seemed that this spirit would not act recklessly. At most, it would sacrifice a pond's worth of fish, and as long as people remained safe, all was well. Theo expressed his respect for the black fish spirit. Old Li lit a stick of incense. Meanwhile, Lu also received the offering of incense from Old Li. Although Lu had little use for incense, he did not object to it was akin to performing a good deed and receiving praise, which left him feeling quite pleased and favorable towards Old Li. Lu took a moment to observe the battlefield from the previous day. His celestial eye detected some subtle traces. It appeared that the beautiful serpent had paid a visit. However, the serpent had not anticipated that a cat could reside in the pond, and thus had discovered nothing. Lu returned to the pond to begin refining a golden needle. A weapon was indeed necessary. He also planned to traverse between the pond and Qing Shui Lake during this period. He intended to address the beautiful serpent before contemplating the relocation of the Black Fish Lady and Miao Gao Gao to Qing Shui Lake, as this would afford them a measure of safety. Chapter 022. A village in turmoil, yet the fish eggs hatched 6 days later. Old Li, as per his usual routine, took a sickle to the lakeside to cut reeds, which he wove into mats. This was one of his means of livelihood. However, before he could work for long, he spotted soldiers at the village entrance from a distance. Old Li immediately halted his work, sighing, "Alas, the world is about to descend into chaos." Each time soldiers arrived, calamity befell the village. How could ordinary folk survive in such turbulent times? There was no escaping it. With a heavy heart, Old Li decided to return to the village to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, the village's former scoundrel, Li Erpi, mingled among the soldiers, leading them. Previously known for petty thefts and despised by the villagers, he had now ingratiated himself with the soldiers, wielding a semblance of power. Li Erpi led the soldiers directly to the ancestral home of the wealthy landlord, Li Dafu. As a landlord, Li Dafu's ancestral residence boasted a grand vermilion door, adorned with red paint, an uncommon sight among ordinary households. Upon seeing the soldiers approach, the doorkeeper, Li Guden, was taken aback and hurried inside to summon his master. At that moment, Li Dafu was still in a deep slumber, roused by his concubine. Upon awakening, he received a slap from her, though she dared not utter a sound. When Li Dafu saw Li Guden rush in, he kicked at him, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this early in the morning? The soldiers are here to conscript men." Li Guden's voice trembled. A flicker of concern passed through Li Dafu's eyes. Since the soldiers had come, he knew he must entertain them. Better to have friends than foes. "You all go out first," Li Dafu ordered, shooing Li Guden and his concubine out of the bedroom. Once they had exited, he dug out a beautifully crafted wooden box hidden beneath a brick in the corner. Inside the box lay several yellow cakes. With a pained expression, Li Dafu took out 2 of the cakes and returned the box to its concealed place. He then hastily donned a garment. As Li Dafu arrived at the front door, the steward had already roused several servants, each wielding clubs. Upon Li Dafu's arrival, he instructed the doorkeeper to open the door. "I appreciate you gentlemen coming out to work at this late hour. Here is a small token of gratitude for your efforts. When I next drink with Magistrate Chun, I shall speak kindly of you all." Li Dafu handed 2 yellow cakes to the head of the soldiers. Particularly mentioning Magistrate Chun. Li family village fell under the jurisdiction of Pingcheng, and the magistrate there was named Chun Ruaji. By mentioning this, Li Dafu aimed to convey his connections, hoping to dissuade the soldiers from causing trouble. Very well, very well." Outside the door, the sergeant accepted the yellow cakes, weighing them with satisfaction. "Lie, do you not recognize me? We brothers are still hungry." At this moment, Li Erpi, emboldened by the soldiers' presence, stepped forward. Having been driven out by Li Dafu for his thievery, he clearly sought to cause trouble. This is natural. Brothers must stick together. Li Dafu recognized the troublesome nature of the scoundrel and ultimately took a step back. He then pulled out a few copper coins and handed them to Li Erpi, urging him to distribute them. Satisfied with his gain, Li Erpi retreated. The sergeant, seeing his comrades, led his men away. After leaving the residence of the wealthy landlord, the soldiers began to knock on doors, searching house by house. At this point, they were far less courteous than they had been at Li Dafu's home. The ordinary farmers had no surplus silver and were devoid of connections or influence. The soldiers often resorted to violence, smashing things and capturing the able-bodied men, binding them. If any resisted, they would be surrounded by a group of soldiers and beaten until bruised and battered, too frightened to struggle further. The purpose of this operation was to fulfill Magistrate Chin's need for a contingent of soldiers. Thus they were sent to the village to conscript laborers. Soon, they arrived at the home of Li Shursan. This couple had been married for less than a year and had yet to bear a child. However, the sergeant had already set his sights on Li Shursan and ordered him to be bound. "There's only one man in my household. Please do not take him away," wailed Lu Dafu, heartbroken, as she tried to pull back the soldiers, desperate to keep her husband. Her coarse linen clothes were torn as she struggled. Li Erpi, witnessing this scene, revealed a lewd expression, his hands involuntarily reaching out, intent on tearing away Lu Dafu's clothing to commit a lascivious act. The sergeant, however, understood that capturing people had already angered the entire village. Any occurrence of lewdness would lead to dire consequences. Thus, he kicked Li Erpi, preventing him from acting on his impulses. At that moment, old Li returned with a bamboo basket on his back. Seeing the young couple, Li Shursan and Lu Dafu, in distress, his heart ached with sympathy. He approached the sergeant with a respectful demeanor, inquiring, "Mister, might you allow me to exchange this young man? They are a newlywed couple. How can they be separated? Get lost. You might as well wait for death in your coffin." Before the sergeant could respond, Li Erpi kicked him, sending old Li sprawling to the ground. The sergeant checked to see if old Li still had breath in him and, finding he did, departed with his men. Once the soldiers had left, Lu Dafu helped old Li to his feet. "What should I do, Li Dai? I thought our lives could finally stabilize, yet Shursan has been taken for conscription." After assisting old Li, she continued to weep inconsolably, unsure of what to do. "Let me think of a solution," old Li sighed, clutching his waist. What solution could there be? After pondering, old Li returned home, lit a stick of incense, and placed it by the pond. "Great Black Fish Spirit, there has been conscription in the village. I wonder if you might have a way to help. If so, please save the people of our village." Old Li bowed a few times before the pond. After old Li offered incense to pay his respects, Lu Yu sensed the man's wishes. To be frank, he found himself rather powerless to assist. A black fish spirit at the chi refining stage might manage to target an individual, but against a group of officials and soldiers brimming with malevolent energy, it would be futile. Only if his strength were to increase would there be a glimmer of hope. Perhaps waiting until the hatching of the blue fish's eggs, as merely a black fish, aiding the common folk might attract unwanted attention from monks and Taoists. He truly wished to remain uninvolved. Lu Yu shook his head, dismissing the faint incense offering from old Li. Unable to help, he had no intention of accepting such a token. Compared to old Li's predicament, he was far more concerned about his own progeny. As this directly pertained to his own power, he resolved to return to the blue water lake to inspect the blue fish eggs. 6 days had passed, and it was nearly time for them to hatch. Lu Yu leapt once more into the ditch, heading towards the lake. Upon entering the blue water lake, the blue fish greeted him with eager nudges. He had initially thought that the number of hatching eggs would be limited. However, during these past few days of care, the vitality of the eggs was surprisingly robust. This suggested that the majority would indeed hatch. As Lu Yu gazed at the eggs nestled within the castle walls, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Perhaps it was his arrival that caused one particularly impatient fry to emerge from the cluster of eggs. The first hatchling resembled an ordinary fish fry, with 2 large eyes and a long tail. It was impossible to discern the difference between the blue fish and the black fish at this stage. All he could do was wait and see what these hybrids would ultimately reveal. Upon the emergence of the first blue fish fry, a notification popped up on the system panel. Detection confirmed the birth of 10,013 progeny, granting a reward of 1 day's worth of Taoist cultivation. Chapter 023. Acquiring the spirit-driving technique, villagers worship the water god. Following the hatching of the first egg, more began to hatch in succession. Lu Yu felt his magical power intensifying. His acupoints gradually filled. and his mana shifted from a thin vapor to a dense mist. The host has broken through to the 4th level of Chi refinement. The host has broken through to the 5th level of Chi refinement. The host has broken through to the 6th level of Chi refinement. Detection confirmed the birth of 20,000 progeny, granting the spirit-driving technique, one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. Spirit-driving technique understands the principles of the divine path, can summon and command weaker mountain spirits and earth deities, as well as control lesser magical creatures, ghosts, and yellow turban warriors. After the progeny count increased by 10,000, Lu Yu was once again rewarded with a spell. The spirit-driving technique? How splendid! Lu Yu's eyes sparkled at the acquisition of this new spell. He was genuinely pleased to receive it, especially since it was one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. Mist weaving, wind borrowing, and rain praying. In addition to these 3 spells, he had now mastered 4 types of earthly fiend techniques. Though a considerable distance remained to fully grasp the 72 earthly fiends techniques, he was undoubtedly progressing in that direction. At that moment, Lu Yu recalled the little girl he encountered on the night of his transference, who was none other than the earth deity. With the spirit-driving technique, could he not summon her? Just like in the Journey to the West television series from his previous life, where the great sage merely struck his staff upon the ground to call forth the old earth deity. After contemplating the spirit-driving technique for a while, he delved deeper into celestial matters. The crux of the divine path lies in garnering the recognition of sufficiently intelligent beings. Generally, this pertains to magical creatures and humans. In terms of quantity, the principal entity is humanity. Original deities emerged naturally. With the rise of dynasties, governmental endorsements could also establish certain deities, a process referred to as deification. Original deities, through the enhancement of merit and cultivation, could form divine powers that lurk behind the scenes of dynasties, mutually influencing one another. However, most land, mountain, and water deities are earthbound spirits, replaced by the wandering souls of humans. Upon becoming deities, they become entwined with the earth veins. Mountain ranges and water flows, unable to leave the sacred ground freely, deities can cultivate by absorbing spiritual energy, but the primary means of divine cultivation relies on the wishes of the people, forming what is termed wish power. This is commonly represented through incense offerings. Once a deity fulfills a wish, the incense becomes a form of merit. The divine path necessitates the collection of merit, coalescing it into what is known as the divine body. The divine body is a half-real, half-illusory construct, formed from the 5 elements and merit. It lacks the tangible substance of flesh and blood, but possesses certain abilities derived from such a form. Merit itself is a tradable commodity. While ordinary people cannot perceive it, he could, with his celestial vision. Incense appears as cotton fluff, while merit resembles silken threads. Merit can enhance the physical form, while incense accelerates the pace of cultivation. Both can serve as forms of currency, akin to copper coins and gold. Thus incense and merit are referred to as earthly and heavenly currency, respectively. The merit collected from localities must be submitted to the divine powers. Naturally, lesser deities do not suffer such indignities. They retain a portion for themselves. Their unique bodies face minimal obstacles during the stages of Chi refinement, foundation establishment, and golden core. Occasionally, they may even attain alignment with the heavenly path. Gaining insights into certain spells. The spirit-driving technique allows one to manipulate the earthly energy veins, summoning lesser deities. Lu pondered for a moment, deciding against attempting this too hastily. Although the land deity was a young girl, he was unaware of her strength. What if summoning her resulted in a beating? Meanwhile, the fish eggs continued to hatch, and his cultivation realm persisted in its ascent. The host has broken through to the 7th level of Chi refinement. The host has broken through to the 8th level of Chi refinement. The host has broken through to the 9th level of Chi refinement. On the other side, as the entire Li family village was engulfed in wails of sorrow, a scholar clad in a blue robe traversed from house to house. He was none other than the private school teacher, Chen Pinglei, courtesy named Jingyu. If you believe my words, you might consider offering sacrifices to the water god of the blue water lake. It may yield some results. The more united everyone is in worship, the more effective it will be. Since human governance has proven ineffective, we must beseech the spirits. Perhaps they will relay our pleas to the heavens. Chen Pinglei suggested to the farmers. Oldly, accompanying Lu Dafu, also heard Chun Pingliai's advice and was inexplicably reminded of the black fish spirit. Perhaps it was still under the jurisdiction of the water god. Seeking the black fish spirit was truly less effective than appealing to the water god. The thought ignited a spark of hope within him. He wondered if he could inquire with the teacher about how to proceed. Old Li bowed to Chun Pinglai. "If you trust me, I will arrange everything." Chun Pinglai exuded confidence. Naturally, Old Li agreed, for the current situation left him no choice but to grasp at straws. The families of those who had been taken were not isolated cases. Nearly 8 or 9 out of 10 households had lost their able-bodied men. Chun Pinglai, appearing knowledgeable and never deceiving them, inspired the villagers to take action. As evening approached, with no water god temple in Li family village. The villagers opted to construct a small shrine by the lakeside in front of the private school. This location was chosen by Chun Pinglai, as a small stream flowed from it into Blue Water Lake, accompanied by a grand banyan tree that resembled a canopy. The scenery was exquisite. Just by looking at this site, one could discern its favorable geomancy. The villagers proceeded cautiously, holding chickens, ducks, incense, and paper money, careful not to make too much noise. Even fearing the knowledge of the wealthy landowner, Li Dafu, Blue Water Lake was a recently formed wetland, and the authorities would naturally not appoint a water god. Their casual construction of a shrine to beseech the divine was tantamount to engaging in lewd and heretical rites. Li Dafu, alongside the village head, as local authorities, had issued strict prohibitions against such activities. Under Chun Pingliai's guidance, they dug a passage from the base of the tree to Blue Water Lake, about a person's depth and width. They then retrieved water and mud from the lake, crafting a mud effigy to place at the base of the passage. Chun Pinglai composed a sacrificial text, pouring the blood of the chickens and ducks over it before incinerating the offering. Soon after, everyone lit incense and candles, commencing their worship. This ritual was somewhat intricate, yet it was precisely these processes that garnered the villagers' faith. The commotion at the water's edge startled the denizens of the depths. Originally, Lu Yu was engrossed in observing the birth of his progeny when the old turtle approached him, informing him of the disturbances at the banyan tree. He had been particularly attentive to the happenings near the private school. Immediately, he exited the water realm. Lu Yu utilized the turtle breathing technique to conceal himself at the bottom of the water, eavesdropping on the sounds near the shore, aiming to gather information first. Worshipping the water god. Was this in a bid to resolve the conscription issue? Upon gaining insight into the villagers' intentions, Lu Yu found himself in a state of both amusement and bewilderment. To label the villagers as superstitious would be somewhat unjust. After all, he himself had transformed into a black fish spirit, and it was difficult to dismiss their beliefs outright. Yet, it was undeniable that there was no such entity as a water deity residing in Qingshui Lake. Strangely enough, it was the fervent Chun Pinglai who appeared peculiar. Lu Yu activated his heavenly eye, intending to penetrate the surface of the water and discern the true nature of Chun Pinglai. Chapter 024. A breakthrough in foundation establishment, extraordinary gains. As Lu Yu gazed through his heavenly eye, he observed Chun Pingliai's tranquil demeanor, exuding an extraordinary aura. His voice resonated with depth and rhythm. Among the villagers, numerous young maidens occasionally cast furtive glances at Chun Pinglai, only to quickly avert their eyes, evidently flustered and concerned about being discovered. The more Lu Yu scrutinized Chun Pinglai, the more perplexed he became. In such a destitute and backward village, what could account for the presence of such an exceptional teacher? It was akin to encountering a graduate from a prestigious university in a remote primary school, a rarity. Indeed, when anomalies arise, they often stem from some underlying cause. Was it possible that Chun Pinglai had ties to the serpent spirit? Could it be that this scholar was not entirely human, but rather a being of extraordinary nature? Yet, he was indeed human, just an ordinary individual devoid of any supernatural powers. After enhancing his magical prowess, Lu Yu discerned Chun Pingliai's essence. However, there were still some irregularities. Chun Pinglai was enveloped in a considerable amount of merit, akin to wearing a delicate veil. Accumulating merit is not surprising. Throughout history, certain professions have been known to amass it, such as doctors and teachers, who serve humanity and impart goodness. Farmers, too, who cultivate the land to sustain the people, similarly accrue merit. Ordinary individuals can gather merit, which makes it all the more concerning for malevolent beings. What stood out, however, were the numerous strands of black thread entwined around Chun Pinglai. these threads were the antithesis of merit, known as demonic hindrances or karmic obstacles, while monks referred to them as evil karma. Such hindrances cannot arise from mere petty misdeeds. Only those of truly great malice can generate them, unlike the general perception. Under the heavens, it is relatively easy to accumulate merit through good deeds, while accruing demonic hindrances is far more challenging. Ordinary people face societal ostracism or legal repercussions when attempting to engage in significant wrongdoing, rendering them incapable of committing substantial evils. Chen Pinglei, as an ordinary teacher, appeared to possess no extraordinary strength, so how could he embody both righteousness and wickedness? Moreover, he was ensconced in this unremarkable mountain village, leading Lu Yu to suspect ulterior motives, including this very ritual. During the ceremony, once the temple within the tree had been established and the villagers had offered their incense, the clay effigy began to gather the power of the incense. Shimmering with a silver luster, Lu Yu's suspicions deepened. The collection of incense power was not a simple feat and required a measure of cunning. Otherwise, anyone could ascend to divinity. Chen Pinglei evidently possessed such cunning. With the objective rooted in the temple and the effigy, harvesting the power of incense as long as the villagers held wishes, it was a harsh and pragmatic reality, akin to how the imperial court sought to extract wealth from the populace without their consent. Just as Lu Yu contemplated further, a notification from the system drew his attention. Detection revealed that the host had given birth to 30,000 offspring, rewarding him with the 5 thunder rectification, a technique to command thunder, utilizing the dual energies of yin and yang to generate lightning, employing palm thunder as an offensive method, or absorbing thunder to refine the body. 5 thunder rectification. What delightful news! Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Yu was taken aback. Among all the magical arts, thunder techniques were widely acknowledged as powerful in his previous life. He had learned that the thunder department was a key division within the celestial hierarchy, akin to special forces among heavenly soldiers. Moreover, Lu Yu had already gleaned from the tabby cat that foundation establishment would entail a thunder tribulation. With the 5 thunder rectification, enduring the tribulation would undoubtedly become easier. At that moment, the system issued another notification. The host has broken through to the foundation establishment realm. Lu Yu could not contain an exclamation of surprise. He had not anticipated achieving foundation establishment so swiftly. His magical energy had coalesced into a liquid state, and he felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring. His body seemed to undergo a gradual transformation, beginning with his bones and extending to his flesh. Each aspect metamorphosing bit by bit. His physique elongated significantly, more than doubling in size. All his acupoints appeared to interconnect more closely, creating ripples in his meridians, as he pondered what might transpire next. He felt a connection among all his acupoints and gently activated the dantian in his abdomen. A door opened there, revealing a golden expanse within his perception. Indeed, it seemed as if a golden field had manifested, featuring a spring from which magical energy flowed in a gentle stream. Thus, upon reaching foundation establishment, he no longer needed to worry about insufficient magical energy. Simultaneously, a portion of his soul seemed to detach, akin to a flower blooming from a plant, entering the dantian. Within the golden spring of magical energy, a seed materialized. This, undoubtedly, signified foundation establishment. Refining essence into chi began with the magical energy representing essence within his body. Condensing to a certain degree, the essence had reached its pinnacle, coalescing into a source of chi representing his foundation, as well as a unique seed. Suddenly, Lu Yu's mind was flooded with memories belonging to the bloodline inheritance of extraordinary beings. The transformation into Dragon Sutra? This technique could refine his bloodline, allowing for evolution towards a dragon form. Beyond this technique, only 2 paths remained. The infamous method of consuming dragon urine or grafting the bloodlines of other dragon clans, which could also indirectly lead to transformation. In the journey to the west, the white dragon mentioned that when he urinated, many dragons would emerge from the waters, illustrating this principle. The other 2 paths involve the Dragon Gate and the Dragon Transformation Pool, both innate treasures capable of refining bloodlines through magical artifacts to become dragons. However, whether through blood or artifacts, the dragons produced would lack strength, relying on external forces. The transformation into Dragon Sutra, perfected through rigorous refinement, represented the most orthodox method, ensuring a more solid foundation. Lu promptly began to cultivate the transformation into Dragon Sutra, acutely aware of the profound changes occurring within his body. While others would cultivate over extended periods, the path to transformation would be arduous and gradual. He was experiencing a natural progression. After all, other water beings would not leap directly from refining chi to foundation establishment. While navigating the realms of foundation establishment and dragon transformation, Luyu also discovered the emergence of golden threads of merit within his body. This was not surprising. The highest form of merit is achieved through self-preservation and self-improvement. Choosing to empower oneself without reliance on others is inherently virtuous, embodying immense merit. After practicing the transformation into Dragon Sutra, Luyu felt the bones in his mouth refine, transforming into a tongue. With a tongue, did that not mean he could now speak? Hello? Luyu uttered those two words underwater. The sound was barely audible, almost imperceptible in the water, yet it marked his first greeting to this world. Within his inherited memories, he also possessed several existing magical techniques. For instance, he had already acquired water manipulation. Additionally, there were 3 new spells yet to be learned: water spray technique, vortex technique, and iron shell technique. The water absorption technique bore resemblance to the water drinking technique he had learned in his previous life, enabling him to consume river water, while the water spray technique allowed him to expel water several times his height, forming columns of water for a fence. The vortex technique, as its name suggests, could create a vortex in the water, drawing everything nearby into its whirlpool. Water manipulation could achieve a similar effect, though the formation of a vortex would be considerably expedited. The iron shell technique would fortify his scales, rendering them nearly as sturdy as iron, thus enhancing his defensive capabilities. A commendable spell indeed. Simply by becoming a foundation establishment black fish monster, he had reaped so many benefits. How fortunate he felt. After digesting these memories, Luyu noticed golden scales emerging on the surface of his body, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Suddenly, dark clouds loomed overhead, threatening to descend upon the water's surface. Was the thunder tribulation approaching? Chapter 025. Surmounting the thunder tribulation, misunderstood as the water deity. Thunder? The villagers on the shore, witnessing the sudden emergence of lightning nearby, felt a mixture of apprehension and uncertainty. It was said that worshipping the wrong deity could invoke divine wrath. Many villagers turned their gazes towards Chen Pinglei. Unperturbed, Chen Pinglei assumed this was a normal occurrence and offered words of comfort. Fear not. This is merely the water deity, acknowledging your wishes and expressing his anger. You must understand, the water deity is indeed capable of summoning wind and rain. It would be prudent for everyone to take their leave. Chen Pinglei observed that the sacrificial ceremony had concluded and began to guide the villagers away. I see. Thank you, water deity. Our family shall be saved. In an instant, numerous villagers fell to their knees. Beside them, Chen Pinglei's lips twitched slightly, internally mocking the villagers' ignorance, yet he chose to remain silent. It was not that the villagers were dull-witted. Rather, he did not wish to deceive them further. His ambitions were rather straightforward: to secure a position as a deity. For nearly a decade, he had meticulously planned for this moment. Finally, he had discovered a suitable opportunity. The thunder grew increasingly thunderous, and the dark clouds thickened. One by one, the villagers began to disperse. Meanwhile, beneath the water's surface, Luyu also sensed the commotion on the shore. As he felt the power of incense bestowed upon him, he was taken aback. Did they truly consider him a water deity? Originally, Luyu intended to leave this place, seeking a different location to transcend his tribulation. However, upon observing the statue within the banyan tree and the incense power enveloping him, a sudden thought crossed his mind. What if, he mused, he were to transcend his tribulation directly beneath that statue? At that moment, the lightning struck fiercely. Luyu decided not to dwell on it any longer and dove in. Interestingly, beneath the grand banyan tree and in the depths of the water, there existed a passage. He ventured in to explore. At times, living beings possess an irrepressible urge towards self-destruction. Luyu was currently overwhelmed by such an impulse. Boom! The first bolt of golden lightning quickly descended, igniting the great banyan tree in flames. While something might have shielded him, it could not guard against the tribulation lightning, which still struck him. Fortunately, he possessed the 5 thunder rites. Immediately, Lu Yu cast his spell, remaining motionless amid the tribulation, enduring its onslaught. The might of the thunder tribulation was formidable. Soon, lightning and fire erupted atop the banyan tree, igniting within the tree hollow, transforming it into what was known as thunder-stricken wood. The small temple naturally suffered disaster. Under the assault of the lightning, it splintered into pieces. Lu felt numerous scales fall from his body, leaving him bloodied and bruised. The power of the incense was unique. It remained unscathed, merging with everything around it. Lightning is the most potent element of attack, unrivaled in its ferocity, and under such immense power, many things fused together. Yet, Lu Yu felt undeterred. First, he must overcome this tribulation. On the other side, the officials, accompanied by captured farmers, trudged towards the county town under the starlit sky, a relatively secluded area. The leading officer suddenly drew his prized sword. A look of tension etched across his face. Beside the road stood a half-naked woman, calling for help. "Officers, have mercy. I am from the nearby Jiahu town, and I was robbed by bandits. I barely managed to escape." The officer, Wu Zhang, considered taking the woman back to Pingqing. Li Erpi, a member of the group, felt a surge of desire and approached Wu Zhang, attempting to persuade him to take the woman with them. Wu Zhang, however, refused and instead pushed Li Erpi forward. The alluring, naked woman extended a long, slender tongue, piercing through Li Erpi's head, brain matter splattering everywhere. A siren. Wu Zhang recognized the creature and shouted a warning. "Beware, a siren!" As his voice fell, the siren ceased her pretense. In an instant, her form twisted, revealing the lower body of a large serpent, while her upper half remained that of a stunning woman, still enticing. The siren dragged the pierced Li Erpi closer with her tongue and greedily consumed a portion of his brain before turning her gaze back to the officers. Coins spilled from Li Erpi's chest. Wu Zhang, gripping his sword, trembled slightly in the presence of such a creature. His weapon seemed woefully inadequate, particularly against a being capable of shapeshifting. This was not something an ordinary person could contend with. Suddenly, the siren squinted her eyes, and a fierce wind swept through the air. The torches held aloft by the group were extinguished in an instant under the force of the supernatural gust. "We should never have dined together. Encountering such a creature on a night journey? Run! Quickly! I don't want to die, truly." The absence of torchlight plunged the group into chaos. Some began to regret their decisions, while others fled the group, soon fading into silence. The trembling voices of some collapsed onto the ground, the scent of urine palpable in the air. Fortunately, the moon offered some illumination. Wu Zhang, with his sword raised, felt his eyes redden. He could only fight desperately now. As the siren approached, he swung his blade. However, the siren deftly evaded him one by one. His subordinates had their heads pierced, their brains drained by the siren. The forcibly conscripted farmers, however, suffered no harm. After a period of panic, they even began to regain their composure, with some reveling in the misfortune of the officers. After being forcibly conscripted, they had watched the officials feast at Li Dafu's home while receiving neither food nor water. Enduring beatings and humiliation, many appeared ashen-faced, fearing that upon encountering the creature, their fates were sealed. "Go die! Go die!" Wu Zhang, witnessing his comrades vanish one by one, could no longer hold himself together. He flailed his sword wildly in desperation. Such frenzied behavior, however, was unlikely to intimidate a supernatural being. "Ha ha ha!" The siren's laughter echoed nearby, clearly mocking him. Before Wu Zhang could react, a serpent's tail struck him, sending him sprawling. His head collided with a nearby rock. The siren seized Wu Zhang's head, using the sharp edge of the stone to cleave it open, devouring his brain as if it were soft tofu. Many farmers turned away, unable to bear the sight. Unlike the officials, they were bound by shackles and ropes, unable to escape. As the officers perished, despair etched itself upon their faces. What manner of demon is this? At that moment, a flash of white light glimmered beneath the moon. It was a sword beam, which struck the siren's tail, severing it. Roar! The siren sensed the threat and promptly fled, leaving behind a portion of her tail. Moments later, a figure clad in green robes appeared near the severed tail. A middle-aged man with a horse-like face and a long beard slung a green bundle over his shoulder, devoid of any weapons. The sword that had struck the serpent returned, transforming into a silver pill that materialized in the man's hand. He swiftly swallowed the silver pill and continued his pursuit. With the crisis averted among the farmers, Li Shursan stepped forward. He retrieved the keys from the officers, unlocking the shackles and cutting the ropes with his sword. Subsequently, he picked up a fallen torch and ignited it using the fire starter from the officers. Surviving such a perilous encounter was a cause for gratitude. Li Shursan led the villagers back to their hometown. Chapter 026. Successful transformation and reacquisition of spells. The lightning raged for nearly an entire night, finally coming to an end. After transcending the Foundation Establishment lightning tribulation, Lu Yu found himself grasping a newfound spell within his mind, the transformation technique. Once supernatural beings reach the Foundation Establishment realm, they are capable of transforming their forms. The higher the realm, the more complete the transformation. Subsequently, Lu Yu enacted the transformation technique. His entire skeletal structure underwent subtle changes. Lu Yu emerged onto the water's surface, inspecting his new appearance, a merman. After employing the transformation technique, he had morphed into a merman. With a delicate visage and fair skin, long black hair cascaded down his back. Fish scales and small fins adorned his ears, and aside from a few dark scales, his upper body was undeniably beautiful. Yet, his lower half was dominated by a black tail, taking up nearly half of his form. Lacking sufficient power, he could not fully transform into a complete human shape. Nevertheless, he was pleased to have regained his hands. After becoming a fish, the most distressing aspect was the absence of hands. Now possessing dexterous hands, many tasks had become far more convenient. For instance, attending to personal hygiene. Observing his reflection, Lu Yu gradually comprehended the essence of supernatural beings. In a wonder they were considered monsters. The essence lies in possessing intelligence and the ability to cultivate oneself. The peculiar aspect refers to having a certain capacity for transformation, gradually approaching a human form. Nonetheless, the appearance remains somewhat odd. Lu Yu once again tested the prowess of the merman form, finding it vastly inferior to his true self. This was to be expected. After all, the body created through shape-shifting is merely an alternate manifestation of one's essence, termed an avatar, which necessitates magical energy to sustain. It is not as effortless as one's original form. Yet, shape-shifting does facilitate his movements, allowing him to engage in a different mode of existence. Subsequently, Lu Yu dispelled the avatar, reverting to the guise of a black fish. In truth, to call him a black fish was somewhat misleading. His body had begun to exhibit golden scales, significantly enhancing his appearance. He now possessed an air of the extraordinary, warranting the designation of a dragon fish. At that moment, his body still crackled with arcs of lightning, a consequence of the recent 5 thunder techniques that had imbued him with an excess of electricity. However, the gains were considerable. His physical form had transcended mere metal, approaching the hardness of steel from his previous life. Ordinary attacks found it exceedingly difficult to breach his defenses. Lu Yu gradually acclimated to the foundational realm. Upon accessing the system panel, he discovered an abundance of newly born offspring. The system detected the host's progeny count at 40,000, rewarding the technique of soul scraping. Soul scraping, a technique targeting souls, akin to a blade scraping against them. Lightly, it causes the soul to tremble, and severely, it inflicts damage. The system then noted the host's progeny count at 50,000, granting the soul capturing technique, one of the 72 earthly evils. Soul capturing, the act of collecting souls, a method to probe and connect with the soul, unveiling the knowledge it holds. Upon detecting a progeny count of 60,000, the system rewarded the cloud riding technique. Cloud riding, a method of flying akin to the speed of auspicious clouds, enabling swift travel through the air. To his astonishment, another earthly evil technique had manifested. Lu Yu gazed upon the newly acquired soul-capturing method with great satisfaction. With this spell, acquiring deeper insights into this world would be straightforward. He could simply bind a person's soul and extract their memories. During his tribulation, he had already gained an additional 30,000 offspring. The initial soul-scraping technique appeared promising. Spells targeting the soul were inherently rare. The final cloud-riding technique was an unexpected delight. To think that before mastering walking, he had already learned to fly. While the previous levitation technique allowed him to float, it was cumbersome. With cloud riding, he could now pursue and engage in combat simultaneously, akin to transforming a hot air balloon into a bomber. Lu was eager to return to the city and the pond to reunite with the blue fish and the tabby cat, to express his gratitude for the offspring born of the blue fish, and to share his joy of breaking through the foundational realm with Miao Gao Gao. Currently, only Miao Gao Gao could comprehend the exhilaration of his breakthrough. However, with lingering lightning coursing through him, he would need to assimilate it first. Simultaneously, numerous villagers had gathered on the scene. They gazed in shock at the charred remnants of a once mighty banyan tree. Astonished beyond measure, it appeared as though the water god had been struck down by lightning. Could it be that their actions had invoked divine wrath? Many villagers felt a pang of guilt. Consequently, someone promptly informed Chen Pinglei of the situation, seeking to understand what had transpired. Chen Pinglei arrived at the scene swiftly, somewhat bewildered. Since the Snake Queen Xuanyang had not returned after venturing out the previous night, concern gnawed at him. After all, his purpose in coming here was to leverage his merits to become the water god of Qing Shui Lake. This was merely the first step. He had instructed the Snake Queen to assist the villagers, intending to create a certain karmic connection after the temple's establishment. It seemed that the Snake Queen had encountered trouble. Now, the newly erected temple appeared to be in jeopardy as well. This was unacceptable. Regrettably, without the Snake Queen present, he could not ascertain the cause of the issues. Lacking celestial fortune, he sought enlightenment through ancient texts, all in pursuit of a chance to ascend to divinity, and no one could thwart him. Chen Pinglei clenched his fists slightly. The water god, in defiance of fate, had endured a thunder calamity. There was no need for concern. We shall reconstruct the temple to honor the water god, and he will return once more. Chen Pinglei composed himself, continuing to placate the villagers. For now, they had no choice but to rebuild the temple. Surely, a single thunder calamity would not be followed by another, would it? What would become of their families? Indeed, would they return? If the water god had faced adversity, what were they to do? Many villagers displayed expressions of terror upon hearing these words. Their concern was not for the water god, but for their loved ones. At that moment, a clamor erupted at the village entrance. Those gathered beneath the lightning-struck banyan tree looked up, recognizing familiar faces among the newcomers. The individuals arriving at the village entrance were also overwhelmed with emotion. After yesterday's conscription, they had thought they would never see one another again. Who knew where they would be sent? Wails of joy erupted as many recognized their kin. Chen Pinglei breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the villagers' return. This made it easier to persuade them. By claiming that the water god had nearly sacrificed himself to save them, he could garner even more gratitude from the villagers. His back-and-forth presence had accumulated considerable merit. Ultimately, the merit from the temple's divine form would facilitate the crafting of a more robust deity, as deeper karmic ties increased the likelihood of becoming a divine being. Simultaneously, Chen Pinglei pondered the events of the previous night. What had truly transpired? Why had the Snake Queen, who had gone to rescue others, not returned, while these villagers were the first to come back? Chapter 027. An unfortunate twist of fate, consolidating the water god's incarnation after reuniting. The families were filled with exuberance, exchanging pleasantries and inquiries. Are you hungry? Shall I go home and prepare a bowl of noodles for you? Are you thirsty? I have worried all day. It's good to have you back. Would you like a sip of water? Did you sustain any injuries? Spouses and parents shared moments of excitement, examining the men for any signs of harm. Lu Dafu, too, was unreserved, nearly throwing herself onto Li Shisan. At that moment, Chen Pinglei stepped forward into the crowd, inquiring, "How did you return?" Upon seeing Chen Pinglei, Li Shisan quickly moved Lu Dafu aside, bowing respectfully and stating, "Sir, we encountered the beautiful snake, who dispatched all the officials and soldiers. The beautiful snake did not harm us. It was a swordsman who appeared afterward that saved us. Li Shisan's expression bore traces of a near-death experience. He had genuinely believed he was destined to perish. A swordsman? Chen Pinglei's brow furrowed with concern. It was no wonder the Snake Queen Xuanyang had not returned. However, now that these villagers had returned, he could only continue to trust in Xuanyang and proceed with his plans. Had everyone emerged unscathed? Chen Pinglei probed further. Indeed, no one was injured. All the officials and soldiers perished, Li San affirmed with a nod. Then you were likely under divine protection. If one person escapes unharmed, it could be attributed to luck, but if an entire group does, it suggests the water god intervened, and no wonder the temple was damaged. Chun Pinglei immediately referenced the water god. The large banyan tree, charred by lightning, remained, seemingly showcasing that someone had endured the calamity. So that is it, the true spirit of the water god. Shall we reconstruct the temple in honor of the Lake Lord? Yes, yes, we must express our gratitude and fulfill our vows. Upon hearing Chun Pinglei's words, attention shifted back to the ruined temple. The conscripted strapping youths also grasped the situation's context. And no wonder their fortunes had been so favorable. They were under the water god's protection. Otherwise, they might have ended up like the beautiful snake, their brains siphoned away. Quickly, the villagers mobilized. After returning home, they gathered some sacrificial offerings and tools. Following the previous day's process, they commenced rebuilding the temple, with Old Li among them, displaying sincere devotion. While mixing mud, he noticed a familiar scale embedded within, a black fish scale. Was it this large? Old Li, for reasons he could not fathom, recalled the black fish spirit residing in his pond. Could it be that the black fish spirit was the water god? Although Old Li had made this realization, he refrained from acting hastily in no time. The group had reconstructed the clay effigy. The clay mixture incorporated soil from the previous night's thunder calamity, a process that took nearly a day. Once completed, they conducted a ritual of gratitude. A few lotus lanterns were released into the lake. Marking the conclusion of their offerings, "Thank you, Mr. Chun." They expressed their gratitude to Chun Pinglei in unison. "If it weren't for your reminder, we would not have honored the water god." After the temple's reconstruction, Chun Pinglei felt a wave of relief wash over him. No worries, it is good that everyone is safe. Chun Pinglei advised everyone not to express their gratitude. Once everything was in order, the group departed from the temple, and Chun Pinglei returned to the private academy, intending to await the return of the Serpent Queen, Xionyang. After Old Li returned home, he lit a solitary incense stick by the pond, offering thanks to the black fish spirit for its protection of the villagers. Meanwhile, Lu found himself in a state of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he felt as though the merits he had accrued were being siphoned away. What could this mean? Soon after, Lu sensed Old Li's gratitude directed towards him. Grateful for saving the villagers? What was happening? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt the entire village expressing their thanks to him. In his confusion, he found himself entering an entirely different state of being. It was as if he had transformed into a clay statue, ensconced within a charred tree hollow, surrounded by numerous incense candles. His flesh and blood were not yet fully formed but were gradually taking shape. To his astonishment, Lu recognized that he was in the midst of transcending tribulations. Initially, he had planned to return to the city and the pond. Reluctantly, he allowed himself a few glances. Upon reaching the banyan tree, he observed the shattered statue being reshaped. Through his divine eye, he beheld the scales, flesh, and merits that had fallen from him intertwining to form a new body, presumably a divine form. Perhaps it was due to the instability of his spirit at the nascent stage that he inadvertently infused a fragment of his soul into this creation. Remarkably, it seemed as though the unintentional act of nurturing had yielded unexpected growth. According to the teachings of the divine control technique, the merit body within the statue had not yet fully formed. Once it became complete, it could likely emerge from the clay and walk freely. Perceptively, the avatar was under his complete control, akin to the foundational seed within him after establishing his foundation. After some contemplation, Lu resolved not to destroy an additional avatar could prove advantageous. However, through his divine eye, he discerned that within this body, not only was there a fragment of his own soul but also another, perhaps a shard of Chun Pinglei's soul. This immediately reminded Lu of the private academy teacher's actions. If this were indeed his divine form containing a fragment of his soul, could he not employ magic to discern the other's thoughts? Yet, the two souls appeared to be tightly intertwined. Should he act against Chun Pinglei's soul, it would inevitably harm his OWN. It was akin to a pair of twins sharing the same womb. Any attempt to intervene would need to wait until the merit body had fully hatched. Nonetheless, alternative methods existed. For instance, if he could have the fragment of the merit body use soul-capturing magic on Chun Pinglei's soul, he could glean certain information. With this idea taking root, Lu commanded the fragment of his soul to cast the spell. The ample merits within the clay could summon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing him to perform this magic without reliance on his own power. The spell was successful. Soon after, Lu perceived another scene unfolding. The setting was the private academy, where Chen Pinglei was engrossed in a poetry collection. The lines spoke of fishermen in Wuling. Lu couldn't help but smile at the familiar verses. Could it be that this realm bore some connection to his past life? From the 72 earthly fiends technique to the Han Pavilion unearthed beneath the lake. And now to this tale of the peach blossom spring. The similarities between this world and his former life became increasingly apparent. Occasionally, Chen Pinglei would gaze out the window at the bamboo wind chimes beneath the eaves. Adding a touch of elegance to the scene, in front of the academy lay a lotus pond, with a water channel drawing from the river, meandering through the lotus blossoms before flowing out again. A truly exquisite arrangement. Truly, as a scholar, he knew how to indulge in life's pleasures. While Lu observed Chen Pinglei through the lens of his fragment, an unexpected disturbance occurred. A gust of wind swept through the window, rustling the books in the study. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared in the room. It was none other than the enchanting serpent. "Young master," she exclaimed, her body draping over Chen Pinglei, her voice dripping with allure. Before Chen Pinglei, the serpent had shed all remnants of ferocity, resembling a delicate wife from a boudoir. As Chen Pinglei embraced her, he noticed a peculiar lightness. Looking down, he saw the hem of her dress was empty. "Xionyang, what has happened to your legs?" he asked, furrowing his brow. "Just after defeating that squad of officials, a swordsman, nearly my equal, severed my tail. Fortunately, I managed to escape through the wind, evading pursuit and returning safely. It shouldn't affect your plans, young master." A sweet smile graced Wang Xionyang's face, seemingly unfazed by her lost tail. Her eyes filled with adoration for Chen Pinglei. "I cannot allow you to belittle yourself in this manner," Chen Pinglei declared as he kissed her, rendering her speechless. The serpent, a temptress capable of ensnaring men's very essence, had succumbed to his charms. Moments later, their lips parted. "My young master is the best," Xionyang said, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "Your young master possesses little prowess. Otherwise, I would not have put you at risk. I shall become the water god, and you will undoubtedly be the water goddess. And together we will indulge in a life devoid of shame." Chen Pinglei spoke with deep affection. His words delighted Xionyang, prompting her to cling to him even tighter. However, Wang Xionyang soon recalled Chen Pinglei's plans and expressed her concern. "Young master, have those villagers returned?" "They have returned, but your return is what truly matters. I dare not imagine what would happen without you," Chen Pinglei replied, his thoughts remaining fixated on Wang Xionyang. "What are your next plans, young master?" she inquired, her heart fluttering at his affectionate words, her thoughts shifting to Chen Pinglei's affairs. "I had intended to wait a bit longer, but with the swordsman's appearance, we must act swiftly. I will inform Li Dafu about the matters of the village shrine and stoke the flames of conflict. Once Li Dafu clashes with the villagers, we can reap the benefits, and you and I shall ascend to divinity." Enjoying endless incense offerings, as Chen Pinglei outlined his next steps, he caressed Wang Xionyang's face, her beauty flawless from every angle. A seed of deep affection, of course, in his heart, Chen Pinglei harbored another scheme. The serpent was the root of his enchantment. If she were to be eliminated, he would gain an abundance of merits. "When the time comes, I shall assist young master in eliminating Li Dafu. My own interest will not be significantly impacted," Wang Xionyang offered eagerly upon hearing Chen Pinglei's words. "Patience is key." Chen Pinglei held Wang Xionyang in his arms, intending to proceed towards the couch. Meanwhile, Lu, through the fragment of Chen Pinglei's soul, had gained a comprehensive understanding of his plans and intentions, in contrast to the knowledge of a certain Su Xian from his previous life. This Chen Pinglei was the true embodiment of a heroic figure from the grassroots. Relying solely on his own strength, he had completely won the heart of a supernatural being. Thus, the notion of Chen Pinglei possessing half merit and half demonic obstacles became explicable. To nurture monsters and commit murder inevitably incurs some form of sin. Lu was also acutely aware of Chen Pinglei's intent to eliminate the beautiful serpent, Wang Xionyang. This matter pertained to the transformation of merit and demonic obstacles. Merit and demonic obstacles were akin to two sides of the same mirror. be why adhering to the principles of the heavenly path, one could achieve a certain reversal. Those who banish demons can transform the demonic obstacles of their adversaries into their own merit. There exists another notion of becoming a celestial demon. A person may forsake their own essence and convert their merit into celestial demonic energy. Merit ascends while demonic obstacles descend. Generally speaking, the conversion of merit into demonic obstacles tends to be at a ratio of 1 to 2. While the reverse conversion is 2 to 1, there are also methods to enhance this transformation, such as the Buddhist concept of salvation. Encouraging individuals to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha can facilitate the transformation of greater demonic obstacles into one's own merit. Through the fragment of Chen Pingliai's soul, Lu discerned that his counterpart's desire to slay the beautiful serpent, Wang Xuanyang, primarily aimed at cleansing his own demonic obstacles. He was essentially treading the path of ruthlessness. In due course, the merit associated with the beautiful serpent would belong to him, while his own demonic obstacles could also be eradicated. In that instant, Lu entertained the notion of usurpation. Should he eliminate the beautiful serpent? Chen Pingliai's demonic obstacles would remain unable to transform into merit. It would be absurd for a person burdened by demonic obstacles to ascend as a water deity. The heavenly path does not determine a person's character as good or evil in achieving divinity. After all, the definitions of virtue and vice are often murky, yet it unequivocally denies those devoid of merit from attaining divinity. Much like how wealth often determines a person's success in the past, Lu resolved to observe the unfolding events, planning to intervene at a critical juncture. For the time being, he intended to keep watch by the lakeside, unable to return to the pond, if he was not mistaken. The next move would involve tampering with the sculpture of the great banyan tree. While awaiting, Lu once again accessed the system panel to check the rewards for the birth of his offspring. He had not returned to the city within the water realm, yet his offspring continued to hatch incessantly. The number of offspring had nearly reached 60,000. The system's rewards were also at hand. He felt an ever-increasing sense of strength. This was also the reason he dared to linger here, unafraid of encountering the beautiful serpent. Detected that the host's offspring birth count reached 70,000. Reward: 3 mystical true fire. 3 mystical true fire. Fire of vision, fire of intent, fire of breath. Collectively known as 3 mystical true fired, it is the supreme divine fire of cultivators, formidable and unparalleled, primarily used for alchemy and artifact forging, and can also be employed against foes. The host has broken through to the first layer of foundation establishment, detected that the host's offspring birth count reached 80,000. Reward: Sun Concealment Technique, one of the 72 earthly fiend techniques. The Sun Concealment Technique, a spell that conceals the heavenly secrets, allowing others to be unable to discern your origins, half true and half false, not entirely accurate. Simultaneously, it obscures one's presence, rendering one unobservable in their true form. The rewards after the offspring surpass 10,000 are this formidable? The 3 mystical true fire is self-explanatory. In the previous life, the Red Boy's 3 mystical true fire in Journey to the West even caused some trouble for Sun Wukong. In terms of efficacy, it is hardly inferior to the Heavenly Eye. That is also the 3 mystical true fire possessed by Nez's treasure, the 9 Dragons' divine fire, which directly incinerated Shurji. Its power is beyond dispute. Lu exhaled lightly, and a flame ignited in the water. The previous fire creation technique seemed to have had a slight effect. After all, it produced the 3 mystical true fired. It can burn even in water. Does this mean that in the future, one can consume cooked food in water? Lu gazed at the 3 mystical true fire he had acquired, filled with anticipation, a breakthrough in the foundation establishment realm. Some changes had also occurred within him. The seed of foundation establishment had already sprouted. It is likely that the assessment of the foundation establishment realm hinges on the condition of that vital energy seed. Sun Concealment Technique, another spell acquired. This spell already encompasses the effects of the turtle breath technique. While the turtle breath technique solely conceals and disguises one's aura, making it difficult for enemies to detect oneself, the Sun Concealment Technique directly obscures heavenly secrets. In the future, if others attempt to use spells to investigate his identity, it would be nearly impossible. Concealing one's true form also proves somewhat useful. Thus, others would find it challenging to discover that a black fish was becoming extraordinary. Lu promptly employed the Sun Concealment Technique. In an instant, he seemed to become a tad more ordinary. The golden scales on his body dimmed momentarily, and his size instantly transformed to that of an ordinary black fish. At this moment, even if a celestial being were to arrive, they would be unable to discern his uniqueness. Excellent! Lu was quite satisfied with this spell. With the system's blessings of abundant offspring and his rapid ascension in realm, no one could scrutinize him. He certainly would not end up like Sun Wukong, whose fate was sealed from birth, never to attain freedom. Just as Lu finished reviewing the system panel, a turn of events unfolded once more. Chun Pinglei arrived at the great banyan tree. He concealed the original small temple statue within the underwater passage of the tree hollow, replacing it with an ordinary clay sculpture. This clay sculpture bore a resemblance to the true idol. Observing this, Lu sensed a conspiracy brewing. What were they plotting? As Lu released bubbles in the water, he patiently awaited the spectacular performance to commence. Chapter 029. Watching the show, the landlord is schemed against after a while. A clamor erupted. A corpulent man clad in azure silk attire, seated in a bamboo sedan chair carried by two individuals, approached from this direction. This display was indeed extraordinary in the countryside. A hefty figure was a rarity. For ordinary folk, merely having enough to eat and avoiding starvation was already a significant achievement, let alone being so well fed. The silk garments on his body were not something an average person could afford. In the water, Lu recognized this individual as Li Dafu, the landlord of Lijia village. After Chen Pinglei had exchanged the statue, he sought out Li Dafu. The purpose of Li Dafu's arrival was evidently to demolish the temple. Simultaneously, many villagers, upon learning of Li Dafu's actions, immediately rallied to support him. Just after the water deity had assisted them, they were to have their temple destroyed. Li Dafu must not be allowed to proceed with this. A conflict seemed imminent. You all are here conducting lewd rituals and still have the audacity to argue, having even returned those abducted men. How bold of you! Why had I never seen you so brazen before? Li Dafu, observing the villagers gathering, showed no fear, boldly clapping his hands. Instantly, several men in black appeared. These were the thugs Li Dafu employed. How could he not bring his men when confronting the villagers? Aside from the officially sanctioned deities such as the kitchen god, the door god, and the wealth god, as well as the village's land deity and the officially recognized mountain and water gods, all other forms of worship were strictly prohibited by the authorities, labeled as lewd rituals. This was primarily to prevent the common folk from using unconventional forces to resist their rulers. Naturally, Li Dafu stood in alliance with the authorities. Relishing the villagers' transgression of taboos, the villagers, upon seeing the thugs, began to waver in fear. Li Dafu, witnessing their panic, felt even more triumphant. His gaze swept over some of the villagers who had been taken the previous day, and he exclaimed, "Have you all returned? Did you worship the lewd shrine to bring them back? Well, your offenses are even more serious." Li Dafu continued to threaten. He had paid 2 golden cakes to prevent the officials from causing a ruckus. Why should these villagers return unscathed? It was these men who had previously thwarted his schemes. With them absent, he could act with even greater impunity. Li Dafu waved his hand, commanding his subordinates, "Recapture them for me and demolish this lewd shrine." "Lordly, perhaps it would be prudent not to proceed with this," Confucius once said. "Respect the spirits and keep your distance." At this moment, Chun Pinglei stepped forward, attempting to dissuade Li Dafu from recklessly acting. "Mr. Chun, I hold you in esteem as a gentleman. I would rather pretend not to see you." Li Dafu, noticing Chun Pinglei's intervention, softened his tone somewhat, yet he had no intention of heeding Chun Pinglei's words. "Master Li, we are all concerned for our loved ones. Let this one instance pass, and we shall not truly act this way in the future. We are all fellow villagers. You may fill the tree hollow with soil and pretend nothing has occurred." Chen Pinglei continued to plead for the villagers. He was not genuinely seeking clemency, but rather aimed to exacerbate the conflict. For a person like Li Dafu, the more one retreats, the more they will take liberties. As expected, Li Dafu waved his hand dismissively. "Please escort Mr. Chen aside and demolish this lewd shrine," Li Dafu commanded. He was so audacious that he wished to urinate upon it if he had the chance. Upon hearing this, many villagers began to voice their discontent. "You will be sought out by the water deity. Beast, may you meet a wretched end. Bastard, you are doomed." The villagers began to curse vehemently. "What do you understand? I act according to the law. The water god will come to me, and the city god will come to protect me. Hurry up and act. Li Dafu paid no heed to the curses, instead deriving a perverse pleasure from them. Bah! At that moment, a young girl from the crowd spat. Li Dafu glanced at the spit on his trousers and immediately broke into a sneer. You little brat! How dare you! He seized the girl's braid and pinched her chin with one hand. You have a decent appearance. You could serve as my maid. Let us see if you dare to defy me in my own house. The girl's parents, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of desperation. They attempted to rush forward but were struck down by the lackeys wielding sticks. Please, spare the child. The girl's mother knelt on the gravel-strewn ground, her knees quickly staining crimson. Mother-in-law, I will have the servants deliver 2 strings of coins to your family. Li Dafu's face was alight with a radiant smile, yet he had no intention of relenting. At that moment, the lackeys, though fearful of demolishing the temple, were caught in a stalemate. None dared to strike. What are you all doing? What is there to be afraid of? Li Dafu kicked the clay statue, urging those around him to continue, and only then did the lackeys spring into action. Chen Pinglei maintained an impassive expression, secretly reveling in the unfolding chaos. However, Li Dafu was not wholly satisfied after the temple was torn down. He pointed a finger at the gathered villagers, vociferously rebuking them. If I find out you continue to rebuild, I will ensure you suffer. After saying this, he gestured towards the villagers who had been taken away the previous day, ordering them to be bound again. In a few days, the officials may come looking for you. It would be just perfect to hand over these people to them. I do not wish to face the law myself. Li Dafu, apprehensive of the county magistrate of Pingqing, resolved to use these villagers as scapegoats. If you dare to resist, I will strike down even the women and children. Li Dafu tugged at the little girl in his grasp. Ultimately, women and children were the Achilles heel of men, and one by one, they had no choice but to submit. At that moment, nearly all the villagers glared at Li Dafu with bloodshot eyes. Had their gazes been lethal, he would have perished 100 times over. Their kin had fervently prayed and offered sacrifices to escape conscription, only to be caught again by Li Dafu. Yet, he remained unfazed, returning leisurely to his ancestral home in a bamboo sedan chair. A servant still held onto the girl, who was now on the verge of maturity and still struggling. Beneath the banyan tree, the girl's mother continued to kneel on the ground, incessantly prostrating herself. Mr. Chun, what shall we do? The villagers looked at the ruined statue and then at Chen Pinglei, seeking a solution. If you believe in the water god, light 2 incense sticks for offerings now, and the temple will reform itself. The water god will surely teach him a lesson. Chen Pinglei reassured the crowd. Stimulated by the unfolding events, the villagers' faith in the water god deepened, and they began to offer incense and candles, all the while cursing Li Dafu under their breaths. Nearby, Lu Yu observed everything. Chen Pinglei is truly cunning. The statue remains intact, and the villagers are merely contributing their offerings in vain. After Li Dafu is dead, there will be merit to claim. It is likely that action will be taken tonight. Lu2 plan to await developments at Li Dafu's ancestral home. Chapter 30. The mantis stalks the cicada. While the yellow bird lies in wait, Lu Yu utilized the cloud summoning technique to conceal himself above Li Dafu's ancestral home, hidden amongst the clouds. With the turtle breathing technique and sun concealing technique, no one could detect his presence. As night fell, it did not take long before a gust of wind heralded the arrival of Wang Xuanyang, who brought Chen Pinglei to the rooftop of Li Dafu's house. You will descend and slay Li Dafu and his lackeys, and then we can become the water god together. Chen Pinglei whispered into Wang Xuanyang's ear, causing her to gasp excitedly. After that, I want a reward from you. My lord. Wang Xuanyang pressed against Chen Pinglei, caressing his waist. Once Li Dafu is dead, we will have plenty of time. You shall not leave my side. Chen Pinglei continued to comfort Wang Xuanyang. I shall heed your words. Wang Xuanyang greedily sought a lingering kiss eye in the sky. Lu Yu watched the two on the rooftop engaging in their theatrics, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Incredible! Had Su Xian from the legend of the White Snake possessed even half of Chen Pinglei's abilities in his past life, he would not have ended up as a monk. Such rhetoric, such actions, reborn as a fish, he would still refer to him as an experienced driver. He almost mistook them for a prelude to a wild encounter. Lu Yu also noticed that the enchanting serpent did not walk on her feet, but floated above the ground, her tail having been severed, rendering her somewhat incapacitated. My lord is a scholar. His hands cannot be stained with blood. You wait here while I go to kill. Wang Xuanyang then leaped down from the rooftop. Chen Pinglei tightened his grip on the fan in his hand. Within the fan was a mechanism containing the serpent's venom. To avoid harming him, the serpent would eventually regurgitate the venom, which he had collected, sufficient to kill the serpent herself. Additionally, he possessed a one-time artifact capable of exterminating spirits and monsters. Even if Wang Xuanyang turned into a vengeful spirit, she would not stand a chance against him. In the courtyard of the rear yard, the girl who had been taken during the day was still bound to a pillar. Her mouth gagged with a cloth. Her fierce biting had warranted her punishment here. Wang Xuanyang paid no heed to the girl and made her way straight into Li Dafu's bedroom. The night offered little in terms of entertainment. Inside, Li Dafu was engaged in procreation. As he prepared to charge forth, the oil lamp in the room flickered to life, revealing a beautiful figure. Dressed rather indecently, Li Dafu thought nothing of it, assuming it to be a woman pleading on behalf of her man. Whose wife are you? If you wish for me to release your husband, it is not impossible, provided you accompany me for the night. As he spoke, his hand instinctively reached out. However, he suddenly noticed something beneath the beauty's feet. She appeared to have no legs. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Li Dafu's brow. Yet, the scene before him transformed drastically. Li Dafu was left petrified. His soul shattered as the beauty's head morphed into a massive serpent's head, its mouth agape, revealing venomous fangs and a long, flickering tongue. Without hesitation, Wang Xuanyang bit off Li Dafu's head and swallowed it whole, licking her lips in satisfaction. Li Dafu's lower body still reacted, but without a head. He was lost. A monster. A woman on the bed screamed in terror at the sight. The commotion in the rear yard attracted the guards from the ancestral home. Such foolishness, Wang Xuanyang remarked as she exited the bedroom. Outside the room, the old steward, stationed at the door, was the first to approach. Before he could utter a word, she grasped his throat, crushing it instantly. He died with wide eyes. When the servants arrived in the rear yard, they were taken aback by the sight of the serpent-headed beauty, retreating in horror. Moments ago, they thought they had misheard. Now witnessing it with their own eyes, they instinctively recoiled, wishing to flee. Am I beautiful? At that moment, a sultry voice rang out. Before everyone's eyes, a naked beauty appeared. You were mistaken. This is truly me. Wang Xuanyang cast an illusion. As the servants were left bewildered, her serpent head elongated, and her tongue pierced through several skulls, sucking their brains into her mouth. Meanwhile, the girl bound to the pillar widened her eyes in terror, especially as the creature glanced back at her. The little girl shut her eyes. Too frightened to look further in the sky, Lu Yu was poised to act against the serpent beauty when suddenly, a sword's whistle pierced the air. Clang. The heavenly eye. Almost instinctively, Lu Yu activated the heavenly eye. Peering in the direction of the sword's sound, in an instant, a sense of crisis enveloped him. In the front courtyard, Li Shisan and a group of villagers were bound hand and foot. Seated on the ground, a silver light erupted from Li Shisan's ear, soaring into the sky and expanding several-fold, a flying sword. This blade, lacking a hilt, resembled a willow leaf. Simultaneously, both Chen Pinglei and the serpent beauty Wang Xuanyang on the rooftop widened their eyes in unison. Xuanyang! Chen Pinglei seemed to have realized something and leaped down from the eaves. Wang Xuanyang, witnessing the sudden appearance of the sword, recalled the sword light that had severed her before. Without hesitation, she employed her escape technique. As she observed her young master descending from the rooftop, she, who initially intended to distance herself, gritted her teeth and directly moved towards the direction Chen Pinglei was jumping. Even in such a perilous moment, she yearned to catch her young master. Lu, using his heavenly eye to discern the target of the flying sword was the beautiful snake, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was no match for the flying sword. Its intent alone sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, the concealment techniques of the sun veiling and tortoise breathing prevented the sword from detecting his aura. In a flash of silver light, the sword soared away. Having only struck once, just that one strike, and the outcome was already determined. The beautiful snake, Wang Xuanyang, embraced Chen Pinglei, prompting the sword to show mercy. Instead of striking directly at her heart, it severed her from the waist down, causing the massive lower half of her serpentine form to writhe violently on the ground. A torrent of blood gushed forth, and a glimmer of silver light remained at the wound, indicating a grievous injury. The wound seemed as if it would drain her lifeblood completely. Xionyang, are you all right? Does it hurt? Chen Pinglei, holding the half-bodied Wang Xionyang, spoke in a hoarse voice. He was terrified. He almost believed the flying sword would claim Wang Xionyang's life. If that were the case, all his meticulously crafted plans would be in vain. The reason he had jumped down was due to hearing about such situations. The flying sword would only target spirits and would avoid ordinary people. Thus, he gambled on rushing towards Wang Xionyang. Indeed, the sword altered its course to avoid harming him. As Chen Pinglei watched the sword depart, he felt a wave of relief. Given the circumstances, Wang Xionyang must be dealt with swiftly. He needed to ascend to the status of Water God.01 knew whether the flying sword would return. Chen Pinglei raised the fan in his hand. Chapter 031. Slaying the Lovesick Snake? Seizing merits, at this moment, Wang Xionyang felt no sense of danger at all, for Chen Pinglei had survived, filling her with joy. The snake's head transformed back into a human form, and she tenderly caressed Chen Pinglei's face, saying, "Just now, my lord wished to save Xionyang, and that makes me very happy. I do not feel pain at all. It's merely that the flying sword bore intent, making the wound difficult to heal. It will be a long time before I can enjoy intimacy with my lord again." A hint of regret adorned Wang Xionyang's face, her mind replaying the image of Chen Pinglei leaping from the rooftop. The love her young master bore for her was genuine. He had never looked down upon her. Indeed, surviving was all that mattered. Upon hearing her words, Chen Pinglei's hand faltered for a moment, tears involuntarily welling up. One hand held Wang Xionyang, while he gently whispered in her ear with a quavering voice. However, his other hand subtly triggered a mechanism, an ambush. Chen Pinglei feigned a cry of alarm. Wang Xionyang's body stiffened. What had begun as tears of joy suddenly transformed into sorrow. Great drops of tears streamed down her face as she struggled to turn her head and utter, "My lord, is it you?" Wang Xionyang was no fool. In that instant of rigidity, she realized it was Chen Pinglei's doing. "I'm sorry." Chen Pinglei continued to weave his deception, for it had become second nature to him. "Xionyang, you are my most cherished. Otherwise, how could I, a mere mortal, engage with a creature like you? I fear that swordsmen might come after you, and only by killing you could I find an opportunity for revenge." Chen Pinglei's face remained affectionate. His right hand retrieved a pearl from his waist. "You still have a chance to live. Let your soul enter this warm soul pearl. I shall become the water god, and you will be the water goddess wife." Ensuring we evade the swordsman, Chen Pinglei coaxed Wang Xionyang gently. Of course, the green pearl was not a warm soul pearl, but a soul destruction pearl, for only by extinguishing Wang Xionyang's soul could he garner greater merits. "My lord, I trust you." Wang Xionyang smiled tragically at that moment, unsure if she truly believed or was merely trying to convince herself to lessen her pain. "Have you two had enough of your sentimental displays?" At that moment, Lu suddenly interjected. Just as Chen Pinglei was about to unleash a poison arrow, he had employed the ice binding technique. The ice binding at the foundation establishment level was vastly different from that at the chi refinement level, silently immobilizing his targets. This was also the reason the beautiful snake had become momentarily stiff. Lu, unable to contain himself as he observed the tender exchange, acted without mercy. He reached directly for Wang Xionyang's chest, where he summoned the three flames of true fire, incinerating her heart. He had come with the intent to kill Wang Xionyang. In truth, her strength far surpassed his, approaching the fifth layer of foundation establishment. The seed of foundation establishment in her dantian had sprouted 4 or 5 leaves like lotus petals. Unfortunately, she was a lovesick creature, believing Chen Pinglei had turned against her. Thus she relinquished all resistance. With a soft sound, Wang Xionyang, who should have perished, smiled inexplicably. In her bright eyes, there seemed to be a flicker of light. "My lord, it seems you miscalculated a step." Wang Xionyang closed her eyes. Instantly, dark clouds swirled in the air, and the spirit of a massive snake materialized in the courtyard. The soul snake, upon appearing, coiled around Chen Pinglei, enveloping him within its embrace. However, it appeared not to be attacking him, but rather bidding farewell. gently kissing his forehead. After witnessing this, Lu manifested the 3 flames of true fire, burning away the resentment clinging to the soul snake. He then seized the remaining soul, seeking to uncover some of Wang Xionyang's memories and gain further insight into this world. Xionyang, Chen Pingliai's gaze met Lu's, filled with rage. This exclamation was more an expression of despair over the loss of what he had hoped to possess. While Chen Pinglai spoke, Lu had already snatched away the soul destruction pearl and the fan from his hands. With his soul capturing technique, he could naturally perceive the effects of the soul destruction pearl. The fan appeared to be a treasure that he could not overlook as Lu departed. He also took the severed lower half of the snake's body with him. Such materials as snake skin and bones were excellent for crafting, and he certainly intended to keep them as for Chen Pingliai's fate. It mattered little to him. Presently, Chen Pinglai had become somewhat of a liability. Given that there was still a fragment of his soul within the clay sculpture, he feared that killing Chen Pinglai might instead aid in his ascension to divinity. He would prefer to allow him to live until the water goddess avatar was fully consolidated. As long as Chen Pinglai did not abandon his aspirations of divinity, he would be of benefit to Lu. For this reason, Lu planned to observe for a while longer. Chen Pinglai stood dumbfounded as a mermaid appeared. Seizing what was rightfully his and swiftly departing, he was left in a daze, unsure of how to react. Now, with Wang Xionyang dead, no one could assist him. He could only rely on himself. Fortunately, Li Dafu was already dead, allowing him to gather another wave of merits. My lord, are you all right? At that moment, a female voice startled him from his reverie. Chen Pinglai turned to the little girl bound to the pillar, his heart racing with anxiety, fearing she might witness too much. What did you see? Chen Pinglai stood up and patted the little girl. Those people had their brains pierced, and I was so scared I closed my eyes and heard nothing. The little girl's face was still marked with terror. It's all right now. Truly, it's all right. Chen Pinglai comforted her. However, upon realizing he was the only one left in the courtyard, he gently twisted the little girl's neck. Her pupils widened, and she perished. He could not permit any unforeseen events to occur. Tomorrow, he would have it that the water god could no longer tolerate Li Dafu's misdeeds and thus eliminated him. It all hinged on how he, as her private tutor, would narrate the tale. For now, he could only devise a way to salvage the situation. On the other side, after slaying the beautiful snake, the flying sword soared northward. After a period of traversing, it was caught between the index and middle fingers of a hand. It had indeed been deceived by the snake, and it was fortunate that he had kept a backup. Yao Banian shook his head as he watched the flying sword transform into a sword pellet. After severing the beautiful snake's tail, he had purposely left another sword pellet in the ear of a farmer. Fearful of any unforeseen incidents, he had always believed the beautiful snake had retreated northward, yet it turned out to be a ruse, returning south instead. Had it not been for the other sword pellet, he would have truly been misled by the beautiful snake. Yao Banian took out a wine gourd, rinsed the sword pellet, and swallowed it. After taking a couple of swigs of wine, he turned and returned southward. Chapter 032. The bet is won. The tabby cat becomes my wife. After leaving the ancestral home, Lu first returned to the pond. After slaying the beautiful snake, he certainly had to share the news. The best recipient for such a revelation was undoubtedly Miao Gao Gao. Transforming back into the form of a black fish at the water's edge, Lu entered the pond. Upon entering the aquatic realm, he saw Miao Gao Gao channeling her spiritual power. Miao, you've finally returned. The spirit-gathering array has disappeared. I shall uphold the realm of water. What have you been occupied with these past 2 days? Upon seeing Lu Yu, Miao Gao Gao immediately began to interrogate. The gathering spirit array has vanished, and the water realm array is barely holding on. For these past few days, she has dedicated herself to safeguarding the black fish fry. Thank you very much, Lu Yu replied with a smile. The tabby cat widened its eyes upon hearing the voice. After all, the black fish spirit cannot speak. At that moment, Lu Yu transformed directly into a merman. Miao Gao Gao stared in disbelief, her mouth agape and eyes wide. When did you reach the foundation building stage and take form? Her mind was filled with 1,000 questions. After spending a few days together, she had discovered that the black fish spirit was rather extraordinary, and its strength seemed to be less formidable than she had imagined. Could it be that it had been deceiving her all along? Merely lacking the ability to speak. Were you injured before as well? Miao Gao Gao thought of the black fish spirit, recognizing their shared predicament. Yes, indeed. Lu Yu did not disagree. Compared to rapidly increasing strength, it seemed more appropriate to focus on restoring one's power. In that instant, Miao Gao Gao felt a little reassured. She had feared that she could not even defeat a newly cultivated black fish. They were both sympathetic to one another's plight. Shall I lead you to a different location within the cave dwelling? I have recently discovered a splendid place. The primary purpose of Lu Yu's visit to the pond was to facilitate their relocation. The resources in the pond were indeed quite limited, and it was not an ideal hiding spot. Relocation? What about the beautiful snake? What if we are discovered? Miao Gao Gao shook her head. The reason for choosing the pond was its relative safety. Her strength had not yet fully recovered. Was it too soon to move? Do you recall our agreement? Lu Yu brought up the wager made with Miao Gao Gao, stating that if he were to slay the beautiful snake, she would become his wife. Is it merely about becoming a wife? As long as you kill the beautiful snake, I shall undoubtedly agree. As soon as Miao Gao Gao's words fell, a loud splash echoed, and a massive serpent's corpse emerged from the water. This, Miao Gao Gao was momentarily rendered speechless. The beautiful snake is truly dead? How did you manage that? She exclaimed in astonishment. If not for the corpse lying before her, she would never have believed that Lu Yu could have slain the beautiful snake. I encountered a sword immortal recently, who struck me down, and I seized the opportunity to kill her. Does our bet still stand? Lu Yu clarified. In reality, even if luck had not favored him this time, once the offspring of the blue fish were born, his strength would surely suffice to kill the beautiful snake. It was simply a matter of timing. It counts, but really, how could you, a mere fish, not spare even a cat? Miao Gao Gao regarded him with a hint of disdain, as if he were a pervert. It's a secret. Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly. Miao Gao Gao agreed, and all was well. He wished to disclose the matter of his pregnancy to Miao Gao Gao, yet found it difficult to articulate. How should he broach the subject? Humph, if you won't speak of it, I shall feast on the snake stew. Miao Gao Gao licked her lips at the sight of the beautiful snake's body. The beautiful snake was dead, and its blood and flesh still contained abundant essence and magical power, which would benefit the spirits. Thus, consuming it was hardly unusual. Lu felt a bit uncomfortable but understood. Once we relocate, I shall take care of it. Lu Yu gently patted Miao Gao Gao. She nuzzled against his hand. Lu Yu did not forget about the black fish lady, reverting to his original form and entering the water. The black fish lady was responsible for protecting and feeding the Fry. He submerged into the waters of the water realm. The black fish lady also nuzzled him, clearly remembering his essence. Fish do not have merely 7 days of memory, as one might think. In the spirit-rich environment, the black fish lady seemed to be awakening her potential. We re-leaving? Lu Yu wondered if the black fish lady could understand him and said. He then used water manipulation to form a water sphere. The sphere enveloped the black fish lady and the black fish fry, causing them to float upwards. Suddenly, they soared into the air. A flicker of fear appeared in the black fish lady's eyes. Much like humans, animals can become anxious and frightened in unfamiliar situations, feeling lost. However, it soon seemed that she realized everything was orchestrated by Lu Yu, gradually calming down. Their days together had fostered an immense trust in Lu Yu from the black fish lady. Miao Gao Gao, meanwhile, stood atop the serpent's body, also being carried away, squinting her eyes in enjoyment as they ascended. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Yu, with Miao Gao Gao and the black fish lady, arrived at the city ramparts. At the city ramparts, the old turtle, upon seeing his master return, immediately stretched his neck in welcome. A black fish, and so many fry. The old turtle's mung bean eyes widened upon spotting the densely packed black fish fry. This is incredible, and that cat? Its aura feels quite formidable. It was subdued directly by its master. Truly, my master is impressive. The old turtle wagged its tail in greeting, resembling a dog to the untrained eye. Simultaneously, the black fish fry grew noticeably more lively upon entering the water realm, as the spiritual energy here was far more abundant. The black fish lady also realized they had arrived in a more suitable habitat. Joyfully wagging her tail in the city ramparts, upon Lu Yu's arrival, the blue fish also emerged, followed by a swarm of blue fish fry. The blue fish and the black fish lady naturally found themselves at odds. This is a bit awkward. The black fish lady seemed to sense her rival and immediately nuzzled Lu Yu. The blue fish, wanting to charge forward, found Lu Yu exuding the aura of a foundation-building realm, serving as a deterrent. Upon seeing the blue fish lady and a multitude of black fish fry, the blue fish's gaze turned somewhat fierce. However, sensing Lu Yu's aura, it dared not act recklessly. The black fish lady, devoid of cultivation, provocatively challenged the blue fish, seemingly eager to engage. Lu Yu, with no other choice, added a layer of obstruction in the water realm, transforming the underwater world into a pattern reminiscent of the Tai Chi symbol, isolating the blue fish from the black fish lady. Furthermore, he opened the doors to the first and second floors of the city ramparts, creating a more harmonious appearance. The old turtle was assigned by Lu Yu to guard the black fish lady and her fry. Meanwhile, upon entering the water, Miao Gao Gao immediately noticed the absence of water on the third floor of the city ramparts. It must have been prepared for her. She was delighted as she brought half of the beautiful snake's tail over. Miao Gao Gao did not mind Lu Yu's relationship with these ordinary fish, nor did she care about the numerous offspring. To her, strength was paramount. Becoming a wife was merely a title. She could consume the beautiful snake's body, ensuring her injuries would heal more swiftly. Naturally, Lu Yu had not forgotten about Miao Gao Gao. Watching the petite Miao Gao Gao bite into the serpent's body, which was as thick as a human's, as she entered the third floor of the city ramparts, he found it amusing. Present. Miao Gao Gao was the one with whom he could communicate most freely. Do not rush. I will take care of it. Lu Yu transformed once more into a merman and entered the third floor of the city ramparts, speaking tenderly. He then employed the three flames true fire to remove the skin and bones of the beautiful snake. Next, he used the three flames true fire to cook the snake meat until it was golden brown. Lu Yu also procured some suitably flavored algae to serve as sauce. In the end, he fed it to Miao Gao Gao. He acknowledged that while the three flames true fire could be used for refining tools and concocting pills, it was far more enjoyable to prepare gourmet food. Meow, it's delicious. While feeding Miao Gao Gao, Lu Yu simultaneously employed healing magic to mend her wounds. Of course, on the side of the blue fish and the black fish lady, they also used their magical power to crush the snake meat before tossing it into the water. Chapter 033. Refining Magic Treasures, the Divine Whip, Healing Spell. While feeding, Lu Yu gently stroked Miao Gao Gao, preparing to heal her injuries. Previously, he had been somewhat concerned that with Miao Gao Gao's recovery, he might not be able to contend with her, leading to unexpected complications. However, he felt less apprehensive now. Lu Yu began using the healing spell to mend her acupoints. He then employed the 5 Thunder Righteous method to alleviate any injuries caused by the Thunder Tribulation. Unfortunately, while he could restore the wounds, the recovery of her strength would take some time. The magical power needed to readjust to her physical form was not an overnight task. The blood and flesh he restored, along with the acupoints, represented a transition between the old and the new. Miao Gao Gao sensed his goodwill, licked his hand, and ultimately fell asleep in his embrace. Was this still the demeanor of a spirit? Lu gazed at the tail of the fish while cradling a tabby cat amidst the city walls, feeling an odd dissonance in this peculiar scene. After the tabby drifted into slumber, he set it aside and began to peel the flesh from the serpent's body, intent on forging a magical artifact. With the presence of the true fire of samadhi and the art of ritual crafting, it was the perfect opportunity to create such a treasure. Lu meticulously divided the serpent's skin into several strips and wove them onto the vertebrae, employing the samadhi true fire alongside the ritual crafting technique. He initiated the process. Originally the size of a fist, the whip shrank to the thickness of a finger after the ritual. A gentle toss unleashed a blade of wind, effortlessly cleaving a piece of azure stone beneath the water in two, showcasing its considerable might. However, the greatest flaw of this artifact was the absence of a spiritual essence. Lu retrieved the soul of Wang Xionyang. The beautiful serpent, upon her demise, was engulfed in resentment. Her mind clouded by the impact of demonic interference or perhaps driven by a strong desire for self-destruction. Her consciousness had dwindled significantly. Not to mention, Lu had taken precautions by processing her soul with the Samadhi True Fire. Soul Extraction Technique. Lu commenced the soul extraction to delve into Wang Xionyang's memories. In the land of Jiuzhou, situated in Jiangzhou, strife raged between the north and south, with internal chaos ensuing. Demons wreaked havoc, leaving no peace, and the new dynasty often replaced the old. During the time of Qi the shores of Pengli, vast waters sprawled across the land, a place of remarkable individuals and spiritual essence. It concealed countless mountain spirits and water monsters. Naturally, there were numerous deities within the rural communities and along the city waters. They revered the land, mountain, and water gods, while dragons lurked in the depths. Pengli's shores? Lu's mind immediately recalled a line of poetry. The echoes resound at Pengli's shores, the sounds cut off at Hengyang's banks. Was this the ancient world of gods and demons? A place somewhat reminiscent of his previous life. After digesting this information, Lu gained a fundamental understanding of this world. Simultaneously, he became more aware of Chen Pingli's experiences. The encounter between Wang Xionyang and Chen Pinglai occurred at a nearby dilapidated temple. At that time, Wang Xionyang had yet to take on her human form. She was about to plead with Chen Pinglai, expressing her ability to read, hoping he could teach her to cultivate her transformation more swiftly. As a serpent spirit, she understood human speech and spared Chen Pinglai in return. He taught her the ways of consuming flesh, which rapidly enhanced her cultivation and allowed her to withstand the thunder tribulation. Their fates intertwined, and it was during this time that she acquired considerable knowledge of the deities. Chen Pingli's interest in Qingshui Lake stemmed from a grander ambition, to become the master of Pengli's shores. Due to years of warfare, the region had been without a common lord for over a century. By becoming the water god of Qingshui Lake, one could seize control of the water veins of Pengli, thus ascending as the water deity of Pengli Marsh. Pengli Marsh, in fact, was the renowned second-largest freshwater lake in Jiuzhou from his previous life. Achieving such a status as a water god in such a place would indeed be a remarkable feat. After gaining a slight understanding, Lu began to look forward to Pengli Marsh. With a water god avatar, was there a chance for him? Yet, another question lingered. Did the heavenly realm and the underworld exist as he had learned in his past life? This was crucial. If celestial forces were present, Pengli Marsh might be embroiled in their machinations. However, Wang Xionyang was unaware of these larger contexts, lacking the depth of understanding required. At this moment, after employing the soul extraction technique, Wang Xionyang's soul, having been scorched by the Samadhi true fire, had essentially become a blank slate. Lu merged this blank slate with the magical artifact. After integrating with the soul, the artifact finally took shape, beginning to autonomously absorb spiritual energy. As if it had been revived, Lu toyed with the serpent whip he had created. With the infusion of the spiritual essence, its power surged further. Moreover, it gained a new ability known as movement with the wind. By firmly grasping the handle of the whip, one could utilize wind escape, allowing for effortless movement within a 10-meter radius. At that moment, Lu felt a peculiar sensation. He summoned the system's interface to review his progress. Detection indicates the host has produced 90,000 offspring. Reward: 1 day of demon slaying technique, one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. Demon slaying technique. A crafting spell that imbues weapons with magical properties. Utilized for exorcising spirits and vanquishing formless demons. Detection indicates the host has produced 100,000 offspring. Reward: Spirit Insight Technique, one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. Spirit Insight Technique. Allows one to perceive the presence of spirits or sense the land deities, enabling encounters with the divine and profound insights into the underworld, while also discerning illusions. Unbeknownst to him, Lu had unexpectedly acquired 2 new spells, both of which belonged to the 72 earthly fiends techniques. The demon-slaying technique, at first glance, appeared to be an offensive spell, yet it turned out to be a crafting spell, more advanced than the ritual crafting technique. The latter relied solely on materials to exhibit their traits, while the former could also attach spells. Lu immediately contemplated the god-driving technique and the Samadhi true fire. If he could integrate these 2 spells into the serpent whip, its power would surely amplify even further. As for the spirit insight technique, it required no explanation. This spell would deepen his understanding of mountains, earth, and water veins, enabling a connection with the underworld. It would undoubtedly prove useful. Subsequently, he could use this technique to seek out that little girl of the land. Ever since she had sent him into the water, he had not encountered her again. Lu still wished to express his gratitude. First, he would attempt to merge the Samadhi true fire. Lu infused a small portion of the Samadhi true fire into the magical artifact using the demon-slaying technique. The quantity was evidently limited. If he added too much, the spiritual essence would struggle to bear it. Nevertheless, he successfully integrated a wisp of Samadhi true fire. The wind blade now carried a hint of Samadhi true fire, significantly enhancing its potency. The integration of the god-driving technique also proceeded smoothly. However, when Lu attempted to merge the wind borrowing technique, it proved to be less straightforward. The entire whip seemed to reach an extreme point. Beginning to tremble, Lu recognized it had reached its limit and ceased the ritual crafting. After employing the demon-slaying technique, the whip's grade elevated slightly. It had now become an extraordinary magical artifact. Lu designated the whip as the god-striking whip. Henceforth, he was no longer defenseless. By this time, daylight had arrived, and numerous fishing boats stirred upon the lake's surface. The sculptures in the temple appeared to be animated as well. Chapter 034. Drowning to become a god. Sewing garments for others. After emerging from the ancestral home, Chun Pinglei first made his way to the grand banyan tree, replacing the concealed sculpture. Shortly thereafter, the villagers from Li Shursan arrived, bearing incense and offerings. Moments ago, after releasing Li Shursan and others from the backyard, the villagers were curious to see Chun Pinglei approach from the rear, despite the front gate being closed. Chun Pinglei claimed to be possessed by the water god. Deceiving the villagers, they believed him without question, assuming that Li Dafu had angered the crowd, bringing about his own demise. Faced with the dismembered corpses, the village elders suggested burning them to prevent any transformations. The village head, Li Da, had stepped forth following Li Dafu's death. However, he dared not oppose Chun Pinglei's wishes and complied instead. He even fabricated the circumstances surrounding the deceased. The village largely governed itself. Occasionally, when someone died, the head would record the situation and report it to the county office. Officials would occasionally visit to oversee matters, but it was usually a mere formality. With the water god now being spoken of as so ominous, the head Li Da did not dare to act recklessly. The villagers who came to pay their respects were quite pleased. Li Dafu had not produced any offspring. After his wife passed, he only had a concubine, who evidently lacked the qualifications to inherit his estate. Ultimately, the inheritance would fall to the villagers of Li Family Village. Li Dafu owned several hundred acres of land, which would amount to a considerable sum when distributed among the families. The death of a wealthy landlord was a cause for celebration among the villagers. They made their way to the lake, ready to offer sacrifices and express their gratitude. As usual, Chun Pinglei arranged the entire process. After a sacrificial ceremony, he accrued a significant amount of merit. The remaining task was to sacrifice himself and assume the mantle of merit. Chun Pinglei addressed the villagers. Fellow villagers, the water god has recently suffered divine punishment and remains gravely wounded. Allowing me to take his place, I shall plunge into the water, and once I become a god, I will protect you all. As the villagers remained puzzled, Chun Pinglei leaped into the lake, intending to drown himself. However, upon hitting the water, he surfaced immediately, floating back towards the shore. It seemed he could not perish. Chun Pinglei stared in bewilderment as he returned to the shore, utterly confused. How had he come back? Wasn't he supposed to drown? The soul departing the body, achieving the status of water god. Meanwhile, the villagers looked at Chun Pinglei, equally perplexed. After hearing his impassioned words, they believed he was truly becoming the water god. Yet, something felt amiss. An oblivious villager boldly inquired, "Mr. Chun, have you really become the water god?" Chun Pinglei found himself in a state of perplexity. How could a mere diving accident lead to such unforeseen circumstances? "Not yet. Let me try again," he muttered, his lips twitching as he cast a glance at the oblivious villager. Once he became the water god, that villager would have no chance of escape. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged back into the lake, drenched. Splash! A colossal spray erupted from the water's surface upon his entry. After a while submerged, he resurfaced and swam towards the shore. Chun Pinglei sensed that something was amiss. Yet, fueled by a streak of defiance, he returned to the wooden boat and ventured further into the lake's depths. Splash! He leaped once more into the water, only to be flung into the air and crash onto the bank. His predicament was not without reason. On the shore, Lu, sensing the commotion, arrived promptly. He had intervened during Chun Pinglei's dive, employing his heavenly sight to inspect the clay sculpture. realizing that the water goddess avatar required more merit to manifest. Should Chen Pinglei drown, the merit from his soul fragment would suffice, but it would be insufficient for his OW and IT was akin to a pair of twins, one of whom was underdeveloped. His water god avatar might inadvertently attach to Chen Pinglei's soul fragment, a scenario he could not permit. Hence, he resolved to prevent Chen Pinglei's demise, leading to this farcical turn of events. In the process, there were unexpected gains. Several strands of merit inexplicably transferred to Chen Pinglei. Could this be the adage that saving a life is akin to building a 7-story pagoda? Lu was quite pleased with this transference of merit. He had ample time to spare with Chen Pinglei. The merit painstakingly accrued by Chen Pinglei now inadvertently benefited him. After all, it was merely about saving a life, and Lu eagerly anticipated more such opportunities. On the shore, Chen Pinglei, realizing the situation, gazed at the water's surface, recalling the merman he had seen the previous night. How infuriating! Chen Pinglei wondered why someone would prevent his death. Desiring to perish yet finding himself unable to do so was exasperating. He had swallowed a mouthful of water. He was so close to divinity, yet everything seemed to go awry. He had never felt so stifled before, even reminiscing about Wang Xionyang, the once indispensable aide. The nearby villagers observed Chen Pinglei's 3 unsuccessful dives and began to question his earlier claims. Yet their faith in the existence of the water god grew stronger. The water god was indeed real. Many villagers bowed towards the water's surface, while others hesitated to speak, their gazes towards Chen Pinglei laden with curiosity. Chen Pinglei had claimed to be possessed by the water god. Was he perhaps losing his sanity? Li Da, the village head, expressed concern. Mr. Chen, do you need to rest? After 3 dives, Chen Pinglei was utterly exhausted. Realizing that something supernatural was at play, he knew it was time to pause. I am burdened with some sins that require atonement through a ritual. If anyone has the time, you may come to observe tonight. Chen Pinglei was not one to remain idle. He planned to employ a bold tactic. There was a method he could use that would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Yet it could also cleanse his sins and magical obstacles, potentially ensnaring the malevolent spirit in a trap. The villagers exchanged peculiar glances but ultimately remained silent. Beneath the water, Lu overheard this exchange, paying little heed. Whatever Chen Pinglei chose to do next was inconsequential. Following the villagers' renewed reverence and acknowledgement, the water goddess avatar was on the verge of manifesting. It was merely a matter of time. As for Chen Pinglei, he was indifferent to any incidental benefit he might receive. Instead, he would soon realize that he was merely a pawn in someone else's game. On another front, after departing from the great banyan tree, Chen Pinglei began to solicit assistance from various households, gathering a significant amount of charcoal. The villagers, being simple-hearted, did not oppose his endeavors and were eager to lend a hand. Unfortunately, Chen Pinglei remained drenched and had yet to change. Having overindulged in the past, his body was frail, and the chill of the wind soon took its toll, causing him to succumb to a cold and gradually become feverish. Consequently, he collapsed in front of a household. The family promptly carried him back to the private school. Fortunately, an elderly man with some medical knowledge prepared a common herbal remedy for him. An elderly woman in the village also took the initiative to care for him, helping to brew medicine and fetch water. Thirsty and feverish, Chen Pinglei murmured in his sleep, "The plans have yet to commence, and yet this is how it unfolds." One can only say that life is unpredictable. Chapter 035, Acquiring Swordsmanship and Invisibility, Transformation of the Cat. Lu had been keeping a watchful eye on Chen Pinglei, eagerly anticipating his next move. Upon learning of Chen Pinglei's affliction from the cold, he felt a twinge of regret. Chen Pinglei would undoubtedly be incapacitated for a while. Therefore, there was no need for excessive concern. After all, with the water goddess avatar, he could sense events occurring in Li family village. During this time, Lu primarily kept company with the 2 fish in the city tower and Miao Gao Gao. He even procured pots, bowls, and various condiments, embarking on a culinary exploration. In the 3-story city tower, Miao Gao Gao was elated. The enemy, the beautiful serpent, had transformed into a treasure. What could bring more joy than this? Furthermore, Lu had even acquired cooking utensils and seasonings, providing her with delicious meals daily. How delightful, eating and sleeping. Her days were truly comfortable. As a result, she became increasingly clingy to Lu. The effects of the beautiful serpent's flesh were also quite pronounced in just a couple of days. She would regain her foundational strength and achieve transformation. Miao Gao Gao clenched her delicate paws, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the black fish lady was nurturing around 10,000 black fish fry, while the blue fish rolled in their eggs. The hatching of blue fish eggs required a stronger water current for optimal incubation. Of course, Lu was the one to enjoy the benefits of the offspring's hatching. Host has broken through to the second layer of the foundation. Host has broken through to the third layer of the foundation. Host has broken through to the fourth layer of the foundation. Detected that the host's offspring count has reached 200,000. Rewarding swordsmanship, one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. Swordsmanship, the art of sword manipulation, comprehending the profound unity of sword and chi, a method for the primordial spirit to wield the sword. With a flash of light, it can kill invisibly and allows for sword flight. Achieving meteoric speed and covering great distances in an instant, it can also transform the sword into a pill, nurturing the sword within one's abdomen, striking down foes in a heartbeat. A day swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Lu felt his strength continuously rising, encountering no bottlenecks, must be said. The sensation was rather exhilarating. The foundational seeds in his dantian gradually grew, sprouting leaves, the source of magical power. The seeds unfurled 4 leaves. With each leaf that opened, an inexhaustible energy surged through his body. Previously, he felt fatigue in both body and soul, but now, having undergone a transformation, he was far less susceptible to exhaustion, as if he could remain awake for 7 days and nights without significant effect. Most importantly, he could reproduce indefinitely. As is well known, typical animals have breeding seasons. Even after becoming a spirit, they are still influenced by such cycles, often succumbing to emotional entanglements during mating seasons. Countless beautiful spirits in movies from previous lives have fallen victim to this. Lu did not despise the existence of breeding seasons. He merely found them too brief. Ordinary fish only breed for 3 to 4 months a year. With the multitudes of offspring system he possessed, he desired to reproduce throughout the year, just like humans. There should be no limitations on childbirth. How could that be suitable? Not at all. Now that he had broken through to the foundational stage, this dilemma seemed to be gradually resolving itself. Swordsmanship, upon acquiring the new earthly fiend technique, Lu was not surprised. It seemed that earthly fiend techniques were becoming a trend. However, the details of the swordsmanship did intrigue him slightly. It was not merely a standalone spell, but rather a comprehensive methodology for swordplay, encompassing sword forging techniques, sword skills, sword principles, and the art of wielding chi with the sword, remarkably complete. Unlike other spells, which could be utilized once memorized, swordsmanship required diligent study and accumulation over time. A formidable spell also necessitated proficiency. No matter how high one's cultivation, wielding swordsmanship effectively demanded skill. Otherwise, it would not be deemed powerful. After all, there are countless techniques that allow the weak to triumph over the strong. With the acquisition of swordsmanship, Lu was eager to begin his studies. Learning to wield a sword certainly required a sword. He first thought of the leftover materials for refining the divine whip: some rib bones of a serpent, a few teeth, and 2 venomous fangs. Combined, they could indeed forge a sword. With his initial experience in crafting magical artifacts, Lu had become quite adept and soon utilized these fragmented bones to forge a bone sword. The method for sword forging was well established. It was essential to avoid overloading the sword with excessive spells, which could disrupt its purity. Thus, Lu refrained from using any demon-slaying techniques to accompany the sword. After successfully creating a bone sword, he was left with some bone residue. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to craft a bone hairpin as well. This pin, upon a blood oath of recognition, could transform into a short sword. Lu planned to present it to Miao Gao Gao, knowing that she had yet to acquire any magical artifacts. The last needle he had given her had been slightly refined, and she couldn't bear to part with it. Truly a greedy little kitten, gluttonous and fond of treasures, Lu found great satisfaction in residing within the city tower, living a life enriched by a cat and 2 fish. Although he had attained a certain level of cultivation that allowed him to transform, he also cherished the joy of swimming freely in his original form. 2 forms, 2 lives. The only drawback was that the tower felt a tad cramped, making sword practice somewhat restrictive. He yearned for a larger space. Exiting the tower, Elu began to practice his swordplay outside the water realm, wielding the bone sword and gradually honing his skills. The resistance of the water made swordplay challenging. Why this time? It had been 7 or 8 days since the spawning of the bluefish, and the emergence of new progeny had peaked. Almost every moment, he felt fresh power surging within him. Consequently, his sword practice also offered the advantage of rapidly acclimating to his current state and mastering his strength. Minimizing the risk of losing control, Elu adapted to the fluctuations in his cultivation through sword practice. Host has broken through to Foundation Establishment Level 5. Host has broken through to Foundation Establishment Level 6. Host has broken through to Foundation Establishment Level 7. Detected that the host has birthed 300,000 offspring, rewarding the invisibility technique, one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. Invisibility technique allows oneself or others, as well as all objects, to conceal their form and mask their presence. Invisibility technique? Upon receiving this spell, Elu suddenly felt an urge to return to the city tower. After all, Miao Gao Gao possessed the ability to become invisible as well. He wanted to compare the differences in their techniques. Miao Gao Gao had been asleep for over a day, so she should be awake now, making it the perfect opportunity for some playful teasing. Meanwhile, within the tower, Miao Gao Gao stretched lazily and opened her eyes. Having slept for nearly 2 days, her foundation establishment cultivation had finally restored itself. Much of the nourishment had come from the slain beauty snake, from which she had consumed a significant portion of the flesh. There was nothing wrong with having a husband. After all, Miao Gao Gao suddenly remembered that she could transform and utilized her transformation technique. Meow. With a feline cry, she manifested her avatar. Her fur transformed into a gray-black skirt. The black ears and tail remained unchanged on her body. Miao Gao Gao experimented with her new form, playfully touching her tail and then her ears and hair, finding it quite amusing. Chapter 036. Revealing the truth about the pregnant tabby cat at that moment. A white butterfly suddenly landed atop Miao Gao Gao's hair. Who? Startled, Miao Gao Gao nearly jumped up. After realizing she was alone, she immediately sniffed the air. The familiar scent from the bone butterfly made her snarl. Big bad person, when did you return? Elu, having been discovered, revealed himself. To be honest, Miao Gao Gao had surprised him. He never expected to enter the water realm invisibly and witness Miao Gao Gao's transformation. She resembled a cat-eared lowly from his past life, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic. Unable to contain himself, he gently placed the bone butterfly on Miao Gao Gao's ear. Elu knew that without the bone butterfly, Miao Gao Gao would never have noticed his presence. How does it look? Elu conjured a water mirror, reflecting Miao Gao Gao adorned with the butterfly. She gazed at the exquisite bone butterfly headdress, which was quite striking. Unable to resist, she shook her hand slightly, causing the butterfly to flutter its wings. May I touch your ears and tail? This was Elu's first encounter with a genuine catgirl after his transmigration, and he couldn't help but feel an urge to touch her. Tail? Miao Gao Gao thought of the tail beneath her skirt and, hands on her hips, indignantly exclaimed, "Lecher." However, recalling that Elu had gifted her a bone butterfly, she pouted and reluctantly replied, "You may only touch my ears." After saying this, she lowered her head and leaned closer to Elu. Elu gently stroked Miao Gao Gao's perky ear, which was adorably perched atop her head. "So cute," he complimented. Now, Miao Gao Gao had 2 pairs of ears. The human-like ears were faux, while the ones atop her head were real and highly sensitive. Before long, her cheeks flushed as Elu reached for her tail. He merely touched the tip. At this moment, Miao Gao Gao extended her tail outside her skirt. How peculiar! There was indeed something magical about it. The sensation was genuinely pleasant. Have you had enough? Miao Gao Gao soon grew weary and disdainfully remarked. Not enough. Elu couldn't help but smile. Humph. Miao Gao Gao ignored him. Raising her head with a huff, Elu gazed at the adorable Miao Gao Gao and suddenly felt compelled to divulge the truth about their child. Sooner or later, he would have to tell her. With the crisis averted and his strength increased, he felt capable of handling the situation. Elu placed his hand back on Miao Gao Gao's ear and gently said, "Did you know you're pregnant with my child?" "I'm pregnant?" Miao Gao Gao's eyes widened in disbelief. When did that happen? She pondered the situation. Although she had never experienced it herself, she had witnessed mating. Previously, she hadn't explored the state of her belly due to her lack of strength. Immediately, she placed her hand on her abdomen, sensing the presence of 6 little ones within. I really am pregnant. When did this happen? Did you do something while I was asleep? How disgusting. Miao Gao Gao's mind conjured troubling images, causing her to erupt in anger. Lu? Did he become the villain in Miao Gao Gao's mind? Don't think too much. The issue arose from that battle in the pond when you hit my belly, and then you became pregnant, Lu explained, wishing to avoid being branded as a pervert. Huh? You're that strong? Miao Gao Gao placed her hands on her head, taking a while to process the information. Upon careful reflection, it seemed somewhat logical. Yet, it was still astonishing. She had heard that spirit creatures were notoriously difficult to impregnate. To have conceived simply from a fight, was she suddenly becoming a mother? The information was overwhelming. Otherwise, what do you think? Lu pointed outside the bubble, where Madame Blackfish and a swarm of bluefish fry swam about. Miao Gao Gao's expression shifted to one of terror. I won't have that many, will I? She grasped Lu's arm. Just days ago, she had observed Madame Blackfish caring for her young and had felt disdain. What if she ended up in a similar situation? That shouldn't be the case. The number of offspring largely depends on you, right? Didn't you check? There should only be 6. Lu's lips twitched. How could a cat possibly give birth to so many? 6 in a single litter was already significant, true. Miao Gao Gao recalled there were indeed 6 and her eyes curved with joy. However, a new concern arose in her mind. Will I give birth to a cat or a fish? I have no idea, Lu sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. He had never witnessed the birth of either a cat or a fish, so he had no clue what would result from their union. Miao Gao Gao bit her lip, turning to scrutinize Lu, contemplating what else she might do. Lu was quite handsome, resembling the scholarly figures of legend. Previously, she had heard tales of how monsters often bore children with scholars. It seemed to hold some truth. Compared to seeking out a frail scholar, Lu's strength was impressive. When choosing a husband, one ought to select a strong partner. It couldn't get any better than this. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well taken care of throughout the pregnancy. Whatever you desire, I will grant you. You may even agree to become my wife. You wouldn't want to go back on that? Would you? Lu, unable to fathom Miao Gao Gao's thoughts, seized the opportunity to embrace her. Wait. If you're going to eat me, then I demand delicious food every day, just like the past few days, along with exquisite magical artifacts and beautiful clothing. There will be time for that in the future. Miao Gao Gao began to twirl her fingers, contemplating her desires. After a prolonged period of cultivation, she had finally achieved the foundational realm and successfully transformed. She had witnessed many delightful occurrences among the human race, but had yet to partake in any of them. Her playful spirit remained strong. Danamim, I have given my word, but can I not quietly follow? Lu agreed, his gaze once again fixating on Miao Gao Gao's posterior. Family, who understands? To encounter a cat girl while cultivating is simply extraordinary. I crave the sauerkraut fish you mentioned last time. Meow. However, Miao Gao Gao found it increasingly difficult to tolerate Lu's antics and presented her conditions. You said it. Lu did not refuse, acknowledging that preparing a sauerkraut fish was hardly an unreasonable demand from a foundational cultivator. This moment, with ingredients like Sichuan pepper and pickled vegetables at hand. He only needed to find 2 male blackfish and a hint of spice from Zhuyue. That should suffice. Lu ventured into the water realm to gather materials. After his departure, Miao Gao Gao squatted on the ground, glancing back at her tail after a while, exclaiming, how utterly embarrassing. A moment later, her hand instinctively found its way to her belly, a hint of anticipation gracing her face. No wonder she had consumed so much earlier. She had no idea when she would give birth. Such a fateful entanglement, Miao Gao Gao mused to herself. Who could have foreseen that her initial intention to consume the black fish would lead to a struggle with it? And now, she had indeed eaten it and was expecting a child. What a complicated situation! Meanwhile, Chun Ping lay awoke from the cot in the private school. After 3 days of battling a cold, his condition had improved slightly under the care of an elderly woman. However, he remained frail, nearly devoid of strength to walk. Have the knife ladder and charcoal fire been prepared? Send me to the water's edge. He declared that I am on the verge of attaining divinity. After 3 days of illness filled with nightmares, Chun Ping Lei had become somewhat deranged. eager to resume his prior plans. "Young master, you must rest properly." The elderly woman, believing Chun Ping Lei's mind to be addled, attempted to soothe him. Ignoring her, he stubbornly rose from the bed. Without her support, he risked collapsing at his first step. Nevertheless, Chun Ping Lei pushed her aside, grasped a stick for support, and staggered out of the private school. The elderly woman, left with no choice, called upon the other villagers. Soon, a crowd gathered before Chun Ping Lei, upon learning of his desire to continue his previous endeavors. They hesitated slightly. That undertaking was already rather absurd, and given Chun Ping Lei's physical state, it seemed nearly impossible. Yet, his determination was unwavering, prompting the villagers to take action. They spent nearly a day collecting enough knives. Leaning against a large banyan tree to construct a knife ladder nearly 20 to 30 meters tall. The ground was covered with a vast expanse of red-hot charcoal. Indeed, Chun Ping Lei intended to ascend the knife mountain and traverse the sea of fire. This was a customary ritual in the southwestern region. If performed well, it could serve as atonement. Following his failed gamble and near drowning, Chun Ping Lei had developed a flicker of ambition. Since Wang Xionyang had already perished, not at his hands, he resolved to seek redemption in another manner. As night fell, the stars twinkled faintly. The darkened tree trunks glimmered with the cold light of the knife ladder, reflecting off the shimmering surface of the water nearby. Villagers gathered around, a vast fire of charcoal igniting in front of them. Flames flickering orange. Under the silvery moonlight, amidst the shadows of trees and the orange flames, Chun Ping Lei, barefoot and unsteady, stumbled across the scorching charcoal. The acrid scent of burning flesh soon filled the air. A cloth clenched between his teeth, his brow furrowed in pain, beads of sweat poured from him, sizzling as they met the flames. The villagers remained silent, some covering their mouths to stifle cries of horror. As time passed, blood began to trickle from the corners of Chun Ping Lei's mouth. After navigating the sea of fire, he commenced his ascent of the knife mountain. His hands pressed against the razor-sharp blades. And soon, blood flowed freely. Not just from his hands, but his recently burned feet also bled. Chun Ping Lei's body could endure no longer, trembling uncontrollably. Each tremor resulted in additional wounds. It could be said that every step up the knife ladder was an exertion of all his strength. Occasionally, his gaze drifted toward the lake, waiting for the spirit to take action. 3 days prior, that spirit had intervened to save him during the day, obstructing his progress. Such interference could transfer the burdens of guilt and demonic affliction onto the other. After all, aiding a villain would share the weight of sin. This process of ascending the knife mountain and traversing the sea of fire was inherently an act of atonement. Any interference would shift the burden of guilt onto the other party. Ultimately, it was easier to mature and attain completion through suffering. Should he bleed out and perish, he would find liberation and become a true water deity. He could also frustrate the spirit, rendering it his prey. Undoubtedly, Chun Ping Lei sought to cleanse himself of guilt and demonic affliction, yet he was reluctant to undergo this process. Thus, he devised a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, just within reach. Lu Yu watched the spectacle with keen interest. Frankly, observing Chun Ping Lei attempting to cleanse his sins through this method was an educational experience. From the vantage of the heavenly eye, the cleansing appeared insufficiently thorough. At least he was making progress. Just as he intended to continue observing, a notification rang in his mind. The host has broken through to the Golden Core realm. Another breakthrough? At that moment, was there any better news? Lu Yu lost interest in the spectacle and immediately opened the system panel for review. The host has broken through to the 8th layer of the foundational realm. The host has broken through to the 9th layer of the foundational realm. The host has broken through to the Golden Core realm. Golden Core realm? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. At this moment, within his body, the liquid-like mana began to move. Upon reaching the foundational realm, mana transformed into a liquid, gradually permeating his entire being, giving him the sensation of being thoroughly soaked. At that instant, as he attained the Golden Core realm, he felt a new dantian open at the center of all his meridians. Precisely at his chest, compared to the lower dantian, this was the middle dantian. Instantly, mana seemed to find an exit, rushing eagerly into the middle dantian. Inside the middle dantian, there was nothing but mana. The circular middle dantian appeared to be enveloped entirely by mana. In that moment, A fragment of his soul separated and manifested in the middle dantian through the meridians. With this fragment of soul, the mana began to coalesce around it, clearly intending to form a danwan. This was the Golden Core realm, also known as the Dan Formation realm. Remarkable. As Liu Yu observed the emergence of the Golden Core, he comprehended the nature of this realm. The foundational realm of the lower dantian was based on the essence of the physical body, nurturing and developing mana. Mana is the source of life. The body's capacity is limited. To provide mana with a better vessel, it must condense into a danwan. The condensation of a dan is also a refinement of mana. If the primary distinction between refining qi and the foundational realm was mana, then the most significant difference between the Golden Core and the foundational realm lies in the physical body. Mana becomes denser, and the body gradually undergoes tempering in the process. With each breath and fluctuation, the Golden Core strikes the physical form that a breakthrough into the Golden Core realm increases strength and physical resilience exponentially. Moreover, compared to the foundational realm, the Golden Core truly signifies an additional life. The Golden Core is also referred to as the law embryo. Even if one's head is severed, the Golden Core can still function, allowing the body to remain in a resilient state. Should the body perish, as long as the Golden Core escapes, there remains a chance for resurrection. The fragment of soul within the Golden Core serves as a backup of the soul. Thus, to slay one at the Golden Core realm, one must first obliterate their Golden Core, then sever their head to extinguish their vitality. Upon the opening of the middle dantian, Liu Yu noticed rapid changes occurring within his body. The body, previously rendered ordinary through the sun concealment technique, could no longer hide under the breakthrough in his realm. His form expanded to 4 or 5 meters in length, covered in gleaming golden scales with remarkable density. Simultaneously, 2 bulges seemed to form on his forehead, and similar protrusions appeared on his limbs. Is he about to transform into a dragon? Liu Yu harbored some doubts regarding the current state of his body. It was precisely as he had imagined. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. After breaking through to the foundational realm, he had nearly become a 2-meter-long black fish, adorned with numerous golden scales. Now, having broken through to the Golden Core realm, his size had increased to over 5 meters, and most of his scales had transformed into gold, with those bulges indicating that his body would undergo even greater changes. Thunder rumbled. Liu Yujing yearned to engage in aquatic activities and test his abilities when the rumble of thunder echoed once more. It heralded the onset of the Golden Core thunder tribulation. Meanwhile, on the shore, Chen Pinglei, undisturbed by the ethereal creature, felt a tinge of disappointment. He had finally ascended to the pinnacle of the blade ladder. With arms outstretched, drenched in blood, he leaped into the lake's depths. Liberation was at hand. He was on the verge of divinity. Chapter 038. Does a single thought lead to demonic transformation? Just as the thunderbolt struck the demon, it was accomplished as the searing agony of blades and flames dissipated. Chen Pinglei murmured softly. He then beheld his soul detaching from his physical form. The world around him appeared more vivid and transparent. Revealing intricate networks, from the water, a water dragon emerged, drawing his essence toward the charred banyan tree beneath which a statue awaited. The temple's chosen location was situated atop the water vein. Chen Pinglei felt his spirit intertwining with the virtues and the water vein, reshaping his corporeal form. Once the body was successfully molded, he would wield a measure of magical power and command the water vein. It was said that the heavenly path would bestow upon him certain spells as well. Reaching this juncture had not been an easy feat. At the tender age of 8, he had glimpsed immortals, and by 10, he had sought them. Yet, lacking celestial roots, he had wandered the path for half a lifetime. Aside from the villagers and the enchanting serpent, many had perished along the way. Particularly the enchanting serpent, who had accompanied him for so long, ultimately relinquished her efforts till last. He had achieved it. Chen Pinglei felt an overwhelming urge to howl and shout, to express the joy of becoming the water god. However, he suddenly sensed a slight constriction within the statue. Upon turning his head, he discovered another figure, nearly identical to his own, whose visage was even more handsome. In a single lake, 2 deities had manifested. Chen Pinglei was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he prepared to strike down the other deity, believing that by eliminating him, he could consume his merits and grow stronger. Yet, the other deity's eyes opened wide, fixated ahead. Chun Pinglei gazed back, perplexed. At that moment, the sky darkened. Layers upon layers of ominous clouds descended. Thunder and rain were imminent. The villagers, witnessing this spectacle, dared not linger at a distance. They beheld the lake stirring violently, waves crashing onto the shore, colliding with the temple. The sound of thunder rang out, and it dawned upon them that Chun Pinglei had become the water god. They hesitated to interfere further, hastily retreating. Simultaneously, Lu floated up from the depths. If he were to endure the thunder tribulation in the water, the fish in the Qing Shui Lake would be electrocuted en masse. He contemplated ascending to a higher altitude. In that instant, he felt his soul fragment awaken, the water god incarnation rejuvenating. With the emergence of this incarnation, it felt as if he had gained additional limbs. As Lu's incarnation awakened, he instantly comprehended the other's intentions. The incarnation recognized him as the original. You are me, and I am you. There was no notion of a second personality. Naturally, the original was well acquainted with the incarnation. And the incarnation, without the original's consent, could not access the original circumstances, including memories and techniques. This situation bore some resemblance to the main and subservers of a computer system in a past life. As long as he transferred all memories to the incarnation, if the original perished, the incarnation would, in some sense, form a new original. In summary, the ability to shape an incarnation was a rare opportunity arising from various serendipitous circumstances. A chance that could not be sought after. Lu opened his celestial eye and glanced at the statue. He happened to witness Chun Pinglei's soul merging with the water vein and merits, successfully shaping a divine body. Through the system, he also gleaned some of the cultivation rules of this world. From Tao comes one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. Point 1 represents the Tai Chi. 2 represents Yin and Yang. 3 embodies spiritual energy, which, in turn, gives rise to the 5 elements and all of nature's essence. The 5 elements comprise metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The divine body exists between wandering spirits and corporeal flesh, with the soul as its core, virtues as its outer shell, and the 5 elements as its substance, a weak mixture of the 5 elemental energies and a strong fusion of the 5 elemental veins. The divine body possesses no apertures. Generally, it harbors a core akin to the golden core, known as the divine heart. Thus, the lower limit of a deity can be considered equivalent to the golden core. The offerings of incense can expedite cultivation. Given that the divine body is composed of virtues and the 5 elemental veins, it is not that it cannot be destroyed. Rather, destruction serves little purpose. Most creatures and deities engaged in combat find themselves striking against cotton. This is not a comparison that ordinary creatures can fathom. When ordinary creatures encounter a deity, it is akin to a vendor in a past life encountering so-called city management. However, since Chun Pinglei and the Incarnation were both new deities, the divine heart within them was not particularly large, approximately the size of a soybean. The magical power within was akin to a dense mist. This should pose no threat to him. Upon seeing Lu, the Incarnation slightly inclined its body and greeted, "I have met the original." Chun Pinglei contemplated deeply. The deity beside him bore a hint of familiarity. Was it not that merman from that fateful night? You are the merman from that night? Chun Pinglei exclaimed, pointing accusingly at Lu, the golden fish. Indeed. Lu had no desire to conceal the truth. And what can you do about it? Now, Lu's power eclipsed that of Chun Pinglei. He could easily eliminate Chun Pinglei without a second thought. Chun Pinglei clenched his fists. Why should everything he had painstakingly earned be snatched away by an unfamiliar creature? He had initially believed that becoming the water god would liberate him from all troubles, allowing him to grow into a formidable figure. Yet, this creature now seemed to ride atop him, mocking him. A flicker of anger crossed Chun Pinglei's face. At that moment, the divine body manifested a dark speck. The original golden lines of virtue gradually morphed into black needles. Has he been demonized? Both Lu and the Incarnation gazed at Chun Pinglei in astonishment. Initially, Chun Pinglei had traversed the trials of fire and blades, cleansing himself of the majority of sins and demonic afflictions, successfully becoming the water god. A commendable beginning. Yet, in a fleeting moment of mental imbalance, he had succumbed to demonic thoughts. A single thought had led to his demonic transformation. Chun Pinglei became a human demon. When Lu acquired the golden light spell, he learned of the concept of the 10 demons, said to be the greatest obstacles for cultivators. There are 10 types of demons: the celestial demon, the earth demon, the human demon, the ghost demon, the divine demon, the yang demon, the yin demon, the illness demon, the monster demon, and the boundary demon. In the instant Chen Pinglei transformed into a human demon, he lunged toward Liu. The methods of demons are ever-changing, particularly testing one's mindset. They are far more troublesome than ordinary spells. Thus, as Liu approached, it felt as if he were momentarily transported back to his past life, utterly powerless. Perhaps, in this life, he remained relatively untainted, devoid of any disturbances or desires. The nearby water god incarnation was even cleaner. Possessing no memories of a past life, only an understanding of some basic language and characters, standing in a daze, as Chen Pinglei charged at Liu, the latter felt little fear. After all, he was about to undergo the Thunder Tribulation. In past life novels, the tribulation often coincided with the protagonist's peak combat power. He had to test it. Boom! The thunderclap reverberated through the sky. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a finger, struck toward Liu while simultaneously targeting Chen Pinglei. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, Chen Pinglei had disrupted the tribulation, shielding Liu from its divine machinations. Thus, it descended without mercy. Chapter 039. You fear the Thunder Tribulation as a tiger. I view the Thunder Tribulation as a treasure. The Thunder Tribulation? Upon witnessing the golden lightning, Chen Pinglei's face darkened, revealing a hint of green. For a demon, the power of thunder is the greatest restraint. As the needle-like demonic armor encountered the first bolt of lightning, it began to dissolve. Chen Pinglei was in dire straits, yet found himself powerless to act. Just moments ago, he had become the water god. And the heavenly Tao bestowed upon him several spells: the wave technique, the calm wave technique, the water separation technique, the water walking technique, and the water dragon technique. Yet, these spells proved futile against the Thunder Tribulation. Transformed into a demon, he wielded a technique known as demonic thought, capable of provoking the heart's demons in others, thereby controlling them for his own purposes. This technique was formidable. However, it appeared ineffective against the Thunder Tribulation. As for the divine body, crafted from the water vein and virtues, it had now morphed into a demonic body composed of demonic afflictions and water veins. The effects were similar. It was not to say that it was indestructible. Rather, water is formless and challenging to destroy. Even when injured, one could often disregard the damage. Most attacks, akin to a blade slicing through water, struggle to inflict harm. However, this did not extend to the power of thunder. Lightning would affect both demonic afflictions and water veins. One would dissolve while the other vaporized. Once the lightning penetrated the demonic armor, it began to splash water everywhere. The primary concern was that the electrical current would reach the golden magical core within, the divine heart. This held his very soul, ancestor. I feel as if I can see the ancestor. The ancestor is calling me. Chen Pinglei soon found himself in a state of bewilderment. Initially, he had envisioned that upon becoming the water god, he would elevate his status and have the villagers construct a more splendid temple for him, complete with maidens to serve him. However, those aspirations vanished without a trace. Chen Pinglei longed to cry out for help. Yet the sudden change in weather prompted the villagers to flee. He cast a glance at the golden long fish, which was also enduring the tribulation of thunder, its expression one of seething resentment. He could only hope that it would be struck down before him. However, Lu Yu evidently encountered a fate that Chen Pinglei had imagined for himself. After enduring the first bolt of lightning, he realized that the damage was not as formidable as he had anticipated. His body merely bore a white mark and a certain tingling sensation. Consequently, Lu Yu ascended higher into the clouds to welcome the lightning. Having gained experience during the foundational tribulation, he contemplated using the Five Thunder method to further enhance his body. Moreover, since the Five Thunder method could refine the body, might the transformation into dragon technique also hold potential? A flash of insight struck Lu Yu as he practiced the Five Thunder method. The transformation into dragon technique stimulated and elevated one's bloodline through magical power. If he could replace lightning with magical energy, it should yield a similar effect. It was akin to merging the Five Thunder method with the transformation into dragon technique, as he had observed in numerous novels from his past life, where practitioners cultivated their techniques amidst thunder. Perhaps he could experiment and uncover something extraordinary. Fortune often favored the bold. This notion held merit. If unsuccessful, he could simply cease his attempts. Thus, Lu Yu began to cultivate the transformation into dragon technique amidst the lightning. Making slight modifications based on the five thunder method, as the lightning coursed through his body, he involuntarily trembled, the stimulation proving far more potent than that of magical energy. The lightning accelerated the process of condensing his bloodline. Transitioning from the foundational stage to the golden core stage, his cultivation was exceptionally solid, thanks to the System S endowment. The practice of the transformation into dragon technique progressed smoothly, and the bloodline within him underwent a thorough metamorphosis. It could be said that with each strike of lightning, his body grew increasingly formidable. The transformation into dragon technique continued to reshape his form, and Lu Yu sensed his body elongating, becoming more slender and graceful. His fish scales were being reforged, and his serpentine head was sculpted to be more elongated. The sensation of a complete rebirth became more pronounced as Lu Yu distinctly felt his body transforming toward that of a dragon. After enduring the tribulation of thunder, he might truly become a dragon. Whether it was an illusion or not, he noticed that the golden scales on his body, after absorbing the lightning, had begun to exhibit a hint of purple. Moreover, his understanding of the five thunder method deepened. The only issue was that the tribulation seemed to be growing weaker. First the five thunder method, then the transformation into dragon technique. His body's resistance to lightning had nearly reached its peak. Lu Yu understood the reason behind this phenomenon. Fortunately, the higher the elevation, the greater the intensity of the lightning. Once he adapted to the lightning's strength, he began to ascend even higher into the sky. To be honest, after becoming accustomed to the tribulation, it felt as though he was being gently massaged by the hands of a maiden. Upon reaching a certain height, he vaguely discerned a purple-golden pool behind the tribulation clouds. What could this be? It was the first time Lu Yu had seen something during the thunder tribulation. Consequently, he opened his celestial eye to investigate further. Indeed, he beheld a pool, filled with a liquid that radiated lightning. It could be said that the current tribulation was merely the lightning emitted from this liquid. This sight filled Lu Yu with an inexplicable desire to claim the treasure for himself. Even if he could not take it home, perhaps he could venture into it. In his previous life, he had read novels claiming the existence of a thunder pool within the tribulation, and he had thought it mere fiction. Now he realized there might be some truth to it. Lu Yu ascended further, as expected. The closer he got to the thunder pool, the more powerful the lightning became, causing his skin to tear. Nevertheless, he ultimately reached the edge of the thunder pool and gazed at the boiling liquid within. Observing the patterns on the surface of the pool, he felt an inexplicable sense of enlightenment. Lu Yu refrained from jumping in immediately. He was not foolish and needed to test whether it was safe to do so. He first bit off a piece of his scale and tossed it in. Moments later, the scale turned to ash, dissipating into the air without a trace. Was it truly the case that he could only gaze longingly at the treasure? Lu Yu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and bit off a piece of his flesh. Dropping it into the thunder pool, the flesh met a different fate in the lightning liquid, burning and scorching under its destructive power. However, on the side farthest from the liquid, it seemed to undergo a transformation. Sprouting new flesh buds, the thunder liquid appeared to embody a coexistence of death and vitality. Lu Yu quickly grasped the situation. Jumping in was likely unwise. His regenerative abilities could not compete with the destructive force of the thunder liquid. His current body was not in such dire condition that it required complete annihilation for rebirth. A mere enhancement would suffice. Lu Yu knelt beside the pool, using his tail as a hand, scooping the thunder liquid onto his body as if bathing. Instantly, lightning crackled across him. Thanks to the thunder liquid's restorative properties, after causing destruction, it rapidly initiated a process of recovery. Throughout the destruction and reconstruction, his body underwent a swift metamorphosis. The stimulation was intense. Soon, Lu Yu could only think of those two words, gritting his teeth. Yet, the effects were increasingly evident. He felt the five thunder method and the transformation into dragon technique advancing rapidly. The thunder liquid permeated his body, even entering his spine for storage. A slight itch began to arise within him, as if something were about to emerge. With an involuntary roar, Lu Yu could no longer contain himself. At that moment, his head sprouted sharp horns, for claws with 3 toes emerged from his abdomen, and he radiated lightning. Simultaneously, high above in the heavens, a deity with 3 eyes and flowing hair, wielding a whip in one hand and summoning the 9 chi in the other, was none other than the heavenly master of thunder, the Lord of Thunder Resonance. He marveled at the sight of a water creature transforming into a dragon through the thunder pool. The Thunder Lord, perplexed, snapped his fingers but could not discern the slightest hint of fate, as if shrouded in layers of mist, deepening his confusion. Thus, he opened his third eye, seeking to unravel the cause of this phenomenon. Had the tribulation inadvertently touched the thunder pool? Never mind, it was merely the opportunity for such creatures. May you act with benevolence. The Thunder Lord, astonished, chose not to probe further. Chapter 040. Transforming into a dragon beneath the tribulation. After the transformation of his body, Lu Yu spun to inspect himself. He now measured 3 zhang in length, approximately 10 meters, complete with dragon whiskers, horns, and claws. His fish fins had morphed into dragon fins, fitting snugly against his body and becoming more supple. His fish tail had transformed into that of a dragon, with a longer, finer tail fin, resembling hair. His head bore sharper angles, his mouth could open wider, and his teeth were razor-sharp. At the location of his gills, barbs had sprouted. The purple-golden scales were even more exquisite. At a glance, he resembled a fearsome beast. Lu was exceedingly pleased with his new form, knowing that he had truly become a dragon. Although 3 toes were less functional than 5, compared to his former state as a black fish without claws, this was undeniably a more satisfying transformation. A millennium as a dragon. Upon breaking through to the golden core stage, there exists a considerable opportunity to transform into a dragon. His cultivation level is quite comparable. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for him to metamorphose into a dragon. After his transformation, his body has been forged to a significant degree of hardness in his previous life. Even tank shells could not breach his defenses, with nuclear weapons being the only exception. Following his transformation into a dragon, Lu once again attempted to cast his scales into the thunder pool. This time, the thunderous liquid proved even more resistant to damage. When he experimented with flesh and blood, it surprisingly maintained a certain balance. This implies that he seems capable of immersing himself in the thunder pool. Lu first extended his claws into the thunder pool, akin to testing the temperature of hot water before soaking his feet in a previous life. Upon submerging his claws, it was evident that they could adapt for a period. Thus, he concluded it was suitable to enter the thunder pool. After a moment's hesitation, Lu leaped in. The thunderous liquid felt no different from water, save for a slight electric shock. Consequently, after entering, he swam a circuit within the pool. Lu also practiced the golden light mantra, the 5 thunder rites, and the dragon transformation technique without concern over which techniques to cultivate. It must be said that within this environment, the progress of several techniques was remarkably swift. Lu recalled his 2 magical artifacts, the demon-slaying whip and the bone-crushing sword, both of which he refined once more in the thunder pool using ritualistic techniques and demon-slaying methods. Shortly thereafter, he wielded the whip, crackling with thunder. He swung the sword, which echoed with the same thunderous sound. Their power had significantly increased, becoming extraordinary. The ranks of magical artifacts are categorized as yellow, profound, earth, heaven, post-heaven, and pre-heaven. After their refinement, both could be considered earth-grade artifacts. Yet, Lu was not entirely satisfied in the thunder pool. Given the multitude of teeth possessed by the black fish, Lu directly removed 9 of his own teeth to forge a new bone sword, aptly named 9 Shattered Teeth, which he regarded as his life-bound artifact. Life-bound artifacts are crafted from elements of one's own being and grow alongside the body. Although the rank of 9 Shattered Teeth was merely profound, it possessed the potential to continuously enhance its grade as Lu's cultivation advanced, surpassing even the demon-slaying whip in potential. As time passed, the thunder pool began to shimmer with an ethereal quality, gradually vanishing into the heavens alongside the calamity clouds. Lu felt somewhat deprived of his immersion and experienced a slight disappointment. However, with the thunder pool's disappearance, he could not cling to it any longer. Thus, Lu activated the system, intending to examine his system panel for any changes. He first noted the final rewards from the system. During the tribulation, the hatching of fish eggs had reached 400,000. The system detected the birth of 400,000 offspring and rewarded him with the Art of Hatian. Art of Hatian, the ability to create spaces or caves, compressing the vastness of the universe into a mere mustard seed. Containing all within the sleeves and the palm of one's hand. It is a technique for storing items, contingent upon both the practitioner's cultivation and the medium employed. This spell is remarkable. The Art of Hatian, not only does it allow for the creation of spaces and caves, but even a storage ring is a quintessential item for protagonists in previous life novels. Should he possess the Art of Hatian, it would facilitate the storage of various personal items and magical artifacts. Lu immediately utilized the Art of Hatian, sealing his artifacts within a scale. With a plethora of scales on his body, their superior material made them suitable for the technique. Upon acquiring the spell, he realized his current cultivation was insufficient to employ the Art of Hatian effectively. Thus, he required superior materials. His own scales could barely suffice. After understanding the final 2 spells he had obtained, Lu opened the attribute panel. His attributes had undergone numerous changes. Name: Lu Identity, Purple Gold Dragon Realm, Golden Core Stage, 0 layer. 9 layers, Talent, Soul-Piercing Shot, Spiritual Awareness, Heavenly Eye Techniques, Golden Light Mantra, 5 Thunder Rites, Dragon Transformation Technique Spells, Great Strength Technique, Water Control Technique, Mud Control Technique, Earth Control Technique, Gold Absorption Technique, Fire Creation Technique, Ritual Refinement Technique, Ice Condensation Technique, Turtle Breath Technique, Growth Technique, Swift Water Technique, Levitation Technique, Dream Entry Technique, Water Escape Technique, Healing Technique, Spirit Exorcism Technique, Water Spray Technique, Vortex Technique, Iron Armor Technique, Transformation Technique, Soul Scraping Technique, Cloud Riding Technique. 72 Earthly Fiend Techniques, 1172 Mist Formation Technique, Wind Borrowing Technique, Rain Summoning Technique, Spirit Exorcism Technique, Soul Capturing Technique, Sun Concealment Technique, Demon Slaying Technique, Spirit Passage Technique, Sword Technique, Invisibility Technique, Art of Hatian Formation, Spirit Gathering Formation, Water Realm Formation. Magical Artifacts, Demon Slaying Whip, Bone Crushing Sword, 9 Shattered Teeth. Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures, True Fire of Samadhi Dao Companion, Lady Blackfish, Green Fish, Tabby Cat, Meow Gao Gao, Subordinate, Old Turtle. Number of Offspring, 412, 145. Gazing at the rows of spells on the attribute panel, Lu felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This was the empire he had built through his progeny. Magical power and realm are foundational, while the multitude of spells serve as tools to bolster his combat prowess. Especially the 72 Earthly Fiend Techniques. Others would rejoice at possessing even one. Meow Gao Gao's divine ability, merely an invisibility technique, paled in comparison to his OWN.IT, could be said that he had a distinct advantage over many divine abilities. Everything that should be present was there. The only thing that remained unmentioned was the water god avatar. The reason for this was unknown. After reviewing his status and attributes, Lu descended to the riverbank. Despite the seemingly swift progression of his tribulation, an entire night had indeed passed. Naturally, Lu sought out Chen Pinglei, this nominal adversary. The one who suffered the most was undoubtedly the great banyan tree, which had been scorched nearly beyond recognition, leaving only a charred stump. It was uncertain if it could continue to survive. Lu soon located the battered Chen Pinglei, who lay on the ground with a weakened aura. The demonic affliction had dissipated. After enduring the purifying lightning, he had unexpectedly reverted to a state of merit, akin to the legendary whitening process. Upon observing this, Lu noted with surprise that this merit had entered the nearby water god avatar. A most fortuitous discovery. Soul Capturing Technique. Lu did not hesitate to extract Chen Pinglei's soul. Simultaneously, the fragmented water vein within Chen Pinglei also flowed into his water god avatar in an instant. The aura of the water god avatar intensified. Was there a fortunate event? Lu was even more astonished. Of course, compared to these discoveries, he was more eager to learn what this scholar, Chen Pinglei, understood about the world. Chapter 041. Kneeling to call father? Not necessary. Chen Pinglei, struck by the lightning tribulation, found his soul severed. Upon witnessing the emergence of the purple gold dragon, a look of terror filled his eyes. Damn! It seemed he had offended an entity he should not have. His overconfidence had led him astray. Initially, he thought that the attack from the merman posed little threat. Otherwise, why resort to ambush? Now, seeing his adversary transformed into a dragon, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been, and it was a monumental error. Soul-capturing technique? Upon hearing those 3 words, Chun Pinglei found himself utterly immobilized, ensnared by a binding spell, dazed and bewildered. He felt as though his very soul was being forcibly extracted once more. Liu had absorbed Chun Pinglei's memories, instantly granting him a deeper understanding of this realm. While he remarked on the similarities to his past life, he acknowledged that there were indeed certain parallels. Yet, the existence of demons and monsters persisted unabated. The true appellations should be Zhu Xia, Ling Shang, Tian Zhou, Xian Qin, and Shun Han. Within the dynasty resided immense power. Celestial deities graced the heavens, and the underworld emerged below. Officials, should they harness the fortune of the dynasty, could also suppress the demons and monsters. The dynasty boasted a dragon vein to safeguard its fortune. Although this concept remained enigmatic, nevertheless, with the blessings of celestial beings, the monsters dared not act with impunity, and the practice of cultivation was prevalent. The presence of swordsmen and warriors was undeniable. Chun Pinglei had previously witnessed the genuine prowess of Taoist priests, observed the esteem in which magistrates held them, and seen captured demons, which fueled his unwavering desire to ascend to divinity. Additionally, there were memories of his entanglement with Wang Ziyunio. Even before she had taken form, they had already engaged in their liaison. It must be said that the imagery was somewhat provocative, albeit not aligned with his particular inclinations. Liu primarily sought to familiarize himself with the surrounding circumstances. He learned that several kilometers away lay Pengli Marsh, where it seemed no water deity existed. Rumor had it that a secret dragon palace remained unopened, a rather obscure piece of information, ambitious by nature. Chun Pinglei had no intention of merely being a minor water deity of Qingshui Lake. He aimed to contend for the title of water deity of Pengli Marsh. Observing his water deity avatar, Liu entertained a flicker of thought. The water deity avatar required virtue to grow, and he occasionally garnered some merit, which could be put to good use. Chun Pinglei's memories also contained notions of establishing temples and gathering incense and merit. Pengli, being a more expansive territory, sparked ideas, yet there was no rush. After all, he had only recently arrived in this world. Some matters warranted caution. Understanding the situation before taking action was prudent. It was certain that the water deity avatar could indeed traverse the path of virtue. Liu contemplated this while loosening his grip slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Pinglei attempted to flee with his soul. Yet, how could Liu permit Chun Pinglei such an escape? He drew forth the god-smiting whip and lashed out. This was primarily to test the artifact's power, akin to a youth wielding a long staff that rendered the grass barren for miles. Crack! The whip struck, nearly sending Chun Pinglei's soul spiraling. After a struggle, he managed to stabilize his essence, his expression contorting in pain. It hurt. It hurt terribly. As he gazed upon the whip, an inexplicable familiarity washed over him. The crimson whip adorned with black patterns. Wasn't that Wang Ziyunio? Chun Pinglei's heart raced with suspicion. Yet, he became acutely aware of his precarious situation. Surrender was imperative. Chun Pinglei was not one to exhibit stubbornness. Upon sensing the looming threat, he immediately knelt, pleading, "Divine One, I was wrong. My ignorance has angered you. Please, show mercy. Spare this humble deity, and I shall serve you faithfully." Kneeling already? Liu chuckled inwardly at Chun Pinglei's submission. Such humility was commendable. He ceased the whipping, not out of genuine intent to spare Chun Pinglei, but rather to probe his thoughts upon realizing the whip's origin. "Do you recognize this?" Liu inquired, brandishing the whip with curiosity. "Indeed. I brought this upon myself, sacrificing my closest companion for my own gain. That was the fault of a subordinate." Chun Pinglei deflected, choosing to shoulder the blame. In truth, this was a flattering gambit. He was wagering that mere pleas for mercy would yield little effect, while flattering remarks might afford him a better chance of survival. "So, if I were to destroy your divine form, you would harbor no resentment. Just days ago, it was I who used magic to send you back when you aspired to become a water deity." Liu continued his inquiry. This question struck at the core, aimed at testing the limits of Chen Pingliai's endurance. Chen Pinglai dared not exhibit any resentment. To voice such feelings would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, how could he claim to bear no grudge in a way that would convince Lu Yu? As death loomed over him, Chen Pingliai's mind raced. Moments later, a look of profound gratitude surfaced on his face. He then continued to bow before Lu Yu. Your grace is akin to a rebirth. My lord may be regarded as my sovereign father. Sovereign father? Lu Yu was taken aback by Chen Pingliai's audacity in addressing him as such. In the annals of history he had studied, such a posture was reminiscent of Go Jian, who once endured humiliation to ultimately vanquish the Wu kingdom. The more one endures, the more explosive their eventual outburst. Chen Pingliai's demeanor revealed him to be a person of great restraint. Such individuals, when one is powerful, will prove fiercely loyal and immensely beneficial. Yet, should they perceive a lack of control over them, betrayal is easily forthcoming. One never knows when they might turn against you. Lu was unwilling to maintain a threat nearby. 3 Mystical fires. The flames ignited directly upon Chen Pingliai's soul. The 3 mystical fires were capable of incinerating spirits, and soon, nothing remained of him. Perhaps having once been a human demon, upon the obliteration of his soul, merit unexpectedly emerged. Lu immediately channeled this merit to the water deity avatar. After resolving Chen Pinglai, he surveyed the surroundings and, finding nothing of concern, ascended into the clouds. Transformed into a dragon, he truly felt distinct, akin to upgrading from a bicycle to a luxury vehicle worth millions, both in prestige and performance. Lu Yu soared through the clouds, effortlessly surpassing the speed of sound, taking less than a minute to reach his destination. He employed the turtle breathing technique and the sun concealment technique, rising above Pengli Marsh. It was vast. The expanse seemed endless. He traversed a town known as Jiaohu Town, located adjacent to Qingshui Lake. Lu refrained from descending into Pengli Marsh, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with its intricacies. Subsequently, he returned to swim in Qingshui Lake, noticing that it appeared markedly smaller. Meanwhile, within the realm of the city's waters, changes were afoot. Lady Blackfish was undergoing a transformation. During this period, she had been immersed in a spirit-gathering formation, continuously absorbing spiritual energy, and finally birthed a thread of magical power. Chapter 042. A shifting form, truly handsome. A flicker of intelligence sparkled in her eyes. Lady Blackfish sensed an influx of new knowledge within her mind. It seemed she had a husband now, and numerous children as well. Gazing upon the over 10,000 fry nearby, a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Now endowed with sentience, she felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of offspring. Simultaneously, Lady Blackfish glanced at the old turtle in the water, as well as the bluefish and the cat. The old turtle seemed to be a subordinate, while the relationships involving the cat and the bluefish appeared rather intricate. Lady Blackfish began to ponder, the power that had recently entered her being. Was it spiritual energy? Magical power? Upon recalling magical power, additional memories flooded her mind. Almost instinctively, she wielded the magical power, causing a stream of water to manifest behind her. Propelling her forward, the multitude of blackfish fry, unaware of the commotion, joyfully followed her. At that moment, Lady Blackfish caught sight of a figure shimmering in purple and gold, the dragon. Such a familiar aura. Quickly, she recognized the essence of this presence, which was even more identifiable than the form itself. Most of her attention fell upon Lu Yu. Was this her husband? He appeared quite formidable. Lady Blackfish struggled to believe it. Reflecting on her previous memories felt increasingly alien. Nonetheless, a strong husband was undoubtedly preferable. Lady Blackfish concealed her trepidation and instinctively gravitated towards him. On the third tier of the city, Miao Gao's eyes widened once more in astonishment. How could this be? Just days ago, she had seen a dragonfish, and now it had transformed into a dragon. Wasn't it said that one required a millennium of cultivation to become a dragon? Was the speed of her cultivation so rapid? Or was it that Lu Yu's true strength was that of a golden core, but due to injury, he had reverted to a common fish, and now his power was gradually recovering? It is rather difficult to comprehend. If Lu Yu is indeed a flood dragon, it seems that giving birth would not be a loss. Miao Gao gently caressed her belly, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. The offspring of a mouse will dig holes. If she could conceive a dragon offspring, she would be ahead of other spirits. Even if it were merely a flood dragon, it might elevate her status through her progeny. The old turtle was guarding the city gate, his eyes widening as he beheld the purple-gold flood dragon in the water realm. His eyes, once like green beans, now resembled yellow beans. Has his master already transformed into a flood dragon? He had previously thought it impressive when his master morphed into a merman, but now it seemed even more formidable. As a subordinate, the pressure was immense. The old turtle suddenly worried about his master. What if one day he found himself displeasing and was served as a dish? At this thought, he instinctively retracted his head. He must hasten his cultivation. Ideally, he would break through to the foundation establishment stage, learn to articulate a few words, and flatter his master to know. Perhaps flattering with fish flattery would be slightly better. By the way, he had heard that in the deep-sea dragon palace, certain dragon species, upon reaching maturity, would be dispatched to rivers and lakes to establish their own dominions. Could it be that his master is such an entity? Otherwise, how could the transformation occur so swiftly? Upon reflection, he recalled that the nearby Great Lake had yet to establish a water deity for nearly a century. Perhaps his master was there to contend for that position? The old turtle rubbed his hands in anticipation. Everything aligned with his conjectures. He might one day have the opportunity to become a chancellor of a dragon palace. Either he must diligently cultivate or serve his masters well. The old turtle's gaze fell upon the black fish in the water realm and the tabby cat on the third tier of the city gate. Plotting in his mind, this moment, upon returning to the water realm, Luyu felt that the form of the purple-gold flood dragon was too unwieldy. The diameter of the water realm was merely over 100 meters, while his current length was 10 meters. Thus, he initiated the transformation technique. After reaching the golden core realm, the transformation technique had undergone some changes, becoming more adept. Soon, he transformed into a naked man. Upon reaching the golden core stage, the transformation technique allowed him to fully morph into a human. Clearly, compared to the form of the purple-gold flood dragon, his current human form lacked a certain grandeur. This moment, his understanding of the transformation technique had evidently deepened. His true form was the purple-gold flood dragon, yet he could transform into more than just a human, black fish, dragonfish, merman, and human. Any phase he had experienced could be manifested. The transformation technique? Luyu first conjured an unprecedented human form. Naturally, he morphed into a teenager of about 15. Well-defined muscles, fair skin, fingers plump, slender, and agile. His feet were nimble and fair. The proportions of his lower body were quite standard, leaving him satisfied. Luyu even conjured a water mirror. In an instant, he beheld his own features, distinct and striking. With a head of handsome long hair, this visage, in his past life, would have been deemed the most handsome man, with few daring to claim otherwise. Just one word, handsome. Luyu couldn't help but admire his appearance repeatedly. This visage would surely dazzle everyone from young girls to widows at the marketplace. Clothing. Luyu remembered the matter of attire. Having transformed into a black fish spirit, he had scales, yet he could not be considered naked. Now, having become human, he was indeed bare. Fortunately, within the transformation technique, there were relevant methods. This moment, he could use the scales on his body to conjure clothing. Luyu first transformed the scales on his surface into armor. Clad in a purple robe adorned with golden armor, with interlocking plates and a beast-swallowing shoulder guard, purple boots with golden clouds embedded. His phoenix-winged helmet shimmered, casting reflections in the water, while the dragon head belt hung elegantly at his waist, exuding an air of magnificence and valor. Truly a rare sight of heroism. Luyu was quite pleased with this ensemble. Besides armor, he could naturally morph into ordinary attire as well. In the blink of an eye, he donned a pearl-embedded purple-golden crown atop his head, a golden-patterned headband across his forehead, and wore a grand-sleeved purple-gold robe embroidered with dragon patterns. At his waist hung a small sword, and his feet were adorned with purple-black boots. However, as the water rippled, even though his garments were waterproof, they were still less convenient than armor underwater. He needed to constantly use magical power to smoothen the fabric. Nevertheless, Luyu soon entered the third tier of the city gate, arriving beside the tabby cat. Now that he had taken on a human form, petting the cat was indeed much easier. Meow Gao Gao still preferred to transform into a tabby cat. This form would be convenient for nursing any future offspring. Meow. Meow Gao Gao meowed and immediately dashed into Lu Yu's embrace, nuzzling against him. She was quite fond of Lu Yu's current appearance. After their affectionate exchange, she transformed into a black pattern-skirted girl for more cuddles. The black fish lady observed the pair from nearby. Wondering, Lu Yu couldn't shake the feeling that the black fish lady seemed a bit more astute. Being scrutinized by the fish made it awkward to continue their affectionate display. Lu Yu returned to the water, morphing back into the form of the black fish. The original black fish form was quite suitable for the lake. Its size was well suited for the water realm. Then there was the merman form, more apt for combat in the water, possessing a large tail that made swimming easier than in human form. Lu Yu experimented with the sensations of different transformations. The ability to change forms was quite enjoyable. The black fish lady, upon witnessing his transformations, drew closer. Lu Yu extended his hand, gently stroking the black fish. The black fish lady expressed her affections akin to a small dog or cat in his past life. It was quite delightful. Meanwhile, the blue fish finally emerged from the city gate, surrounded by a multitude of blue fish fry. It appeared that breeding had been completed. Lu Yu glanced at the system. Indeed, he had received a new spell. Detected host progeny count, 500,000. Reward, illusory transformation technique, one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. Chapter 043, illusory transformation technique, ever-changing, yet again. It was one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. Lu Yu was quite pleased with the system's reward. At this rate, he should soon collect all the 72 earthly fiends techniques. He quickly absorbed the information regarding the illusory transformation technique. Illusory transformation technique allows for bodily transformation, whether male or female, large or small, or into divine birds and strange beasts, ever-changing. Wow! Lu Yu had not anticipated that after previously using the transformation technique to morph repeatedly, he could now perform even more transformations in his past life. Watching the television series Journey to the West, the ability he envied most was Sun Wukong's freedom to transform into any existence. He had even seen in elementary school textbooks the duel between Erlang Shen and Sun Wukong during his time as the Great Sage. At that time, he had mocked the Great Sage for his tail never being clean, always getting discovered. This earthly fiend technique was, to put it mildly, just right. Lu Yu exited the water realm, seeking a more open space. He then initiated the transformation technique, instantly morphing into several other creatures. There was the old turtle and the blue fish. These were among the few species he had encountered, making them relatively easy to transform into. Now, Lu Yu realized that different spells possessed distinct characteristics. Sword techniques could be seen as a compilation. You merely needed to remember them and practice diligently. Some spells before were not so complex, but were somewhat similar. Remembering the flow of magical energy and the locations of vital points was sufficient to cast the corresponding spell. Generally quite formulaic, 1 + 1 = 2. The illusory transformation technique was different. It was more like teaching you a method that required personal deduction and evolution. To transform into an old turtle, one needed a clear understanding of the old turtle's characteristics while also adapting it to one's own situation to produce an evolution. Otherwise, the resulting transformation would appear somewhat awkward. A creature with a tail transformed into one without a tail would inevitably show discrepancies. Transforming from land to water would also pose challenges, as breathing could become a hindrance, potentially affecting combat capability underwater. One must adjust and explore the nuances. Without delving into this layer, the entire illusory transformation technique could become crude and easily recognizable. For instance, if one transformed into a stone without thorough study, a mere change in action could revert to one's original form, appearing strange to any observer. If one were to transform into a Buddhist statue or deity, the facial features, body shape, and even the creases of clothing would need adjustment. Reflecting on it, it was no wonder that Sun Wukong's transformation techniques seemed somewhat lacking during the havoc in heaven. One could attribute it to the fact that his teacher, Bodhi Patriarch, was human, leading to some disparities in the teachings compared to a monkey. Erlang Shen, possessing the heavenly eye, could discern many subtleties. Lu Yu felt a sense of relief, knowing he also possessed the heavenly eye, which clearly provided an advantage in learning the illusory transformation technique. He continued his studies at the bottom of the water, transforming into various observed entities. Throughout this process, his golden core cultivation further solidified. Lu also sensed the arrival of inherited memories. This memory, rooted in his bloodline, would gradually be excavated with the enhancement of his cultivation. He had gained experience. Within the inherited memories, he had acquired another cultivation method and several spells. The water refinement technique. Once again, a technique for body refinement has emerged. Lu has discovered that the methods utilized by the demonic beasts seem to lean towards the enhancement of physical prowess, likely due to a greater demand for close combat in the past. If the transformation dragon art focuses on internal body forging, then the water forging art pertains to external body refinement. Repeatedly striking oneself through water to augment one's strength. It is said that upon reaching profound depths in this practice, one could venture into the abyssal depths of the ocean and even condense the legendary heavy water to be used as a magical artifact. As for spells, 3 new ones have been acquired: the water prison technique, the water shadow technique, and the enlargement technique. Lu immediately put them to the test. The water prison technique can manifest a water prison that those beneath his strength cannot hope to escape. The water shadow technique allows the creation of a water shadow clone resembling himself, which proves to be quite useful for both combat and evasion. The enlargement technique, as its name suggests, enables one to enlarge their entire being. The stronger the practitioner, the greater the transformation. With his current golden core cultivation, he can increase his size by approximately 4-fold, transforming a dragon of around 10 meters into one of 40 meters. Enlarging his body for battle undoubtedly grants an advantage. In nature, an elephant's massive size means that ordinary animals cannot dare to provoke it. Furthermore, this spell seemingly has the potential to become a means of enhancing companionship. With a larger form, various parts of the body would naturally also enlarge, a thought best not to dwell upon too deeply, lest it lead to improper musings. Lu quickly assimilated this new knowledge, and soon contemplated surprising the tabby cat by attempting to transform into one. Meow. After transforming into a tabby cat, Lu returned to the 3rd level of the castle. How can you turn into a cat? Meow Gao Gao gazed at Lu's transformation, her eyes wide with disbelief. Impressive, isn't it? My new divine ability? Lu rubbed against Meow Gao Gao and even attempted to lick his fur, experiencing an entirely different sensation. Compared to cosplay, this was vastly superior. However, having never licked fur before, he awkwardly did it in reverse, prompting Meow Gao Gao to protest, "Don't move. I'll groom your fur." Observing Lu's clumsy antics, Meow Gao Gao took the initiative to smooth his fur, her eyes sparkling even brighter. The fact that Lu could transform into a cat slightly elevated her acceptance of him, fostering a flicker of kinship within her. In the water realm, both the bluefish and blackfish displayed hints of confusion. The familiar scent was present, yet altered. The old turtle, however, wore a look of contentment, sensing that his master had seemingly grown significantly stronger, capable of such miraculous feats. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Li family village, Yao Banian, clad in simple attire and carrying a blue bundle on his back, entered the village. Upon his arrival, a small girl's head peeked out from behind an ancient camphor tree near a local earth deity shrine. The girl gasped softly, retreating her head, sensing the formidable presence of the newcomer. Yet her curiosity compelled her to stealthily follow him. Yao Banian naturally sensed the movements behind him, but, due to the disparity in their identities, chose to feign ignorance. After meandering through the village, he occasionally caught whiffs of aged demonic energy and residual blood. This must have been from the beautiful serpent that had fled after he vanquished it. As spirits possess their own emotions, a sense of fear inevitably arose within him. However, upon approaching the lakeside of the village, Yao Banian's eyes widened in astonishment. How could there be traces of a thunder tribulation? A golden core thunder tribulation? Was it a human or a great demon? Exercising caution, Yao Banian inquired about the situation with the village head. "Lida, did your village experience thunder and lightning yesterday? Were there any disasters?" As a figure resembling a chivalrous knight, the village head dared not take him lightly. Those who venture alone in the Jianghu are invariably skilled. Those lacking ability have perished. Yao Banian, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, commanded respect. Indeed, there was a thunderstorm last night. However, it is said that a private tutor here ascended to divinity after enduring trials by fire and water. This matter was indeed peculiar. And Li Da began to recount the events from 7 days prior. The villagers, curious yet cautious about the thunderous roars from the previous night, had not dared to investigate the source of the commotion. An ordinary person becoming a deity? Yao Banian furrowed his brow upon grasping the sequence of events. This situation appeared far from simple. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude. As a swordsman, he detested fear above all else. His prior inquiries were merely to avoid recklessness, preparing for a more prudent course of action. Subsequently, Yao Banian arrived at the lakeshore. Strolling along its edge, he soon spotted a small temple. Nearby, only a charred tree stump remained. Placing his fingers upon the trunk, he sensed the lingering essence of lightning, a golden core thunder tribulation. At this moment, Yao Banian became cautious, opening his mouth and pinching out a silver pellet, ready for an immediate offensive. Simultaneously, he formed a sword gesture with his hand, creating a white glow before his eyes. This was the sword eye. It allowed him to perceive things invisible to the naked eye, including the so-called deities. Beneath the water, Lu quickly adapted to the unforeseen developments at the temple, responding without hesitation. Without delay, he relayed the illusion technique to his water deity avatar, transforming it to resemble Chun Pinglei. The purpose of this was to serve as a diversion, assuming Chun Pinglei's identity while simultaneously using this guise to probe the unfolding events. Through the connection with the water deity avatar, Lu surmised the identity of the newcomer. The flying sword that had departed that night. Lu swiftly recalled the fleeting glimpse of the sword. The man before him, resembling a swordsman, was evidently linked to that blade. This was the very scenario he had feared. A swordsman, one day intent on subduing demons and vanquishing evil, would cross paths with him. Now, that concern had materialized into reality. The silver-haired swordsman was formidable, and judging by the concentration of his magical energy, he was perilously close to the golden core stage, perhaps not inferior to Lu himself, as the flowing water gradually approached the Mercury stage. This swordsman was no ordinary foe. Desiring to avoid conflict if possible, Lu quickly formed a judgment in his heart, opting to observe the situation for the time being. Meanwhile, Yao Banian, having utilized his sword eye, immediately spotted what appeared to be a divine figure in slumber, seemingly in the process of healing its wounds. Chun Pinglei? From the appearance and attire of the water deity, Yao Banian formed a conjecture. However, he found it perplexing that a mortal's ascension to divinity would provoke a thunder tribulation. At that moment, he felt the weight of a gaze upon him, and the sword intent within him stirred. Surrounded by potential danger, Yao Banian swiftly turned, directing his focus toward the lake. Friend, will you not reveal yourself? He intently fixed his gaze upon the water's surface. Beneath the water, Lu frowned slightly. Had he been discovered? He meticulously contemplated every detail, refraining from exiting. Although he had utilized the Eye of Heaven, coupled with the sun concealment technique and turtle breathing technique, even employing the illusion technique to assume the form of an ordinary black fish, it was impossible for the other party to uncover his presence. It was highly likely that they were attempting to deceive him. If the appointment was not honored, then he would compel it. After waiting for a while without receiving a response, Yao Banian hurled the silver pellet he held. The pellet sliced through the water, revealing a trench at the lake's bottom. Aside from 2 or 3 fish affected by the disturbance, there was no other reaction. Did I misjudge? At this moment, Yao Banian began to harbor doubts about himself. Beneath the water, within the city walls, Lu Yu, having sensed the swordsman's movements through his water deity avatar, revealed a smile. In their initial contest, he had achieved a semblance of victory. At this juncture, should he avoid direct contact, it would be improbable for the swordsman to depart so swiftly. Lu resolved to let his water deity avatar engage first. I am Chun Pinglei. May I inquire how you are addressed, and what brings you to wield your blade in such a manner? The water deity avatar emerged directly from the sculpture, maintaining an air of politeness while questioning the swordsman. You arrived just in time. I almost forgot to mention that I possess the ability to slay deities. A spring breeze graced Yao Banian's countenance. Observing the water deity's emergence from the sculpture, he turned and replied, I am Yao Banian. Are you the private tutor Chun Pinglei? Indeed, responded the water deity avatar. Through the soul-capturing technique, it had acquired fragments of Chun Pinglei's memories, making it effortless to impersonate another. I am a swordsman of the mortal realm, here in pursuit of a beautiful serpent maiden. Might the deity possess any information regarding her? Yao Banian offered an understanding nod to the water deity. Though it was clear that Chan Pinglei had been forged through nefarious rites, he still exuded an aura of virtue, which commanded a measure of respect from Yao Banian. Thanks to the assistance of the Yao Sword Immortal, I was able to slay the Serpent Maiden, and in the ensuing tumult, I drowned and ascended to become this realm's water deity. Presently, her serpentine form is nourished by the river's essence, serving as my treasure. The water deity avatar vaguely alluded to the demise of the Serpent Maiden while gesturing towards the lakebed, where a purple golden whip surged forth from the depths. This was originally a magical artifact forged by Lu Yu, which he could summon with ease upon approval. Yao Banian observed the whip and nodded in acknowledgement. The water deity's words were reasonable, yet the devastation wrought by the thunderous tribulations around them left something to be desired. Once more, Yao Banian utilized his sword's eye to scan the lake's surface, but he discerned nothing amiss. Consequently, he turned to the water deity and, before him, unwrapped a bundle, retrieving a jar of fine wine, which he promptly tossed into the water. An encounter is fate. Why not join me for a gathering? He invited again, casting his gaze towards the depths. The water deity avatar regarded Yao Banian with a fleeting expression of astonishment. This individual possessed genuine skill, having detected more than anticipated. Thus, a meeting seemed permissible. Lu immediately exited the city walls, transforming into a dragon of the waters. A fleeting shadow appeared before Yao Banian. Chapter 045. A toast to fate, parting over wine. As Lu Yu soared towards him, he held aloft a jar of wine. The very jar Yao Banian had cast aside. I have encountered you, Yao Daoist. Upon nearing the shore, Lu Yu waved his hand, causing the earth to coalesce into a set of ceramic tables and chairs, complete with several cups and utensils. Though simple, it sufficed for their needs. He placed the wine upon the table and gestured towards a fish that had been wounded by sword energy. In an instant, the fish was cleansed of its entrails and scales, subjected to a purifying flame, and roasted as a delicacy to accompany the wine. This was a customary ritual. You provide the wine, and I shall present the dish, a means of establishing a certain decorum. Please, take your leave. After seating himself, Lu Yu dismissed the water deity avatar, who retreated into the sculpture without uttering a word. Yao Banian observed closely from the side. A purple golden dragon. If he was not mistaken, the water deity was indeed under the dragon's influence. Why would a dragon appear in such a small lake? Moreover, its every action suggested it possessed considerable prowess, unlike an ordinary dragon. Not to mention, he could not fathom the dragon's true cultivation level. With his sword's eye, he could easily discern beings of lesser cultivation than his own, as well as some slightly superior. Yet, this indicated that the dragon before him was more formidable than he had initially surmised. Meanwhile, Lu Yu had unsealed the earthen lid of the wine jar and poured the wine into their cups. I thank you. Yao Banian raised his cup. Accepting the wine, Lu Yu clinked his cup against Yao Banian's, and the first cup was consumed. Are you on the path of water to dragon transformation? One would expect you to command vast rivers and lakes. Why then, do you settle for this minuscule expanse? After sipping his wine, Yao Banian opened the conversation. Both were cultivators, and naturally, their dialogue began with the topic of cultivation. Dragons typically sought to transform, and Yao Banian inquired about the questions that lingered in his mind. I merely reside here temporarily, seeking a marsh. Lu Yu directly referenced Pengli Marsh, a locale he had gleaned from Chan Pinglei's spirit. It aligned perfectly with his own objectives for being present in a world of illusions and truths. He could hardly reveal that he had only been cultivating for a little over a month. I see. Yao Banian nodded in understanding. He was well aware that for centuries, the shores of Pengli had nurtured a dragon palace. A place of great fortune. It was not surprising that a dragon would set its sights on such a treasure. However, it was said that the deep-sea dragon palace had long established its presence by the shores of Pengli. Given that Lu Yu's purple golden dragon did not resemble a deep-sea dragon, what claim could it stake? Yao Banian refrained from pressing further, recognizing it as a personal secret best left unexamined. What of your own path? Lu Yu seized the opportunity to inquire about Yao Banian's cultivation journey. He possessed the sword technique from the 72 earthly fiends, yet struggled to find a way to begin. This beginning referred to the Tao. The sword technique was merely a skill, akin to a tool, lacking the necessary dao. In other words, what true principles govern the path of sword cultivation? The sword immortal first concentrates intent before cultivating qi. Seeking to sever all that exists to slay another, one must first conquer oneself. And due to the principle that extremes lead to decline, the sword immortal does not enjoy longevity. A century is already the limit. Albanian spoke with a carefree smile, exuding a sense of nonchalance. Lu was somewhat taken aback by this statement, as it diverged from his expectations. Most cultivators sought both power and longevity. If forced to choose, they would invariably opt for longevity. The pursuit of eternal life was a common goal among cultivators, and Lu Yu was no exception, desiring both strength and longevity. The sword immortal's readiness to forsake longevity for the sake of ultimate power was a striking revelation, indicative of a fearless spirit. Who would not feel trepidation in the presence of such a person? Lu Yu felt fortunate that no conflict had arisen between himself and Yao Banian. How enlightening! Lu Yu took a sip of wine, expressing his admiration for Yao Banian. The title of Sword Immortal was not easily earned, and it sounded as if Yao Banian were indeed a formidable individual. What brings you to this place, Taoist Yao? Lu Yu inquired further about Yao Banian's purpose in arriving here, or rather, since the Sword Immortal was unconcerned with longevity, what higher aspiration did he pursue? Merely to uphold justice, to slay the inequities of the world. The weak fear not, the strong do not boast. The wicked fear their misdeeds, while the virtuous can protect themselves in a world of mutual respect. I seek what is mine. Yao Banian offered a faint smile, raising his cup to Lu Yu and downing its contents in one gulp. As he spoke, a breeze stirred, accompanied by the sound of swords singing, resonating with a harmonious undertone. His words seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the heavens, akin to a solemn vow made before the cosmos. Such sentiments were not mere embellishments. They were the genuine expressions of Yao Banian's heart. What noble aspirations you possess! Lu Yu could not help but applaud. In his past life, he too had been an exemplary youth, and Yao Banian's words resonated deeply with him, garnering his respect. What are your aspirations? Taoist Lu? After articulating his own ambitions, Yao Banian turned the question back to Lu Yu. You found himself momentarily at a loss. To be frank, having traversed this new world for over a month. Despite having a family, he still felt like a fish out of water. He had not given this matter much thought. What do I seek? Prosperity through many offspring. That is hardly the case. This is merely a systems arrangement, an experience of my own, far from a true ambition. However, his past experiences taught him that if given the opportunity, one should strive, step by step, to reach the pinnacle, whether in strength or longevity. Only in this manner could one truly live freely, unbound by constraints. You would then wield the greatest power, impervious to oppression. You would be destiny itself, unyielding to fate. Thus, his ultimate objective was perhaps to attain invincibility and immortality, to be undying and unassailable. To cultivate without a distant heart is to miss the essence of cultivation. To grow old without dying, that is beyond the grasp of the heavens. Lu Yu could not help but take another sip of wine. Laughing merrily as he spoke, boom! At that moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, seemingly stirred by such audacious declarations. Ha 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 ha! Upon hearing these words, Yao Banian burst into a hearty laugh, not in mockery, but in affirmation. One sought to rectify the injustices of the world. Even confronting deities and Buddhas, the other aspired to defy the heavens and elude death. What a grand aspiration indeed! The former is the wrath of a common man, blood spilling within 5 paces. The latter, akin to an arrow shot beneath the vast heavens, appears seemingly out of reach. Yet, if truly achieved, it would be inescapable. One could say that the aspirations of both individuals resonate in a similar vein. Perhaps it is merely a refusal to submit to fate. We, too, resemble the gallant heroes of old, engaging in discussions over fine wine. In the end, Yao Banian sighed. Lu clinked glasses with Yao Banian, draining their cups in one swift motion. It is not unlike the cicada and the magpie, spreading their wings in pursuit of the great rock that obscures the sun, or perhaps, the sparrows vying for the swan. Each aspiring to reach the heavens. Lu, embodying the spirited temperament of a scholar, wielded his ambitions with fervor. In this intertwining of destinies, there lay a hint of youthful exuberance, upon encountering Yao Banian. A pure swordsman, it stirred within him a flicker of his own youthful spirit. Excellent. Yao Banian took the initiative to pour more wine. Once again, they clinked their glasses. The wine, a fragrant yellow rice wine, was smooth upon the palate. The fish was quite delightful as well. Yao Banian sampled the roasted fish, deeming it a fitting accompaniment to their drink. As the saying goes, the friendship of gentlemen is as gentle as water. They clinked their glasses repeatedly until the wine was finished, casting their cups into the lake. Until their next encounter, each would pursue their own path. Shortly after, Yao Banian rose to bid farewell. He had come to address the matter of the enchanting serpent. And now, observing the newly appointed water deity's actions, coupled with the transformed whip, he had surmised the situation. It was likely that Lu had resolved the issue. This place was also regarded by Lu as his territory, and he would likely refrain from any disorderly conduct, maintaining a certain level of respect. He was a swordsman, not a fool who merely wielded a sword. Farewell. Lu clasped his hands, watching him depart. Yao Banian, shouldering his burden, stepped into the water, not looking back. Everything remained unspoken. Lu felt a twinge of regret. He had shared a drink, but had not engaged in a duel of swordsmanship. Yet, through their exchange, it was evident that their skills were worlds apart. They would have to wait until their next meeting. After all, he had received rewards for his swordplay, including the 9 shattered fangs and the shattered bone sword. The future of his swordsmanship remained uncertain. Hey, are you that black fish? At that moment, a childish voice chimed from the side. A little girl? Lu looked up, slightly taken aback. He had not seen her since their last encounter. He had heard from the tabby cat that she was a land deity. What a coincidence. It was the perfect opportunity to learn more about her circumstances. Chapter 046, Journey to the Land Temple. At this moment, the two stood face to face. Their eyes locked. Lu hesitated to use his celestial eye and could only scrutinize her with his naked vision. This was the first time he had observed the little girl so earnestly. The girl appeared to be in her early teens, clad in a verdant skirt, her attire both fitting and somewhat regal. Her large, sparkling eyes seemed to swirl with myriad thoughts, revealing no shyness. The phrase quirky and spirited sprang to mind. Given the girl's demeanor, it seemed genuine, confirming her status as a child. Lu, not wishing to guard against her, introduced himself. I am Lu. Thank you for saving my life earlier. What is your name? Really? The girl furrowed her brow, then brightened. She seemed a bit pleased. Her small nose twitching as a hint of astonishment crossed her face. Just about a month ago, she had struggled to survive. Now, she could transform into human form? I am Wang Fanfan. Wang as in king, and Fan as in rice. Wang Fanfan announced her name. Wang Fanfan? Lu echoed her name. I can write it for you. Wang Fanfan approached the table and, with a bit of saliva, inscribed her name in 3 characters. Then, her expression turned somewhat forlorn. I only know these 3 characters. Grandpa only taught me this much. Grandpa? Lu seized upon this detail. So, the little girl was not the land deity. Her grandfather was? This made sense. Even if land deities were not typically depicted as elderly figures, they would likely be adults in any case. Are you the land deity? Lu teased Wang Fanfan. Wang Fanfan, hands on her hips, declared with youthful bravado. I am the land deity, King Fanfan, and I am very fierce. I possess great powers. If you don't believe me, you can try to catch me. As soon as she finished speaking, she swiftly vanished into the ground, like a gopher burrowing into its hole. Earth movement technique? Lu recalled having learned about this spell from the works of his past life. To be honest, he had yet to master it. Wang Fanfan reappeared 10 meters away, sticking out her tongue at him. You can't catch me, can you? He. Wang Fanfan treated it as a game. Clearly enjoying herself, Lu shook his head lightly. To counter the earth movement technique. The most effective method was the earth-to-steel technique, which could render the ground as hard as steel. However, Lu had not yet mastered the earth-to-steel technique. Nevertheless, he possessed another method that bore a similar effect, the ice formation technique. Frost emerged beneath his feet, instantly freezing the ground. The earth transformed into frozen soil. When mixed with water, under the influence of the ice formation technique, the soil would solidify into frozen earth, which possessed a hardness rivaling that of steel. Wang Fanfan, witnessing Lu's spell, attempted to retreat. I'm escaping. Yet, She found herself unable to move. How cold! Wang Fanfan struggled in the frozen soil but could not budge. I surrender! She had no choice but to raise her hand in defeat. Lu approached Wang Fanfan, helping to thaw her and pulling her from the ground. I have some skills, don't I? Lu teased at not bad. Did you scare away that swordsman too? After playing for a while, Wang Fanfan finally remembered to inquire about the matter that concerned her most. If she had not been interested in what the swordsman was up to, she would not have appeared here at all, more or less. May I visit your grandfather at the land temple? Lu proposed a visit to Wang Fanfan's grandfather. Upon realizing that she had a grandfather, he felt she was somewhat irresponsible to be here alone. Having interacted with Yao Banian, he was acutely aware of the dangers involved in such matters. Was it really appropriate for a little girl to be checking on the situation? Naturally, Lu would not openly criticize Wang Fanfan's grandfather in her presence, as he did not know the significance of that figure in her eyes. Speaking out of turn could easily offend her. Thus, he merely suggested a visit. You want to see my grandfather? Wang Fanfan appeared somewhat taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Perhaps she recalled that Lu had saved her, as her savior. She had not thought much of it. After a moment of hesitation, she agreed. Then I'll take you. Just follow me, Lu replied, and with a wave of his hand, the table where he had dined with Yao Banian was reduced to ashes, scattering into the lake without a trace. The rural path was lined with withered leaves, wild grass, bamboo groves, stone bridges, and large trees. Wang Fanfan led the way, while Lu, clad in fine garments, followed behind her along the path. At this juncture, Lu utilized his celestial eye to examine Wang Fanfan. Divine corporeality? No, her form lacked a skeletal structure, composed instead of incense, virtue, and the essence of wood. This was unlike the water deity's corporeal form, which was nurtured within the depths of the divine heart. Wang Fanfan's soul was fragmented. One could understand it as her 3 souls and 7 spirits being ground to dust and then mixed with virtue and the essence of wood. It was akin to pulverizing a person in a stone mill before reshaping them anew. This was nothing short of a form of torture, in legend. The situation bore some resemblance to Nez's transformation into a lotus body. Yet the methods of Tai Zhanren would certainly not be so crude. Why would such brutal treatment be inflicted upon a little girl like Wang Fanfan? Lu frowned, feeling an urgent desire to meet the land deity. After a while, they arrived at the entrance of Lijia village, beneath a large camphor tree. Here stood a modest land temple, scarcely large enough for a person to squat within, a sculpture of a land deity. About the size of a head, sat within the small temple, its features somewhat obscured. One could faintly discern a benevolent expression gazing outward. Upon reaching the land temple, Wang Fanfan gently touched the shrine and vanished from sight. After a moment, perhaps recalling that she had not invited Lu in, she poked her head out from behind the statue, asking, "Can you come in?" Indeed. Lu smiled. Having learned the art of summoning deities, he possessed some understanding of the divine realm. He knew well that the sculptures and temple were mere facades. The true land deity resided between the earth's veins and the underworld. It was impossible for mortals to enter and make contact. Given time, his water deity avatar could also cultivate a similar dwelling within the water veins. The art of traversing the hidden paths, Lu invoked a spell, and in an instant, the scene before him transformed. The towering camphor tree vanished, replaced by an ordinary rural courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard, behind him, stood the modest earth temple he had seen moments before casting the spell, essentially a cube. He stood at the edge, observing the situation from another angle. The edges served as the boundary separating 2 realms. After employing the ghostly technique, he gained the ability to traverse between these realms. Lu stepped through, finding himself at the front of the courtyard. At this moment, his vision sharpened, revealing a profound cave beside the courtyard, with a precipice looming behind. The cave appeared to lead deeper into the netherworld. A path to the underworld. Typically, the Earth Temple also had duties of gathering wandering souls. The cliff, on the other hand, was the entrance to Lijia village. At this juncture, Wang Fanfan had already opened the door to welcome him. However, Su Hongyuan was momentarily entranced by a sight in the courtyard's center. A statue. No, it was not merely a statue. It was the dying body of the land deity. After a moment of shock, Lu quickly used his celestial eye to investigate, discovering that there were no other land deities present in the temple. Only this peculiar and lifeless form, akin to a living corpse. Is this your grandfather? Lu Yu inquired, gazing at the statue, turning to Wang Fanfan. Chapter 047. Secrets of the Earth Temple. An extraordinary heritage. This is my grandfather. One day, he fell asleep here and never awakened. Thus, I became the land deity. Wang Fanfan replied, a hint of melancholy in her voice. You fell silent upon hearing this, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, he noticed some poetry inscribed on the wall nearby. Could it be that this land deity was once a scholar? Lu Yu scrutinized the characters on the wall. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things as mere fodder. The sage is unkind, treating the common people as mere fodder. Is the space between heaven and earth not like a bellows? Empty yet unyielding, moving yet ever producing, a line from the Tao Te Ching in a past life. Given that Chan Pinglei had informed him of the existence of the Qin and Han dynasties in this world, the appearance of the Tao Te Ching was unsurprising. However, it was followed by another phrase, heavenly nets and earthly snares, how to escape. In his previous life, he had learned that this line conveyed the notion that heaven is impartial, treating everything equally. To be honest, he had doubts about this statement. Fodder refers to grass dogs. Another line from Zhuangzi states, before the fodder has been laid out, it is stored in a bamboo cage, adorned with brocade and fasting rituals. Once it is laid out, travelers tread upon its spine, and the hungry take it to cook. In other words, when needed, the fodder is treated with care, but when not, it is trampled or used for firewood. The attitude is one of fickleness and a fundamentally unfair structure. To claim it is impartial is no different from letting down one's trousers to fart. Lu Yu pondered the phrase heavenly nets and earthly snares, how to escape, and suddenly felt that this land deity was akin to his imagination. Ultimately, both heaven and sages seemed to regard ordinary people as mere beasts of burden. Were these the grumblings of the land deity? He possessed a water deity avatar and slightly understood the plight of the land deity. On the surface, he had ascended to divinity. In reality, the water veins constrained the water deity avatar, preventing access to many places. The land deity's statue was similarly bound by the earth veins, meaning he could only exist within the confines of Lijia village. Beyond that, he was nothing. Yet, was this truly mere grumbling? The half-alive land deity and the shattered, reconstituted spirit of a little girl made the earth temple seem rather peculiar. Did your grandfather write this? Lu Yu pointed at the wall and asked Wang Fanfan. If he had previously harbored doubts about Wang Fanfan's claim of being a land deity, he was now nearly convinced of its truth. In the Earth Temple, Wang Fanfan appeared to be the only land deity. Upon hearing the question, Wang Fanfan straightened her back proudly. These are my grandfather's writings. Aren't they beautiful? Her small, proud eyes pouted slightly with a hint of reproach as she spoke of her grandfather. Unfortunately, he never taught me to read before this happened. After speaking, she seemed to recall something and dashed into the inner room, emerging with a yellowed booklet inscribed with the words Diary of an Idle Person. Look at this. It's all written by my grandfather, but I can't read. Initially, I wanted to sneak into a private school to listen in, but there was a large snake there, and I was too scared to go out. When Wang Fanfan mentioned the snake, a fearful expression crossed her face. Yu took the diary and began to examine it. Upon opening the diary, he realized it was indeed the land deity's journal. In the year of Gung Yin, as I, Wang Lin, set out to pursue my studies, I was slaughtered by others, believing my life to be extinguished, only to unexpectedly become the land deity, guarding this locality. The people here live in peace, young and old alike in harmony. It is indeed a fine place. Within this land, I cannot leave. My duties involve assisting the underworld in gathering wandering souls, escorting them to the ghostly emissaries, traversing the netherworld. It is quite a dreary existence. Sleep, sleep. The land can also cultivate. I have finally found the path. To guard this locality is a farce. I am not permitted to interfere with the common folk, merely to gain more merit in incense offerings. Yet I wonder what purpose there is in being a land deity. Damn it, what cultivation? After a decade of fumbling, I am no better off than someone who finds a good master and builds good connections. A land deity? A city god? 1 carrot, 1 pit. Let us just pass the days. Living another lifetime is already sufficient. It was merely a diary, chronicling the thoughts of the land deity Wang Lin. The time was determined through the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Wang Lin had become a land deity approximately 50 to 60 years ago. An unexpected scholar had become a land deity and was confined to this place to toil, from the records. It was evident that becoming a land deity was not without its own intrigues and struggles. Aspiring for promotion was utterly impossible. Thus, it seemed that the realm of deities was not as carefree as it appeared. Fraught with human nature, it resembled the bureaucracy of his previous life. For someone like Wang Lin, who had seen the world, this was rather stifling. However, becoming a land deity surpassed the majority of ordinary individuals. Not only did he gain an extra life, but he could also, in accordance with regulations, reap a modicum of benefits. Additionally, he possessed a land temple, free from worries about sustenance, and no more concerns about the elements. Lu Yu sought to find any records pertaining to Wang Fanfan. However, the latter part of the idle diary was deliberately torn out, as if someone intended to conceal some secret. Was there truly someone who had subjected an infant to such torture? The soul shattered into 1,000 pieces, unable to enter the underworld, could only be remade, unwilling to suffer such a calamity. One life exchanged for another. The position of land deity was not meant to last. Humans have a lifespan, and deities too have their longevity, merely exchanging lives. Henceforth, there would be no need to enter the underworld, becoming firewood. Named Wang Fanfan, the infant thereafter absorbed the essence of the earth. Nurtured by the land, unbound by heaven and earth. As Lu Yu perused the records of the land deity, his perspective shifted slightly. It was evident that Wang Lin had saved Wang Fanfan, granting her a second chance at life. Lu Yu activated his celestial eye once more, observing the statue in the courtyard. The statue represented a gradually petrifying divine form, still entwined with the earth veins, its magical essence operating in a peculiar manner. When the opposing magical essence was entirely depleted, it would completely petrify. According to Wang Lin's own conjecture, even becoming a deity would only extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Typically, one would live 2 lifetimes as a human. Ultimately, one would still enter the underworld for reincarnation, merely hoping for a favorable rebirth. Thus, Wang Lin, through some means, sacrificed himself to ensure Wang Fanfan's survival. The current Wang Fanfan was different from the soon-to-be statue. Wang Lin. Upon closer inspection, she bore no traces of the earth veins, yet she could observe the energy of the earth veins gathering towards her, akin to wireless charging, her power gradually increasing, if one were to describe it. She was like the beloved daughter of the earth. She was not merely a land deity but rather a liberated land deity. Should she continue her cultivation, she might have the opportunity to command the earth veins actively, rather than being ensnared by them. In contrast, the water deity avatar had willingly ensnared itself, becoming akin to the former Wang Lin. The water deity avatar could no longer stray far from Qingshui Lake unless replaced by another water deity. Even so, wishing to escape the position of water deity would demand a far greater cost. Did grandfather mention me? Wang Fanfan appeared serene, watching Lu Yu finish reading the book before speaking again with anticipation. Chapter 048. The gluttonous little land deity, acknowledged as a younger sister. I want you to eat well from now on and grow up slowly. Lu gently touched Wang Fanfan's forehead and offered a benevolent falsehood. The contents of the log were rather unfriendly, resembling a dark fairy tale unsuitable for a young girl to scrutinize too closely. This land deity named Wang Lin, who selflessly sacrificed for Wang Fanfan, could not simply be ignored. Suddenly, a surge of concern for Wang Fanfan welled up within. I knew well that my grandfather had always treated me the best, saving the finest delicacies for me in the past. A smile involuntarily spread across Wang Fanfan's face, radiating joy. She was completely absorbed in the cherished memories of her grandfather's past admonitions. It had been a long time since she had heard his voice. Even though these words came from the lips of a familiar dragon, they felt as though they were spoken by her grandfather. Lu could not help but stroke Wang Fanfan's hair again, and she affectionately nuzzled against him. Perhaps 3 years ago, Wang Lin had stroked Wang Fanfan in the same manner. The records indicated that Wang Lin had rescued Wang Fanfan and subsequently began to petrify. A year later, he could no longer move at all now. 3 more years had passed. Wang Fanfan had been all alone as a small land deity for almost 4 years, It was somewhat pitiful that she could not appear before others or engage in conversation. Wang Fanfan reveled for a moment in the gentle caress before exclaiming, "Oh, I saved the Baijiao wine that grandfather loved the most for him. Would you like some?" Without waiting for Lu's response, she busily retrieved a gourd from the room. Baijiao wine? Lu picked up the gourd and sniffed it, quickly discerning the nature of the wine. Deities consume offerings primarily for their flavors. Food, for a divine being, is mere refuse. They do not eat but absorb the quintessence of flavors instead. It is akin to smoking, where one does not consume the smoke itself. This Baijiao wine was a concoction of the wine's aroma gathered from collective offerings, mingled with morning dew. The offerings themselves were imbued with incense. The Baijiao wine carried a hint of this incense, making it both delightful and beneficial for deities. The water deity's avatar would surely appreciate it. It was evident that Wang Fanfan held genuine affection for her grandfather. "Tio, express my gratitude. I invite you to dinner tonight. Will you join me?" Lu returned the log to Wang Fanfan after finishing it. This was a cherished item belonging to her grandfather, holding special significance. Wang Fanfan mentioned the next meal would be the villagers' incense feast. Lu felt entirely capable of treating this little girl to a meal first. "Dinner? Really? You aren't deceiving me." Upon the mention of food, Wang Fanfan's gluttonous demeanor sprang to life. The villagers only held their feasts once a year. Even if the village boasted 100 households, how long could Wang Fanfan, with her insatiable appetite, preserve the so-called flavors she gathered? As a deity, she had not tasted the 5 flavors in a long while and was now craving them. Moreover, unlike other deities, perhaps due to Wang Lin's unique shaping, Wang Fanfan seemed capable of engaging in the same basic human functions as ordinary folk. "I wouldn't deceive you." Aslu spoke. He playfully pinched Wang Fanfan's little nose and curiously inquired, "Why do you trust me so much?" Wang Fanfan appeared to have harbored some trust in him from the very beginning. "I am your savior. You wouldn't harm me," Wang Fanfan asserted confidently. Her heart was as clear as a pearl. Untouched by dust, Lu was taken aback. Wang Fanfan's innocence was striking. In his previous life, he had often heard tales of the farmer and the snake, as well as the classic adage of kindness met with enmity. "How about this? You can call me Big Brother from now on, and I shall take you as my little sister?" Lu felt an unexpected surge of sympathy. Perhaps it was also because Wang Fanfan had saved him from the clutches of the tall tabby cat. What does Big Brother mean? The concept was still foreign to Wang Fanfan. A big brother is a relative, an elder brother who ensures your sustenance and even teaches you how to read if you wish to learn. Lu elaborated, breaking down the meaning of Big Brother with his fingers. Ensures I am fed. Teaches me to read. You are my big brother now." Once Wang Fanfan grasped the meaning, she nodded vigorously, effectively latching onto him. Her eyes sparkled with delight. "Big brother, big brother, big brother." Wang Fanfan exclaimed 3 times before finally pausing. "Well then, my little sister is delightful," Lu responded in kind. Shortly thereafter, Wang Fanfan insisted on returning the recently retrieved log to Lu. "Big brother, please keep my grandfather's books safe." "Why?" Lu asked, puzzled as he regarded the log. Was it not something of great importance? Yet just moments ago, Wang Fanfan seemed to regard it as invaluable. "Big brother will teach me to read." "You are a good person," Wang Fanfan earnestly replied. Lu found himself both amused and exasperated. Nonetheless, since Wang Fanfan had made this decision, it signified her acceptance, and he was content to comply. "Very well, I shall keep it safe for you. And once you can read, I will return it." Lu agreed to safeguard the log, intending to present it back at an opportune moment. "Shall we go eat now?" Lu remarked again, noticing Wang Fanfan's fervor for dining. "Machem." Wang Fanfan nodded enthusiastically, unable to suppress a lick of her lips. Subsequently, Lu took Wang Fanfan's hand and strolled along the village path once more, returning to the lakeside and stepping directly into the water, arriving at the castle. This moment, with Lu's growing strength, the castle had undergone some modifications. The caverns had been excavated deeper and larger, and a 3-story tower had been rebuilt with stones from the lakebed. Miao Gao Gao, fearing the water, resided within the tower. Naturally, the castle, as a landmark, remained ever present. Wow! This was Wang Fanfan's first glimpse of underwater architecture, and she was somewhat taken aback upon realizing the connection between the Qingyu, the black fish lady, and Lu. Her eyes widened in disbelief. The number of young fish is uncountable. Are they all your children? Big brother? Upon learning of Wang Fanfan's visit, Miao Gao Gao transformed into human form, proudly displaying her pregnant belly as she welcomed her. Wang Fanfan, being a deity herself, was a small land deity at that. Miao Gao Gao, as a spirit, dared not underestimate her. Are there any unborn children? Wang Fanfan asked, glancing at Miao Gao Gao's belly, her gaze inevitably turning to Lu. This is astonishing, far surpassing the village's yellow dogs, which have but 2 dog wives and far fewer offspring. Both being gluttonous, they found common ground. Miao Gao Gao recited the names of dishes, causing Wang Fanfan to salivate. Lu was naturally the chef. Once the tower was completed, he had immediately set up a kitchen and procured some basic condiments. He had even contacted Oldly to exchange for various seasonings. The ingredients for Lu's cooking primarily consisted of fish, shrimp, and clams from the lake, along with some reed shoots, creating a feast that was both visually and gastronomically pleasing, garnering unanimous acclaim from Miao Gao Gao and Wang Fanfan. Meanwhile, in Pengcheng, the county magistrate Chen Ruaji was entertaining the Taoist priest Gu Tsongchen, who had descended from the mountain's celestial cave. Ji Tsongchen, wielding a magical sword, specialized in talismanic arts and exuded an ethereal presence. At that moment, his subordinate, Clerk Yang, approached with a letter from Li Da of Lijia village. The letter detailed matters concerning the spirits and the water deity. Sir, it seems there have been occurrences of spirits in Lijia village, and the recruitment of soldiers has also been disturbed, resulting in the demise of a squad. Additionally, a swordsman delivered a serpent's tail. Clerk Yang reported the relevant details. Go to the city god temple and burn the pertinent correspondence. Chen Ruaji waved his hand, instructing Yang to proceed with the protocol. Generally, matters involving spirits that the county magistrate could not handle were delegated to the city god temple, which would naturally intervene. Lijia village? ISNT that near Jiaolong town? Upon hearing this, Gu Tsongchen's interest was piqued. Indeed, such a town exists. Chen Ruaji nodded in acknowledgement. We could investigate. My wife is currently at odds with me, and it would be prudent to avoid her for a while, Gu Tsongchen thought to himself. From the records of the Celestial Cave, he had learned that Jiaolong town harbored a dragon well. It was said that a slain dragon had fallen into it, and its pearl had vanished without a trace, presenting a perfect opportunity for exploration. Avoiding her? That seems wise. I shall accompany you, Chen Ruaji responded, feeling a similar urge. The maternal tiger at home has grown increasingly irritable with age. A retreat would be beneficial. Show me the letter. Chen Ruaji took the letter, flipping through it, and noted the death of the landlord Li Dafu and the lack of arrangements for the concubine, igniting further intrigue within him. Why not seek out some wildflowers? As county magistrate, he faced numerous constraints in Pengcheng and could not possibly be suppressed within the village either. With Gu Tsongchen, a being emerged from the celestial cave, possessing the capability to protect himself, he felt assured in dealing with the spirits. So, when shall we depart, Taoist? Chen Ruaji handed the letter to Gu Tsongchen, confident that the presence of a priest would negate the need for a city god visit. Gu Tsongchen glanced over the letter, nonchalantly nodding in agreement. We shall choose a day to set forth. Lijia village serves merely as a pretext. It is the town of Jiaohu that truly commands attention. With the county magistrate as a formidable ally, undertaking any venture in the town becomes significantly more feasible. I eagerly anticipate my visit to Jiaohu town. Chapter 49. The turmoil of Jiaohu town. Jiaohu town is the sole settlement along the shores of Qingshui Lake. Under the jurisdiction of Pengcheng, it is one of 10 towns. Nestled by the lake, a large water wheel transports the lake's water into the town, providing convenience for the villagers' daily needs. The town's layout features intertwining ditches and cobblestone streets, with a circular plaza at their heart, adorned by a grand locust tree. Beside this tree stands a well, known as Jiaolong Well, which offers exceptionally clean water for the townsfolk's consumption. It is said that those who drink from Jiaolong Well are immune to ailments. Such tales are hardly surprising, given that locust trees are known to bear both male and female flowers. However, no one has ever witnessed a tree of such girth. 3 men could scarcely encircle it, blooming, leading the townspeople to believe this tree has become enchanted. The town steward, known as Lu Pai, bears the nickname Niu Pai, which implies a boisterous manner of speech. He is often accompanied by a few ruffian associates, including the burly and fierce butcher, Huang San. Aside from the prominent Fan family, no one dares to challenge Lu Pai's authority. At this moment, Lu Pai saunters through the streets, collecting taxes from various vendors. There are stalls selling warm wine, wontons, and candied hawthorn. Before long, he arrives at a fabric shop. Have you paid the stall fee? The shopkeeper, a member of the affluent Fan family, readily nods in affirmation. I have paid. Lu Pai retorts, tossing 2 copper coins into the shop. If you say you have in tea, then you have in tea. Toss in 2 copper coins. The shopkeeper, aware of the consequences of incurring Lu Pai's ire, reluctantly offers him the coins again, knowing that failure to pay will result in double the fee. Lu Pai, dissatisfied with the 2 coins, watches as the shopkeeper shakes his head and digs deeper into his pockets. Realizing that arguing with a rogue like Lu Pai would only bring further trouble, the stall fee is modest, merely 2 copper coins. Lu Pai, having collected repeatedly, finds the shopkeeper resigned to the arrangement. After leaving the fabric store, he continues his rounds, mostly finding no need to extract repeated payments from the commoners, appearing more lenient towards the impoverished while primarily targeting wealthier establishments. Thus, Lu Pai's reputation in the town is not as unfavorable as one might assume. Occasionally, beggars can be seen along the street. Upon spotting them, Lu Pai often delivers a swift kick, admonishing them for sullying the town's image by begging in such a conspicuous spot. Move along, go hide in that corner. Even if you're lame, drag yourself over there. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't walk at all. Lu Pai is well aware of the circumstances of the beggars. Some are indeed disabled but can find work assisting in shops. The ones he targets are merely idle and lazy. Lu Pai soon arrives at the butcher shop owned by his brother, Huang San, who promptly hands him a generous chunk of front leg meat. Boss, you've been looking thin lately. Eat more meat when you drink. Lu Pai accepts the offering without hesitation, recalling that he regularly compensates Huang San with some copper coins each month, ensuring that his brother does not suffer. At that moment, a townsman rushes into the butcher shop, exclaiming, Butcher Huang, there's a bull demon causing havoc. Your wife has been ensnared by it, right on the edge of the town's fields. He continues, you've disrupted its path, and it seeks revenge through your wife. The surrounding townsfolk, upon hearing this news, immediately turn their gaze towards the commotion. Nothing captivates the populace more than gossip. I must see this for myself. Ergo, keep an eye on the shop. Huang San commands a familiar associate, grabbing his cleaver as he heads out to assess the situation. Lu Pai, naturally, follows suit, eager to witness the unfolding drama, while others beckon acquaintances to watch the spectacle. Creating a burgeoning crowd on the outskirts of the town lie several fields where residents cultivate staple vegetables. Huang San's wife, Zhou Hahua, had ventured to gather greens from their small plot. Little did she anticipate that a dark figure would leap from the grass, overpowering her with a strength surpassing that of her husband. Upon closer inspection, the creature was a bull-headed monster. An alarming sight indeed. This beast, capable of human speech, claimed that her husband was entangled in a web of fate, further deepening her distress. Initially, many townsfolk fled in fright. However, upon hearing the bull demon speak, singling out Zhou Hahua for vengeance, they found their courage and began to watch intently. Oh, it's quite large, one remarked. Of course, it's a bull. What did you expect? My old man is half that size, and I can hardly endure him. Another chimed in, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Enough of your prattle. I can hear you wailing through the walls. With no one daring to intervene, the onlookers resorted to whispering crude comments. Wife, oh wife. Huang San, witnessing his wife's humiliation, brandished his cleaver, striking at the bull demon. However, the creature's hide proved remarkably tough, sending sparks flying as the blade failed to even break the skin. Ah, Huang San, now you understand your folly. The bull demon, still holding Zhou Hahua, showed no sign of relenting, seemingly invigorated by Huang San's presence. Its eyes widened like bells as it continued its assault. With a flick of its hand, it sent Huang San tumbling aside, landing face first in the dirt. You vile beast, I shall slay you. Huang San, now seething with rage at the disgrace, rose again to attack. But the bull demon simply swished its tail and evaded him once more. Zhou Hahua, perhaps sensing Huang San's arrival, cried out in anguish. Use excrement. These creatures abhor filth. Fetch me a stirring stick and a dung fork. Lu Pai, observing his brother's plight, devised a cunning plan and rallied the crowd. Soon, Some individuals rushed to the nearest latrine to collect tools, while others brought a bucket of waste. With his brothers in tow, Lu Pai charged toward the bull demon, shouting, "You filthy creature!" Even the bull demon, unwilling to be doused in excrement, transformed into a shadow and fled. Zhou Hehua collapsed to the ground, consumed by despair, yet some compassionate women fetched a cloak to cover her. The men watching the spectacle were transfixed, while several women scolded and kicked the onlookers away. Lu Pai patted Huang San on the shoulder, offering consolation, "Don't worry. I'll find a priest to subdue that bull demon. You focus on comforting your wife." Lu Pai held no doubts about why his brother had drawn the ire of the bull demon, suspecting it was due to Huang San's profession as a butcher. Huang San nodded, gripping his knife tightly as he gazed in the direction the bull demon had fled. Lost in silence. One need not fear ghosts if one is not guilty of wrongdoing. He pondered what had provoked the bull demon's visit, but such matters were not easily shared with his elder brother. He would instead seek refuge with the influential Fan family in town. After all, the trouble had arisen because of them, and they surely could not ignore his plight. "Wife, do not weep." Huang San sheathed his knife, moved toward the women, and embraced Zhou Hehua, leading her home in light of the recent events. It was best not to linger in such a public place, risking further embarrassment. Lu Pai remained on site, querying the crowd. "Does anyone know of a reliable shaman, priest, or monk?" Several suggestions arose. "Perhaps we could pay homage to the Earth God. He might lend assistance." Others chimed in. "The Earth God can manage lesser spirits, but this bull demon speaks. It's a dire omen. We need a competent priest. Have you heard of the water god of Qingshui Lake? They say he helped Lijia village deal with a beautiful serpent. Is that so? I heard it was a human transformed after drowning. Their village's schoolmaster must be quite capable. It's worth a visit to this newly established deity. Who knows, it might be fortuitous." As the conversation buzzed with suggestions, Lu Pai took note of the mention of the water god, plotting to explore all avenues of assistance. Regardless of the nature of these assorted deities, his priority was to resolve his brother's predicament. Chapter 50. The Audacious Priest, Stirring Trouble Without Cause. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had slipped away at Qingshui Lake, since Lu Yu had taken Wang Fanfan as his second sister. He found himself filled with newfound amusement. After all, he finally had someone to engage in conversation with. For the pregnant Miao Gao Gao, having a fellow foodie to discuss culinary delights was a delightful prospect. Like a cat, she was already 2 months into her pregnancy. Despite being in the Foundation establishment realm, Miao Gao Gao's nature remained largely unchanged, and her child was expected to arrive around this time. With approximately half a month remaining. Lu Yu finished preparing carp soup for Miao Gao Gao. He received a message from the avatar of the water god. Was there a spirit creature appearing in Jiao Lake Town? With the spread of news from Li Family Village, his identity as the water god became increasingly evident. Many from the surrounding villages had crossed the lake to pay homage, adding to the bustling atmosphere of Li Family Village. A cow monster? Lu Yu was genuinely intrigued and wished to investigate. Given his identity as a spirit creature, it was only natural for him to seek contact. Just as he was about to look into the matter, Wang Fanfan rushed over, exclaiming, "Boss, it seems the county magistrate has arrived in the village, but I'm not sure what he intends to do. It appears he has a Taoist with him." While reporting this news, Wang Fanfan's gaze lingered longingly on Miao Gao Gao's carp soup. Recently, she had grown accustomed to mooching off others' meals. I shall go and assess the situation." Liu thought of the events unfolding in Li Family Village and decided to set aside the matters of Jiao Lake Town for the time being. Wang Fanfan, as the land deity, had merely attained the second layer of Foundation establishment, her capabilities quite limited. She could manage to handle spirit creatures below the Foundation establishment level, but for those above, it was best to either avoid confrontation or simply turn a blind eye. The land deity primarily oversaw the changes in village demographics and occasionally participated in the protection of villagers, dealing with spirit creatures deemed too powerful for the common folk. This responsibility often earned her disdain from the justice-oriented Wang Lin. Lu Yu went to assess the situation. Chen Ruaji entered Li Family Village and arrived at the ancestral home of Li Defu. Although Li Defu had passed away, the ancestral home remained intact. The village chief, Li De, dared not slight the county magistrate and thus offered the most lavish hospitality available. The few concubines still alive from Li Defu's time also participated. Initially, These concubines had intended to be matched with the village's bachelors. They had grown accustomed to a life of ease, and the prospect of being married off was met with reluctance. Some even contemplated fleeing. Upon learning of the county magistrate's arrival, the concubines saw a new opportunity and eagerly sought to ingratiate themselves, hoping that if the magistrate took a liking to them, they might be whisked away. Chen Ruaji relished this treatment. His rise to the position of county magistrate heavily relied on the influence of his wife's family, the Su clan. Without such power, how could he have attained any official title? Consequently, he refrained from indulging in affairs in Pingcheng, wary of incurring the wrath of his formidable wife. As he surveyed the landlord's opulent three-courtyard estate, he couldn't help but entertain thoughts of keeping a hidden beauty there. Reasoning that he could always claim to be engaging in a study of the people's sentiments to justify his visits, Li family village was a remote and impoverished area, and his wife likely looked down upon it, making it improbable for her to discover his secret escapades. The picturesque landscape, with its lakes and mountains, offered ample opportunities for leisure. His only concern was the presence of spirit creatures. To that end, Chen Ruaji first inquired with Gu Tsong Chen, the Taoist priest, about any lingering spirit creatures within the estate. Ji Tsong Chen immediately recited an incantation, then brushed his fingers across his eyes. Activating his yin-yang vision, Taoists possessed their own methods of opening their eyes. Those of remarkable wisdom, it was said, could progress from yin-yang vision to heavenly eye. This so-called heavenly eye was a diluted form of supernatural ability. Although possessing a semblance of this power, it could not rival the innate heavenly eye. Peering through his yin-yang vision, Gu Tsong Chun detected the presence of spirit creature blood in the backyard. This blood attracted wandering souls, leading him to declare, "I shall perform a ritual, and there will be no cause for concern." Chun Ruaji nodded in agreement, instructing village chief Li De to heed Gu Tsong Chen's arrangements. While Gu Tsong Chen performed the ritual, Chen Ruaji found himself ignited by the allure of the concubines, necessitating a cooling-off period in broad daylight. Time passed swiftly, and the situation felt slightly off-kilter. After completing the ritual, Gu Tsong Chun thoughtfully provided Chen Ruaji with a restorative medicine known as Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, instructing him in the art of marital intimacy. Chen Ruaji began to regard Gu Tsong Chun with newfound respect. Once Gu Tsong Chen had wrapped up these trivial matters, he inquired of Li De regarding the situation with the beautiful snake. The remains of spirit creatures served as excellent materials for crafting magical artifacts, and he contemplated using the snake's body to forge a whisk. Elida had already informed a swordsman about the situation once, and now reiterated the same information. Having visited the lakeside, he had gradually accepted the existence of the water god temple. Speaking of it with a hint of reverence, the water god temple? Gu Tsong Chun expressed some disdain upon hearing of it in this remote village, where the lake was hardly renowned. It was not unusual for a land deity to exist. But how could a water god possibly arise? Nonetheless, even if one were to fortuitously attain divinity, they would be of the lowest order, suitable merely for reconnaissance. After gathering the relevant information, Gu Tsong Chun made his way to the lakeshore. He immediately spotted a banyan tree starting to bud. This tree was remarkably resilient, having survived a lightning strike. The temple appeared rather new, thus, he felt no need for courtesy. Without paying much heed to the so-called water god, Gu Tsong Chun activated his yin-yang vision and employed a talisman, affixing it to the statue. This talisman was known as the invocation talisman. "Water god, come forth and gather," Gu Tsong Chun called out. Beneath the water, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback upon realizing the county magistrate had come to assert his authority. He initially paid it little mind, believing matters would proceed without incident. However, he did not expect the Taoist to proactively seek confrontation. Earlier, he had examined the other party with his heavenly eye. This mentor had opened his dantian, possessing a reservoir of magical energy, and his meridians bore liquid magic, yet he evidently lacked a golden core. His strength was likely at the 5th or 6th layer of foundation establishment. His kidneys appeared somewhat weak. It was uncertain whether this was due to late-night sword training. Such power should not pose a significant threat. At least not to Lu Yu. Perhaps he belonged to a reputable sect, a status that warranted some consideration. Lu instructed the water god avatar to emerge from the statue to confront the Taoist. "What brings you here?" The water god avatar, maintaining the visage of Chun Ping Lei, lightly tapped the talisman, incinerating it completely. since Lu Yu had entrusted the divine whip to the water god avatar for nurturing. It now wielded a fiery red whip. Ji Tsong Chen immediately recognized the whip's origins, suspecting it was a magical artifact crafted from the beautiful snake spirit. Just right for his purposes, divination technique. Gu Tsong Chen first employed magic to assess the water goddess cultivation. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Lu Yu's water god avatar possessed a concealment technique, effectively shrouding the heavenly secrets. The divination technique could only reveal what he wished to see. Upon glancing over, he perceived that the water god avatar had just entered Foundation establishment, its cultivation unstable, clearly having undergone a lightning tribulation it had yet to withstand. Thus, Gu Tsong Chen remarked, "This snake form is in your possession. A treasure belongs to its destined possessor. You should hand it over to me." He surmised that, as a newly appointed deity, the water god had yet to receive any edict, and by surrendering the whip, he might assist in securing such a decree for him. Yi Tsong Chen, believing the water god to be significantly weaker than himself, shamelessly began to coerce and entice. "Who are you to attempt to seize my possessions? Do you not know that I am the deity of this land?" The water god avatar, inheriting some of Lu Yu's fearless temperament, retorted without hesitation, striking out with the whip. Protective spell. Gu Tsong Chen invoked a protective spell, solidifying his body into a magical tower, bracing himself against the whip's strike. Which rogue deity dares to act so presumptuously before the Taoist Gu Tsong Chen? Quickly, as commanded. Gu Tsong Chen sensed the water goddess' lack of decorum and, after introducing himself, prepared to engage in battle. Rather than a mere whip of a doppelganger, the Taoist tradition delineates 6 distinct forms of combat: Dai Lu Do, Chao Zhen Do, Zhao Jiang Do, Siyuan Zhen Do, Wa Do, and Sheng Do. Among these, Zhao Jiang Do is particularly notable for its ability to summon celestial soldiers and generals, making it the most frequently employed method by Taoists. However, it is imperative to note that not just any Taoist can summon these divine beings at will. The martial forces associated with the heavenly court include the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, the golden armored warriors, the 4 Zhigong Chao, the 5 camps of soldiers, and the forces of the Thunder Department. These entities are organized within a structured hierarchy, often referred to as the Shangtan. Typically, only formal military forces possess the skill of doppelganger creation, which Taoists utilize for their expeditions. The regulations governing these forces are quite stringent, and the consumption of resources is substantial. Taoists generally employ them to safeguard their altars, seldom utilizing them for external confrontations, as such battles can easily backfire. In addition to the official military, there also exists what is termed the Xia Tan military, comprising the 5 Tsong soldiers collected by Earth Immortals, the 5 manifesting deities formed from mountain spirits and water monsters, the 5 Tong soldiers transformed from human souls, the wandering Yin soldiers emerging from dilapidated Taoist temples, the mountain deities commanding the Yu soldiers, the city god controlling the city god soldiers, and the 5 Go soldiers from the underworld, among others. This arrangement resembles a labor dispatch system. Such military forces typically lack the ability to create doppelgangers, and their operational territories are confined to the earthly realm. Each region's Taoist temple possesses its own military, forming the foundation of its influence. At this moment, the military summoned by Gu Tsong Chen consists of a single 5 Tong spirit general and 20 accompanying 5 Tong spirit soldiers. The spirit general, adorned in a resplendent golden aura, dons golden armor and wields a golden spear, with a golden banner inscribed with auspicious characters slung across his back, seated upon a spiritual steed. His aura is already coalesced, surpassing even that of Gu Tsong Chen. Behind him, over 20 soldiers, though clad in humble attire, radiate a golden aura and draw longbows, clearly poised to support the spirit general in overwhelming their adversaries. Not to mention the presence of Gu Tsong Chen himself, a Taoist capable of employing various elemental spells from a distance to disrupt the enemy or bolster his own forces. Indeed, Gu Tsong Chen proceeded to invoke the Ox Strength technique and the Swift technique to amplify the power of the 5 Tong soldiers he had summoned. At this juncture, the golden armored spirit general commanded his steed to gallop, summoning a tempestuous wind around him, exuding an extraordinary aura. "If you kneel and beg for mercy, and relinquish that serpent whip to me, I might spare you once more." The confidence of Gu Tsong Chen surged following the emergence of the 5 Tong soldiers. The water god, though solitary and commanding fewer than 105 Tong soldiers, was undeniably far superior to mundane military forces, exuding a might that surpassed that of 1,000 troops. Beneath the waters, Lu Yu observed the battle at the lakeside with his heavenly eye. Curiosity piqued, he pondered who was stronger, the water goddess doppelganger or Gu Tsongchen. After acquiring the divine command technique, he understood that the 5 Tong soldiers were forged from the so-called central yellow qi, which could be harmonized with the other elemental energies. They exist in a realm between true wandering souls and enchanted artifacts, living treasures imbued with consciousness, akin to livestock that require sustenance, possessing certain abilities. Yet their sentience is reduced to mere instinct for combat and obedience. Under the Taoist's ritualistic refinement, their strength could surpass that of the Taoist himself. Confronted with a rebuke, the water goddess doppelganger lashed out with a whip, employing both the giant strength technique and the soul-scraping technique simultaneously. The whip transformed, evoking the shadow of a serpent, reminiscent of a siren awakening. With a mere flick, the golden-armored spirit general and his steed were thrown off balance. The archers behind him sprang into action, unleashing over 20 golden arrows that swelled to the girth of trees, their impact promising severe injury. Yet the water goddess doppelganger remained unperturbed. Thanks to the heavenly rewards bestowed upon him at the moment of ascension, he wielded spells such as wave summoning technique, calm waters technique, water separation technique, water walking technique, and water dragon technique. His divine body, devoid of acupuncture points, could mimic various techniques. Thus, even the spells embedded in his ancestral memory were accessible, including the water spray technique, whirlpool technique, iron armor technique, water prison technique, water shadow technique, and enlargement technique. The principal body infused him with all relevant spells. The water goddess doppelganger first invoked the iron armor technique, causing shimmering fish scales to materialize, providing a layer of defense. Water dragon technique. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a water dragon surged forth from the lake. Sweeping aside the enormous arrows, the soldiers were engulfed by a torrent, sent sprawling in disarray. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Water shadow technique. The water goddess doppelganger split into two, closing in on Gu Tsongchen. 7-star sword technique. Gu Tsongchen, witnessing the swift resolution of the soldiers before him, was drenched in cold sweat. Within a brief moment, he unleashed a formidable sword technique. The 7-star sword technique. Manifesting the most powerful sword strikes through his spell sword. Resembling the brilliance of the Big Dipper. Capable of vanquishing gods and annihilating evil, it often culminated in a single stroke. Unable to discern which of the two figures before him was the true body, he was compelled to make a random choice. Meanwhile, the golden-armored spirit general, having regained his composure, began hurling long spears, aiming for the back of the other figure. Gu Tsongchen had naturally chosen incorrectly. Even had he not erred, there was no time for correction. The water goddess doppelganger, at the very instant Gu Tsongchen made his decision, employed the water escape technique, completely evading the assault from behind. Enlargement technique. The water goddess doppelganger transformed into a colossal figure, extending his hand toward Gu Tsongchen in a sweeping motion. Protective technique. Gu Tsongchen hastily activated the protective technique, causing a pagoda to materialize around him for defense. However, his reaction was a moment too late. The spell had a flaw, leading the pagoda to shatter upon impact. The water goddess doppelganger struck again with the whip, landing a blow on Gu Tsongchen's back. Tearing through flesh, the divine whip, akin to a gigantic serpent, coiled around Gu Tsongchen's neck, lifting him off the ground. The hand gripping the whip transformed into a vivid red serpent's head, its gaze cold and menacing. Flicking a frosty tongue while revealing a cavernous maw, within it, the sounds of thunder and fire echoed, creating an ominous sense of impending doom. Do you still wish to wield the divine whip? The water goddess doppelganger inquired, observing Gu Tsongchen's now chicken-like demeanor. I am a Taoist from the immortal cave. Do you truly dare to lay hands on me? You are a wicked deity conjured from the profane rituals of a malevolent shrine. Once my master reaches the heavenly court, you shall face dire consequences. Gu Tsongchen's expression remained defiant, unyielding in the face of adversity. In the realm of immortality, background often outweighs mere skill. The prestige of the immortal cave is not something a mere water god would dare provoke. compelling nearby spirits and deities to think twice, unless they were deeply entrenched in malevolence, indifferent to a Taoist's origins. For those who navigate the path of cultivation, having a powerful backing is far more crucial than mere talent. Even the golden armored spirit general prepared to act once more, seeking to launch a surprise attack from the side. Beneath the surface, Lu Yu, upon hearing these words and witnessing Gu Tsongchen's reckless bravado, decided to intervene. Disguise technique? He immediately cast a spell, transforming into a purple gold dragon, leaping forth from the water. Moments later, he soared into the air beside the golden armored spirit general, claws poised to strike, igniting flames upon the spirit general's form, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. With a flick of his wrist, the divine whip morphed into a binding cord, ensnaring Gu Tsongchen and drawing him closer. You wish to target my artifact and insult my subordinates? How does your immortal cave compare to my dragon clan? Lu Yu, embodying the guise of a dragon, emerged from the water to assert his dominance, naturally leveraging the intimidation factor to minimize conflict. In the meantime, Gu Tsongchen, witnessing the dragon's emergence, finally displayed a semblance of fear upon realizing he had crossed paths with a formidable opponent. The ropes binding him tightened incrementally. The purple gold dragon clearly harboring intent to kill, he had never anticipated that his first venture beyond the mountains would lead him to such a challenging adversary. His master's words echoed in his mind. There are always mountains beyond mountains. Heavens beyond heavens. It seemed all too true. Cough, cough, cough. I concede. I beg for mercy. Please, great dragon, spare my life. I shall comply with any request, anything at all. Gu Tsongchen, displaying remarkable adaptability, began to plead for clemency. Chapter 052. Targeting the Jiao Pearl. Infiltrating the county magistrate's retinue? Not enough. This is insufficient for me to grant you clemency. Lu Yu shook his head, dismissing the plea. You have your background, and I have my face to maintain. Otherwise, let your master come and redeem you. He merely said this as a performance, fully committed to the act. If he were to let Gu Tsongchen go too easily, the latter might realize he was not of the dragon clan, potentially raising his demands. Gu Tsongchen would find this entirely reasonable. Upon hearing this, Gu Tsongchen's complexion paled. To summon his master for aid after being grievously injured by a spirit was understandable. However, being captured while coveting wealth would lead to disgrace, and he would also face punishment upon his return. He was akin to a child caught stealing, having to face the parents. Gu Tsongchen felt a mix of shame and anxiety. I descended the mountains for a secret purpose. There is a Jiao Pearl in the Jiao Long Well of the nearby Jiao Lake town, potentially a dragon pearl. I can retrieve it for you. My lord. Gu Tsongchen gritted his teeth and revealed the intent behind his journey. His presence in Pengcheng and his encounter with County Magistrate Chen Ruaji had always been about acquiring the Jiao Pearl. Initially believing he could obtain the treasure effortlessly, now he was forced to surrender it without compensation, practically working for free. Gu Tsongchen's heart sank into despair. Oh! Upon hearing the term Jiao Pearl, Lu Yu loosened his grip on the whip, saying, "Do elaborate." After the whip was loosened, Gu Tsongchen fell to the ground. He let out a sigh of relief. Before the dragon clan, he dared not employ any tricks, primarily because he was uncertain about the abilities of the dragon clan that had emerged. Subsequently, Gu Tsongchen began to recount the history of Jiaohu town. Centuries ago, there existed another lake known as Jiaohu, which, through the passage of time and the vicissitudes of life, vanished, giving rise to the present town. Within Jiaohu town, there remains an ancient well called Jiaolong Well. It is said that someone once descended into it, carrying a dozen pig bladders, yet none reached the bottom. Hence, it is speculated that the well's depths might conceal a dragon palace's secret realm. However, this is not the most astonishing aspect. Every year during the Dragon Boat Festival, a white dragon shadow appears in Jiaolong Well, chasing after a white pearl in the water. According to the records of the Immortal Cave, ancestors had once slain a flood dragon, leaving the dragon pearl to vanish without a trace. The Dragon Boat Festival is just 10 days away, making it the perfect time to investigate the well. Gu Tsongchen disclosed all the relevant secrets he knew. The current date is April 25th, and the 5th day of the 5th month marks the Dragon Boat Festival, so the timing is indeed fortuitous. Soon, everything will be in order. While Gu Tsongchen spoke, Lu maintained a steady gaze upon him, perceiving that he concealed certain information, though it was of little consequence. The Dragon Boat Festival? This festival is traditionally dedicated to the worship of the dragon ancestors. It is not surprising that anomalies have arisen at Jiaolong Well. However, it is somewhat unexpected for him, a native of Qingshui Lake, to be unaware of this secret in Jiahu Town. Very well, I shall accompany you, Lu declared, swiftly transforming his attire and appearance into that of Chen Pinglei. Resembling the water god.my name is Chen Pinglei. Lu effectively provided Gu Songqin with a current identity. Indeed, Gu Songqin glanced at the water god and then at Lu, nodding in acknowledgement. What more could he possibly say? It was clear that the water god was indeed the Chen Pinglei referred to by the village head, Li De. He had also found a powerful ally. Little did he know that the water god and Lu were one and the same. As Lu followed Gu Songqin, he was unconcerned about the situation in the town. With the water god's avatar present, a simple notification would suffice. Both Miao Gao Gao and the earth god Wang Fan Fan within the town were aware of the water god's avatar's existence. Lu accompanied Gu Songqin to the ancestral residence, where they met with the county magistrate. Chen Ruaji had just experienced the company of Li Dafu's concubine and had grown increasingly enamored with this location, wishing to acquire properties in this village. Naturally, this would require both coercion and temptation. As the county magistrate, there was no need for temptation. Mere intimidation would suffice. Chen Ruaji ordered his guards to summon the village head, Li De, dressed in official robes. Li De exuded an air of authority and immediately reprimanded. How dare you, Li De, kill Li Dafu and attempt to seize his wealth? This was, of course, utter nonsense. Li De shook his head repeatedly. I dare not. It was truly a serpent monster. He knelt down, for he was simple-minded and failed to grasp Chen Ruaji's intentions, still hoping to clear his name. At this moment, Lu entered alongside Gu Songqin and overheard the conversation. Merely catching a whiff of Chen Ruaji's aura, he discerned the man's ulterior motives. Chen Ruaji exuded a foul aura, reminiscent of a glutton. Generally speaking, officials are endowed with an aura of fortune, yet fortune also chooses its bearers. Those upright and revered officials are imbued with a rich dynastic aura. Not only do spirits steer clear of them, but even the city god, earth god, and water god would treat them with caution. My lord, this ancestral residence is currently unclaimed. It would be best for the government to take ownership. Elida, you shall be responsible for its upkeep. Be sure to prevent outsiders from damaging this estate. Lu remarked, considering Li Da's position as the village head and having previously offered a bit of incense for worship. Mr. Chen? Li Da's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the figure before him. After hearing these words, he understood the situation and felt his back dampen with sweat. Not daring to speak further about Chen Pinglei's identity, he directly bowed to Chen Ruaji. Yes, this ancestral residence is indeed unclaimed. It would be best for the government to take ownership. And this is? Chen Ruaji inquired as he noticed Gu Songqin returning with an unfamiliar individual. Perplexed, to his surprise, he encountered my senior brother, Chen Pinglei, who coincidentally had matters to attend to in Jiahu Town. Gu Songqin facilitated the creation of an identity. Lu remained silent, tacitly accepting this explanation. Greetings, Daoist Chen Ruaji, having heard that this was Gu Songqin's senior brother, expressed no suspicion and warmly extended his hand. Chen Ruaji had already witnessed Gu Songqin's abilities and naturally wished to cultivate good relations with other Taoists. As long as you are sensible, you may take your leave, Chen Ruaji, acknowledging Chen Pinglei's status as Gu Songqin's senior brother, decided to spare Li Da. Under Gu Songqin's arrangement, Lu also took up residence at the ancestral home. Gradually learning about Chen Ruaji's entourage, the yamen was quite well staffed, consisting of clerks, captains, constables, and forensic officers. Among those accompanying them was one constable, Chao Xiaodao, known for his martial prowess and reputed to be a third-rate expert in the rivers and lakes. The forensic officer, He Yongnan, also followed along, as Chen Ruaji's excuse for leaving Pingcheng was to handle cases in the countryside. The forensic officer was responsible for examining corpses, akin to a modern-day forensic pathologist. With the officials and their retinue, the entire group numbered nearly 100. Since they intended to visit Jiahu Town, they had also sent a messenger ahead to notify the town's pavilion head. Naturally, Chen Ruaji could not return empty-handed. By notifying the gentry along the way, he could expect to receive some tributes and prepare provisions for the journey. It was not as if he were traveling incognito, needing to present himself in a disheveled and miserable state, arriving joyfully and departing joyfully, was it not? Why should the county magistrate demean himself? Meanwhile, in Jiaohu town, Lu Pai had been unable to sleep or eat well of late. His brother's wife, Zhou Hahua, was tormented day and night, as the bull monster appeared and disappeared without warning, leaving them defenseless against its advances. Huang San, the butcher, had also lost weight during this period, sighing and lamenting continually. At this moment, Lu Pai spotted a messenger arriving in town. The county magistrate has come. Lu Pai, who could recognize a few characters, felt a surge of excitement upon reading the letter. County Magistrate Chun has brought along a Taoist. This is truly a solution to our pressing dilemma. Lu Pai immediately stepped forward, striking at Huang San. Huang San merely knelt on the ground, bowing his head in silence. Lu Pai sighed helplessly and turned to Chen Ruaji, saying, "My lord, my brother Huang San is but a butcher, illiterate and lacking in manners, and inadvertently offended you. During these times of malevolence, we have been powerless even in our offerings to the gods. Our small town lacks capable individuals, which leaves us rather helpless. Why, lord, could we possibly request Taoist Ji's assistance in exorcising the demon?" This was clearly a case of one playing the role of the good cop while the other assumed the role of the bad cop. Lu Pai was still somewhat loyal. His actions were evidently pressuring the county magistrate, which was rather unpleasing. Yet, for the sake of his good brother, he was unwilling to adhere too strictly to the nuances of social etiquette. With Fan Yuqing present, it was nearly impossible to gain any advantage over the county magistrate. Exorcising demons? At that moment, Chun Ruaji's expression darkened. Was there truly a spirit here? The matter in Lijia village had been resolved. Yet trouble had arisen once more in Jiaohu town. As a county magistrate, he found himself being coerced, which was quite humiliating. However, with the townsfolk watching, refusing was not an option. Chun Ruaji could only direct his inquiry towards Gu Songchen, asking, "Taoist Gu, what do you think?" Nearby, Lvu, upon hearing this exchange, immediately turned his gaze towards Huang San. He remarked, "Who was it that sought assistance at the water spirit's abode, claiming there was a bull demon?" It turns out to be this man that Lvu, in order to better utilize his celestial eye, had specially adorned himself with a headband, ensuring that no one would notice his use of the mystical sight. At this moment, he surveyed Huang San and perceived the aura of malevolence and demonic affliction emanating from him, the latter appearing rather profound. You could comprehend the malevolent aura surrounding Huang San. As a butcher, his profession inherently involved acts of violence and bloodshed, which could indeed attract vengeful spirits. It was not unusual for a butcher to provoke the wrath of a bull demon. Butchers typically have a restraining effect on ordinary spirits. However, it is also possible that the bull demon harbored resentment towards those who slay cattle. If one cannot subdue their opponent, they might instead invite disaster. Clearly, Huang San's case did not fit this mold. The act of taking life could also lead to salvation, and a slight demonic affliction could be understood. However, this affliction was merely a fraction less than that of Chen Pinglei, who had been nurturing a snake demon and had amassed considerable resentment. Such resentment could only arise from being hated by others. Could it be that Huang San was involved in some nefarious dealings? No, it seemed that the demonic affliction was dissipating. This indicated that the bull demon's revenge was somewhat justified. What secrets was this butcher hiding? Lvu sensed that there was more to this situation than met the eye. At Chun Ruaji's inquiry, Gu Songchen cast a glance at Lvu. Was the dragon interested in the bull demon? The Taoist pondered, contemplating how to ingratiate himself with the offended dragon clan for the upcoming task. That would be splendid, thank you, my lord. Lu Pai immediately expressed his gratitude. I feel the same. Huang San, kneeling on the bluestone floor, bowed 3 times, leaving bloodstains on the stone. "O great magistrate, the bull demon is surely doomed." Huang San's aura was commendable. The surrounding townsfolk, upon hearing the Taoist's agreement, voiced their approval. The bull demon posed a threat solely to Huang San's family. One could never know whether it might endanger their own kin. In the face of such dangers, it was best to eliminate it swiftly. As the crowd dispersed, a clamor erupted. "Damn it, who has taken my stall's goods? There's a thief about. You filthy beggar, did you steal the buns from my steamer? Look at that dirty handprint." Among the stallholders who had gathered to watch, Some had carelessly discarded their belongings. Humph! Beside Chen Ruaji, Fan Yuqing, observing Huang San's withdrawal, couldn't help but let out a disdainful snort. Seemingly unimpressed on him, LVU's attention was immediately drawn to Fan Yuqing. What connection did he have with the butcher Huang San? After the interruption concerning Huang San, Chen Ruaji lost any desire to linger. The group proceeded to the Fan family's inn. The Fan family's establishment was the most opulent, adorned with intricate carvings and paintings, situated by the lakeside, offering a picturesque view of the waters. Chen Ruaji was quite pleased with this setting. Even more gratifying was that Fan Yuqing had arranged for numerous maidens to serve them. The maidens, compared to the beautiful concubines of Lijia village, offered two distinct flavors. One was hearty fare, ample and filling, while the other consisted of seasonal wild vegetables, each possessing its unique charm. The Fan family's preparations undoubtedly leaned towards the latter. Fan Yuqing had also organized a banquet, and after such arrangements, it was evident that he was far more favored by Chen Ruaji than Lu Pai. The local constable, Lu Pai, was no simpleton either. Amidst drinking and toasting, he also managed to curry favor with Gu Songchen. They even discussed the dragon well. Lu Pai confidently promised that by the time of the Dragon Boat Festival, if Gu Songchen was interested, he would prepare several individuals to retrieve dragon pearls, which greatly piqued Gu Songchen's interest. As a result, Gu Songchen did not resist Lu Pai's invitation to join in the demon-catching endeavor later that night. Truly a capable person, LVU maintained a low profile. With Gu Songchen's cover, he did not draw attention. He too awaited the night's arrival, eager to uncover the origins of the bull demon. Chapter 054. The bull demon unleashes fury in the dark of night. One could glimpse the moon shining down, its light dancing upon the lake's surface, where fishermen prepared for their nocturnal endeavors, holding aloft their lanterns. Indeed, Jiaohu town appeared even more enchanting by night. The town was enveloped in tranquility, occasionally graced by a gentle breeze. LVU sat atop a rooftop, quietly biding his time in Huang San's courtyard. Gu Songchen had also made ample preparations, with talismans scattered about, awaiting the bull demon's arrival. At the stroke of midnight, a shadow, cloaked in starlight, appeared in the courtyard, with twin horns atop its head and a coat of dark fur. The bull demon called out impatiently, "Lotus Flower Lady, where is your husband? I've knocked her out. Let us continue yesterday's escapade, shall we?" As the bull demon entered the courtyard, it hastily shouted without noticing the changes that had transpired. "You vile demons and malevolent spirits, seizing innocent women, you truly deserve to be punished." Gu Songchen waved his hand, illuminating the courtyard as bright as day. Dressed in a Taoist robe, adorned with a 7-star cap, and wielding the 7-star sword, he exuded an air of authority. "Heaven above, with the celestial gates standing firm, grant me the might of the yellow turban warriors." Once prepared, Gu Songchen invoked the summoning spell, directly calling forth the yellow turban warriors he could summon. The sword's tip radiated a 7-star light, guiding the way. Instantly, a golden figure over 10 feet tall emerged in the courtyard, charging toward the bull demon's twin horns. "You bull-headed fiend, how dare you ambush me?" Yet, to Gu Songchen's astonishment, the bull demon showed no fear of the yellow turban warrior. Instead, it charged forward and sent the warrior flying. This was not due to the warrior's weakness. There exists a Taoist technique known as turning beings into soldiers, a celestial art. The soldiers summoned are the yellow turban warriors, capable of battling celestial beings. However, the strength of the yellow turban warrior is closely tied to the capabilities of the summoner. Heaven would not permit a minor Taoist to casually summon a warrior powerful enough to contend with celestial beings. That would lead to chaos. Having sent Gu Songchen sprawling, the bull demon extended its claws, ready to strike. Ji Songchen, realizing the vast disparity in power, could only raise his sword to stab at the bull demon. The bull demon did not evade. When the sword approached, it grasped the blade's tip and yanked Gu Songchen closer. "You delicate Taoist, you seem to harbor a penchant for dragon boys. Since you wish to assist the wicked, I shall indulge in a different taste and let you experience the pleasures of being ravished." The bull demon intended to overpower Gu Songchen, engaging in lewd acts in a nearby corner. Huang Sin stood dumbfounded, clutching his knife. Wasn't this Taoist supposed to be here to save the day? How could he find himself ensnared by the bull demon? What could he possibly do? Huang San, wielding a bull bone knife, found himself in a quandary: advance or retreat. He felt utterly despondent. He had already attempted to strike the bull demon with his knife before, but it had proven ineffective, instead leading to his own defeat. The bull demon, witnessing the Taoist's plight, grew amused and began to recount its grievances. That scoundrel brings people to steal cattle, leaving the common folk without livestock. I am not particularly concerned about that. Without cattle, I could assist in plowing fields to accumulate merit, yet after 9 years of toil, the villagers erected a temple in my honor. However, that scoundrel led people to vandalize my temple, destroying my merits. How could I not seek retribution? As the bull demon spoke, it ripped open its garment, preparing to strike Gu Tsongchen with a heavy blow. Dragon brother, save me, Gu Tsongchen, with no other recourse, could only call for help. He was uncertain whether the dragon clan was present, yet he had to gamble on their presence, hoping they could rescue him. Yi Tsongchen felt immensely relieved that it was night. Had it been daytime, his embarrassment would have been magnified, and the entire town would have witnessed his disgrace. Huang San, hearing the bull demon recount its grievances, closed his eyes in anguish. Initially, he had only thought to rely on the Fan family for support and potential profit, never expecting such severe backlash that would summon a demon. Release that Taoist. Let me bear the consequences myself. Huang San, seeing the Taoist on the verge of humiliation, finally summoned the courage to take responsibility for his actions. Surely you jest. You think that by simply admitting fault, I would let the matter slide? The bull demon was not inclined to let it go so easily. There are indeed underlying culprits behind this. You cannot deceive me, the bull king, so easily. Huang San discarded his knife, bracing himself for the inevitable confrontation. He knew that speaking the words he was about to utter would lead to an even graver fate. The bone-cutting knife quivered in his hand at that moment. I shall spare none of you. Ha ha ha, do tell me more. Upon hearing that others were involved, the bull demon slightly hesitated in his actions. Gu Tsongchen remained pinned beneath him, utterly motionless, his face ashen. The Fan family. Everything I have done is at the behest of the Fan family in town. They are the sole purchasers of the beef. The affair at the Bull King Temple involved their threats and participation. Otherwise, I would never have dared to act so boldly. Huang San revealed the involvement of the Fan family. Only now did he realize that dealing with them was akin to courting disaster. You finally speak up, then I shall finish off this Taoist and head to the Fan family, sparing your wife tonight. Given the circumstances, the bull demon was clearly fixated on Gu Tsongchen. Yi Tsongchen was rendered utterly numb. On the roof, Lu, having grasped the situation, floated down. He resolved to intervene in this matter, primarily to aid the bull demon. Initially, he had thought the bull-headed creature irredeemably wicked, only to find it inclined to assist the common folk in tilling the land. It was merely pushed to its limits that it resorted to such actions. Through the celestial eye, it became evident that the bull demon possessed a significant amount of merit, a most unusual sight. Should the bull demon continue its reckless antics, it would inevitably squander its merit and ruin its own future. Cease. Lu uttered those 2 words to the bull demon. And who are you? Do you think you can command me, the bull lord? The bull demon, prideful by nature, showed no fear upon seeing Lu, even speaking disrespectfully. Perhaps emboldened by just having dispatched a formidable Taoist, he felt no trepidation. Is that so? Lu brandished the divine whip and struck. He discerned that the bull demon had a method of forging a body as tough as copper and iron, nearly impervious to blades and spears. Thus, Gu Tsongchen found himself powerless against it. The whip, however, could tear souls and scorch flesh, a force far beyond what Gu Tsongchen could muster. Ouch! With that single strike, the bull demon's eyes bulged, its waist sagged, and a sound escaped its mouth. Quite the formidable force. The bull demon glanced at the whip and turned to flee. However, Lu had no intention of letting the bull demon escape and pursued it. Simultaneously, Lu Pai arrived at the small courtyard. Fearing the crowd might alarm the bull demon, he discreetly hid in a neighboring house. Huang San, what has transpired? As he entered the room, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. He never anticipated such a scene within. The Taoist lay disheveled and frail upon the ground. Boss, I must confess something. Huang San realized he could no longer keep the truth hidden and decided to divulge everything to Lu Pai. Lu Pai quickly learned of Huang San's misdeeds. Why engage in such nefarious activities? Do you not see you are driving ordinary folk to desperation? The Fan family is ruthless in their land acquisitions. Lu Pai was no fool. With a little thought, it was clear they aimed to make it impossible for the common people to farm, facilitating their land grab. He had heard whispers of the situation at the Bull King Temple. All it took was to burn some incense and seek assistance in plowing, and by the next day, the land would be tilled. Returning to offer thanks would ensure further requests were met. Even without cattle, life could still go on. To destroy the Bull King Temple was merely to test the limits of the supernatural beings. If the Bull Demon came to confront them, they had only themselves to blame. Lu Pai found himself at a loss for words. Nonetheless, Huang San was still his nominal subordinate, and out of loyalty, he resolved to assist him to the end. Oh, you still recognize me as your boss? Lu Pai glanced at Huang San, and then at the direction of the Fan family, contemplating his next move. Boss, it would be best if you did not involve yourself in my matters. It is my own folly that has led me here. Huang San called out to his boss, tears welling in his eyes. Chapter 055. Subduing the Bull Demon. Is this what you call a journey to the west? The Bull Demon, in a state of panic, found himself at the edge of Qing Shui Lake amidst the reeds. Lu appeared before him, blocking his path. I, the Bull Lord, am not to be trifled with. The Bull Demon, realizing escape was impossible, prepared to fight to the bitter end, his form suddenly swelling as he brandished an iron cudgel. Size matters. Lu, too, invoked a spell, transforming himself into a towering figure over 3 zhang tall. With a mere flick of his divine whip, he ensnared the iron cudgel. The Bull Demon struggled against the force. Yet, he was inexorably pulled closer, and with a powerful heave, Lu sent the Bull Demon tumbling. He crashed into the reeds, creating a deep indentation. Sensing the futility of the iron cudgel, the Bull Demon resolved to charge in, relying on his own formidable strength, undeterred by any peculiar whipped. Lu, perceiving the Bull Demon's intent, smiled slightly. Armed with the Golden Light Charm and the Dragon Transformation Technique, enhanced by the Thunder Tribulation, he had honed his body through rigorous training. He was keen to test his own resilience. Moreover, the Celestial Eye inherently countered brute strength. With the Celestial Eye surveying the Bull Demon's acupoints, it was easy to identify its weaknesses. Lu discarded his divine whip, binding the iron cudgel aside, and seized the Bull Demon's horns with both hands. Ha! The Bull Demon thrust upward with all its might, continuing to boast. I can plow 10,000 acres in a single night. Do you dare to match strength with me? The Bull Demon was confident in its power. Yet, as it exerted itself, it found itself utterly immobile. The Bull Demon hesitated momentarily. Great force technique? Ha! The Bull Demon bellowed once more. It's last. Lu moved, but he merely stepped back 3 paces. In terms of spells, he too wielded the Great Force technique. Given their disparity in cultivation, Lu's power was not diminished compared to the Bull Demon's. Enraged, the Bull Demon swung a fist toward Lu's chest. 5 Thunder Righteous Method. Lu would not passively endure. He unleashed the 5 Thunder Righteous Method. As the Bull Demon's fist approached, it was met with an electric shock, rendering it momentarily paralyzed. Lu seized the Bull Demon's horns and, with a heave, executed a suplex, sending the Bull Demon into the mud, while simultaneously questioning. So, what say you? Do you yield? Not a chance. The Bull Demon, unwilling to concede, charged forward once more. Water escape technique? Lu swiftly sidestepped, appearing beside the Bull Demon, using a gentle force to trip it. He then mounted the Bull Demon's back, pinning its horns down into the mud. Earth Power Technique? The Bull Demon, restrained to the ground, employed a new spell that pressed its hands against the earth. Gradually rising, a fist swung back toward Lu. Lu met it head-on, only to be sent flying until he activated the floating technique, finally landing on the water's surface. This spell has greater power than the Great Force technique? Lu found himself somewhat surprised. This indicated that the Bull Demon was indeed formidable. No wonder it could plow 10,000 acres in a single night. Ha ha ha! You cannot best me, Bull Lord. Seeing itself regain the upper hand, the Bull Demon was brimming with pride. Is that so? Lu discerned that the Bull Demon was leveraging the Earth's energy. As long as its feet were grounded, the spell would be effective. The earth power technique was indeed more powerful than the great force technique, yet it had its evident drawbacks. Ice formation technique. Lu caused the ground to freeze, severing the bull demon's connection to the earth. With a swift step, he appeared before the bull demon and delivered another punch. The bull demon raised its hand to defend, yet its feet slipped, sending it sprawling in a most undignified manner. You cheated. The bull demon clearly protested. Then how do you propose to concede? State your terms. If I win, you shall serve me. Otherwise, I shall not only clear your name but also allow you to depart. Seeing the fight nearing its conclusion, Lu sought to establish terms for submission. You must withstand 3 of my punches without moving. I shall accept defeat if you endure. The bull demon, having been subdued for a while, reigned in its arrogance, no longer referring to itself as the bull lord and agreeing to the wager. Very well. Lu accepted. He had already assessed the bull demon's cultivation, which stood at the 8th level of foundation establishment. With his own golden core realm, enduring 3 punches would be a trivial matter. Lu released the ice formation technique, standing atop the water. First punch, the bull demon roared, employing the earth power technique once more. This spell had previously proven effective in toppling its opponent. Perhaps it would work again. Lu did not brace himself. Water escape technique. In the instant the fist approached, he transformed his body into liquid. The bull demon's punch passed through harmlessly, leaving it utterly bewildered. Did you not realize? This punch is a concession. Lu inquired as the bull demon retracted its fist. This round is lost. The second punch. The bull demon, realizing the first punch had failed, contemplated its next move. It planned to feign a punch while secretly employing magic. After all, the wager hinged on remaining still, and that was the crux of the matter. Earth wave technique. As the bull demon threw a punch, the ground churned beneath it. Standing on water, Lu would surely be affected. However, with the celestial eye, Lu could observe the flow of the spell. Discerning the bull demon's true intentions, floating technique, golden light charm. Upon reaching the golden elixir stage, Lu has mastered the art of floating technique, enabling him to achieve the effects of the stasis technique. In other words, he is now capable of remaining completely motionless in mid-air. Indeed, as the formidable Nyoguai struck with a punch, Lu remained utterly still, while Nyoguai himself staggered back 3 steps. The ground heaved and rolled beneath him, creating waves at his feet, yet it was unable to dislodge him. What other tricks do you possess? Lu inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Nyoguai. Third strike. Nyoguai was resolute in his determination, transforming into a massive water buffalo, appearing 100 meters away, and began his charge, employing both the strength technique and the earth power technique. The water surged forth in tumultuous waves during this onslaught. Lu remained unperturbed. Through the void technique, in an instant, the light and shadow reversed, and he materialized in the realm where the underworld resided. Although he appeared to be there, he was, in reality, untouchable. Nyoguai charged through, only to decelerate before coming to a halt. That I concede. Nyoguai acknowledged his defeat, kneeling before Lu in submission. I humbly greet your majesty. Seeing Nyoguai capitulate, Lu handed him a stick and a large jujube, saying, as for the matters concerning the temple, I shall advocate on your behalf, but refrain from engaging in debauchery. Nyoguai's countenance brightened with joy. Thank you, your majesty. His initial desire for retribution was now met with the prospect of Lu's support, filling him with elation. What is your name? Lu inquired of Nyoguai. I am called Nyobi. My mother consulted a fortune-teller once, who claimed I lacked a bit of culture, hence the addition of the character for Pintinho. Nyobi scratched his head as he recounted the origin of his name. Nyobi? Lu paused momentarily, struggling to accept such a name. Your mother? Upon learning of Nyobi's maternal figure, Lu was immediately puzzled. It was imperative to clarify such matters. After all, one must be cautious of potential repercussions should a parent intervene. My mother failed her tribulation. However, she told me that if I lacked ambition, I could seek refuge with a powerful relative known as the Great Sage equaling Heaven. Nyoamowang. He has carved out a vast territory in the East Victory Divine Continent and is reputed to have battled a certain Great Sage equaling Heaven, a monkey, who was subsequently trapped beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu was momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth? Is this the world of Journey to the West? The East Victory Divine Continent, the great sage equaling heaven, Nyōmo Wang, and the great sage Sun Wukong. Could it be true? You didn't hear this from a storyteller, did you? Lu regarded Nyobai with suspicion, especially given the absurdity of acquiring the name Nyobai from a fortune-teller, making it difficult to dismiss the notion that he had been deceived. It must be false, it has to be. My mother said that I could disregard everything else, but not this. Nyobai responded earnestly. I possess a token within me. My mother stated that the great sage equaling heaven, Nyōmo Wang, was raised by my ancestor, so he owes our family a favor. If I break this token, Nyōmo Wang will come to retrieve me. Nyobai, being straightforward, produced a golden token without hesitation. He showed no concern for Lu. The token bore the characters for Nyōmo Wang. Upon examining it with his heavenly eye, Lu discerned a powerful force contained within. Lu clicked his tongue in disbelief, inwardly cursing, goodness. So this is where I find myself? It turns out to be the world of Journey to the West. Every subservient creature I encounter is supposedly a relative of Nyōmo Wang. Lu felt as though he had stumbled into an unfamiliar realm. Upon reflection, it made sense. He had only traversed into this world a little over a month ago, while the kittens of the tabby cat would take another fortnight to be born. Yet his strength had already reached the golden elixir stage in his previous life. It was akin to suddenly going viral, becoming a sensation with millions of followers, leading to visits from various collaborating companies and local officials. Under normal circumstances, such individuals would be inaccessible to an ordinary person. Perhaps his enhanced strength had elevated his influence. Otherwise, Niu Guai would have fled, and he would not have learned that this was indeed the southern Zhan continent. Fortunately, he had managed the situation well. If he mishandled Niu Bai's case, destroying the token could potentially summon Nyōmo Wang. Given his current status as a member of the Dragon Clan, he held a certain degree of authority. Niu Bai's background might very well be genuine. If he truly resided in the realm of Journey to the West, he could encounter formidable beings at any moment. Without a notable background, one would be met with dire consequences in the underworld. In this world, Lu realized he must exercise caution. Upon understanding that this realm was indeed from Journey to the West, his first thought was to be prudent. He needed to resolve the matter concerning the cow demon before retreating to the Qingshui Lake, where he would seek 2 female demons to bear offspring. Unless he could further enhance his strength, he would refrain from venturing out. With this in mind, Lu called to Nyobai, transform back. I shall assist you in addressing your matters. Nyobai understood that his demonic appearance might be somewhat intimidating. He promptly turned around, donning a garment that concealed his black fur. Although he still sported horns and a prominent nose, overall, he appeared far less fearsome. Thus, Lu escorted Nyobai back to Huang San's residence. Upon returning, Lu noticed a considerable gathering of people around the premises. With Niu Guai by his side, the crowd retreated in fear, creating a bit of distance. Lu soon spotted Huang San sprawled on the ground, a bone knife still clutched in his hand, having seemingly taken his own life. What is happening here? Lu asked, glancing at Lu Pai, perplexed. Huang San, burdened by guilt for his misdeeds, took his own life as penance. Might the Taoist accompany me to confess to Fan Yuqing? Lu Pai bowed his head respectfully. Addressing Lu, he had observed that this individual was a true deity, and that Gu Tsongchen had narrowly escaped the clutches of the cow demon, barely avoiding calamity. With Niu Guai now submissively at Lu's side, it was evident that he had been subdued. Brother Qin? Gu Tsongchen's heart raced at the sight of the cow demon, disbelief washing over him. He struggled to accept that Niu Guai had indeed been subdued, prompting him to seek confirmation. Nyobai has become my disciple. Your grievances are hereby resolved. Now let us clarify matters with the Fan family, Lu declared, elucidating the situation. Indeed, Gu Tsongchen replied, his thoughts swirling. He had never anticipated the cow demon's submission, realizing the vast disparity in their strengths. Meanwhile, Lu Pai picked up the bone knife from the ground and severed Huang San's head, wrapping it in a piece of cloth. He then held the severed head aloft, calling out to the townsfolk, everyone has witnessed and heard Huang San's words. He has sinned grievously, and so too does Fan Yuqing bear culpability. I implore you all to join me as witnesses. Lu Pai's invitation extended to the surrounding crowd, his aim to gather support in numbers. Both Taoists and Brother Niu, I also beseech you to accompany me. Lu Pai reiterated his request to Lu and Gu Tsongchen. As for Huang San's wife, Zhou Hehua, she had fainted entirely. The shock of encountering the cow demon, only to discover her husband's grievous sins, was too much to bear, compounded by the fact that he had taken his own life. This was a reality that weighed heavily on everyone present. Very well. Liu glanced at Lu Pai and nodded. He discerned that Huang San had likely not wished for death, but had been persuaded by Lu Pai to end his life. Huang San had long recognized his misdeeds, and ultimately, it was his fear of death that had precipitated this series of events. Nevertheless, Huang San's demise was preferable to his continued existence. Had he lived, peace would elude his household, for he had brought shame upon himself, leading to his neighbors. The butcher's profession would face numerous challenges, and he would become a scapegoat, making it difficult for the Fan family to be implicated. With Huang San's death, such complications would cease to exist. The deceased deserved respect. All rumors would shift toward the Fan family, and he certainly needed to pay a visit to the Fan family to address the grievances for Nyobai. As he could not avoid confronting them, Nyobai was an innocent party in this affair. He merely sought to conclude matters with the Fan family. The unauthorized temple was an act of spontaneous devotion by the people. Not a wrongdoing, in fact, it was the Fan family that had destroyed the temple and disrupted Nyobai's cultivation. Now that Nyobai was under his wing, it was imperative to settle accounts. Gu Songchen nodded in agreement. The rogue had just threatened him, asserting that if he did not assist, he would expose the close call he had with the cow demon. One need not fear a moral gentleman, but rather a rogue. As a Taoist, he feared losing face and thus had little choice but to accompany them. Lu Pai carried Huang San's head, and the villagers brought torches, forming a procession toward the Fan family. The townsfolk, armed with copper gongs, began to sound the alarm. More and more people emerged from their homes, primarily young and strong. This demonstrated that Lu Pai's ascension to the position of village head was no small feat. The newcomers were initially unaware of the unfolding events, but as information spread from person to person, the narrative quickly crystallized. Stealing and killing cattle was indeed a grave sin. Previously, many relatives in this town, who also resided in the countryside, had experienced the loss of cattle and even lent assistance in searching for them. A wave of righteous indignation surged within them. However, they deliberately distanced themselves from Liu, their voices dropping to hushed tones. The crux of the matter was that, despite the cow demon being clad in garments, it remained a cow demon, and instinctively, people shied away. Meanwhile, at the inn, Chen Ruaji, still cradling the beautiful concubine bestowed by Fan Yuqing, was lost in a blissful dream until he was abruptly awakened by the news of a death. Upon hearing that someone had perished, his idyllic reverie shattered instantly. Chapter 057. Stubbornness? Illusions unravel the cattle theft case. After dressing, Chen Ruaji soon learned of Fan Yuqing's involvement in a crime concerning over 100 plow oxen. A cold sweat broke out along his back at the gravity of the accusation. The crime of stealing and killing plow oxen was a serious offense. Throughout history, every dynasty had enacted laws against the slaughter of these vital animals to ensure agricultural stability. Even as a county magistrate, he needed to distance himself from such a scandal. Having just indulged in the pleasures offered by the Fan family, he now faced the prospect of it potentially being used as leverage against him. Hastily, he made his way to the Fan residence, only to be confronted by the cow demon accompanying his senior, Chen Shixiang, which nearly caused him to falter in fear. It was his first encounter with a supernatural being. The cow demon, along with others, performed a greeting that left him utterly astounded. "What is this?" Chen Ruaji inquired, bewildered. "My senior has subdued the cow demon. It now serves as an attendant," Gu Songchen elucidated. Chen Ruaji nodded, reluctantly accepting this bizarre reality. The Fan residence, upon learning of Huang San's suicide and his confession to the cattle theft, Fan Yuqing's expression remained notably unchanged as he awaited Chen Ruaji's arrival. Once Chen Ruaji appeared, Fan Yuqing immediately knelt, countering. It was clearly the butcher Huang San who was seduced by the profits of plow oxen, returning time and again to steal cattle. This accusation was premeditated. Previously, he had purchased Huang San's beef, requesting only the meat. While the bones were consumed by the Fan family, a crowd gathered, yet they could find no immediate evidence. "Well then, if you have the ability, present your evidence," he taunted. "Isn't Huang San's suicide indicative of a guilty conscience? If it comes to that, my Fan family could also provide 2 individuals, surpassing Huang San, yet what would that prove?" The Fan family aware that Lu Pai and others lacked evidence, joined in the clamoring. Thus, this group, seeking justice, ironically found themselves without it. Consequently, the common folk surrounding Lu Pai fell silent, looking to him for direction, realizing there was no evidence at hand. Lu Pai furrowed his brow, contemplating a strategy to force Fan Yuqing to confess his crimes. "You scoundrel! You brought people to demolish my temple, and I even killed a few of your men. Do you not recognize me?" Cow Elder, the cow demon, with a fiery temper, stepped forward. Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the cow demon, Fan Yuqing could only muster the courage to reply, "That was a depraved shrine. Its destruction was entirely justified." "Taoist, do you not agree?" Fan Yuqing further attempted to morally bind Lu, fully aware that the cow demon had been subdued, emboldening his audacity. Di Songchen took a step back, indicating his disinterest in the fray. "I shall not participate. I merely wish to observe," he declared. "I shall crush your skull," the cow demon exclaimed, extending its massive, dark hand, intent on shattering Fan Yuqing's head. "Cow Bai, stand down," Lu admonished, signaling Cow Bai to refrain from violence. Recognizing that this was not the appropriate moment for such an approach. Even if he possessed incantations or spells, their use would invite accusations of coercion. As Lu Pai wrestled with how to break the deadlock, he suddenly spotted another Taoist stepping forward, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Without evidence, it was exceedingly challenging to pin down Fan Yuqing's culpability. He had merely purchased beef and never suggested Huang San steal cattle. "Do you think you merely attracted a cow demon? Look around. Such actions have already brought calamity upon your descendants, and soon, your family will face untimely deaths. I now offer you another chance. If you refuse, you will find no one to aid you, and you will surely regret it." With a wave of his hand, Lu summoned numerous lanterns that illuminated the surrounding darkness. From a distance, the people could see a monstrous creature with countless cow heads perched ominously above the Fan residence. Its expression grotesque and its eyes burning like flames, Lu resolved to exploit ancient superstitions to manipulate Fan Yuqing into confessing. Fan Yuqing gasped upon sighting the creature, gasping as he collapsed to the ground. Utterly drained, the townsfolk, having witnessed this spectacle, instinctively took a step back, their fearful ignorance failing to recognize that the apparition was merely a manifestation of fog. Fan Yuqing bit his lip, still wavering in uncertainty. "If you insist on this course, let Huang San take the blame. Your lives are your own concern." After a moment of stalemate, Lu turned to leave. However, Fan Yuqing's indecision prompted others in the Fan family to take a stand. One family member rushed forward, clinging to Lu's leg, pleading, "Master, we were wrong. Please save my child." One voice led to another, as more from the Fan clan joined in. "We consume beef almost every month. We all know that it was Fan Yuqing who sought to usurp the land of neighboring villagers, prompting the slaughter of the cattle. Master, I beg you, save our Fan family. It was all Fan Yuqing's doing." Claiming it would bring prosperity. Yes, it was all the head of the family. "We are innocent." The majority of the Fan family, fearing for their descendants, swiftly chose to betray him. "Fan Yuqing, will you not confess?" Lu glared at him, pressing on to sway his spirit. Faced with his kin's accusations, Fan Yuqing, now desperate, knelt and declared, "Yuqing confesses." Seeing Fan Yuqing's confession, Chen Ruaji naturally proceeded with the judgment. Fan Yuqing orchestrated the slaughter of plow oxen. He deserves the utmost punishment. He is to be detained and taken to the county prison, where he shall face execution come autumn. The Fan family bore shared culpability, with each household fined one ox. And those lacking wealth must make amends from within their kin, also compensating the villagers. Huang San's suicide spared him from living punishment, yet he could not escape the death penalty. His assets would be confiscated, including the sale of plow oxen to repay the townspeople. Chen Ruaji, despite his limited investigative prowess, knew how to conclude a case effectively indeed. The surrounding members of the Fan family concurred with this verdict. Immediately, Fan Yuqing was shackled and detained at the end. Lu and Gu Songchen remained behind to perform a ritual, primarily the responsibility of Gu Songchen, who was well versed in such matters. He understood that Lu had merely orchestrated a ruse, yet he had to comply. After a series of incantations, they dispelled the demon conjured from the fog, thereby restoring the Fan family's fortunes, earning them their gratitude. Simultaneously, Lu felt a surge of merit accumulate. Hmm? I clearly employed the guise of Chen Pinglei. Shouldn't the merit accrue to me? Merit is attributed to the doer, independent of their appearance. He pondered whether the water deity's avatar would share any merit. Given he had utilized Chen Pinglei's form, following the resolution of the Fan family's predicament, Cao Bai approached Lu, stating, "Boss, may I take a brief leave?" Lu, intrigued, asked, "What do you intend to do?" With Fan Yuqing dealt with, was there still something left for Cao Bai to accomplish? "Boss, I need to inform the townsfolk that the matter has been resolved. The villagers wish to rebuild the temple for me, but if I'm to remain by your side, it seems unnecessary, for I won't be of help moving forward." Cao Bai, with a sheepish expression, scratched his horn, feeling awkward. Even after the temple's destruction, he had not forgotten the pleas of the townsfolk. "Go ahead." Lu smiled warmly at Cao Bai's intentions. He would never dissuade someone from performing a good deed. As for whether Cao Bai would slip away, he chose to trust him, perceiving him as honest and straightforward. Next, he needed to inquire about the Dragon Well during the Duanwu festival. Since this was a journey to the west, who knew what lay within the well? He must tread carefully, for the Dragon Well was near. And he could not afford to be careless. If any danger arose, he would need to evacuate his family promptly. Lu began to strategize in his mind. Chapter 058. Investigating the truth, do supernatural beings perform tricks? Subsequently, Lu Yu made his way to the Dragon Well to assess the situation. Time was of the essence. Even the heavenly eye, when cast upon it, revealed no treasures. The Dragon Well appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary well. Thus, Lu Yu resolved to visit the Earth God Temple to gather further information. There was indeed an Earth God Temple in Jiahu Town, presided over by a deity of the land. Although he possessed the ability to perform spirit-repelling rituals, he lacked the proper credentials, and such practices could inadvertently provoke adverse effects. After all, he was not the great sage equal to heaven. The Earth God would certainly not lower himself to speak candidly. A touch of politeness could elicit a reciprocal courtesy from the divine. Upon arriving at the Earth God Temple, Lu Yu noticed that the townsfolk of Jiahu were relatively prosperous and took great care in their devotion to the temple. The temple itself was a quaint tiled house accompanied by a courtyard, featuring 2 towering cypress trees. Inside, there were sculptures of the Earth God, meditation cushions, an offering table, and incense burners. Though small, it was fully equipped. A few individuals were resting within, which was perfectly acceptable. Compared to the diminutive shrine in Lijia village, this temple was several times larger. Employing the technique of spirit passage, Liu traversed the temple's wall and emerged into the ethereal realm of the shrine. Beneath the cypress trees, he spotted an old man indulging in a drink. Upon noticing Lu Yu, the elder immediately focused his gaze on him. "Ah, it must be Daoist Chen. You have dealt with that ox demon? And old Lu has heard of your deeds. Many thanks for your intervention. I am but an old man with limited power." The elderly man introduced himself as Lu, the Earth Elder. Naturally, he was well informed about the happenings in Jiahu Town, which was under his purview. Gratefully, he expressed his thanks. "It was nothing. It was my duty," Lu Yu replied, observing as Lu poured him a cup of wine and took a seat opposite him. "Might I inquire why you have come to this temple?" Lu, aware that no one visits the 3 Treasures Hall without a purpose, promptly inquired about the pertinent matters, primarily concerning the Dragon Well. Lu Yu wasted no time and inquired directly about the Dragon Well. The Dragon Well? Every year during the Duanwu festival, a shadow of a dragon can be seen chasing after a dragon pearl. Many venture down in search of treasure, and some truly return with gold and jewels, becoming overnight millionaires. However, most who enter vanish without a trace, their remains lost to time. Even if wandering souls escape the well, they retain no memories. "It is a perilous place," Lu responded. "Could it be that Daoist Chen has an interest in that dragon pearl?" Lu further probed. "Not at all. I have merely heard of this legend and am somewhat curious. I cannot possibly be interested in gold and jewels." Lu Yu chuckled, shaking his head. Indeed, individuals had ventured inside before? Vanished without a trace? Retained no memories? It was truly dangerous. Lu Yu asked a few more questions and sipped his wine. Lu offered no further elaboration, subtly implying that the Dragon Well was fraught with danger and perhaps harbored other treasures. Deciding not to linger at the Earth God Temple, Lu Yu turned to leave. As he departed, Lu squinted, a glimmer of wisdom flashing in his eyes. The old man was far from ignorant about the Dragon Well. Contrary to what he had conveyed, However, Lu Yu remained oblivious to this. After leaving the Earth God Temple, he strolled through the town, hoping to uncover some clues. Yet, today, the vicinity of the Dragon Well appeared unusually lively. Under a locust tree, a dense crowd had gathered. Lu entered a nearby tea house, where, due to his earlier display of skill, both the proprietor and patrons greeted him warmly, offering him a seat by the window. He gave the attendant 2 copper coins, requesting a bowl of wontons from the stall downstairs. From his vantage point, he could see the scene by the locust tree. There were 2 performers, an elderly man and a child, seemingly part of a theatrical troupe. The old man, sporting a goatee, appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, while the child was much younger, around 10 years old. Are they performing tricks? Lu Yu mused, wiping his forehead as golden light shimmered. Activating his heavenly eye, he soon discerned that the old man was, in fact, an aged goat, with a short tail hidden beneath his clothing, while the child was a monkey. Also with a tail. Transforming a monkey into a human was quite a simple feat. The removal of the tail was the most challenging part. Clearly, the monkey had not fully concealed its tail yet. At that moment, the attendant brought over the wontons. As Lu Yu savored his meal, he continued to watch the 2 beings perform their tricks. The old man, clad in coarse linen, addressed the audience. Next, we shall perform the trick of stealing peaches. The child immediately interrupted. Grandpa, what are you thinking? If you want to steal peaches, do it. The peaches are still green. The child was evidently displeased. This provoked laughter from the audience, as it was indeed not the season for peaches. If you manage to steal some, I'll reward you. One onlooker called out. The child, upon hearing the crowd's reaction, cupped his hands to his ears and exclaimed, Grandpa, listen. Everyone agrees with me. Only you, foolish goat, would think of stealing peaches. Am I supposed to ascend to the heavens? The Queen Mother's peach orchard is said to bear fruit year-round. The child mocked the old man once more, and the laughter grew louder. The old man retorted, I intend for you to go to the heavens to fetch a peach. He stroked his goatee with confidence. The child, clearly skeptical, wore an expression of disdain, questioning how one could ascend without steps. Indeed. Observe your grandfather's prowess, the old man declared, pulling a rope from a nearby bamboo basket and tossing it skyward, to the astonishment of the crowd. The rope began to float upwards, ascending into the heavens. Hush! No way! This can't be real, exclaimed the onlookers, their disbelief palpable. The rope climbed higher, seemingly vanishing into the clouds. The old man tested the rope's strength, confirming it could support a person. My dear grandson, you are as agile as a monkey. I am old and frail. You shall ascend to the celestial realm and retrieve a peach for me. He handed the rope to the child. Grandpa, you don't care for my safety. The heavenly realm is so high, and this rope is so thin. What if I fall? The child looked troubled. I may not be as wise with my words, but the audience will not let you back out, the old man coaxed, gesturing to the spectators. As his words fell, many tossed coins into the air. This spectacle was unlike any they had seen before, and they were eager to witness whether a child could truly enter the heavens. With the money you earn, you can marry a beautiful bride, the old man added, inciting further laughter among the crowd. That's what you said, the child replied with a beaming smile, eagerly beginning to climb. The child, still young, was already dreaming of a bride. The old man feigned helplessness, eliciting more laughter from the audience. As the child ascended the rope, he appeared to shrink, as if truly entering the clouds. After a short while, a dark spot emerged from the sky and plummeted down. To everyone's astonishment, it was a peach, nearly the size of a bowl, adorned with frost from the heavens. The old man proudly showcased the peach. Behold, a genuine peach. Is this truly a celestial peach? Let me have a taste, exclaimed the onlookers, their excitement escalating. In the tea house, Lu Yu observed the unfolding scene with amusement. In his previous life, he had heard tales of such a peach-stealing story, yet witnessing it performed by these beings was unexpected. The act relied more on magical prowess than mere sleight of hand, and of course, the performer's skills paralleled those of a comedic duo, requiring a certain synergy to engage the audience fully. The entire performance had its ups and downs. If his memory served him correctly, the rope was about to fall. Just as Lu Yu pondered this, it indeed occurred. Suddenly, the rope plummeted from the sky as if it had snapped. Chapter 59. A gathering of monkeys and goats. Eavesdropping. Oh no! The old man, seeing the rope fall, lost his grip on the peach, which tumbled to the ground, splattering juice and revealing a large pit. Alas, this is bad. The heavenly soldiers must have discovered my grandson. It shouldn't have happened. I shouldn't have shown off. If I lose my only descendant, the old man fretted anxiously. The old man sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably. The surrounding audience was swept up in his emotions, hesitating to speak. Eventually, they began to toss coins into his direction, wishing to offer the old man a modicum of comfort. His words seemed prophetic. Before long, limbs fell from the sky. Following that, pieces of clothing and then a torso appeared, culminating with a head. The old man gathered the dismembered body parts together. Silence enveloped the crowd. No one anticipated such an occurrence. The onlookers gazed at the scene with deepening sympathy, without needing the old man to utter another word. They retrieved silver coins from their pockets and cast them onto the ground. After amassing a sufficient sum, a smile emerged on his face. "Grandson, why don't you come out and thank the esteemed patrons for their generosity?" As soon as he spoke, the old man lifted the bamboo basket that had contained the body. A perfectly intact child stood up. "Thank you, everyone." The child, with disheveled hair, bowed gratefully to the crowd. Upon witnessing the child's safety, everyone exhaled in relief. It was truly unfathomable. They all realized they had been deceived by the old man. However, the spectacle was so captivating that no one regretted their small donations, and applause erupted. In the tea house, Luyu observed this scene with a smile. This performance by the two spirits primarily involved 3 spells. The monkey spirit transformed into a child, capable of changing size, appearing to climb higher as it shrank. As for the goat-like old man, he employed a levitation technique, allowing the rope to ascend gradually. He also utilized an illusion spell, altering the appearance of objects without actual transformation. The monkey hair that fell from the sky was transformed into divine peaches and limbs. When the monkey shrank to the size of an ant and floated down, it was cleverly concealed. These 3 spells left all the spectators in the dark. Through his celestial vision, Luyu managed to glean insights into the other 2 spells as well. Possessing the celestial eye enabled him to discern the nuances of spellcasting. He was already adept in shapeshifting, so learning 2 new spells came easily. Nonetheless, as Luyu watched the 2 tricksters, he pondered deeply. Using his celestial vision, he discerned that the 2 spirits were at approximately the 5th level of foundational cultivation. Their demonic aura was hardly noticeable, suggesting they possessed some skill. They were not at all intimidated by ordinary monks or Taoists. Their presence in the town to earn money and mingle with the locals was a first for Luyu. Their adeptness indicated this was not their first endeavor of this kind. However, it seemed their appearance in this town was not merely for profit. Jiao Lake Town was rather small and unlikely to yield significant earnings. They might have deliberately chosen this quaint locale. Perhaps drawn by the legendary Jiao Dragon well, Luyu couldn't help but remain vigilant. After the 2 spirits concluded their performance, they did not continue but sought out an inn in Jiao Lake Town. Seemingly intending to settle down, Luyu discreetly followed them using his invisibility technique. His efforts bore fruit, as they purchased roasted chicken and fine wine in town, clearly preparing to meet someone. From their conversations, Luyu learned that the goat was named Wei and the monkey was called Yuan Shan. They did not venture elsewhere but headed straight for the Earth God Temple. Goodness, given this situation, they were indeed drinking with the Earth God. The old fellow was clearly hiding something from him. Observing their demeanor, Luyu realized that his earlier encounter with old Lu had been somewhat misleading. Yet, it was not too late to uncover the truth. Luyu stealthily entered, employing both the turtle breathing technique and the sun concealment technique to evade detection. Esteemed guests, welcome, as Yuan Wei and Yuan Mo arrived. Old Lu promptly stood to greet them. "We come uninvited," Yuan Wei said politely, yet without hesitation, he took a seat opposite old Lu. Their familiarity was evident. "What news do you have from Jiao Lake Town?" As soon as Yuan Wei settled in, he inquired about the town's affairs. Recently, 2 Taoists and a county magistrate visited Jiao Lake Town. They initially subdued a rampaging wild bull, and one of the Taoists even inquired about the Jiao Dragon well, suggesting they held some interest in it. Old Lu recounted the details of taming the wild bull. What did that laboring bull do? He asked, eager to know more. Yuan Shan appeared to recognize the bull's significance and seemed particularly interested in its tale. Old Lu elaborated on the bull's scandalous actions concerning the lotus flowers. I never expected that bull to possess such a fierce spirit. Previously, he refused to join us, insisting on plowing the fields. I wonder what changed his mind. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shan teased, that bull roams this area, constantly lamenting about his mother, unable to get along with other spirits. Previously, I got beaten up by that stubborn bull for my sharp tongue, and now I relish watching him face adversity. Some beings are even less admirable than spirits. Spirits often repay kindness, yet these humans only remember to seek advantage and avoid harm, Yuan Wei remarked with a hint of disdain. Not so, not so. Old Lu shook his head, disagreeing with Yuan Wei's perspective. Among humanity, there have been virtuous figures like Yao and Shun, as well as tyrants like Zhou. The fluctuations of good and evil are merely part of the human condition. To maintain righteousness is indeed a challenge. Old Lu shared his insights, indicating that he still held goodwill towards humanity. Bah! How noble can humans be? Yuan Shun retorted. People often claim that human nature surpasses beastly instincts. Yet this is merely self-aggrandizement. A monkey on a mountain, hungry, eats what it can, thirsty, drinks water, seeking only to satisfy its belly, without such complexities. Yuan Shan expressed his contempt for humans, feeling that as a monkey, he had little respect for them. Yet, I disagree with your sentiment, Yuan Wei countered. All things have a foundation. While there may not be strict hierarchies, distinctions exist. Humans can contend with lions and tigers, engaging in battles against rhinoceroses and elephants. Once they wield blades, few can match them. If humans do not cultivate grains or raise livestock, existence becomes problematic. Yuan Shan objectively acknowledged humanity's achievements. Had it not been for humans, we spirits would not have recognized ourselves. Our ancestors would still be wandering the mountains, making it hard to determine right from wrong. The Earth God, once human, naturally sided with the goat spirit, affirming that human goodness and wickedness are partly innate and partly nurtured by their environment. While mediocrity is commonplace, moreover, there's a saying, when a foundation is laid high, good and evil coexist above, naturally yielding good and evil below. Such is the grand world, beyond human control. The Earth God reflected on human nature, sipping his drink with a sigh, though it was unclear what weighed on his mind. Let us not dwell on this. Since the 7 great saints rebelled against the heavenly court, they have remained silent across the mortal realm. We have only just discovered the whereabouts of the great saint of dragons. Should we not take the chance to explore? Yuan Shan swiftly shifted the topic, feeling he could not match Yuan Wei and Old Lu in their discussion regarding humanity. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained attentive. 7 great saints? Great saint of dragons. He immediately recalled the figures from the journey to the west who had sworn brotherhood with Sun Wukong. They included the Bull Demon King, the Great Saint of Sea, the Great Peng Demon King, the Lion King, the Monkey King, the Great King of Monkeys, and the Great King of the Gods. Could it be that the Great Saint of Sea was trapped here? Merely exploring a side quest had unearthed a significant figure? Lu Yu continued to eavesdrop, his curiosity intensifying. That won't do. Old Lu shook his head after listening to Yuan Shan's words. Both of you have shown me kindness and thus can be considered friends. But I must advise against descending into that well lightly. Many spirits have perished after entering the Lock Dragon Well. Old Lu wished to dissuade his 2 friends from taking such risks. Ever since the saints were imprisoned, we spirits have been increasingly marginalized by the so-called righteous path, leaving us with little room to thrive, and no matter if one acts with virtue or vice. We are still regarded as outcasts. That wild bull may assist countless commoners in tilling the fields, yet once the temple is established, it will eventually be dealt with, leaving it no path to survival. Yuan Shan slammed his palm on the table, downing a drink. Since the saints were confined, ordinary spirits, aside from their innate powers, no longer have other avenues to learn. Most spirits can only fend for themselves. Alas, Yuan Wei sighed, silently drinking another cup. He largely agreed with Yuan Shan's viewpoint. If possible, we should merely pay homage to the great saint of sea, rather than risk our lives seeking death. The need for a true king among spirits has never been greater. Old Lu, seeing their resolve, shared another piece of information. I heard from a water creature that came to deliver a message. While drinking, It inadvertently mentioned that the guardian of the great saint is the dragon clan's 8 sons. The Shenlong, who has conjured an illusion known as red dust within the well, to awaken the great saint. One must break that red dust illusion. Yet the illusion, akin to 3 autumns in a single day, drags time into the abyss, allowing the creatures that enter to seamlessly merge with the mirage. Yuan Wei and Yuan Shan were both attuned to the unfolding news. Suddenly, Yuan Shan's ears twitched. He raised his hand and pointed in a direction, exclaiming, "There has always been another presence here, one we previously overlooked." Upon hearing this, the expressions on Yuan Wei and the old man Lu shifted noticeably. Yuan Wei swiftly drew a short sword, while Lu, brandishing his cane, readied himself for battle. Yuan Shan possessed a rather unique bloodline, one that bore the essence of the wind-listening great sage, equipped with a pair of extraordinary ears capable of discerning the 3 sounds: heavenly, earthly, and human. Though not as acute as the 6 ears of the 6-eared macaque, which could hear voices from miles away, his ability to perceive a wider array of sounds was commendable. Yuan Shan detected a peculiar earthly sound, akin to the wind rustling across the ground. The netherworld had its winds. The sound varied significantly between places inhabited by beings and those devoid of life. Here, only he, the old goat, and the earth god were present. Yet an additional sound lingered. Someone was lurking nearby. At the same time, Lu felt a tinge of surprise. He believed he had concealed himself well and had made no discernible movements. How could he have been discovered so suddenly? However, Yuan Shan's gaze had already fixed upon him, leaving no room for doubt. Lu waved his hand slightly, dispelling his invisibility. Chen Daozhong. Upon recognizing Lu, Lu's surprise morphed into embarrassment, recalling how he had feigned ignorance before this Taoist. Yuan Shan, still gripping his short staff, understood that Lu's familiarity with the individual did not negate the potential danger. The matters they were discussing were not sanctioned by the human race or any other entities. They could very well be silenced swiftly. Not be alarmed. Our goals may indeed align, Lu reassured them, his visage subtly shifting to that of a fish's head. Revealing his true form at this juncture would facilitate his integration into the conversation and potentially yield the intelligence he sought. Resorting to threats was a tactic of last resort. His previous visit had yielded little accurate information from Lu. Unexpectedly, upon Lu revealing his true self, Yuan Wei sheathed his short sword. At first glance, Lu appeared entirely human, and it was astonishing to discover he was in fact a creature of the supernatural. Lu, the old earth spirit, was equally taken aback to learn that the seemingly human Chen Daozhong was actually a creature of the extraordinary. A water being? Yuan Shan regarded the individual before him with a hint of skepticism, remembering that some of their adversaries belonged to the aquatic race. Remain calm. Yuan Wei urged Yuan Shan to lower his staff. Turning to Lu with a question, "Might I inquire your name and the lineage from which you hail?" This was an inquiry into the origins of this water creature. Clearly, Lu was a formidable being, one whose true nature was difficult to discern, suggesting he held some renown. Yuan Wei was not one to shed tears upon encountering a fellow creature of the extraordinary. In fact, treachery among such beings was not uncommon. The creature named Chen Daozhong, despite having eavesdropped and being discovered, refrained from hostility, engaging instead in conversation, indicating a potential for dialogue. Harmony is paramount. Perhaps the other party could play a significant role in their forthcoming plans. My surname is Chen, given name Ping Lei. You may call me Mr. Chen. I came to fruition within the Qing Shui Lake, lacking any specific water lineage. My presence here stems from information acquired from another Taoist regarding the situation of the Jiao Dragon Well. Where it is said a Jiao Pearl resides, I was unaware until now of the existence of the overseas great sage, the Jiao Demon King. Might you enlighten me? Lu, speaking half-truths, directly inquired about the overseas great sage, the Jiao Demon King. Upon hearing this, Yuan Wei furrowed his brow and nodded. During the reign of the Shenhans, a naturally born stone monkey emerged, journeying from the eastern Victory Divine continent to the western Bullheaven continent, acquiring extraordinary skills. Upon returning to the eastern Victory Divine continent, he encountered 7 powerful demon kings. While feasting, the 7 demon kings conceived the idea of forming a power for creatures of the extraordinary. Realizing none existed in the realm, they pledged brotherhood as the 7 great sages. The Bull Demon King, the overseas great sage, The Pung Demon King, the Lion Trojan King, the Wind-Listening Great Sage, the God-Driving Great Sage, and the Great Sage equal to heaven, uniting the forces of the 72 cave demon kings. Naturally, the celestial court would not allow the rise of such powers among creatures of the extraordinary. The Great Sage equal to heaven, defying the celestial authority, led an assault on the celestial court, breaching the southern heavenly gate and reaching the Lingxiao treasure hall. Ultimately, the celestial court, with its multitude of forces, ensnared the Great Sage equal to heaven within the Buddhist realm, while the Wind-Listening Great Sage was trapped in hell, and the Oversea Great Sage was confined within the Locking Dragon Well. With the fates of the other sages remaining unknown, following our explorations, we discovered that the Locking Dragon Well was merely an exceedingly ordinary well. Yuan Wei recounted the tale of the 7 great sages. The Shenhans? Lu listened intently, recognizing parallels with the journey to the west he had come to know in his past life, that of course, there could be discrepancies as well. This was not an exam answer with a definitive solution. Assuming he had grasped the plot and acted recklessly could prove fatal. It's all the fault of the dragon race. Had they not dominated the waters and allied with the celestial soldiers against the great sage, we would not have fallen to such depths, Yuan Shun exclaimed, his eyes brimming with resentment towards the dragon race. Realizing Qian Ping Lei, a water being, was present, he quickly amended, I do not refer to you. The Oversea Great Sage is also a water being. The mention of the Oversea Great Sage seemed to carry a hint of disdain towards the water beings, who preferred to be lackeys rather than instigate change. Yuan Shan elaborated further on the Oversea Great Sage. In no matter, Lu, however, did not resonate too deeply with the term water beings, and continued to press Yuan Wei. And then what? He sensed that the matter should not have concluded so swiftly after the subjugation of the sages. Otherwise, Yuan Wei and Yuan Shun would not be present here. Chapter 061. You say, the well contains the Oversea Great Sage? Yuan Wei had indeed not finished his account. 100 years ago, a collapse occurred beneath this vicinity, causing river water to surge back, allowing us to ascertain the location of the Locking Dragon Well. Only the Jiao Demon King could orchestrate such a feat. The Oversea Great Sage, known also as Jiao Erjie, was originally a loach who transformed into a Jiao dragon, unable to further evolve into a true dragon. However, her divine powers allowed her to penetrate deep into the earth, instigating tremors, which is how we discovered the location of the Jiao Demon King. Yuan Wei continued after Yuan Shun had interjected. By the way, we are the remaining subordinates of the Demon Kings who survived back then. After the 7 great sages were trapped, the other creatures scattered, fleeing for their lives. With celestial soldiers in pursuit, our ancestors could only disperse across the 4 great continents, with few surviving. It is said that in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the Bull Demon King is once again recruiting subordinates. Regrettably, we, the creatures from the Southern Zhan Continent, are currently unable to reach there due to the closures of the various divine continents. Now, our only hope lies in awakening the Jiao Demon King. Yuan Wei concluded his narrative. Jiao Erjie, a female, Lu, after hearing Yuan Wei's account, felt a resurgence of doubt. Is this still the journey to the west? No, this should be a parallel world of the journey to the west. In his previous life, he had come across a setting in a heroic film that involved parallel worlds. Characters in parallel worlds might share similarities while also differing. The current situation was evidently reminiscent. Hence, this was a parallel world of the journey to the west, where the knowledge from his past could serve as a reference but not a strict guideline. Thus, the dragon shadow pursuing the pearl during the Dragon Boat Festival is also related to the Jiao Demon King? Lu inquired after Yuan Wei had finished his explanation. The Locking Dragon Well itself was a formidable array, requiring the absorption of the earth and heaven's spiritual energy, as well as the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. The Dragon Boat Festival merely marked the day the array's eye opened, naturally revealing some aspects of the array. Yuan Wei nodded, elucidating the intricacies. We suspect the Oversea Great Sage will soon awaken, especially as the Pengli Marsh grows larger. It is said that during the Dragon Boat Festival each year, one can also witness the phantom of the Jiao Dragon. Yuan Shun's eyes glimmered with hope. Once they awakened the Jiao Demon King, they would have a formidable ally. Whether in enhancing their cultivation or ensuring their safety, they would possess a more reliable support. Lu felt a twitch within his heart upon hearing this news. To be frank, He had no desire to meet the Jiao Demon King. Who knew whether the entity was benevolent or malevolent? Why voluntarily seek a superior who could impose upon him? As for the Jiao Pearl, at this moment, he had no thoughts on that matter. Initially, Lu had assumed retrieving the Jiao Pearl from the Jiao Dragon Well would be a straightforward endeavor, but now, his mind was consumed by 3 words: find a hammer. Who could have anticipated such an abundance of variables? It is not merely that the Dragon Well is situated too close to Qingshui Lake. With the Dragon Boat Festival fast approaching, he has likely fled long ago. The preliminary preparations have led us to this point. To depart at this juncture seems rather ill-timed. Given the current circumstances, as long as one refrains from venturing into the well, safety can still be assured. The local populace has resided here for over a century, and many have descended into the well without incident. His luck cannot be deemed excessively poor. With a modicum of caution, he should face no significant issues. Meanwhile, Yuan Shun, observing that the conversation had reached this stage, began to entice Lu. If you can awaken the great sage of the sea, the Dragon Demon King, we would be willing to acknowledge you as our sovereign. This suggestion carried a hint of exploiting the naivety of a greenhorn. Upon hearing these words, Lu was momentarily taken aback. He was already contemplating escape, yet they sought to provoke him. What were they thinking? Indeed, we are willing to recognize you as our leader, Yuan Shan echoed enthusiastically. He found the existence of this Mr. Qin, the fish spirit, rather peculiar. It was said that he had attained spirithood by cultivating in Qingshui Lake. One must remember that due to the presence of the formation in this vicinity, the spiritual energy is indeed somewhat sparse. Even if entities of spirit were to manifest, their strength would likely be limited. However, this Mr. Chun seemed to possess considerable prowess, perhaps even surpassing his own. We shall see how it unfolds. Lu engaged in polite banter, neither willing to agree nor to disagree. He was no fool. He understood the risks involved in recklessly displaying bravado. Of course, now that he had received information from Yuan Wei and Yuan Shun, he felt compelled to make some gestures in return, as a matter of courtesy. Otherwise, his intentions would appear rather suspicious. Lu recognized that it would be unwise to sever ties so swiftly. Fleeing might raise doubts about his ulterior motives and could lead to unnecessary conflict. Both parties remained unaware of each other's backgrounds, engaged in a game of strategy, and at this moment, a bit of misdirection would serve them well. Lu resolved to sell Gu Tsongchen out. I learned of the Dragon Well from that Taoist Gu, which piqued my interest. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, Gu Tsongchen will undoubtedly seek to obtain the Dragon Pearl. I propose we allow him to test the waters. What do you think? This was tantamount to sending a reasonably capable individual to probe the situation, of course. Yuan Wei and Yuan Shan exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat tempted. They believed this individual also harbored intentions to enter the Dragon Well, and his abilities seemed quite satisfactory. This suggested a shared objective, indicating that collaboration was entirely feasible. Agreed. Yuan Wei consented to this arrangement. However, Lu had fixed his sights on old Lu. Was this individual trustworthy? This was a question posed with full awareness. To him, old Lu seemed rather unreliable, having deceived him before. Yet, he clearly shared a bond with Yuan Wei and Yuan Shan. After all, who among friends would discuss matters of human nature while drinking? Such an inquiry was aimed at gauging the relationship between Yuan Wei, Yuan Shan, and old Lu. Upon realizing the topic had shifted to him, old Lu stroked his beard and assured, I shall not speak of this to anyone. You may find it hard to believe, but when I was human, life was hardly favorable, and it was only with the support of Yuan Wei and Yuan Shun that I managed to live a peaceful life. I, too, am one who values gratitude. I sought an opportunity to come here and serve as a land deity, thus showing my appreciation once more. The true immortals dwell in the heavens, while the resentful spirits linger below. As old Lu continued, he sighed deeply. Humans grow and age in the blink of an eye. One hardly has the chance to share a few words, whereas the equally long-lived spirits may begrudgingly serve as friends. Sharing an occasional drink. After taking a sip, old Lu concluded his narrative. Indeed, those unfamiliar with the intricacies of such matters would be foolish to aspire to be land deities, whether by sheer luck or by understanding the nuances of human relations. Grasping these rules of gods and demons is essential. Thus, all would be well. Lu accepted this explanation. Let us cooperate amicably. Lu gestured towards the wine jug on the table, conjuring an ice wine cup in his hand. After downing a cup, he begrudgingly acknowledged their camaraderie before turning to depart. The fact that eavesdropping had been discovered, leading to a collaboration, along with a somewhat muddled wager, was already quite sufficient. All that remained was to await the arrival of the Dragon Boat Festival. Yuan Shan watched Lu depart for a considerable time before nodding in agreement. Indeed, he had left, to speak candidly, Lu's sudden appearance and his act of eavesdropping had imposed significant pressure upon them. What do you think, Goat? Do you believe he could be of assistance? Or is it plausible that he might join us in awakening the great sage of the sea? Once the figure had exited, Yuan Shan began to harbor doubts. As long as he displayed interest in the Dragon Well, he would not obstruct our endeavors, which would ultimately benefit us. I also feel he may not be of much help. Let us observe. The wager was not without potential. If he truly succeeded in awakening the great sage of the sea, we could discuss him becoming our leader then. Yuan Wei did not place his hopes on a somewhat unfamiliar individual. Maintaining his skepticism, awakening the great sage of the sea, he himself lacked certainty, let alone entrusting such a task to a stranger. Perhaps we should inform him of the power dynamics within the mountains. He might indeed become intrigued by the prospect of ruling. Yuan Shan proposed another possibility. That would be futile. Enticing him with promises would likely backfire, making it detrimental for us. Yuan Wei shook his head, dismissing Yuan Shan's notion. For now, it is already commendable that this peculiar spirit, Mr. Chen, has begun to entertain thoughts regarding the great sage of the sea. Let us drink. Old Lu called for both to share in a toast. Chapter 62. At the bottom of the Dragon Lock Well, an absurd scene in the blink of an eye. The time had come for the Dragon Boat Festival. The market in Gyro Huzan was abuzz with activity. Numerous dragon boats had also gathered by the lake. Lu Pai was a shrewd individual. With Fan Yuqing apprehended, he began to curry favor with the county magistrate, Chen Ruaji, learning that the magistrate had a penchant for superficial renown. He even organized a dragon boat race, one of the teams named after the magistrate, ensuring Chen Ruaji felt a sense of involvement. As anticipated, this team was destined to win, and indeed, the outcome was as expected. The performers displayed remarkable talent, initially surpassing the magistrate's team, only to encounter various mishaps that allowed the third-place magistrate's team to surge ahead. Lu, accompanied by Gu Songchen, watched the competition unfold. After the race concluded, Chen Ruaji personally presented the victorious contestants with ducks symbolizing their triumph. As for why they did not proceed to the Dragon Well, at noon, the dragon's shadow would be most discernible. After participating in the dragon boat races, Lu and Gu Songchen made their way there, arriving just in time. At this moment, a crowd had gathered at the Dragon Well, drawing water to store for future ailments. The common folk remained quite superstitious. The authority of officials often eclipsed such beliefs. Upon Chen Ruaji's arrival with his entourage, the area beside the Dragon Well was cleared of onlookers, who were forbidden from approaching. Lu noticed that Yuan Wei and Yuan Shan had disguised themselves as ordinary folk, mingling within the crowd. Old Lu also engaged in similar subterfuge. Chen Ruaji was already aware of Gu Songchen's intentions, feeling a mix of anticipation and unease. After all, having Gu Songchen by his side represented a capable ally. Yet any endeavor appeared fraught with danger. Gazing at the silver dragon's shadow in the water, Chen Ruaji, intrigued, inquired, Taoist Gu, do you truly intend to descend into the well to ascertain the situation? I shall venture down. Should I encounter treasures, it would likewise be your fortune, my lord. Gu Songchen replied courteously, his heart stirred by the sight of the dragon pearl. If this were indeed his fortuitous encounter, upon emerging, he might have the opportunity to engage with the dragon clan. Rather than enduring the current sense of frustration, the surrounding onlookers were taken aback by the news of the Taoist Gu's descent into the well. Previously, it had only been ordinary individuals who leaped in, often leaving no trace behind, but the arrival of a Taoist promised a different outcome. Perhaps it was Gu Songchen's professional instinct that compelled him to perform an elaborate ritual before entering the water. Greetings, everyone. I am a Taoist from the Immortal Cave, here today to explore the Dragon Well and see if I can subdue the dragon and retrieve the Dragon Pearl. Gu Songchen put on a show, eliciting a round of applause from the crowd. With that, he leaped into the water. In truth, Gu Songchen had concealed a secret. He possessed a unique treasure known as the Water Avoidance Pearl, enabling him to breathe underwater. This was precisely why he dared to plunge into the depths in search of the so-called dragon. Lu observed Gu Tsongchen entering the water, standing by the well's edge. With the power of his heavenly eye, he could discern the nature of what lay at the bottom of the well. He also cast a glance at the locust tree nearby. He had previously used his heavenly eye to inspect it. Though it was over 200 years old and bore no flowers or fruit, he found nothing particularly extraordinary about it. Seemed to be an entirely ordinary locust tree. The real intrigue lay within the dragon well. When he had previously employed his heavenly eye, he discovered that the dragon lock well was quite deep, nearly 100 meters. It was indeed a considerable depth. A typical well is merely a dozen meters deep. When it reaches a depth of 100 meters, it becomes exceedingly challenging for a person to descend, even with the aid of diving apparatus from previous lives, as depths beyond 60 meters are considered relatively safe. Lu discerned that Gu Tsongchen had an additional water-avoiding pearl in his possession. This development is not particularly detrimental. In fact, Lu harbored a certain hope that Gu Tsongchen would truly venture to the bottom of the water to ascertain the situation. The utilization of the water-avoiding pearl could, in fact, be a fortuitous turn of events. Lu's gaze continued to penetrate deeper into the well. Originally, beyond the 100-meter mark, there was only rock. Yet now, astonishingly, another passage had appeared, revealing an even greater depth to the well. Beyond a certain depth, what lay before his eyes was a dark expanse of water, obscured and indistinct, leaving the actual depth of the well uncertain. Thus, Lu employed his celestial eye to peel away the layers of mist. Suddenly, the world before him transformed, revealing a scene of clarity. At the bottom of the well, a radiant light emerged, illuminating a bronze pillar upon which a golden-scaled dragon was bound. The chains securing it were nearly as thick as its body. Indeed, it was a dragon. This creature possessed 5 claws, lacking only the bifurcated horns and whiskers typically associated with dragons, yet it bore all the other features of its kind. At that moment, the dragon appeared to be in a state of feigned slumber. The great sage of the sea, Sister Jiao. Lu found himself involuntarily thinking of this name. Of course, the bottom of the well housed not only the pillar and the golden dragon but also a palace nearby. There, aquatic guards donned immaculate armor, their weapons sharp and glistening, alongside a number of court maidens, their attire scant and exuding the essence of spring. Lu's gaze effortlessly penetrated the palace. Soon, he spotted a man in purple robes within, who, despite his humanoid form, possessed a pair of short, bifurcated horns atop his head, a dragon tribe. The Shunchong dragon of 8 sons? A conjecture took root in Lu's mind. Their power was formidable. Merely by observing the bound great sage of the sea and the dragon within the palace through his celestial eye, Lu felt the overwhelming strength emanating from them. Their power was not just slightly superior. He felt a stark disparity. Even if he were to attain the Yuaning realm, he sensed it would amount to little more than a finger's breadth in comparison. Earth immortal? Celestial immortal? Or perhaps golden immortal? Lu's mind raced with speculation, uncertainty gnawing at him. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced through his celestial eye. Just as he feared something was amiss with his vision, he beheld an entirely different scene. Gone was the resplendent palace. Instead, it had transformed into a hall of bones, constructed from a heap of skeletal remains. The once magnificent figure morphed into a clam shell, within which resided a monstrous creature akin to an octopus, yet adorned with the head of a dragon. The guards and maidens appeared to be mere remnants of withered bones. What is this? Had I just been ensnared by an illusion? Lu was taken aback. Turning back to the dragon pillar, he noticed it too had altered. The chains had morphed into tentacles lined with sharp teeth, siphoning the blood and flesh of the golden dragon. That dragon, riddled with wounds, was on the brink of death. The bottom of the well was overrun with blue octopuses, each adorned with human faces. Saturating the entire space, a mere glance filled Lu with a wave of nausea. It was too horrifying, too revolting. The depths of the dragon-locking well were shrouded in eerie and terrifying imagery, rendering it unimaginable to endure such an environment. At that moment, Lu observed that both the golden dragon and the peculiar Shunchong dragon seemed to stir, their eyes beginning to open. He hastily retracted his celestial eye. Even so, it felt as though his eyes had been pierced by a blade. causing a trickle of blood to escape. His forehead flushed crimson. Lu leaned against the well's edge, staggering as he nearly lost his balance. Meanwhile, atop the dragon pillar, the golden dragon appeared to awaken, its eyes narrowing slightly. The Celestial Eye? The great sage of the sea, the Jiao Demon King, also known as Sister Jiao, regarded him with a contemplative gaze from within her golden dragon eyes. Chapter 063. A startling transformation, the old Sephora ignites. In the celestial realm above, those endowed with celestial eyes are invariably individuals of remarkable talent. Erlang Shun, the Thunder Sovereign, Wang Lingguan, and the Horse King. None would dare challenge their brilliance. Did these figures just arrive? That should not be the case. If they had come, they ought to have discovered the remnants of my previous machinations. The Celestial Eye just now also unveiled the process of seeing through illusions. Revealing its naivety, it shouldn't be anyone from the heavenly court. Is it possible that a gifted seed has emerged in the world, much like the stone monkey of the seventh brother? Sister Jiao quickly began to contemplate. If this truly is a young prodigy, then it represents another destined individual, another person of fate and fortune. Should a connection be established, it might not be impossible for them to extricate her from her plight. Given her current predicament, escape seemed exceedingly difficult. For this reason, Sister Jiao cast a glance at the bone hall beneath the pillar, her eyes flashing with distaste. A century prior, she had drawn upon the earth's veins to release a wisp of her soul, and now was the time for it to come into play. This soul thread had taken 100 years to attach itself to a Sephora tree. Sister Jiao began to scheme. However, she still needed to obscure her intentions from that youth. As she commenced her struggle, the dragon-locking pillar trembled violently, causing the human-faced octopuses to shrink back. What is this? Within the bone hall, the Shunchong dragon opened its eyes. Just moments ago, it had attempted, as usual, to lure Sister Jiao into a romantic entanglement for the purpose of refining her, but seemed to be struck by a beam of celestial light that exposed its privacy. As a result, it awakened abruptly. Sister Jiao, your struggles are in vain. Do you truly believe that your opportunity has arrived? The Shunchong dragon, perplexed yet intrigued by Sister Jiao's struggle, was drawn to her attention. With its index and middle fingers pressed together, it cast a spell that in an instant, the toothy tentacles constricted, rendering Sister Jiao unable to move. So, it was merely a small ant. After gaining a modicum of control over Sister Jiao, the Shunchong dragon began to survey the situation within the well. With a slight movement, a human-faced octopus began to swim upwards. It was only a matter of time before the Taoist who had entered the well would be dragged to its side. Sister Jiao also noticed the Shunchong dragon's movements, but remained unperturbed. She was certain that the Taoist was not the same person who had employed the Celestial Eye. The one who used the Celestial Eye had not descended into the well at all. On the other side, after sustaining an injury, Lu excused himself from the well's edge. Yuan Shun and Yuan Wei approached with a hint of confusion. What transpired? Yuan Wei was the first to inquire. It's nothing. I simply overestimated my abilities in seeking to uncover some information. Lu refrained from divulging the details of what he had witnessed at the bottom of the well. Fearing that revealing his capabilities would lead to skepticism, I merely feel that Gu Songqin is unlikely to emerge. I suggest you both refrain from entering the well today. If you truly wish to ascertain the situation, it would be prudent to wait nearby. Lu was uncertain whether he had stirred the attention of the monstrous Shunchong dragon lurking at the bottom of the well. However, it seemed that Gu Songqin's survival was gravely in jeopardy. Yuan Shun and Yuan Wei exchanged glances, both oblivious to the events that had transpired but not lacking in wit. Clearly, something had occurred. Yet, as they were not foolish, they understood that without Lu's disclosure, they were in no position to pry for information, especially given their inferior strength. It seemed they could only bide their time. At that moment, Lu desired nothing more than to slip away. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Although he was unaware of the well's true depth, the imagery he had just witnessed dissuaded him from approaching the dragon-locking well any closer. Yet, he feared that his previous actions had already drawn attention. If he returned to Qingshui Lake, it might endanger Miao Gaogao and the others. Thus, he resolved to remain in the vicinity to observe the situation before making any decisions. Just as Lu intended to head to a tea house for a cup of tea, he noticed that the previously vibrant Sephora tree had spontaneously ignited. It's on fire. Quickly, extinguish the flames. How could it suddenly catch fire? My lord, we must leave this place. We are unaware of what has transpired. Fetch a wooden basin. It seemed impossible to extinguish the flames. They would have to flee. Initially, there was a flurry of confusion among them. However, upon realizing that the fire was solely consuming the Sephora tree, they began to retreat, unwilling to approach. Luckily, there were no nearby structures, and the fire had not spread. An incident has occurred. At this moment, Lu furrowed his brow. This unexpected occurrence felt distinctly unusual. Shall we go for a drink together? Lu took the initiative to speak. He turned and made his way to the nearby tea house. This establishment was not merely a purveyor of tea. In the small locale of Jyohuzan, the tea house offered an assortment of beverages, snacks, and spirits, aiming to attract a diverse clientele. Yuan Wei and Yuan Shan, albeit puzzled, followed suit. The sudden blaze in the locust tree stirred a sense of unease within them. Yet, the only one privy to the intricacies of cause and effect was this individual. Once the three settled at a table, Yuan Wei proactively produced a wine jug and initiated a toast. Simultaneously, amidst the flames of the locust tree, a well-built woman clad in yellow emerged, appearing both ethereal and real. She perched among the branches, observing the crowd gathered by the tree. Soon, Sister Jiao's gaze fell upon a man at the tea-house window, adorned with a headband, behind which indeed lay a celestial it was he. His prowess in the golden core realm resembled that of a purple gold dragon, emanating an aura of thunder and the briny scent of salted meat. Quite impressive. This indicated that the man bore no affiliation with the aquatic beings of the sea. Even more impressive, Sister Jiao's satisfaction with the man grew. The illegitimate son of the Thunder Sovereign? Surely not. There had been no whispers of the Thunder Sovereign becoming enamored with any dragon princess. Such princesses were typically capricious and unruly. Upon confirming her target, Sister Jiao snapped her fingers. Instantly, she found herself at the tea house, seated at the same table as the man, the surrounding space undergoing a transformation. The cacophony subsided entirely, leaving only the table occupied by Lu, Yuan Wei, and Yuan Shan. After observing for a moment, Sister Jiao resolved to engage with the individual directly. Are you waiting for a Taoist? He will not return. She initiated the conversation, employing her subsequent tactics. She discovered that the Taoist had been captured. It was evident how the Xinlong would act. There was no need to ponder. In the past, the dragon clan delighted in human sacrifices. After the rise of humanity, their practices had gradually shifted. They had even been compelled to serve as laborers in the heavenly court. This did little to quell the inherent savagery within certain dragon clans. According to tradition, once the Taoist entered the well, even if he became a plaything for the Xinlong, he would not face punishment. The Xinlong, languishing below, would find little amusement in such a gift. Rather than fearing the attention of the heavenly court, the Xinlong might incite the populace to offer sacrifices. She considered herself imprisoned. Was it not akin to having a dragon clan member accompany her in captivity? Who? At the moment the woman appeared, a single word flashed through Lu's mind. He had anticipated some unexpected occurrences. The sudden appearance of such an individual before him left him momentarily stunned. Moreover, the environment had shifted significantly. The strength of the person opposite him far surpassed his own. There was but one truth. The individual seated across could either be the Xinlong or the great sage Qua Hai, and given the titles associated with Qua Hai and Sister Jiao, they undoubtedly overlapped with the woman before him. What brings you here? Lu deduced the identity of the visitor without succumbing to panic, maintaining an air of composure. Anxiety would not alter the situation. Thus, he opted to discern the intentions of his guest. Chapter 064. The great sage Qua Hai makes an appearance. Angel Wheel Investment. Sister Jiao dipped her hand in the wine, drawing a circle on the table. Instantly, the circle morphed into a mirror. The surface revealed an unfolding scene where Gu Tsongchen was ensnared by a human-faced octopus, its visage pressed against his point. One could see a tongue-like appendage piercing through Gu Tsongchen's skull. Yet, Gu Tsongchen was still alive, exhibiting slight movements of his limbs. More and more human-faced octopuses crowded around, enveloping him entirely. The scene shifted, revealing Gu Tsongchen diving into the well, unexpectedly traversing a stone tunnel, where he stumbled upon the skeleton of a dragon. Beside the remains lay a colossal dragon pearl. Indeed, a dragon pearl existed. Upon sighting the pearl, Gut Songchen became ecstatic, showering it with kisses. Furthermore, within this cavernous void, various magical artifacts and techniques were present. Songchen was beside himself with joy. I shall not leave. Once I master this technique and transcend to the nascent soul stage, I will hunt down that purple gold dragon. After calming his emotions, a murderous intent flickered across Gut Songchen's face. With a mere grasp, the dragon pearl found its way into his hand. The spiritual energy within the pearl surged forth, enveloping him. However, the scene shifted once more. It became apparent that Gut Songchen was not kissing magical artifacts, but rather the head of a human-faced octopus. The object in his grasp was also a human-faced octopus. One could say that Gut Songchen, amidst the throng of human-faced octopuses, laughed heartily, appearing deranged. This was no fortunate discovery. He had fallen into an illusion, ensnared in a delightful dream. Was this the Shenlong's illusion? Yuan Shen, observing the scene, scratched his fur in terror, exclaiming, "The dream may appear beautiful, but the reality is horrifying." One wished to witness themselves embracing and kissing several human-faced octopuses. Lu comprehended the implications of these images. While he felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of caution surged within him. Aside from Gut Songchen harboring thoughts of revenge, it became evident that Gut Songchen's fixation on him would likely draw attention. Perhaps that Shenlong had already discerned his presence? Lu furrowed his brow. Across from him, Sister Jiao sensed the shift in Lu's demeanor and reassured him, "Do not worry. If he seeks to ensnare me, he will inevitably become trapped himself. Even if he becomes aware of you, there is no immediate recourse. Of course, should I lend my assistance, your existence will remain undetected for some time. However, the Taoist may very well become his avatar in the future, seeking vengeance against you, so remain vigilant." With another sweep of her hand across the table, all images vanished. Upon hearing this, Lu felt a wave of relief wash over him. It appeared that his earlier use of the celestial eye to spy on the dragon Lockwell had triggered a series of repercussions. Curiosity, it seems, had indeed led to trouble. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Now, he had garnered the attention of the great sage Qua Hai, who intended to offer him protection. This provided a much-needed buffer. Upon hearing the words "trap me," Yuan Shen immediately grasped the woman's identity, exclaiming, "You are the great sage Qua Hai. I pay my respects to the sage." Yuan Wei, too, knelt down, offering a salute to the woman. "And you are?" Sister Jiao inquired. Regarding the goat-like creature and the monkey-like creature before her, curious about their identities. Compared to Lu, these two were of far lesser significance to her. My ancestors were leaders of the goat cave. When calamity struck, we fled back to the southern region of Zhanzhou, leaving remnants that have persisted to my generation. Yuan Wei began to explain his lineage. My ancestors were a sergeant of the mountain monkey cave. Yuan Shen continued. "What of the remnants?" Sister Jiao, recalling the scene from their sworn brotherhood, fell silent for a moment before inquiring further. "Most have transformed into beings with scales and horns, with few attaining the ethereal state." The goat-like creature sighed. "If they cannot even manage transformation, it signifies a lack of sufficient strength." This indicated that while there were many foundational creatures, those of the golden core level and above had become exceedingly rare. Upon hearing this news, Sister Jiao could not help but frown. "Too weak. I did not expect the current creatures to be so feeble. This matter shall be discussed at another time." Sister Jiao had no desire to continue her discourse with Yuan Wei and Yuan Shen. There was little utility in such discussions now. After all, she was unable to leave the Dragon Lock well. Even speaking was futile. While they conversed, Lu pondered the true purpose of the great sage Qua Hai's visit. Did she find him handsome and wish to assist him? That seemed highly improbable. Those capable of attaining the status of a great sage were unlikely to be swayed by such trivial matters. To survive in the world of the powerful, one must think along those lines. Undoubtedly, Sister Jiao's primary ambition was to escape from the Dragon Lock. Well, it was evident that, despite her current ability to appear, she likely possessed considerable means. The injury to her celestial eye had hindered her understanding of the situation within. The circumstances were likely not far from his conjectures. In his past life, such behavior was termed angel wheel investment. Otherwise, there would be no need for Sister Jiao to assist him in addressing the crises brought forth by the Xinlong and Guzongchen. I wonder what the sage seeks from me? After some contemplation, Lu directly inquired about Sister Jiao's intentions. Upon hearing this, Sister Jiao was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected him to voice the question before she could. He was more astute than she had anticipated. The reason I sought to meet you is quite simple. It is because of your celestial eye. This piqued my interest in extending my assistance. Currently, you are unable to aid me, so focus on enhancing your own strength for the time being. This meeting may very well be your only opportunity. Soon, you will likely be discovered. Should you remember me in the future, you may yet be able to assist. Sister Jiao spoke without hesitation, directly expressing her thoughts. She even pointed out the existence of the heavenly EYE.Lu. You noticed that as Sister Jiao spoke, the scene shifted once more, with Yuan Wei and Yuan Shun disappearing. Perhaps she wished to prevent their conversation from leaking out. Do you possess any martial arts techniques that you could share with me? Lu Yu inquired, having discerned Sister Jiao's intentions. He lamented his solitary cultivation since childhood, devoid of any backing and often bullied. After understanding Sister Jiao's thoughts, he feigned hardship to ask about martial arts. After all, an investment in the heavenly will surely warranted some benefits. Moreover, Sister Jiao had mentioned that this opportunity was singular. If he did not seize it, there would be no second chance. Although this approach might seem a tad presumptuous, it was said that the great sage should regard others with a measure of respect. Even a mere trickle of knowledge could yield immense benefits. The reason the great sage is so esteemed is, to some extent, due to his unique abilities. If he were to acquire such knowledge, it would save him from navigating countless detours. Sister Jiao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lu Yu to be so forthright and unconventional. Yet, she did not decline. It was reasonable. Without a background, one would inevitably lack martial arts. Thus, she pondered what technique would suit him. After a brief contemplation, Sister Jiao spoke. How about the 8-9 profound art? By the way, you might not be familiar with its name. It is an ancient method of the witch clan for refining the body, disregarding bloodlines, and focusing solely on the essence of physical cultivation. Following the path of bloodlines ultimately has its limits. Among our 7 siblings, only the eldest, the great sage of the heavens, and the youngest, the great sage of Qi Tian, have achieved notable success with it. 8-9 profound art? Is there any need for hesitation? Yes, that one, Lu Yu replied immediately, recalling having heard of this technique in his previous life. There had been discussions online regarding its similarities with the 72 transformations. Were they one and the same? Or distinct entities? Lu Yu believed the 72 transformations were tied to the 72 earthly fiends techniques. After mastering the illusory form technique, he had indeed acquired transformation skills. In that process, he realized that the essence of transformation lay fundamentally in the body itself. He wondered if the Erlang Shen and Sun Wukong of his past life practiced the same transformation technique. Physically, the two were not vastly different. Otherwise, the distinction between the two techniques would have been apparent much sooner. Both possessed talents that elevated the upper limits of certain spells to new heights. The connection between the 8-9 profound art and the Witch Clan. The mysteries surrounding the Witch Clan and Pango have always intrigued scholars. Yet their power is undeniably formidable. Thus, he decided on this singular technique. After all, one cannot be greedy. Sister Jiao gently tapped Lu Yu, and in an instant, a set of techniques imbued itself into his mind, detailing how to continue refining his vital essence. His current technique had already produced a golden lotus of vital essence, surpassing that particular hurdle. The essence would transform into the foundation of birth essence, akin to advancing from elementary school to junior high. Conversely, the 8-9 profound art emphasized further honing the vital essence, converting it into primal energy, which could then be compressed for the 9 transformations. No wonder it achieved such physical perfection. It was like a computer that only understands binary yet is still a computer. Cultivating energy, cultivating energy. The previously practiced techniques emphasized balanced progress in the 3 aspects of essence, spirit, and vitality, while the 8-9 profound art focused on one primary aspect, allowing the others to follow at a slower pace. This was a wholly different cultivation method, yet both paths ultimately led to the same destination, providing him with profound insights, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. I must awaken. At that moment, a whisper reached his ears. Indeed, Now was not the time for delving into martial arts. Liu suddenly remembered that he was still in Jiao Lake Town. Still within the tea house. Why apologies? Liu turned to Sister Jiao Er, expressing his contrition and no worries. As long as you find insight. Sister Jiao Er was also astonished. For most, the 8-9 profound art seemed as incomprehensible as a book without words. Yet this individual had immersed himself in it almost immediately. He was not like her seventh brother, who was inherently ethereal. No problem, but my time is running short. I realize I have yet to learn your name. Sister Jiao Er finally inquired. Liu, he replied, sharing his name. Having divulged the 8-9 profound art, a name was inconsequential. With the existence of his sun-dimming technique, he had no fear of others casting spells based on his name. Liu, I also wish to offer you a suggestion. Strive to accumulate merit. Without merit, no matter how powerful one becomes, one is still a demon. A bitter smile graced Sister Jiao Er's face. A reflection of her past failures. Boom! At that moment, brilliant lightning illuminated the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. There were no clouds in sight. It had been discovered. If that were the case, one must go all out. Sister Jiao Er understood that her escape had been detected. This formation truly left no room for opportunity. Observing the sudden change in the sky, she remained unperturbed. It was an anticipated outcome. This fleeting chance for escape had never matured enough. Extensive time was still needed. She chose to confront Liu, who possessed the heavenly eye, hoping to take a gamble. Having exposed her hand, it was only natural to face countermeasures. Sister Jiao Er cast a spell towards Liu. Minor teleportation technique. In an instant, before Liu could react, he felt a dizzying whirl, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves 100 miles away. Also transported were Yuan Wei and Yuan Shan. Had their positions been swapped? A spatial technique? Liu realized they had appeared atop a mountain near Jiao Lake Town, conveniently positioned to observe the town below. Following the flashes of lightning, dark clouds began to gather over Jiao Lake Town, heavy raindrops cascading down. Nearby, the boundless Pengli Marsh could be seen. Liu watched as a black dragon leaped from the marsh, soaring into the clouds, barely visible as it sped toward Jiao Lake Town. Spitting forth arcs of lightning, he was uncertain whether this was Sister Jiao Er's doing, but he could still hear the voice of the black dragon emerging from the marsh. I am the little dragon king of the East Sea Dragon Palace, currently residing in Pengli Marsh. How dare you, Jiao Demon King, poke your head out? As the words fell, a golden light ascended from the ground of Jiao Lake Town. A golden dragon, bound in chains, shot skyward, entangling with the black dragon. The great sage of the sea was indeed worthy of his title. Although it appeared merely as a projection, it fought fiercely against the self-proclaimed Little Dragon King. As a result, golden dragon blood and scales began to rain from the sky. Just when Liu thought the situation was favorable, the Jiao Dragon Well exhibited some reactions. A column of water surged from its depths, and several blue tendrils emerged, grasping Sister Jiao Er and pulling her downward. Simultaneously, a great formation materialized. Both Jiao Lake Town and Qingshui Lake fell within the formation's range. Golden talismans incessantly shot from the formation, striking Sister Jiao Er, gradually forming a golden rope that ultimately bound her. Witnessing this scene, Liu's heart filled with concern. Qingshui Lake was also affected. He worried for his offspring, including his wife Miao Gao Gao, the black fish lady, and the green fish. Currently, he had no means to intervene, hoping that the existence of the water realm and the spirit gathering formation could withstand the assault for a brief period. As the Shenshen Dragon and the Little Dragon King attacked Sister Jiao Er with the aid of the formation, Sister Jiao Er managed to break off a segment of the Black Dragon's horn. It was not that she lacked ferocity. Observing this battle, Liu couldn't help but feel a chill. With Sister Jiao Er's combat prowess, who could dare to take her as a wife? The battle, despite consuming over an hour, felt as if it transpired in mere moments. Of course, Sister Jiao Er had not been defeated. Rather, she was drawn into the locking dragon well, which continued to tremble. It seemed that a struggle persisted within the well. From their vantage point atop the mountain, they could no longer witness the unfolding combat. The thunderstorm raged on, the downpour obscuring all sight. Ordinary folk in Jiao Lake Town likely remained oblivious to the events transpiring. At the same time, Yuan Wei and Yuan Shan shed tears, perhaps overwhelmed by a sense of despair. So it seemed. Sister Jiao Air was indeed a demon king, the superior of their superior. Yet, they could only watch helplessly as she was besieged, unable to assist in any manner. Let us part ways here. Lu Yu bid farewell to the two spirits, Yuan Wei and Yuan Shan. His primary desire was to return to Qingshui Lake to ascertain the situation and subsequently visit Jiao Lake Town to see if he could acquire some dragon scales and horns. Those appeared to be treasures. Following that, he would relocate. Lu Yu had no desire to remain at Qingshui Lake any longer. That place was untenable. Being trapped within a great formation, one could not predict when another mishap would occur. When Sun Wukong escaped from the Five-Finger Mountain, the mountain had collapsed. He did not wish to gamble, nor did he dare. Moving was inevitable. Thus, he resolved to do so sooner rather than later, at that moment. Before he could rise to leave, Yuan Wei and Yuan Shan knelt before him, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the great king." Why do you still kneel so readily? Liu was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 066. The Demon Bows to Become King, Offspring Born. We once declared that if you could awaken the great sage of the overturning sea, we would pledge our allegiance to you as king. It seems that tonight's events are indeed rooted in the presence of the king, thus we must honor our promise. Yuan Wei immediately began to explain. He was no fool. He discerned the significance that the great sage of the overturning sea placed on this Taoist Chen. Did you not notice that after exchanging a few words with him, the great sage ceased his conversation? In the end, he still engaged in a private discussion with Liu. The disparity in treatment was glaringly apparent. Though the circumstances remained unclear, they only served to highlight Taoist Chen's extraordinary nature. Clinging to such a powerful ally was undoubtedly a shrewd move. Indeed. Yuan Shan, with an ingratiating smile, dared not underestimate his counterpart any longer. Liu found himself in a quandary. Should he acquiesce? If he were to agree, he was still of the water tribe, destined to follow the path of becoming a dragon in the water. Conversely, if he declined, these creatures were among the few he could engage with to deepen his understanding of his own world. Presently, in the inland region, where mountains and waters converged, the creatures of the land might yet prove useful. We are situated within Jiangzhou, with a myriad of 10,000 demons at our disposal, ready to serve the king. Yuan Wei seemed to perceive Liu's hesitation and revealed some pertinent details about their situation. 10,000? Good heavens! Liu was astute enough to recognize that 10,000 creatures constituted a considerable force, a rather formidable power indeed. Then I shall agree to be your leader, but until I summon you. You must not disrupt my affairs. By the way, my name is Liu. Liu ultimately acquiesced, primarily because he had previously been somewhat deceived during their wager. Being a leader, then, was simply part of the role. This is the summoning token. As long as you hold the token and exert your magical prowess, we will heed your commands to find the king. Yuan Shan promptly produced a copper plate inscribed with the words, "Summoning Token." The two were not surprised by Liu's sudden revelation of his name, as the entire situation was shrouded in mystery. Having a different name was entirely normal. Liu took the summoning token and soared towards the direction of Qingshui Lake. Upon detecting the birth of the host's first unique offspring, Liang Chu, a reward of puppetry technique was granted. Note: Liang Chu is a creature of divine beast lineage, resembling a cat with 2 claws and a single tail. Adept at swimming and capable of breathing both in water and on land. A rarity among the water tribe. Puppetry technique. A spell for crafting puppets, allowing the splitting of souls into puppets. Creating puppet avatars sustained by the essence of the puppets. Liang Chu? The name sounded vaguely familiar to Liu. Soon, he recalled having seen it in his past life, appearing in the classic of mountains and seas. Could it be? Are the species recorded in the classic of mountains and seas all creatures of exceptional bloodlines? Liu was eager to discover what his child was truly like. He employed the cloud-soaring technique to its utmost. A quarter of an hour later, Liu returned to Qingshui Lake. In the lake, thanks to the protection of the water deity's avatar, the city walls had not suffered significant damage. Lady Heiyu and the Qingyu seemed to have been somewhat startled. Liu offered some words of comfort, gradually restoring their calm. Miao Gao Gao, in preparation for childbirth, reverted to her original feline form. At that moment, the first child had already been born, its fur licked clean by Miao Gao Gao. Liu beheld the appearance of Liang Chu. You might call it a cat, yet it bore some distinct differences. Liang Chu had no hind legs at all. Its tail alone constituted nearly half of its body. Covered in fur, it appeared devoid of scales. However, the fur seemed water-resistant, as water could not penetrate its body, and it shimmered with a faint sheen. It seemed ill-suited for terrestrial life, as the large tail was ideal for swimming. As for its claws, they were well adapted for catching fish. Upon seeing Lu's arrival, Miao Gaogao's face broke into a smile. After realizing that Lu did not harbor any disdain for the child, Miao Gaogao cast a sideways glance. For a cat, this child was somewhat imperfect. It appeared to be missing 2 legs. Fortunately, Miao Gaogao's feelings for Lu were still quite favorable, allowing her to begrudgingly accept the child's appearance with just a glance. Given that the birth of a second child would take some time, Lu recalled that there were still some treasures left uncollected in Jiaohu town. After stroking Miao Gaogao affectionately, he explained his intentions and took his leave. During this process, he also examined the puppetry technique. The puppetry technique could utilize corpses for crafting, allowing the puppets to be nearly indistinguishable from real humans. The key lay in the splitting of souls, which entailed a modicum of pain, akin to slicing the soul with a knife. Though it was not a perfect division, it still constituted a cut. Once Lu had digested this knowledge, he felt quite satisfied with the puppetry technique. It was as if he had gained an additional avatar, effectively acquiring another life in addition to the water deity's avatar. At this moment, Jiaohu town appeared to have calmed significantly, and the formation had once again concealed itself. Sister Jiao Air was likely causing a ruckus, and it was probable that the Black Dragon and the Shenlong would not emerge so soon, so he had no fear of unexpected occurrences. However, just as Lu arrived at Jiaohu town, he noticed that the fan families and had been affected. A dragon horn had crashed directly onto the inn. The dragon horn was no small matter, measuring nearly 6 feet in length and remarkably hard, causing the roof beams to collapse. The constables and guards had all been rendered unconscious. Chen Ruaji was buried beneath the debris, her life hanging by a thread. This, one could only say that luck holds significant importance. Upon witnessing Chen Ruaji's demise, Lu's mind immediately sparked with an idea. Perhaps he could take her place. Just as he had acquired the puppetry technique, transforming Chen Ruaji into a puppet would suffice. Sister Jiao Air had mentioned that merit was of great significance. An avatar, serving as an official, could entirely garner the fortune and merit of the dynasty. Potentially yielding unexpected benefits, he must also relocate. Departing under the guise of a county magistrate would make it less likely to arouse suspicion, thus ensuring his survival. Although Lu held some disdain for merit, he did not intend to disregard its importance as emphasized by Sister Jiao Air. After all, he possessed an avatar. Fear not. Once Lu had conceived this plan, he unearthed Chen Ruaji. Perhaps due to the special properties of the dragon horn, Chen Ruaji's soul had yet to depart. Daoist Chen, please save me. Chen Ruaji pleaded for rescue. Lu extended his hand, employing the soul-capturing technique to draw Chen Ruaji's spirit away. He then expelled a golden elixir and placed it within Chen Ruaji's body. The puppetry technique requires a splitting of the soul, and the golden elixir could be considered a rudimentary form of soul division. This would suffice for the initial application of the puppetry technique. Once he resolved the current situation, he could then proceed to craft a true puppet. After placing the golden elixir within Chen Ruaji's body, although she appeared deceased, a faint aura emanated from her, suggesting she was merely gravely injured, not yet dead. Once he addressed the immediate matters, he would replace her and head to Pingqing. After ensuring Chen Ruaji was properly arranged, Lu also stowed away the dragon horn using the pot of heaven technique and began searching for flesh and scales. He spotted Sister Jiao Air retrieving quite a bit from over 100 miles away. The tumult of wind and thunder throughout the night had resulted in significant flooding in various parts of Jiaohu town. The townsfolk had no choice but to find shelter from the storm and seek better positions to evade the deluge. The location of the Jiao Dragon Well was marked by charred locust trees, which had turned into skeletal remains, likely never to regrow. Nearby, some golden dragon blood had been washed away. For the common people, this was indeed a blessing. When ordinary individuals came into contact with such substances, it was akin to interacting with radioactive stones, only bringing harm to their bodies. A moment's carelessness could transform them into grotesque beings that were neither human nor demon. Now, with the thunderstorm washing away some of the blood, the detrimental effects of the blood shed during the conflict on ordinary people were significantly mitigated. Naturally, the dilution of this blood would also facilitate the emergence of more creatures in the water. During his search, Lu first encountered a patch of black scales resembling shields by the well, still stained with blood and not yet cleansed by the rain. Chapter 067. Collecting Dragon Flesh and Blood. Refining precious medicine. The dragon scales were immense, capable of concealing half of one's form. Describing them as large as a basket was quite fitting. Lu gathered the blood into a jar. After locating the first scale, he effortlessly found around 8 or 9 more dragon scales. Some of the scales had even shattered. The dragon's blood filled the jar to the brim. He managed to acquire 2 or 3 strands of dragon whiskers. These whiskers were valuable, useful for upgrading divine whips and crafting bowstrings. Among his findings, he also discovered a morsel of flesh, with donkey meat on the ground and dragon meat in the sky. He was surprised to indulge in such high-quality fare so swiftly. Thus, Lu thoroughly scoured the town of Jiaohu. Naturally, while collecting the flesh, he also placed a seal on these items using the sun concealment technique. That young dragon king might sense his own blood and flesh. It was imperative to prevent any pursuit. He intended to utilize this flesh to concoct spiritual elixirs and the scales and dragon horns to forge magical artifacts. After completing his task, the rain gradually subsided. Lu Pai, the pavilion chief, also discovered that the fan families had been damaged, due to the presence of Chen Ruaji, the county magistrate, who still had a breath of life. He swiftly relocated, and those days' subordinates were also moved to a different position and provided new clothing. Lu Pai merely assumed that the previous night's heavy rain had caused such calamities. So he organized the townsfolk to conduct some rescue efforts. Lu returned once more to Qingshui Lake, primarily because Miao Gao Gao was still in the process of giving birth, and now that he had secured the valuable items. Naturally, the well-being of the children took precedence. Upon his return, Lu discovered that 3 more babies had been born. He glanced at the system panel and noticed that the system rewards had arrived. It was evident that, in comparison to the offspring of fish, which thrived in numbers, the rewards from special offspring were indeed more unique and exceptional. Almost every child was accompanied by a reward. The system detected the birth of the second special offspring, Liang Chu, and rewarded him with the mastery of the 18 martial arts. 18 martial arts, proficient in the use of 18 types of weaponry, skilled in hand-to-hand combat, able to possess a certain combat capability even without the use of magical energy. The system detected the birth of the third special offspring, Liang Chu, and rewarded him with the art of medicine, one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. Art of medicine, ability to identify various herbs, understanding the medicinal properties of plants, encompassing various forms of healing and alchemical arts. Through the cultivation of plants, one can achieve profound mastery, capable of bringing the dead back to life, thus entering the path of medicine. The system detected the birth of the fourth special offspring, Liang Chu, and rewarded him with the art of consumption, one of the 72 earthly fiends techniques. Art of consumption, the ability to gather the essence of all things to concoct spiritual pills for ingestion, enhancing cultivation, capable of curing ailments or neutralizing poison. If one were to procure longevity elixirs, they could create pills for eternal life. These rewards were quite commendable. Lu first accepted the mastery of the 18 martial arts. In this world, combat relied on martial skills, divine abilities, spells, and magical artifacts. Possessing any one of these would grant one a degree of renown. Martial skills involve the capability to wield close combat artifacts. When mastered to an advanced level, one could subdue opponents with weapons before they even had the chance to cast spells. Coupled with some divine abilities, defeating 10 foes would not pose a challenge. This effectively filled a gap in his abilities. The subsequent 2 rewards, the art of medicine and the art of consumption, seemed somewhat similar. The 2 were fundamentally interconnected and could be simply understood as medicine and food. The art of medicine encompassed many aspects related to mortals, particularly concerning healing and saving lives. Some methods could be rather brutal, involving surgical techniques. The demands for the healing process were exceedingly high. The so-called cultivation also involved gathering merit through medical practices. The art of consumption placed high demands on the ingredients themselves. Ordinary food was certainly unsuitable for cultivation. On the contrary, ingredients like dragon blood and dragon meat, when consumed through the art of consumption, would significantly enhance one's physique without causing harm. The combination of the 2 could form a method for alchemical refinement. Alchemy lacked a predetermined formula. It inherently required a degree of flexibility, making it relatively challenging to master. It was akin to engaging in commerce. To simplify, it boiled down to buying and selling. Only upon truly delving into commerce would one discover the myriad of issues involved. After acquiring both arts, Lu Yu felt a surge of innate wisdom, sensing he had grasped the basics immediately. This could resolve his pressing needs, enabling him to process the dragon blood and meat for crafting the so-called precious elixirs. It would also help replenish Miao Gaogao's strength after childbirth, and even enhance the cultivation of the black fish lady and the blue fish, hastening their transformation. Lu Yu retrieved the dragon blood and meat and began the alchemical process using the art of consumption. With his heavenly eye having regained some clarity, he inspected the quality of the ingredients before refining. The dragon blood was manageable, as it had already been diluted. Particularly within the dragon meat, he could still perceive some residual magical energy. The magical energy resembled flowing sand or golden sand. Lu surmised that the dragon known as the young Dragon King had likely broken through to the nascent soul stage and was possibly nearing the realm of immortals. Perhaps even a terrestrial immortal. Otherwise, he would not continue to linger within Pengli Marsh. Until he reached this level of power, it was wise to remain cautious. Of course, Lu Yu felt a twinge of sentimentality. The dragon meat was exceedingly nourishing. It felt as if merely tasting it could induce a nosebleed. Lu first employed the threefold true fire to incinerate the ingredients, altering their essence to avoid any potential tracking. The dragon meat was quite tough and would not be easily boiled. Lu specially crafted a dragon horn cauldron from a portion of the dragon horns to serve as the magical artifact for brewing the elixir. Should the young Dragon King learn of this, he would likely be infuriated. Not only was his flesh consumed, but also his horns were used to brew the broth. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days of brewing, Lu Yu finally produced a preliminary form of the precious elixir. Of course, this referred to the broth that was ready for use. The dragon meat would require further boiling and could yield several more uses. This first batch produced nearly a cauldron's worth of precious elixir, yet its quantity was measured in drops. The elixir was exceedingly potent. Typically, even a common spirit might struggle to withstand its effects. Approximately 1,000 drops were produced. Lu first sought out the old turtle, allowing it to consume a drop. The old turtle immediately broke through a level in chi refinement, advancing from the 4th to the 5th layer. Master truly treats me well. The old turtle was moved to tears. In that moment, it believed even more in Lu Yu's identity as a dragon. Were it not for his dragon lineage, how could he produce such extraordinary items? Lu Yu remained indifferent. To him, the old turtle was merely a household companion, akin to a dog. However, after testing the elixir on the old turtle, he concluded that during the chi refinement stage, one could consume at most a single drop, requiring at least 3 days for digestion. Those in the foundation establishment stage could handle a bit more, approximately 10 drops at once. Subsequently, Lu Yu went to find Miao Gaogao. Miao Gaogao had transformed into the form of a black-clad loli, playfully engaging with the rolling children nearby. This made it much easier to care for them. All of the offspring had been born, totaling 6 liang Qiu. Lu Yu produced 10 drops of the precious elixir. Before he could speak, Miao Gaogao eagerly rushed over. What is this? It smells delightful. Birth bonus, a nourishing elixir for your recovery. You've worked hard these past days. Please, take this first, Lu Yu responded with a smile, handing the 10 drops to Miao Gaogao. Instantly, Miao Gaogao, weakened from childbirth, felt revitalized, delicious. She greatly enjoyed the elixir. The 6 Liang Chu children were also drawn to it, immediately clamoring around, begging for a taste. Their colors resembled that of various cats, displaying shades of orange, orange and white, black, and black and white. Chapter 068. Crafting a spatial magical artifact. Preparing to relocate the Liang Chu were evidently more suited for interaction than fish. Lu Yu gave each child a drop. And in an instant, their coats gained vibrant colors. They all broke through to the first layer of chi refinement. Their spirits improved significantly. Water manipulation. Lu Yu conjured a large water sphere around the Liang Chu. They eagerly leaped into the sphere, swimming and expending their energy. Watching them play brought Lu Yu great joy, alleviating much of his fatigue. However, it was clear that leisure was not on the agenda. He still had numerous tasks to attend. Lu Yu retrieved some soil from the lakebed, shaping and firing it into a clay pot to place in his room for the children to play with. He then turned his attention to other matters. Miao Gaogao understood that Lu Yu was busy and refrained from speaking further. After all, that 10 drops of precious elixir was more than sufficient. Their children were already starting from a high point. Without Lu Yu, who knew when they would achieve qi refinement? The offspring are somewhat unique, though not in terms of extraordinary talent. After Lu emerged from Miao Gaogao's presence, he distributed a drop of precious elixir each to Madame Blackfish and the Green Fish, which elevated their realms. Among them, Madame Blackfish, with a weaker foundation, surged ahead by 3 levels, attaining the 3rd layer of qi refinement. The Green Fish only advanced 1 layer, reaching the 5th layer of qi refinement. For the fry on both sides, he infused several drops of the precious elixir into the water. Truth be told, the fry are exceedingly fragile. From the previous batch of 10,000 fry, despite meticulous care, over 100 perished. As for the 50-fold green fish fry, the mortality rate was even higher, nearing 10,000. Such occurrences are merely the laws of nature, and there is little to lament. After completing these tasks, Lu opened the system panel to check the system rewards. It detected the birth of the 5th unique offspring, Liang Chu, and rewarded him with Earthwalking Technique, one of the 72 Earthly Fiends techniques. Earthwalking Technique allows one to traverse the land as freely as one would in water. The deeper one goes, the greater the consumption of magical energy. It then detected the birth of the 6th unique offspring, Liang Chu, rewarding him with the Guiding Technique, also one of the 72 Earthly Fiends techniques. Guiding Technique, a method of qi refinement, transforming essence into qi, beneficial for longevity and harmonizing qi, facilitating blood circulation and curing ailments. Another 2 of the 72 Earthly Fiends techniques. How delightful! Lu felt a sense of satisfaction as he gradually completed the collection of these techniques. The Earthwalking Technique is instinctively usable by Wang Fanfan, having learned it through his heavenly eye. The more powerful the spell, the more complex its application becomes, akin to solving various mathematical problems in a past life, each requiring different formulas and methods. Even with the heavenly eye, mastering it is not a simple endeavor. Now, possessing this technique directly proves advantageous. Lu then turned his focus to the Guiding Technique. This is a method of cultivation, specifically for the qi refinement realm, which holds little significance for him. The correct term should be the Guiding Compendium, containing various guiding methods tailored to different species or human constitutions. Essentially, with the Guiding Technique, he can formulate a unique qi refinement method tailored to any existing condition. The Guiding Technique is not about giving fish, but rather teaching them to fish. It is fortunate that it can only be used at the qi refinement level. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as the 72 Earthly Fiends techniques. In the future, he could provide Madame Blackfish and the Green Fish with a specialized guiding method using the Guiding Technique, directing their own magical energy to guide them through the acupoints for cultivation. Consequently, his own offspring would not lack for qi refinement techniques. After assimilating the newly acquired spells, Lu began the process of relocating. Moving his home through sheer strength was impractical. Thus, it was best to forge a spatial artifact capable of containing the entire water realm. Lu took out the dragon scales, intending to refine them into a blank spatial scroll, and subsequently fill it with water and other materials. Utilizing the demon-slaying technique combined with the Hutian technique, he used a total of 9 scales, also employing a dragon horn. The dragon horn was readily available, as were dragon whiskers. Lu easily forged a dragon horn bow and incorporated a dragon whisker into the god's striking whip, slightly enhancing its potency. Once the dragon whisker and the whip fully merged, the effectiveness against dragons would likely improve. It is said that the finest dragon whips are crafted from dragon tendons. Lu was uncertain whether he would ever have the opportunity to encounter such materials in the future. As time passed, another 3 days went by. Lu finally succeeded in refining a scroll, depicting a tranquil pool of water, with 2 or 3 castle-like structures standing solitary upon its surface, in the water. There was also a banyan tree. This banyan was the one struck by lightning near the land temple, and recalling their fateful connection, he had transplanted it there. Simultaneously, he nourished it with several drops of precious elixir. Under the spell's influence, it sprouted new shoots, likely to grow rapidly once more. Lu named this scroll the Emerald Water Pavilion. The Han Pavilion and the Spirit Gathering Array were also incorporated within it. The entire space was modest, merely 300 square meters in size, with a water depth of approximately 6 meters, akin to a slightly larger pond. You considered the suitability for Miao Gao Gao and Liang Chu's habitation. In addition to the pavilion, he added several exposed bluish stones above the water's surface. Once all was prepared, he explained the relocation to Miao Gao Gao. Miao Gao Gao was not overly concerned. Upon discovering that Lu had successfully refined a spatial artifact, she expressed her astonishment, believing it to be somewhat safer than the Qingshui Lake. The unique offspring, Liang Chu, had already learned to catch fish. Upon entering the Emerald Water Pavilion, they exhibited great enthusiasm. While swimming in the water, they would directly bite the fish with their mouths, using their forelimbs to grasp and begin devouring them. Their large tails allowed them to swim at speeds rivaling ordinary fish, truly resembling ferocious beasts of the water. Miao Gao Gao found a familiar castle as the pavilion and gazed at her offspring, her eyes brimming with happiness. Lu then placed Madame Blackfish, the green fish, and all the offspring into the space. They were harmoniously separated by the water realm. However, challenges persisted. Due to his insufficient mastery of the spells, the spatial scroll required frequent repairs. The spatial scroll could not sustain a true ecosystem. In the future, he would need to supplement it with some fish species. This was the utmost he could achieve, and he felt quite satisfied. Lu had not forgotten Wang Fanfan. Since he was to make an exit, he intended to bring this younger sister along, as the earth veins had not restricted her. He merely needed to appoint someone to replace Wang Fanfan at the land temple. Additionally, he would arrange for the nearby land deity, Old Lu, to provide some oversight. As for Li Family Village, he would leave a water deity avatar behind. The primary concern was that the water deity avatar was bound and could not escape. It was just right for the water deity avatar to look after the nearby populace, continue accumulating merit, and provide him with some surveillance. Chapter 069. Puppet Technique, preparing to replace the county magistrate. After Lu had gathered Miao Gao Gao, Madame Blackfish, the green fish, and numerous offspring into the Emerald Water Pavilion, he sought out Wang Fanfan. The reason for wanting to take Wang Fanfan along was primarily the belief that she would experience better growth in his presence. As a minor earth deity, Wang Fanfan required certain earth-attributed treasures for nurturing, which were difficult to find in this locale. Thus, they needed to venture out. Upon arriving at the land temple, Lu found Wang Fanfan watching ants move their home, indicating that she was occasionally quite bored. I am relocating. Would you like to join me in Pingqing? Lu extended the invitation to Wang Fanfan. What? You are moving? Upon hearing Lu's intention, Wang Fanfan immediately stood up in surprise. What about Sister Gao Gao and Madame Blackfish and the green fish? Wang Fanfan was aware of the individuals around Lu. They are inside, Lu replied, producing the Emerald Water Pavilion scroll. Within it, Miao Gao Gao was sitting on a rock, playfully splashing water with her bare feet. On the lake surface, several adorable creatures were catching fish. Upon closer inspection, one could see a green fish, a black fish, and an old turtle. Why do you suddenly want to move? Wang Fanfan recognized the spatial artifact, realizing the people were already inside. However, she was somewhat perplexed as to why they needed to leave so abruptly. The well nearby, known as the Dragon Lock Well, contains 2 dragons, and there is a large formation nearby, which could pose some danger. The thunder that day was due to their conflict, Lu explained. No wonder it thundered that day. Wang Fanfan finally understood, though she felt conflicted. But if I leave, there will be no one to manage the land temple. She remembered her responsibilities and was reluctant to depart. There is a solution, Lu said. It is said that some individuals have duties even while alive at the city god temple. We can easily find someone to replace you. Moreover, my water deity avatar will remain here to oversee things. There shouldn't be any issues. You can take this opportunity to explore elsewhere. Lu intended to have Oldly replace her. This man was already advanced in age and would not live many more years, making him a suitable candidate to take Wang Fanfan's place at the land temple. It was entirely commonplace for celestial beings in various locales to find someone to take over their duties while they enjoyed their benefits without work. It was an established practice, and no one paid it much mind. Can ordinary people enter the land temple? Wang Fanfan reluctantly agreed to this notion, though still somewhat doubtful. There is a barrier between the underworld and the world of ordinary people. It is challenging for them to enter the land temple. This had been a source of great frustration for Wang Fanfan, as aside from wandering souls and ghost messengers, no living beings were ever seen within the temple. I have a way. Lu produced a black token. This was a seal carved from a dragon horn, imbued with the demon-slaying technique and the passage to the underworld. With this token, an ordinary person could freely enter and exit the land temple after infusing it with some magical energy. I will first bid farewell to grandfather. Wang Fanfan ultimately acquiesced. Turning back to the Earth Deity Temple, she engaged in an animated conversation with the sculptures in the courtyard, exchanging a multitude of words. Lu was uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he sensed a subtle pulsation in the surrounding earth veins. It felt as though the statue of the earth god, Wang Lin, was attentively listening to Wang Fanfan's words. Subsequently, Wang Fanfan voluntarily stepped into the enchanting painting of the Azure Waters and Solitary Pavilion. The artwork now featured a little girl in green, who began frolicking with several Yangtze. Observing the vivid scenes within the painting, Lu couldn't help but smile. This treasure of space was indeed the domain he had acquired. With Wang Fanfan's agreement, all that remained was to deal with Old Li, after which he could head directly to Jiahu Town and refine Shenruaji into a puppet. Then, they could set forth together to Pingcheng. Lu approached Old Li.as it was already evening. He employed the dream entry technique to enter Old Li's slumber, My Lord. Old Li recognized Lu and expressed profound respect. He was among the first to witness Lu's true form. The series of events that had transpired led Old Li to realize that Lu was perhaps not merely a spirit, but a divine being. I have a task for you. I wonder if you would accept it? Lu stated directly. It involves guarding the Earth Deity Temple, and you may enjoy an extended life. Old Li nodded earnestly. My lord, as a humble commoner, how could I refuse a chance to serve in an official capacity? Naturally, he agreed that a mere ordinary citizen becoming a deity. Was there any room for hesitation? Reflecting on the hardships endured by the previous private tutor, Chun Pinglei, his resolve was solidified. Very well, here is a token. With it, you may access the Earth Deity Temple. You will be expected to periodically clean the temple, and upon your natural passing, you may very well attain a divine position. By the way, treat the statue in the courtyard with utmost care. Lu instructed. Understood. Old Li nodded repeatedly. Once Lu completed his task, he withdrew the dream entry technique. This was but a mere promise. He could not yet elevate Old Li to the status of an earth god. However, once his own strength increased, it would be a simple matter. Soon after, Old Li awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered the token beside his pillow. He had indeed been entrusted with a significant responsibility. Clutching the token in his hand, he scrutinized it, feeling a surge of excitement, tears welling in his eyes. Who does not fear death? Now, he had a destination after his demise, to become the earth god of this land. Could there be a more fortunate outcome? Old Li promptly rose from his bed and ventured into the moonlight, making his way to the Earth Deity Temple, token in hand, as instructed. Upon approaching, he was met with an entirely different realm. Old Li, gazing upon the familiar courtyard and temple, was not startled by the scene. He had grown accustomed to the concept of death. Entering the courtyard, he beheld the peculiar statue. He bowed respectfully, remaining unperturbed. In fact, upon noticing the slight disarray in the courtyard, he began tidying up. Observing Old Li's actions, Lu felt increasingly reassured and turned his attention towards Jiahu Town. He first retrieved a black soul orb, which bore the visage of Chan Ruaji. This orb had been crafted using a soul-carving dagger, specifically designed through his puppet technique, employing a fragment of his own soul. The fragment created by the puppet technique bore similarities to the water goddess incarnation. During this time, Lu also delved into Chan Ruaji's soul, uncovering pertinent information. The nation he hailed from was Qi, situated in the south, with the northern counterpart being Wei, a territory embroiled in conflict with one another. Qi currently encompassed 23 prefectures, with Pingcheng located within the Jiangzhou prefecture. The highest official in a prefecture was the inspector. Jiangzhou itself consisted of 10 counties: Yuzhong, Poyang, Luling, Linchuan, Nankong, Jinan, Jinan, Wuchang, Guiyang, and Anqing. The highest authority within a county was the county magistrate. As a mere county seat on the outskirts of Poyang, Chen Ruaji's position as a county magistrate was hardly significant, ranking as a lowly 9th-grade official. The ruling family of Qi bore the surname Shao, and Emperor Shao Luan, having ascended to the throne through dubious means, had executed numerous royal relatives. Recently, Shao Luan's health had deteriorated, leaving uncertainty regarding his successor. At present, chaos reigned throughout Qi. rumors circulated of rebellions arising. Yet the capital, Jinkong, lay some distance away, preventing any immediate impact in this region. Chen Ruaji's earlier conscription had been preemptively ordered by the Jiangzhou inspector. Fearing the onset of conflict, Lu infused all relevant memories into the fragment of the soul. It was likely that the fragment, assuming the role of Chen Ruaji, would perform convincingly, except in dealings with Madame Xiao, the county magistrate's wife. Others should be manageable. Lu pondered whether employing the puppet to deal with Madame Xiao would equate to playing the role of Cao Cao. Due to the devastation wrought upon the Fan family inn, the unconscious Chen Ruaji was conveyed to the Fan residence for recuperation, as it was the most structurally sound establishment. Each night, the head constable, Chao Xiaodao, took personal responsibility for guarding Chen Ruaji, wary of further mishaps. Upon his arrival, Lu employed his invisibility technique to enter the room. How could a constable with martial skills possibly contend with a spirit wielding magical powers? Inside, a maidservant attended to her duties. With a gentle breath, Lu rendered her unconscious. The human soul is inherently unstable. A slight application of magic can induce a state of slumber. After executing these tasks, Lu concealed Chen Ruaji's body within the azure waters and solitary pavilion painting, preparing to commence the refining process. This would undoubtedly create some disturbance, but within the spatial treasure, such occurrences could be mitigated. Within the azure waters and solitary pavilion, Lu first retrieved his golden core, which possessed magical protection, remaining untarnished. Thus, he need not worry about compromising its purity during this venture. The golden core had restorative properties, sustaining vitality and generating energy. Although Chen Ruaji was deceased, his physical form remained remarkably vibrant during this period, even healing from injuries. Were it not for the deathly aura surrounding Chen Ruaji's soul upon its departure from the body, simply reintegrating the soul would suffice for revival. The most challenging aspect of resurrecting an individual lies not in the body but in the soul. Once a common person's soul departs, it carries the essence of death, gradually eroding the body even if returned. To revive Chen Ruaji, Lu would need to nurture his physical form with the golden core, but he had no intention of doing so to some extent. The puppet technique operates on principles akin to resurrection. Maintaining the body in a state of vitality or a preserved corpse is only with the addition of a sentient fragment that the puppet can be animated. Lu, now possessing sufficient power, realized that even if the soul departed from the body, it would not easily succumb to the essence of death, should an ordinary individual attempt to manipulate the puppet technique with their own soul. The strain would be unbearable, leading to dire consequences. In positioning Chen Ruaji as a puppet, Lu intended to preserve a certain level of vitality, as this would benefit the fragment of the soul. To achieve this, he would need to periodically employ spiritual herbs to nurture this corporeal form, a task he could accomplish with the elixir crafted from dragon's blood and meat. Once Lu reclaimed the golden core, he placed the fragment of the soul within Chen Ruaji's body, inscribing various magical seals upon its surface. The integration of body and soul is no simple feat. These seals primarily serve to transform the puppet's physical form into a soul-nurturing vessel. After approximately a quarter of an hour of inscribing these seals, Chen Ruaji finally opened his eyes. Lu then added several drops of elixir into Chen Ruaji's body, and in an instant, he appeared even younger. "Greetings, master." The puppet's subservient demeanor was unmistakable as it immediately bowed in deference. "Rise and take action." Lu commanded the puppet. In truth, he could control the puppet without uttering a word, as his consciousness could convey specific commands. Chen Ruaji moved fluidly, exhibiting no signs of being a mere animated puppet. Having completed these arrangements, Lu sent the puppet forth while instructing it to continue feigning unconsciousness.